Chapter 001 Desperate Strait. On the night of July 15th, Star Calendar 2011. In the Earth Alliance, Solar War Zone, Lin High City of Tuaxia region known for origin planet. After 10 years of war between the Earth Alliance and the Orion Constellation Alliance. Finally, the galactically incessant expert Seth avoid heaven realm to mediate in the Starfall War Zone. The stalemated warfare concluded, and Earth Alliance ushered in a brief period of tranquility. Although far from the battlefield, the people if Solar War Zone could help but breathe his eye of relief in their hearts. Celebrations began at 7 endless until 11 at night before the crowds gradually dispersed. However, between Tetraces, these seeds of hatred had already been planted, awaiting downline the right soil to sprout and grow. The flames of war would burn ignited. Midnight. Just past midnight, a sudden dark cloud obscured the bright moon. A moment later, clouds surged and converged from all directions, resembling the giant demonic cloud ascending upon the entirely high city as if to crush it into oblivion. It was as they say in those dark clouds loom over the city, as if it's about to fall. Crack. At evening hundertklub accompanied lightning bolt across Husky. In the fleeting light, a JoJo-story tower stood prominently in the center of Lin High City like a colossal giant. This JoJo-story building, with its imposing appearance, looked like a massive five-clawed golden dragon coiled around the Oriental temple. The dragon was lifelike, while the excala clearly visible. Its 5 claws clasped tightly around the building, and its shed pointed skyward, as if roaring. This was the headquarters of Temporal Consortium, the largest conglomerate in Solar War Zone Temporal Tower. The Emperor Consortium controlled over 30 of the 72 administrative planets and 17,000 resource planets across Solar War Zone. Simultaneously, it held 22 of the market share for starship weapon procurement in the entire Earth Alliance and 40 of the market for civilian transport ships. In face of both lower-class Titans and upper-class elites and foraging planet, the Emperor Consortium was an undisputed giant. Within Earth Alliance, although the Solar War Zone is just one of the war zones, it held an extremely significant position. Thus, with its current financial strength and reputation, the Emperor Consortium occupied a notable spot among the 7 major consortia of Earth Alliance. Rumble. Soon after, another thunderous roar split the sky, seemingly attempting to cleave the overhead clouds into two. Moments later, gale force winds swept through, and raindrops as speed as beams bounded down from the heavens. Gazing at the torrential rain outside the window, Qin Wang gasped, "Old man, what did Zen familiar apply?" Qin Wang Chen chuckled, revealing the hint of bitterness and his of full face. "We looked like it was on the 20. Then he smiled and said, "Shang, it's better to rely on knees of hand to seek help from others. Think about how I, your father, built Temporal Consortium's foundation with me bare hands without ever asking for help from others. If it weren't to counteract the one consortium, it wouldn't fail broadly, do, and then family is in tough Emperor Consortium." "Heh," Qin Wang Chen chuckled coldly and continued, "Looking back no, it was the biggest mistake of my life." As soon as she finished speaking, a massive azure lightning bolt struck down from the clouds, hitting the dragon shed directly. Silver electricity spread down along the golden dragon's body, and the entire Emperor Tower emitted a radiant glow. For a moment, it seemed like the dragon's shadow was whirling and hovering. "Since you are here, why hide?" At this moment, Qin Wangqing laughed loudly. His cultivation of Temporar's awesome world-shaking scripture had reached its peak, and combined with 12-fold sword Emperor scripture, instantly unleashed endless killing intent. He condensed countless tangible sword can launch at the mootward. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive loud noises, mixed with severe screams, left Qin Wangchen's luxurious office and the corridor outside in shambles. Qin Wangchen was at the peak of his 6th stage of the Ionation realm, with on foot already in the Void Heaven realm. This full-powered attack was no less powerful than a full strength blow from a first stage Void Heaven expert. In an instant, the Silvero's Ionation experts and over 10 6th stage Fusion experts lying in wait beside death door were re-annihilated. Their severed limbs were buried under the rubble. Since their presence had been discovered, these midnight visitors no longer concealed themselves. Several long halls echoed, and the windows on all sides exploded inward. Countless glass shards, carried by fierce winds, flew towards Qin Wangshen and Qin Washeng. Behind these glass shards, over 10 concealed doors approached, each emitting their presence now a Theto false Ionation expert. Li Qi. Qin Washeng sensed the familiar aura among them. It was Li Qi, one of the 4 princes of Temporal Consortium along with him. The 4 princes of Temporal Qin Washeng, Zhang Wuji, Li Qi, and Gu Baiao. Among them, Qin Washeng and Zhang Wuji were at the strongest, both at their 3rd stage of the Ionation realm, while Li Kai and Gu Baiao are at the peak of his 2nd stage. However, besides the difference in stages, Thinking families on parallel saw some world-shaking scripture and families where emperor scripture were extremely dominant, practically unrivaled at the same stage. Thus, they were superior to Li Kai and Gu Baiyao. Although for a period to beat patient the surface, their private struggle should reach the point of no return. At this moment, facing this sworn enemy, Qin Huasheng would not show mercy. Activate this event's foremost sword emperor scripture. Those who oppose me shall die. Through to Emperor's awesome world-shaking scripture. A majestic hand of the sword ki shred at high incoming shards into pieces. The sword ki remained unstoppable, heading straight for Li Qi. The sword ki blocked all of Li Qi's escape routes, and the failing 10 trading made Li Qi's face bow with fear. Although he had always known he was weaker than Qin Huasheng, it was only now that Li Qi truly realized the gap between him. Nevertheless, Tori at the nation realm before its years of 30. Li Ku was no ordinary person. His moment of panic quickly passed, and he steadied himself, pushing his family's fire cloud power to its limit. Although the fire cloud power wasn't as powerful as the Emperor's awesome world-shaking scripture, at its and final stage, it could also destroy the world. Unfortunately, due to Li Qi's limited cultivation, he hadn't perfected fire cloud power. He could only unleash about 7 or 8 tenths of its power. Even with the amplification from fire cloud pump technique, he couldn't withstand Qin Huasheng's tangible sword ki. Slash! The sword ki was like a mountain, easily crushing Li Qi's palm force. Zion Nation's sword ki could cut through anything. The sword ki generated with sword emperor scripture referred to Emperor's awesome world-shaking scripture as a van sharper and more condensed than ordinary Zion Nation's sword ki. Just as it was about to slice Li Qi, a giant black fist, the size of a millstone, struck out. It instantly to read the sword ki launched by Qin Huasheng, sending shards fly in all directions. Their remaining power was no longer a threat to Li Qi. Gu Baiyao. Qin Huasheng started at he figure 8 period next to Li Qi, his shards skipping the beat, and this face filled with suspicion. Gu Baiyao asked to act among the 4 princes. Unlike Qin Huasheng, Zhang Wuji, and Li Qi, Gu Baiyao was a complete hedonist, indulging in novice sex, music, gambling, drugs, and more. Although he was the second stage of the Zion Nation realm, it was a result of his father, Gu Shieng, 耗费巨大代价 to forcefully infuse him with power. His true strength was even weaker than that of a novice Zion Nation martial artist. However, Qin Huasheng felt that today's Gu Baiyao seemed vastly different from his usual self, exuding an extremely sinister. Moreover, the black fist that just shattered this world ki was something thought could be produced by the deformalist whom their sounded methods combined with death. It carried more sinister flavor. Furthermore, it was impossible for Gu Baiyao, how other like the second stage of the Zion Nation realm, to effortlessly shatter Zion Nation's world ki. Unless Gu Baiyao had learned the first school of martial arts. As Qin Huasheng pondered, his instincts suddenly were them, and he felt a shock. Looking up, he saw Gu Baiyao make a fine 10 mysterious light appear just.
Upon hearing these words, Qin Huasheng's heart was struck with a jolt. The Fusang Divine Sect stands as one of the most formidable powers in the Fusang region of the Yuan Star, encompassing the 4 major factions of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. The 4 great demon deities mentioned by Qin Huangchen are the patriarchs of these factions, with the demon deity Inkong being the master of the Gale sect, possessing an innate 6th-tier cultivation, making him the foremost among the 4 demon deities, second only to the sect leader of the divine sect, Sakura Chiri. The Control God Grand technique is a secret transmission of the divine sect, enabling the practitioner to project their own primordial spirit into the body of the recipient, allowing the latter to wield 70% of the practitioner's power for a brief duration. With Inkong's innate 6th-tier prowess, 70% of his strength equates to that of a formidable innate 5th-tier expert. Naturally, with Qin Huasheng's innate 3rd-tier cultivation, he is no match for the eagle of ancient times, who has usurped Gu Biao's body. Contemplating this, Qin Huasheng felt a heavy weight in his heart, instinctively aware that tonight's battle would likely end in calamity, and if it were merely the assassins nurtured by the Li and Gu families, they would pose little threat. However, the emergence of the divine sect introduces a significant variable. Unlike the Emperor Consortium, which is wealthy, the divine sect boasts numerous experts, with no fewer than 10 innate 5th-tier and 6th-tier powerhouses. It is even rumored that the sect leader, Sakura Chiri, has reached the transcendent realm of Void Sky. While the Emperor Consortium wields immense financial power, the number of innate experts they can truly gather is exceedingly scarce, especially those above the innate 4th tier, who cannot simply be swayed by wealth. Over the years, Qin Huangchen has employed both kindness and authority to recruit a number of innate experts, yet most of them remain below the 3rd tier. The only 2 innate 4th tier experts he had have resigned 2 days prior and swiftly departed Yuan Star, evidently having received prior intelligence. Meanwhile, those innate 3rd tier and below experts who have not left remain utterly silent in the face of these developments. They are either traitors or in dire straits. Huasheng. Suddenly, Qin Huangchen's voice echoed telepathically, "Opportunities are fleeting.
Do not let this moment slip away.
Startled, Qin Wushang understood Qin Wangchen's intent. This was the final retreat they had previously devised, initially intended as a contingency, but now necessitated by the divine sect's involvement. Qin Wushang exclaimed, "Old man, you." Qin Wangchen interjected sternly, "Wushang, your intelligence rivals my own. If you wish to see the Qin family extinguished, then consider my words as mere folly." At that moment, Qin Wushang was jolted to clarity by his father's admonition. He replied coldly, "Old man, I know what must be done. Rest assured, Wushang will not act foolishly. Should anything happen to you tonight, I shall ensure the Li and Gu families, along with the divine sect, are obliterated." "Good, that's the spirit." Qin Wangchen laughed heartily, "I am not as feeble as you imagine. If I wished to flee, even if the divine sect's leader, Sakura Chiri, were to come, she would not be able to detain me now. Be gone, without you as a burden, I shall unleash a massacre." Qin Wushang nodded slightly, his gaze icy as it swept over the faces before him, as if to etch each countenance into his memory. He then gradually retreated behind Qin Wangchen, turning to shoot towards the damaged floor-to-ceiling window.
"Block him."
With Li Qi's understanding of Qin Wushang, he immediately grasped the latter's intention. As he bellowed, Li Qi leapt around Qin Wangchen, launching himself directly at Qin Wushang. "You little bastard, leave him to me." Qin Wangchen laughed uproariously, swiftly positioning himself before Li Qi. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending a torrent of sword chi surging toward Li Qi. With his peak innate 6th-tier cultivation, Qin Wangchen had already cultivated the Imperial Extreme Shock technique and Sword Emperor scripture to perfection. With a mere gesture, he commanded the sword chi, effortlessly transforming his innate true chi into a barrage of lethal energy.
"Get out of my way, old man."
Li Qi roared, his face contorted in fury, as he concentrated all his fire cloud energy into a palm strike aimed squarely at Qin Wangchen. Facing an innate 2nd tier against an innate 6th tier was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. However, having engaged in consecutive battles, Qin Wangchen's innate true chi was significantly depleted. Li Qi had noted this and dared to confront Qin Wangchen's punch, yet, he failed to perceive the fierce and cold intent that flickered in Qin Wangchen's eyes at that moment. With a resounding crash, the force of Li Qi's strike dissipated instantly. Qin Wangchen's sword chi, like a relentless tidal wave, crashed into Li Qi's arms, shredding the meridians within in a heartbeat. Blood arrows erupted from Li Qi's arms as he howled in agony. Retreating hastily, Qin Wangchen, ready to advance and finish him off, suddenly sensed a chilling wind at his back. It was Gu Biao, possessed by the demon deity Inkong, who had crept up behind him, lunging with a claw aimed at Qin Wangchen's back. Startled, Qin Wangchen recognized that Inkong's cultivation was on par with his own. Although Gu Biao, under the control of the Control God Grand technique, could only wield 70% of his power, Qin Wangchen dared not underestimate the threat. He roared fiercely and spun around, striking out with both hands. It was the 9th style of the Sword Emperor scripture, "I am the Emperor," and the 10th style, "Ruling the World." The two techniques erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of innate sword chi that surged toward Gu Biao. These two sword strikes contained nearly 80% of Qin Wangchen's innate true chi, each wielding power equivalent to that of a starship's main cannon. "Ki kak." Gu Biao cackled coldly, his form ghost-like as he evaded, causing Qin Wangchen's strikes to miss their mark. Yet, Qin Wangchen was not disheartened. Instead, he laughed boisterously, calling out, "Wushang, now is the moment." With a thunderous roar, the two sword strikes pierced through the left wall, creating a massive hole nearly a zheng high. At that instant, Qin Wushang deftly maneuvered, breaking free from the entanglements of the Li and Gu family's assassins, and leaped through the gaping hole in the wall. The Imperial Tower stood 99 stories tall, reaching over 400 meters. From such a height, even a heavenly martial artist of the innate realm would face peril. Qin Wushang leapt from the pinnacle, descending like a shooting star. Previously, during his battle with Gu Biao, who was under Inkong's control, he had exhausted nearly 70 to 80% of his innate energy. Now, he had to desperately activate the Imperial Extreme Shock technique to squeeze out the last vestiges of his potential. Plummeting like a meteor, Qin Wushang knew that at this speed, even in his prime, survival was improbable.
"Not enough. Explode for me."
Qin Wushang roared fiercely, as if a bomb had detonated within his dantian, shattering it into smithereens. Yet, at that moment of rupture, an overwhelming power erupted forth. In an instant, it surged through his entire being like a tidal wave, this force even surpassing the innate realm. In a heartbeat, Qin Wushang's injuries healed, and this immense power filled every nook and cranny of his meridians and 12 main channels. Not only that, but this force also broke through the barriers between his meridians and blood vessels, flooding into every blood vessel. Instantly, every blood vessel in Qin Wushang's body swelled, and he seemed to expand in size within moments. With a breath, as his feet touched the ground, an immense shockwave radiated outward, impacting in all directions. The solid concrete floor sank half a meter deep within a 10-meter radius of Qin Wushang's feet. As this powerful force acted upon the ground, it also rebounded into Qin Wushang's body. Even with his body tempered by innate true qi, he was on the brink of collapse under such overwhelming power. Every bone in his body suffered cracks, and blood mist erupted from his pores.
Do not let him escape.
Suddenly, with several shouts, dozens of armed gunmen surged forth from the shadows. These were the outer members of the Li and Gu families. Though their cultivation was mediocre, they wielded the formidable Fire God Type 2 individual combat weapons, which struck fear into many innate experts. The gravel-sized bullets, accelerated by electromagnetic energy, reached terrifying speeds, easily penetrating the defenses of those below the innate fourth tier. Qin Wushang understood the urgency and knew he could not linger in battle. The power unleashed at the cost of his shattered dantian had already been exhausted in resisting the impact. His leg bones bore the brunt of the shock, suffering 90% of shattering fractures from his thigh to his feet. At this moment, Qin Wushang was worse off than an ordinary person. The sound of countless bullets erupted behind him, igniting sparks, mere millimeters from his body. As the torrential barrage threatened to tear him apart, Qin Wushang rolled down the stone steps, narrowly escaping disaster. However, sensing the gunman drawing closer, a sense of dread washed over him. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the void, exploding behind Qin Wushang and forming a pale blue barrier to shield him. At the same time, the rain of bullets rained down, only causing ripples upon the blue curtain.
A jade talisman crafted by a celestial technique user?
Qin Wushang stared in astonishment, instinctively glancing leftward into the darkness, where he vaguely perceived a familiar silhouette.
Without time to ponder, Qin Wushang gritted his teeth, dragging his broken legs as he vanished into the night. Sister, your actions may not be appreciated, and could even invite unnecessary trouble for our Zhan family. From the shadows, a young man stepped forth. Zhan Wushang cast a glance in the direction where Qin Wushang had disappeared, and replied nonchalantly, "A little trouble is nothing for the Zhan family to fret over this time. It is father who has wronged Uncle Qin." "That may not be so," the young man responded with a cold smile, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, as if lost in thought. He then sighed, "What a pity, with his dantian shattered and legs crippled, my Zhan Wujie has lost another rival. Remaining on this earth has become rather dull." Chapter 003 The Great Wilderness Halberd on Venus. Beneath a hill rising over 20 meters in height, a dozen large excavators simultaneously dug from all sides, breaking through the hardened surface rock layers to reveal an octagonal stone tower approximately 10 zhang tall. The material of this tower was unknown, yet it emanated a dark golden glow under the blazing sunlight. Each of the tower's 8 sides formed a 45-degree slope with the ground, and only the eastern and western faces featured a staircase of 18 steps leading to the tower's apex. At each of the 8 corners atop the tower, stone sculptures of peculiar beasts knelt, facing the 8 cardinal directions. Not far away, inside a spaceship suspended 100 meters above the ground, Dr. Lalo stared intently at the holographic projection before the control panel, his expression charged with excitement. It's it, Lalo murmured, speaking in a tone meant only for himself, his mind racing with the unimaginable thought of how ancient people had constructed this tower thousands of years ago. Moments later, a small transport vessel emerged from the spaceship, gently descending in front of the tower. Before the cabin door had fully opened, Lalo had already leapt out, landing beneath the steps on the eastern side of the tower. He gently caressed the tower's surface, reminiscent of the tender touch he had bestowed upon his first love 40 years prior. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as he inhaled deeply to steady his nearly chaotic emotions. Slowly, he opened the metallic box in his hands and retrieved a half-foot-tall pale green jade cylinder. As he brought the jade cylinder closer to the tower, it began to emit a faint dark green glow. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the jade cylinder slipped from his grasp, perfectly embedding itself into a square hole on the tower's wall. It seemed that this jade cylinder was the key to unlocking the tower. As it gradually sank into the tower's interior, a massive golden beam of light erupted from the structure, piercing the heavens and vanishing into the blazing sun. A few minutes later, an even more dazzling and intense light shot down from the sun, following the trajectory of the golden beam and merging into the tower's body. Subsequently, the tower radiated fierce flames, resembling a colossal torch ablaze. A powerful shockwave surged outward like a tidal wave, and although Lalo was a practitioner of the second tier of innate cultivation, he was forced to retreat 15 or 16 steps before he could bear the searing heat. As the flames subsided, Lalo noticed that at some point, a rusted bronze halberd had been thrust into the top of the tower, appearing ordinary yet seemingly having existed since time immemorial. Unable to contain his eagerness, Lalo leapt to the tower's summit, finding the 10-zhan height trivial for a practitioner of his caliber. The halberd measured less than 2 meters, with its tip embedded halfway into the tower, standing silently as if indistinguishable from any ordinary ancient weapon. Lalo hurried forward, eager to seize the bronze halberd, yet it felt unbearably heavy in his grasp. Despite his innate strength capable of lifting immense weights with one hand,
he could not budge the halberd even slightly.
Lift. Lalo concentrated, channeling a surge of innate energy from his dantian, which coursed through his meridians for several cycles.
In that moment, the force he exerted, while not enough to uproot mountains, was still in the tens of thousands of pounds. However, the bronze halberd merely shifted outward by a mere inch. Moments later, Lalo exhausted his true energy, his hands giving way, and the halberd abruptly fell, causing the entire tower to sink a foot. Witnessing this, Lalo felt an unexpected joy. Although he was still unaware of the origins of this bronze halberd, its astonishing weight of over 100,000 pounds suggested the exceptional quality of the material used in its crafting. If he could determine its composition and replicate its forging technique, it would undoubtedly propel the shipbuilding technology of the Earth Alliance forward significantly, potentially rivaling the sixth-tier technology of the Star Alliance. Lost in this exhilarating thought, Lalo caressed the bronze halberd with a mixture of love and loathing, before finally gritting his teeth and retrieving a purple capsule from his belongings, swallowing it in one gulp. This purple capsule was a powerful restorative agent developed by the Alliance Academy of Sciences, derived from an ancient formula, and it had been concentrated to 10 times its usual potency. However, due to the rarity of the required materials, the Academy's researchers had managed to produce only 3 such capsules. During this treasure hunt on Venus, Lalo had promised the Academy's old-timers numerous benefits in exchange for the loan of 2 capsules, which he had reluctantly agreed to keep for emergencies. Unfortunately, consuming one here would undoubtedly cost him dearly upon his return, yet the immense value contained within the bronze halberd dulled his sense of loss. The purple capsule rapidly dissolved in his stomach, and in an instant, it felt as if a miniature tactical nuclear bomb had detonated within him. Waves of pure, potent energy surged through his body like a tidal wave, while the energy vortex within his dantian, stimulated by this influx, erupted with newfound strength, merging seamlessly with the energy coursing through him. In a fleeting moment, he felt his power multiply exponentially, perhaps rivaling that of even a peak practitioner of the 6th tier. With a series of cracking sounds, Lalo slowly withdrew the bronze halberd from the tower. Yet, the moment the halberd fully detached from the stone platform, a deep, resonant rumble emanated from beneath Venus's surface, causing the entire stone platform to tremble violently. In an instant, the tower began to crumble, while the 8 beastly sculptures atop the octagonal base appeared to age and decay in mere moments, turning to dust. With a thunderous roar, the ground around the platform shattered and collapsed, forming a bottomless chasm encircling the base. In an instant, a tremendous whirlwind erupted from the gaping crevice, sweeping away the transport vessel and the nearby machinery, along with several team members. Lalo, witnessing this chaos, was struck with alarm. His dantian felt like an overburdened engine, unleashing innate energy in torrents as he bolted several hundred meters away, bellowing towards the sky. Moments later, the ship, the Sky Horizon, ascended rapidly. Peering through the viewport, Lalo beheld the surface of Venus, now marred by a massive crater several kilometers in diameter, with the very center marking the location of the stone platform. A shiver ran down his spine, realizing that had he delayed even a moment longer, he too might have been entombed within that pit alongside those unfortunate souls. However, as he thought of the unfortunate individuals among them, including a few of his most capable assistants, a wave of concern washed over him. Yet, this worry was quickly overshadowed by the exhilaration of acquiring the bronze halberd. Nonetheless, without those unfortunate individuals, he would be left to handle the subsequent material analysis by himself. Muttering a few words of discontent, Lalo turned and strode towards the bridge of the Sky Horizon. Moments later, the ship altered its course, slowly heading back to Earth, where he would ensure necessary supplies and conduct an initial analysis of the bronze halberd at the Alliance Academy's branch. Suddenly, as the Sky Horizon passed through the lunar orbit, alarms blared within the ship. Lalo's expression shifted as he barked, "What is happening?" "Doctor, researcher Mercoto has unlawfully accessed Compartment 7 and piloted Transport Vessel 3 away from the Sky Horizon," came the anxious response over the intercom. "What?" Lalo exclaimed in shock, his fury igniting as he commanded, "Immediately inform the onboard fighters to intercept him and bring that rogue back." "I deeply apologize, Doctor, but Mercoto sabotaged the launch track of Compartment 7 before leaving. The onboard fighters cannot be launched at this time." Lalo fell silent for a moment, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his face contorted with rage, a violent aura erupting from him like a tempest, nearly devastating the ship's control systems. Glaring at the now empty alloy box, crafted from special metallic materials to house the bronze halberd, Lalo's demeanor turned increasingly cold and wrathful. After a prolonged silence, he turned and commanded, "Activate the reserve engines 3 and 4, and bring that damn thief back." In the outer space surrounding the source star, hundreds of ships surrounded a battered transport vessel, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter amid a pack of wolves. On board the Sky Horizon, Lalo frowned as he scrutinized the information displayed on the holographic screen, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated the news spreading so rapidly. Now, over 10 factions had set their sights on the target, among which 3 were formidable enough that even Lalo wished to avoid antagonizing. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, "Contact the 9th Fleet of the Solar War Zone and mobilize them in the name of the Alliance military." "Doctor, I regret to inform you that the entire area is currently enveloped in alpha particles, and communication is temporarily impossible," came the disheartening report from the communications officer. Upon hearing this, Lalo erupted with fury, bellowing, "These selfish bastards, utterly disregarding the future and interests of the Alliance, they all deserve to be executed, they are all traitors to the Alliance." His furious voice echoed throughout the bridge of the Sky Horizon, yet the crew, familiar with Lalo's temperament, merely scoffed at his righteous indignation. Wilson, the ship's first officer and Lalo's friend for 20 years, bluntly interrupted Lalo's tirade, asking, "Lalo, what should we do now?" Lalo's face flickered with a storm of emotions before he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Sink it." Wilson sighed, "I knew you would say that." Main cannon locked on, charging the solar particles. A crimson beam of light pierced through the void of space, obliterating the transport vessel into fragments. Perhaps intentionally, the Sky Horizon spun sharply, and the blood-red beam swept across the area, scattering numerous ships in fear. Though its power had considerably waned. In the ensuing chaos, no one noticed a fleeting figure darting through the flames of the exploding transport ship, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "That madman! Damn it!" came the chorus of curses from every ship, but out of fear of the power wielded by Lalo and the Alliance Academy, they could only watch as the Sky Horizon boldly departed. To Venus. Perhaps we can find the ancient immortal's cave. The Sky Horizon turned away from the source star's orbital path, swiftly heading beyond the solar system. Lalo was acutely aware that the map contained within the jade slips indicated Venus, or what should be called Chang'e star, as merely the first step, while the ultimate destination remained a mystery. However, before locating the next waypoint, Lalo had one more task: to uncover the spies embedded within his archaeological team. He vowed that once he identified these individuals, he would methodically crush their bones, ensuring they perished in agony. Chapter 004 The Rekindling of Flames. Source star. 72 districts. This place is the most chaotic area of Linhai City, where bloody violence and crime have become the defining characteristics of this region, which occupies nearly half the city's expanse. For the indulgent, the 72 districts are undoubtedly a paradise, while for the ordinary citizens, it is akin to hell. In the West District, near the abandoned ruins of Xiaoshang River, a dilapidated building, partially collapsed, harbors a beggar with crippled legs, curled up in a corner. Amid the chilling winds, the beggar buries his head in his arms, haphazardly covering himself with his tattered clothing. Just over 10 meters away from this desolate site stands a weathered earth building. On the 3rd floor of the building, a young girl gazes through the window, catching sight of the beggar huddled against the cold. "Little Wang, take the leftover buns from this morning to that person," she instructs a 15 or 16-year-old boy, pointing at the beggar. The boy exclaims, "Sister, we've already given him food, what will we eat for dinner?" With a sharp glare, the girl retorts, "Just go, no need to whine, I promise to make you your favorite braised lion's head tonight." Fine, I'll go," the boy replies, his demeanor deflated, but he adds, "Just remember, sister, you now owe me 109 dinners of braised lion's head." As night falls, a light rain begins to fall, bringing with it a biting chill. The beggar remains curled up in the corner, his clothes soaked by the rain, trembling as the cold wind sweeps over him. The girl retrieves a quilt and gently drapes it over the beggar, then opens her only umbrella and places it above his head. Just as she is about to turn away, a raspy voice calls out, "Thank you." She offers a faint smile and nods before disappearing into the night. However, shortly after her departure, a crimson light suddenly pierces the air, and before the beggar can even contemplate it, the light penetrates his chest. Strangely, after piercing through him, the light halts abruptly, its speed diminishing to a standstill in the void. The faint glow reveals an ancient bronze spear, rusted and pockmarked. The spear, less than 2 meters in length, has nearly half of its shaft embedded within the beggar's body, blood cascading down its length. Yet, a more bizarre scene unfolds. The blood flowing from the beggaress body defies the laws of gravity, rising along the spear's shaft. Within moments, the entire spear becomes enveloped in a layer of blood, which gradually seeps into its surface. As the spear radiates a brilliant light, myriad ancient and mysterious patterns emerge from within the bronze weapon, slowly permeating the beggar's body. Ultimately, these patterns coalesce into a luminous net, consisting of 360 nodes, enveloping the beggar entirely, and then the spear transforms into scattered points of red light, dissipating into this radiant web. As the spear vanishes, the light net gradually disappears into the beggar's flesh, leaving behind only a burn mark on his clothing, with no other injuries, as if the surreal event had never transpired. When the rain ceases and the clouds disperse, warm sunlight filters through, casting dappled shadows. That night, Qin Wushang feels as though he has traversed a peculiar dream. In this dream, the name Huangxian echoes repeatedly, and he perceives himself as a mere observer, experiencing the entirety of Huangxian's life, from birth to demise, all vividly etched in his mind. In this dream, a fist seemingly capable of annihilating the heavens descends upon him, and Qin Wushang feels as fragile as a clay sculpture, shattering instantly, awakening with a start. He sits up abruptly, gasping for breath, expelling the lingering dread from his heart, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. At this moment, he senses something unusual in his body, his legs seem to regain sensation. Elated, he steadies himself against the wall and slowly stands, taking a few unsteady steps. Indeed, the broken bones have begun to mend, and the meridians within his legs appear to have largely restored themselves, allowing him to walk without difficulty. However, despite the restoration of his legs, his dantian remains shattered beyond repair. Even a slight exertion sends waves of pain coursing through him, indicating that the devastation of his dantian is likely irreversible, along with the dissolution of his innate cultivation at the third tier, rendering him incapable of further practicing the imperial pinnacle divine art. Nevertheless, the transformation occurring within him leaves Qin Wushang in a state of uncertainty, pondering, could it be that his legs were healed due to the dream? If so, does that mean the two techniques he acquired in the dream are also genuine? As this thought ignites a fervor within him, Qin Wushang recalls that in the dream, he lived through Huangxian's life, effectively inheriting Huangxian's memories, which include two techniques: the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Star Transformation Method, and the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Divine Fire Demon Spear Method. Both of these techniques were created by Huangxian, one focusing on the essence of cultivation, the other serving as a means of slaughter. The 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Star Transformation Method is further divided into the 10 Earths Star Devouring Technique and the 9 Heavens Star Transformation Technique. The 10 Earths Star Devouring Technique is based on the 12 main channels and the 8 extraordinary meridians, where true essence does not linger in the dantian but circulates throughout the body, constantly refining the physical form. Although Qin Wushang's dantian is destroyed, his meridians remain intact. Once his injuries heal, his cultivation of the imperial pinnacle divine art, already at the third tier, will allow the 12 channels and 8 meridians to flow freely, further enhanced by the nurturing of innate true energy, making the 10 Earths Star Devouring Technique a perfect fit for him. As for the 9 Heavens Star Transformation Technique and the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Divine Fire Demon Spear Method, perhaps it is due to the timing being unfavorable, Qin Wushang knows only their names, while the specifics of their techniques remain shrouded in a veil of mist in his mind, elusive and indistinct. Since heaven has granted me another chance, my enemies, wail in despair and savor your final moments of bliss. Wait for it, I shall send each of you to hell, Qin Wushang murmurs, an inexhaustible intent for vengeance emanating from him, causing the air around him to grow noticeably colder. Though his dantian is destroyed, the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Star Transformation Method has restored his physical form and ignited the hope of acquiring immense power, rekindling the flames of revenge. However, before amassing sufficient strength, Qin Wushang understands that he must remain incognito, thoroughly distancing himself from the public eye, especially in Linhai City, where the influence of the Gu and Li clans extends into every nook and cranny. He believes that should he reveal his true identity, it would not take long for the assassins of the Gu and Li clans to come hunting him down like wolves scenting blood. Observing his disheveled appearance, Qin Wushang cannot help but smile wryly. He has escaped from the southern district, home to the Imperial Financial Group, and taken refuge in the most chaotic 72 districts of Linhai City, looking more disheveled than a true beggar. However, considering the necessity of anonymity, perhaps adopting the guise of a beggar is indeed the best disguise. After all, among the millions living in the 72 districts, countless individuals descend into the depths of beggary daily. The addition of one Qin Wushang would hardly draw attention. As he surveys his surroundings, he notices two beggars, strikingly similar in appearance to him, approaching briskly. One, with a fierce countenance, glares at Qin Wushang and barks, "New here? I've never seen you before." Qin Wushang nods. Since he intends to assume the identity of a beggar, he must fully integrate into this community. Perhaps these two beggars are the key to his integration. "Do you know whose territory this is? Do you know who the boss is here?" the fierce beggar growls menacingly, saliva nearly splattering onto Qin Wushang's face. "I didn't know before, but I believe I'll find out soon enough," Qin Wushang replies with a sly grin. Although his dantian is shattered and his cultivation has dissipated, his physique, tempered by innate true energy, possesses strength exceeding that of an ordinary person by tenfold. Coincidentally, these two beggars are just untrained commoners, and under the might of Qin Wushang's fists, they soon sport dark rings around their eyes, resembling those who have been caught in a smoky haze. "Now, do you understand whose territory this is and who the boss is?" Qin Wushang asks, lifting his foot to press down on the two, who are now piled atop one another, as he casually inquires. Yes, yes. We understand," they plead, hastily saying, "this is your territory, and you are the boss here." "Good." Qin Wushang smiles and nods, then asks, as the boss, I'm still on my own, I'd like to take on 2 little brothers.
Would you two be willing?
Though his tone is one of inquiry, the 2 beggars are acutely aware that should they utter even a half-hearted refusal, he would surely use those hands capable of snapping thick steel rods to break their necks before discarding their bodies into the filthy sewers, where they would become a feast for maggots and rats. Boss, you will be our boss from now on, the 2 beggars cry, tugging at Qin Wushang's trousers to express their sincerity, as if fearing that even a moment's hesitation would not adequately convey their earnestness.
Excellent, excellent.
You 2 are quite good, stick with me, and you'll enjoy a life of abundance. Although Qin Wushang knows that the 2 beggars are hardly sincere, he feigns delight at their eagerness to pledge loyalty. He then finds a sunlit spot, sits down casually, and lazily glances at the 2, saying, Now, who among you will enlighten me about the situation here? Chapter 005 A frenzied cultivation. Having subdued 2 beggars through sheer force, Qin Wushang harbored no intentions of forming a faction. His sole aim was to glean information about the 72 districts from these 2, for beggars, being the most marginalized in the 72 districts, often possessed the most accurate information. The menacing beggar, named Lin Xiao, lived up to his name with a heart as ruthless as that of a tyrant. Unfortunately, lacking the means, strength, and fortune of a true leader, he was relegated to the status of a beggar. Moreover, his malicious disposition led to his ostracization by other beggars in the vicinity, leaving him and his only loyal subordinate, Lin Ci, to languish in this desolate corner of the ruins. As fate would have it, Lin Xiao had just clashed with another group of beggars from the east and, forced to retreat, returned to his lair only to find Qin Wushang occupying his territory. Overwhelmed with rage, he could not contain his fury, unaware that he had encountered someone even more formidable than himself.
So, the most powerful factions in the entire 72 districts are the Iron Eagle Hall, the Zizigate, and the Tiger Roar Gang?
Qin Wushang mused, stroking the coarse stubble on his chin. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. Indeed, boss, although there are numerous sects and factions in the 72 districts, most survive by relying on these 3 major powers. After all, the strongest among those smaller sects barely reach the 2nd or 3rd tier of postnatal cultivation. They cannot possibly compare to the innate masters stationed in these 3 major factions.
Innate masters? Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang could not help but be taken aback. While innate-level experts might merely represent the initial threshold of cultivation within the Grand Tianwu system, those who could cross this threshold in the entire alliance were indeed a rarity.
Qin Wushang had not anticipated that a small sect within the 72 districts could harbor innate-level Tianwu practitioners, prompting him to ponder, it seems I must exercise greater caution in my future endeavors. In the days that followed, Qin Wushang took refuge in the ruins, with Lin Xiao and Lin Ci resignedly following him. Particularly Lin Xiao, whose ruthless nature was matched by his keen insight. After only a few encounters, he discerned Qin Wushang's extraordinary lineage but wisely refrained from prying further. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao understood that aligning himself with Qin Wushang might present an opportunity for his own ascent. One day, after consuming a roasted chicken that Lin Xiao had somehow procured, he tentatively inquired, Boss, are you a Tianwu practitioner? Qin Wushang nonchalantly nodded, fully grasping Lin Xiao's implication. Sure enough, with a sudden thud, Lin Xiao knelt before Qin Wushang, exclaiming, Boss, please take me as your disciple. Qin Wushang regarded Lin Xiao with a calm gaze, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao's. After a moment's pause, he replied, As for taking on a disciple, let us put that aside for now. Since you 2 have been relatively well behaved these past few days, I shall impart a few mantras. Recite them once, and how much you can recall and comprehend will depend on your own fate.
The mantras Qin Wushang shared, though unremarkable and lacking a name, were far from ordinary.
They constituted a superior technique for refining the body and enhancing strength. Given Lin Xiao and Lin Ci's age, it was not impossible for them to commence their Tianwu cultivation at this stage. Their eventual achievements might be limited, yet this method was ideally suited for them, as it could facilitate the refinement of their bodies and, should they encounter the right circumstances, enable them to cultivate true energy. Gratefully, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci expressed their heartfelt thanks to Qin Wushang and swore countless oaths of loyalty in the names of deities and their unknown ancestors before eagerly setting about refining their physiques in accordance with the teachings. Once they had departed, Qin Wushang concealed himself in the shadows amidst the crumbling walls, focusing his mind as the techniques of the 10 earth-devouring stars gradually emerged in his thoughts. Over the past few days, Qin Wushang had adjusted himself to an optimal state, reaching the zenith of his vitality. Only then did he commence the formal cultivation of the 10 earth-devouring stars. This technique was divided into 12 tiers, and the power it could wield at the 12th tier of completion was yet unknown to Qin Wushang. However, as he began to channel true energy according to the first tier of the technique, he discovered that its cultivation was exponentially more difficult than the Imperial Supreme Shocking technique, perhaps 1,000 times more so. Despite having traversed the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians, Qin Wushang found himself expending nearly half a day merely to complete a tenth of a single cycle of energy circulation. Nonetheless, the benefits were strikingly apparent. Although he had only completed a tenth of a cycle, the intensity and resilience of the meridians, infused with the star power of the 10 earth-devouring stars, had increased tenfold.
Is this truly a technique meant for human cultivation? Qin Wushang murmured, drenched in sweat.
Contemplating the first tier's requirement to complete 81 cycles of star energy circulation in the blink of an eye, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet, the fierce determination nestled deep within Qin Wushang was ignited. For the next 10 days, he immersed himself in the frenzied cultivation of the 10 earth-devouring stars, ultimately condensing the time required for a single cycle of star energy circulation down to 1 hour. This was the utmost limit of his current capabilities. However, as he trembled out of his secluded corner of practice, he startled Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, who gasped in astonishment. Lin Xiao gazed at the emaciated figure of Qin Wushang, whose complexion had turned a sallow yellow, resembling a gaunt specter risen from the grave. Cautiously, he asked, "Boss, are you certain you don't need us to take you to the hospital?"
Qin Wushang weakly shot a glance at Lin Xiao, inquiring, "Do you have the means to go to a hospital?"
Both Lin Xiao and Lin Ci shook their heads in unison. Qin Wushang sighed, "Then that settles it. Quickly fetch me a bowl of plain porridge. I'm not dead yet."
Yes, boss, we'll go right away."
Lin Xiao and Lin Ci hastily replied, turning on their heels and sprinting away, as if fearing that their boss would perish the moment they delayed. However, Qin Wushang was acutely aware that despite his frail appearance, his internal vitality was flourishing. The 10 earth-devouring stars, built upon the foundation of the 12 regular and 8 extraordinary meridians, primarily focused on refining the body using star power. The first tier of this technique served as the groundwork, enhancing the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians through the infusion of star power. After 10 days of cultivation, the strength and resilience of his meridians had increased by an astonishing degree.
"How did you end up in such a state?" Suddenly, a soft exclamation reached Qin Wushang's ears from behind.
Turning to look, he recognized the kind girl who had previously brought him blankets and an umbrella.
"It's you?"
Qin Wushang instinctively responded. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl hurriedly approached him, crouching down to offer him a food container, saying, "Please eat. You look as though you haven't had a morsel in 4 or 5 days." Without hesitation, Qin Wushang accepted the container, hastily opening it to be greeted by an enticing aroma. Inside were white rice in 2 small dishes, simple yet exquisitely prepared, their color and fragrance irresistible, causing Qin Wushang to involuntarily swallow hard. "Don't rush, don't choke. If it's not enough, I can go back and bring you more," the girl urged as she observed him devouring the food. Qin Wushang mumbled in response, quickly consuming a portion that could easily feed 2 people. He returned the now empty container to the girl, smiling awkwardly. "It was delicious, thank you." A faint blush crept across the girl's face as she brushed her wind-tousled bangs aside, smiling softly. "You must have been starving.
Eating so much at once, are you sure you'll be alright?"
Qin Wushang smiled slightly, assuring her, "I'll be fine. Can't you see I'm perfectly alright?" For someone who had been famished for 10 days, overeating could indeed be harmful. However, Qin Wushang was an exception. The 10 earth-devouring stars not only enhanced the strength of his meridians but also improved the functions of his internal organs. This enhancement was particularly evident in his digestive capabilities. The moment food entered his stomach, it was swiftly digested and transformed into strands of vital energy, which flowed into his extraordinary meridians and regular meridians, ultimately nourishing his entire body. As a result, Qin Wushang had no concern about overeating, rather, he worried about not consuming enough.
Boss, we've brought you food." At that moment, the voices of Lin Xiao and Lin Ci echoed from afar.
Moments later, they approached, holding a bowl of steaming white porridge. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao paused in surprise before a grin broke across his face as he walked over to Qin Wushang's side.
"So, the boss has already eaten. Let us not waste these 2 bowls of porridge, Lin Ci, 1 for each of us. We can skip dinner tonight."
Qin Wushang shot Lin Xiao an exasperated glare, snatching the bowls of porridge from their hands.
He quickly downed them, bowl after bowl, before turning to the girl, saying, "These 2 are my brothers, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, and you're." Only then did Qin Wushang realize he had yet to learn the girl's name. Chapter 006 Sume. My name is Sume, and I reside in the Earth House across the way. The young girl seemed to perceive Qin Wushang's embarrassment and casually replied. After speaking, she turned back to Qin Wushang and said, "Take a good rest. If you truly cannot find something to eat, do not force yourself, just come to my house. Though my family is not affluent, we can manage to fill our stomachs." Upon finishing her words, Sume turned to leave. However, Qin Wushang continued to gaze intently in the direction of her departure, his brow furrowed in silence. Lin Xiao and Lin Ci exchanged glances, hesitant to interrupt. After a moment, Qin Wushang suddenly exhaled deeply and asked, Lin Xiao, what do you think about finding a job? Lin Xiao stared blankly at Qin Wushang for a while before suddenly exclaiming, Boss, you haven't lost your mind from fever, have you? We are beggars, the most wretched and useless beggars in the 72 blocks, who would look upon us with favor. If we seek employment, we might not even make it past the entrance before being thrown out with broken limbs. Lin Ci timidly added, Boss, isn't it better for us to content ourselves with being beggars? You too, Qin Wushang looked at them in disbelief, exasperatedly stating, a decayed wood cannot be carved. With that, he stormed back to his designated corner to continue his cultivation. However, this time his practice was different from before. The enhancement of the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians had reached its peak temporarily. Henceforth, Qin Wushang shifted his focus to refining other parts of his physique. If one were to roughly categorize the human body, Qin Wushang perceived it as consisting of 3 primary components: blood, flesh, and skeletal structure. Within blood and flesh, one could further delineate skin, muscle, fascia, blood vessels, and the internal organs. Among these, the blood vessels and internal organs were intricately linked to the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians. Therefore, Qin Wushang directed his ensuing enhancement efforts toward the densely woven blood vessels throughout his body, as well as the internal organs connected to them. The 10 earth-devouring star technique surged into motion, transforming the vast chaotic star force in the void into pure, attributeless star energy that flowed through Qin Wushang's 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians, gradually permeating into his blood vessels. As this star energy integrated into his blood, it seemed as though his blood was boiling, the flow accelerating dramatically, to the point where one could faintly hear the sound of blood gurgling through his veins. As this blood returned to the heart, a significant amount of star energy rapidly accumulated within it. Being the most crucial component of the circulatory system, the heart became a key target for Qin Wushang's enhancements. Under Qin Wushang's conscious guidance, the star energy swiftly permeated into the left and right atria of the heart, as well as its walls, gradually altering and enhancing each part. The effects of this enhancement quickly manifested. While the heartbeat slowed, the volume of blood pumped with each contraction increased to 2 or 3 times its previous amount. Consequently, this surge in blood output significantly augmented the oxygen supply, resulting in Qin Wushang's vitality surging. His emaciated frame rapidly inflated under the influx of nourishment, and even his height seemed to increase. However, this was a trial for Lin Xiao and Lin Ci. In just 2 days, Qin Wushang consumed as much food as 3 people would over a month. To procure this food, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci resorted to theft and robbery, causing chaos in the surrounding streets, often fleeing with their heads down as people brandished kitchen knives at them. Qin Wushang looked at his own towering figure, now exceeding 2 meters and weighing close to 300 pounds, and could only laugh wryly. He had never anticipated such side effects from practicing the 10 earth-devouring star technique. Nevertheless, for Qin Wushang, this was a boon. In his current barbaric form, even if he were to appear before the Li family, no one would recognize his true identity. Boss, are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Lin Xiao asked hesitantly, while Lin Ci nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Wushang clapped his enormous hand across his chest, producing a sound reminiscent of striking iron, and laughed heartily. Do I look ill to you? Enough of the chatter, you two have stirred up quite a mess these past few days. We cannot stay here any longer. We need to find another place to hide. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Xiao and Lin Ci rolled their eyes, internally lamenting that the trouble had originated from Qin Wushang in the first place. Yet, Lin Xiao acknowledged the truth in Qin Wushang's words. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Boss, why don't we head to West 9th Street? It's not far from here. Just cross the next 2 streets. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang appeared indifferent, while Lin Ci eagerly followed Lin Xiao's lead. Thus, the decision was made. However, since they had resolved to leave, it was evident they could not do so in broad daylight. Otherwise, they would likely be pursued by hundreds of people wielding kitchen knives before they had traversed half a street. Additionally, Qin Wushang wished to take this opportunity to bid farewell to Su Mei, as she had been quite generous in aiding him. While he did not expect to repay her kindness with mountains of gold, he believed he should at least inform her of his departure. Moreover, a voice within him warned that he should leave Su Mei sooner rather than later, lest he inadvertently drag this kind-hearted girl into a perilous situation. As night fell, the dim yellow lights illuminated the earth house across the way. Qin Wushang stealthily approached its base and peered through the half-open window, where he saw Su Mei sitting in the living room on the first floor, her face pale. Startled, Qin Wushang wondered what could have happened to make her appear so haggard. He hurriedly knocked on the door, softly calling out, Su Mei, open the door, it's me. Big brother Qin? Su Mei was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the towering figure at the door, but quickly recovered, saying, Big brother Qin, what brings you here? You haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll get to cooking right away. Qin Wushang raised a hand to stop her and asked with a furrowed brow, Sumei, has something happened? At his question, a hint of worry crossed Sumei's already weary face as she replied, Big brother Qin, Xiao Wang is in trouble. He has been captured by the Tiger Howl gang. What exactly happened? Qin Wushang felt a slight jolt of alarm within. The Tiger Howl gang was one of the three most powerful factions in the 72 blocks, and he could not fathom how Xiao Wang had become entangled with them. It's my fault, Sumei said, her face flushed with embarrassment. A few days ago, a disciple of the Tiger Howl gang made some disparaging remarks about me, and Xiao Wang, in a fit of rage, broke the legs of that disciple to avenge me. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang understood immediately. It was clear that the Tiger Howl gang's disciple had not simply spoken a few harsh words. Although Sumei was not an extraordinarily captivating beauty, the gentle and dynamic aura she exuded could unwittingly draw the attention of all males. With this thought, an inexplicable rage surged within Qin Wushang, and he spoke in a voice laced with icy menace, Well done, if it were me, I would have broken all his limbs without hesitation. Big brother Qin. Sumei shot him a look of playful reproach, saying, Please don't make things worse. I am worried about how to raise the money to rescue Xiao Wang. Qin Wushang waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, I came to bid you farewell, though we are preparing to relocate to West 9th Street, which happens to be the Tiger Howl gang's territory. By this time tomorrow, I will return Xiao Wang to you safe and sound. With that, he strode away. Big brother Qin, don't go! Sumei exclaimed in alarm, chasing after him. Yet, in the darkness, Qin Wushang's figure had already vanished. By the time Sumei reached their resting place, it was already deserted. At that moment, Qin Wushang and his companions had stealthily traversed the streets, which Lin Xiao and Lin Ci had stirred into chaos, entering the territory of West 9th Street. Compared to the place where Qin Wushang had previously stayed, West 9th Street was tenfold more vibrant. Though it was nearing the early hours of the morning, the streets remained bustling with activity. Amidst the dazzling lights and raucous sounds, Qin Wushang was not swayed by the spectacle before him. After all, the South District, where the Emperor Group was located, was akin to heaven compared to this place, which resembled hell. Alright, it's time to get to work. Qin Wushang clapped his hand heavily on Lin Xiao and Lin Ci's shoulders, rousing them from their stupor as they had been distracted by the sights around them. Boss, work? What kind of work? Lin Xiao asked, reluctantly pulling his gaze away. We did not come here to be beggars. In your current state, you will not attract any attention from the ladies. He glanced around and turned back to Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, saying, I have a target. Follow me. Among the throngs of people, a group of youths with multicolored hair swaggered down the street, their arms around a few scantily clad girls, heading toward a dark alley across the street. The passers-by seemed accustomed to this scene, merely casting a few disdainful glances without intervening. Qin Wushang led Lin Xiao and Lin Ci stealthily behind them, hiding in the shadows of the alley until they reached a secluded spot. There, the laughter and the sound of tearing fabric echoed ominously. Boss, are you planning to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Lin Xiao whispered, puzzled. Save, nonsense. Qin Wushang barked, take action, knock them all out. With that, he charged forward, moving like a swift wind, his enormous palm striking down on the back of one of the youths with three-part strength, delivering a blow that was controlled enough not to shatter their skulls like watermelons. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci barely managed to keep up, feeling embarrassed that they had not even had the chance to act, standing awkwardly as they watched Qin Wushang change clothes. Qin Wushang pointed at the youths on the ground and then selected the tallest among them, stripping him down to his underwear and donning the attire of a commoner. Boss, do you think we can? Lin Xiao stammered, but Qin Wushang turned to see the two of them staring at the girls, who now resembled white lambs, with eyes gleaming like fiery coals. You have 5 minutes. Finish up and get out here quickly. Qin Wushang was not a saint, and he did not have excessively high standards regarding such matters. Noticing the girls' outfits, he knew they were likely not from reputable backgrounds. He merely frowned slightly, turned, and walked out of the alley. Thank you, boss. Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully, and within moments, he had stripped down and was eagerly making his way toward the girls with a sinister grin. Chapter 007 of the Tiger Roar Gang. The entire 72-block area is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North, with each region further subdivided into 18 districts, sequentially numbered. The area where Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao reside is the Western District, which is precisely the territory of the Tiger Roar Gang. Qin Wushang, accompanied by the invigorated Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, chose not to linger in the 9th district but instead navigated through the alleys and streets, swiftly arriving at the 12th district. After all, having just committed an offense in the 9th district, and although unaware of the street thugs' affiliations, Qin Wushang preferred to err on the side of caution and leave as soon as possible. Boss, are we really going?
Lin Xiao hesitated, squatting at the corner of the street in Double Tiger Street in the 12th district, gazing at the grand edifice at the end of the street.
What is there to fear? The Tiger Roar gang doesn't consume people. Qin Wushang replied nonchalantly. True, the Tiger Roar gang doesn't consume people, but seeking trouble with them is far more intimidating.
Lin Xiao said with a wry smile.
Who says we are here to cause trouble? Qin Wushang chuckled. Not here to cause trouble? Lin Xiao was taken aback and quickly asked, then what are we here for?
Upon hearing that they were not there to stir up trouble, Lin Xiao's anxious heart finally settled. If it weren't for the fact that his boss treated him quite well, he might have already fled moments ago.
We are here to seek employment, to become enforcers.
Qin Wushang replied with a smile.
What? To be enforcers? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Boss, you intend to join the Tiger Roar gang?
Qin Wushang nodded and said, since the Tiger Roar gang is the dominant force in the Western District, aligning ourselves with them means we are clinging to a formidable ally. In the future, no one will dare to provoke us in this area.
Boss, does that mean we will become wealthy?
Lin Ci, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected.
Qin Wushang nodded and grinned. Little Ci, what would you do with your newfound wealth?
Upon hearing this, Lin Ci pondered for a moment and said, Boss, I want to have soy milk for breakfast, buy 2 bowls, drink one, and pour out the other, such are my aspirations. Lin Xiao raised his hand and playfully tapped Lin Ci on the forehead to stop him from continuing, then turned to Qin Wushang, saying, Boss, the requirements for joining the Tiger Roar gang are quite stringent. Previously, little Ci and I tried to apply, and we were thrown out before we could even enter.
Qin Wushang replied, are you implying you lack faith in your boss?
Lin Xiao was left speechless, but he thought about it. Despite not knowing the specifics of his boss's cultivation level, given his extraordinary physical strength, it was evident that Qin Wushang's prowess was formidable. With this thought, Lin Xiao's mind began to race.
If he could follow his boss into the Tiger Roar gang, a life of luxury and indulgence would soon be within reach.
Boss, while this may be the headquarters of the Tiger Roar gang, the recruitment center is not located here. Lin Xiao said with a grin. Qin Wushang was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in frustration, why didn't you say so earlier? Feeling aggrieved, Lin Xiao replied, Boss, you never mentioned we were here to join the Tiger Roar gang. I thought you had murder in your eyes and were here to stir up trouble.
Is that so?
Qin Wushang mused, touching his face. As his form changed, so did his features, though he didn't appear as menacing as Lin Xiao suggested. His imposing stature naturally exuded an air of intimidation. This transformation was indeed a stark contrast to his former self. Even his father might struggle to recognize him now. This realization, Qin Wushang couldn't help but worry, uncertain whether his father had escaped that fateful night. However, considering his father's peak innate 6th-tier cultivation, there were few who could rival him across the entirety of Source Star. Moreover, his father had prepared numerous contingencies. Otherwise, with the vast wealth of the Imperial Consortium, they would have been thoroughly depleted long ago, and the Li and Gu families would not have had the opportunity to conspire with outsiders to catch his father off guard. Boss, the Tiger Roar gang controls 18 districts in the western area, with 8 chapters established in the most prosperous of those districts. Lin Xiao shared what he knew with Qin Wushang, stating, only the executive hall in the 16th district is responsible for recruitment. Qin Wushang shot Lin Xiao a glare and commanded, since you know where it is, lead the way. With that, he turned and strode down a side street to the left. However, after a few steps, Qin Wushang abruptly halted and declared, my surname is Qin, and my given name is Chiu, remember it well. Lin Xiao and Lin Ci nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao, however, vaguely suspected that Qin Chiu might not be his boss's true name, but he dismissed the thought. After all, it was merely a name. Who truly cares? Unbeknownst to Qin Wushang, his current appearance proved to be advantageous. Even the 2 gang members tasked with initial evaluations at the Tiger Roar gang's executive hall were intimidated by his robust physique and palpable aura. They not only granted Qin Wushang passage but also allowed Lin Xiao and Lin Ci to accompany him without hesitation. The recruitment process for the Tiger Roar gang consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the initial evaluation, primarily assessing the applicant's physical condition at a glance. Those missing limbs or possessing frail bodies are outright rejected. There is also a rather peculiar rule. Applicants with deceitful appearances are not accepted, a guideline purportedly established by the gang's leader himself. The second stage involves a strength test, featuring 3 copper ingots weighing 500, 1,000, and 2,000 pounds. As long as an applicant can lift the lightest ingot of 500 pounds, they will pass. However, they will only be categorized as the lowest rank of gang members, commonly referred to as cannon fodder, known for their high mortality rate during gang conflicts. During their training alongside Qin Wushang, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci had certainly increased their strength, yet they could only barely lift the 500-pound ingot. In contrast, Qin Wushang effortlessly raised the 2,000-pound ingot with one hand, casually adding the 1,000-pound ingot on top of it. Qin Wushang's extraordinary display left the evaluators in a state of astonishment. It is worth noting that even a 6th-tier martial artist would find it exceptionally challenging to lift 2 ingots with one hand so effortlessly. As for those above the 6th tier, such innate masters were typically recruited by major financial conglomerates or noble families. No one would waste their time joining a second-rate gang in the 72 blocks. Chapter 008 The Elder in Azure Robes. Ahem, accompanied by a series of coughs, an elderly man clad in azure robes stepped forward with measured grace. The supervisors, startled by the sound, quickly regained their composure and, upon recognizing the visitor, hurriedly approached to pay their respects, exclaiming, "Elder Lu, what brings you here?" This Elder Lu appeared to be in his 60s, walking with a slight wobble that suggested frailty. However, Qin Wushang, relying on his intuition, sensed a tremendous power concealed within this seemingly delicate figure, an extraordinary strength that belied his outward appearance. Innate realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Wushang's mind. Having once traversed this domain, he understood that it represented an extraordinary echelon, one that ordinary individuals and even acquired realm practitioners gazed up at in awe. Despite his own cultivation having waned, Qin Wushang retained his keen perception, thus he was certain of the true realm concealed beneath Elder Lu's frail exterior. Such humility in an innate realm practitioner, Qin Wushang mused, surprised that on his very first day within the Tiger Roar gang, he encountered a practitioner of such caliber. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, not only had his outward appearance changed, but the internal techniques he practiced had also shifted. Moreover, due to the cultivation of the 10 Earths devouring star technique, there was not a trace of true energy within his meridians and dantian. To the casual observer, he appeared merely as a practitioner of external cultivation at the acquired realm. Thus, as long as he remained silent, Qin Wushang was confident that no one in the source star would recognize him. "What do you go by, young man?" Elder Lu inquired, stepping closer to Qin Wushang and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Appearing quite satisfied, he nodded and asked. Qin Wushang clasped his hands and replied, "Junior Qin Xiu pays his respects to Elder Lu." He then gestured to his companions, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, saying in a loud voice, "These are my 2 brothers, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci. Salutations to Elder Lu." Lin Xiao and Lin Ci hastily bowed in greeting. Elder Lu chuckled, his gaze briefly skimming over the 2 brothers before resting once more on Qin Wushang. "There is no need for such formality. You have passed the 2nd stage of the assessment. You are now considered a disciple of our gang. Simply address me as Elder." At this juncture, Elder Lu paused, a smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Might I inquire if you have any interest in joining the Elder Hall?" Qin Wushang was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp Elder Lu's intent. However, observing the hesitant expressions of the nearby supervisors, he discerned that there was more to Elder Lu's proposition than met the eye. Elder Lu cast a cold glance at one of the supervisors, as if issuing a warning. He then turned back to Qin Wushang, smiling as he said, "If you agree, I can take it upon myself to grant you the status of an elite disciple." Within the Tiger Roar gang, the hierarchy of disciples, during the entry assessment, those who could lift only 500 pounds were granted the title of Outer Disciple. Outer disciples enjoyed freedom of movement and were loosely managed, yet when it came time to fight for the gang, they would be at the forefront. Subsequently, those who could lift 1,000 or 2,000 pounds were, by regulation, only awarded the status of ordinary disciples. However, compared to outer disciples, ordinary disciples held a different standing. Even the most unremarkable ordinary disciple was officially recognized at the headquarters, counted as one of their own, and received resources tenfold greater than those of outer disciples, and naturally, the management was stricter. Any who betrayed the gang faced the law hall's severe repercussions. To ascend to the outstanding level, one must participate in the 3rd assessment challenge only by defeating the combined attacks of 3 ordinary disciples and successfully completing the internal assessments could one be awarded the outstanding disciple status. As for the elite disciple status, it required not only the completion of the 3rd challenge but also a recommendation from a high-ranking official of the elder level or above. Elder Lu's offer fell squarely within his purview to grant the highest treatment available. However, the core disciple rank required significant contributions to the gang, recognition from the Elder Council, and final bestowal by the gang leader himself. Elder Lu, though of considerable standing, lacked the authority to directly confer the core disciple status upon Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang feigned hesitation, appearing contemplative as he murmured, "What about my 2 brothers?" Elder Lu, perceiving Qin Wushang's consideration for his companions, nodded with a smile and replied, "That is a trivial matter. I can arrange for these 2 fine brothers to attain the status of ordinary disciples, allowing them to follow you as your direct subordinates."
Qin Wushang's intent to include Lin Xiao and Lin Xi was to establish an image of loyalty and brotherhood, enhancing his own imposing presence to project an impression of honesty and fidelity. Such a character would surely be welcomed anywhere, though it could also be described more bluntly as naive and unadaptable. His reasoning for this approach was to cloak himself in a protective guise. Consequently, no matter what unconventional actions he might take in the future, others would naturally attribute it to his straightforward nature, thus finding it acceptable. Thank you, Elder Lu. Qin Xiu is willing to join the Elder Hall. Excellent, excellent. Elder Lu laughed heartily, his heart swelling with delight. He had not anticipated that a mere stroll would lead him to encounter a prodigy of physical cultivation. The more he observed, the more pleased he became, and with a pat on Qin Xiu's shoulder, he remarked, "Young brother, do your utmost in the Elder Hall. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang felt a stir of excitement within, though he feigned a bashful demeanor, hesitatingly stating, "Elder Lu, I do have a matter to trouble you with." Elder Lu was taken aback, not expecting that his casual remark would be met with such earnestness from Qin Wushang. However, he bore no resentment, smiling gently as he inquired, "Pray tell, what is this troublesome matter? I shall assist you in any way I can." Qin Wushang offered an awkward smile before saying, "I have a friend named Su Mang who, due to a minor conflict with some brothers in the gang yesterday, has been captured. I wonder if Elder Lu could help mediate the situation?" Initially expecting a significant dilemma, Elder Lu had prepared excuses in his mind, only to find the issue to be rather trivial. With a swift mental shift, he burst into laughter. "Perhaps young brother is unaware of the status and privileges associated with being an elite disciple within our gang. This matter is something you can resolve on your own." With that, he beckoned one of the assessment supervisors over. "Elder, you command." The individual bowed as he approached. "Zhao He, this is Qin Xiu. Expedite his entry procedures as an elite disciple, assigning him to the Elder Hall's jurisdiction. Furthermore, ensure that his friend, Su Mang, is delivered to him before nightfall." "Yes, esteemed elder, I shall attend to it immediately." Zhao He responded without a moment's hesitation. "Off you go." Elder Lu waved his hand towards Qin Wushang and his companions before turning and walking away leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 009. A quarrel. Upon leaving the inspection area, Qin Wushang inquired with Zhao He about the identity of the steward Lu. The steward, known as Lu Zhao, was a venerable figure within the Tiger Roar gang. When the gang was merely a fledgling and inconsequential faction, Lu Zhao had joined the Tiger Roar gang, specifically the Steward Hall. Now, after 3 to 4 decades, the leadership of the Steward Hall had changed hands several times, yet Lu Zhao remained, holding the esteemed position of a senior steward. He was now the longest-serving member of the Steward Hall, commanding respect from both the hallmaster and even the gang leader. Such a personage held significant weight within the Tiger Roar gang, yet Qin Wushang could not fathom what merits he possessed that would capture Lu Zhao's attention. Unable to discern any reason, he chose to dismiss the thought entirely. Joining the Tiger Roar gang was merely a strategic move for Qin Wushang. Once he found a suitable opportunity, he would leave the Source Star, perhaps even the confines of the Earth Alliance. Only by venturing into the cosmos would the 10 realms of the star-eating technique he practiced reveal their full potential, allowing him to ascend to the Void Heaven realm in the shortest time possible. That would mark the beginning of his return to the Source Star and the commencement of his vengeance. However, the vastness of space presented formidable challenges. The majority of its regions differed vastly from the Source Star, characterized by harsh environments and myriad dangers. Survival in the cosmos was a daunting task for ordinary individuals unless they possessed starships or discovered Earth-like planets. Nevertheless, once a martial artist reached the innate realm, they could develop a form of internal breathing akin to prenatal respiration, enabling them to adapt to these perilous conditions. Qin Wushang's decision to align himself with the Tiger Roar gang was not a whimsical one. Concealed in the 72 districts, mingling among beggars could only serve to hide his tracks and temporarily ensure his safety. However, escaping the Source Star was not an endeavor that could be accomplished merely by the guise of a beggar. Even the Tiger Roar gang and the entire 72 districts were considered the most remote and despicable locations in Linjiang City. What truly captured Qin Wushang's interest was the power lurking behind the Tiger Roar gang. The Longhu Gate. As the largest faction in the eastern district of Linjiang City, the Longhu Gate was a wolf raised by the Yuan financial conglomerate. The Tiger Roar gang, the Longmu Gate, and the Yuan financial conglomerate. Only through this connection could Qin Wushang hope to grasp any opportunity to access the cosmic seas. What Qin Wushang needed to accomplish before departing the Source Star was to restore his cultivation to the innate realm. Along the way, Zhao He lavished praise upon Qin Wushang in Zhao He's eyes. Having just joined the Tiger Roar gang, Qin Wushang had already gained the favor of Steward Lu, swiftly ascending to the status of an elite disciple with boundless prospects ahead. If he could align himself with Qin Wushang, wealth and success would be within easy reach.
prompting Zhao He to treat Qin Wushang with a fervor surpassing that of a devoted son. In a display of opportunism, Zhao He even leveraged Steward Luo's name to secure a prime small courtyard in Qin Wushang's named. It was only after Zhao He completed the joining formalities and handed over the key to the independent courtyard that Qin Wushang truly appreciated the privileges and status afforded to elite disciples of the Tiger Roar gang. As the day waned, before the onset of night, Su Mang was also escorted to Qin Wushang's small courtyard by Zhao He to ITSU. Upon recognizing Qin Wushang, Su Mang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that the beggar who relied on his sister as charity had transformed into a figure of significance within the Tiger Roar gang. Observing Su Mang's astonishment, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci exchanged knowing glances, their expressions suggesting that they had anticipated this outcome. They then approached and flanked Su Mang. Lin Xiao grinned and said, "Well, little Mang, our boss has sold himself just to rescue you. Are you not touched? No need for excessive gratitude. A simple brother-in-law will suffice." "Get lost," Su Mang retorted angrily. "If you want to marry my sister, pursue her on your own merits." Lin Xiao, unfazed, continued, "Little Mang, think carefully. Our boss is now an elite disciple of the Tiger Roar gang. Do you understand what that means? Just by hanging around him, you'll have enough resources to ensure that you and your sister want for nothing." Lin Ci chimed in, "Exactly. Once our boss makes a name for himself in the Tiger Roar gang, there will be countless women vying for his attention. Miss this opportunity, and you'll regret it." Though only 14 or 15 years old, Su Mang, having spent years on the streets, understood the significance of being an elite disciple of the Tiger Roar gang. Suddenly, he broke free from their grasp and dashed to Qin Wushang's side, beaming as he pleaded, "Brother-in-law, I want to join the Tiger Roar gang with you. Please take me with you." Su Mang's abrupt change in demeanor nearly caused Qin Wushang to lose his balance. He regarded Lin Xiao and Lin Ci's remarks as mere jest, and his feelings for Su Mei were rooted solely in gratitude, with no ulterior motives. After all, in his former life as young Master Qin, he had encountered women of all kinds, and Su Mei, while charming, was merely above average in appearance. Qin Wushang looked at Su Mang and asked, "Have you thought this through?" Su Mang nodded earnestly, saying, "Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind to in this world, akin to a mire. If I wish to stand out, to avoid being bullied, to live better, I must be ruthless, more ruthless than everyone around me." Qin Wushang neither rejected nor immediately acquiesced but replied, "Let us return home first. Your sister is likely waiting anxiously for you." All day long, Su Mei had been on edge. Although Qin Wushang had promised her that he would rescue Su Mang, the thought of facing the largest gang in the western district filled her with dread and anxiety. Sister, I'm back." Just as night fell and Su Mei was lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed from downstairs. Su Mei rushed to the window in a flurry, pushing it open to look down, just in time to see Su Mang striding toward her, followed closely by a tall and familiar figure. "Sister, you have no idea, today, Brother Qin," and as soon as Su Mang entered the room, he began to chatter excitedly. But upon hearing that Qin Wushang, Lin Ci, and the others had joined the Tiger Roar gang, and that Su Mang was following Qin Wushang into the gang, Su Mei's previously radiant smile gradually faded into a frown. "Sister, what is wrong?" Noticing the change in Su Mei's expression, Su Mang quickly halted, cautiously inquiring. Su Mei replied, "Little Mang, your sister does not approve of you joining the Tiger Roar gang." Saying this, she turned to Qin Wushang and added, "Brother Qin, thank you for bringing little Mang back." Su Mei cannot express her gratitude adequately and will repay you in due time. Also, Brother Qin, Lin Xiao, and Lin Ci, please do not visit us again. Our family does not welcome people from gangs." The three men exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. It was not that they sought to leverage their goodwill. Rescuing Su Mang had been a simple act, a matter of convenience, yet, Su Mei's attitude left Qin Wushang bewildered. "Her sister, why?" Su Mang exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Su Mei coldly replied, "No reason. You only need to know that our Su family is henceforth forbidden from any association with gang members." Seeing Su Mei's unwavering stance, Qin Wushang felt it prudent to leave. Just as he turned to depart, however, Su Mang blocked his path. "Brother Qin, you can't leave. If my sister doesn't explain herself, I'm going with you." "Little Mang," Su Mei admonished sharply. "Fine, go, you all can leave, and once you do, don't ever come back." With that, Su Mei turned and retreated to her room, locking herself inside, followed by the faint sound of her sobs. The four men were left at a loss. As one of the former imperial princes, young Master Qin had always found women eager to throw themselves at him with just a gesture. However, when it came to soothing a distressed girl, he was still a novice. "What should we do?" Qin Wushang looked to Lin Xiao and the others, exasperated. "Boss, if you're asking us, who are we supposed to ask?" Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly, while Lin Ci and Su Mang wore equally perplexed expressions. Clearly, the three had no experience in this regard, even less than Qin Wushang himself. In that moment, the four found themselves caught in a dilemma, unable to leave or stay. Chapter 010, The Gate of Freedom. After shedding a few tears, Su Mei emerged from her room with a stern expression and declared, "Have you not eaten yet? I'll prepare a meal for you all. I am here to assist." Observing that Sumei's mood seemed to have calmed, Qin Wushang felt a surge of joy and eagerly followed her. However, moments later, a cacophony of clattering echoed from the kitchen, followed by the sound of shattered dishes, and soon after, Qin Wushang found himself unceremoniously expelled from the kitchen by Sumei. Returning to the living room, he was met with 3 pairs of teasing eyes, and he could only awkwardly shrug his shoulders, indicating his helplessness to in this lifetime, and perhaps even in the previous one. Qin Wushang had never set foot in a kitchen. Mastering the pots, pans, and dishes seemed far more daunting than commanding 1,000 troops. Within half an hour, 4 or 5 simple dishes were served at the table. Although they were merely modest offerings, it was the most gratifying and satisfying meal Qin Wushang had enjoyed since the upheaval at the Imperial Tower. During the meal, everyone consciously refrained from mentioning the Tiger Roar gang, instead sharing amusing anecdotes from their daily lives, which fostered a more harmonious atmosphere. Only Qin Wushang could distinctly perceive the sorrow hidden in Sumei's eyes, along with some deeply buried resentment. Surely, there must be a tragic story behind Sumei's demeanor, he mused. As night deepened, under Sumao's earnest insistence and Sumei's tacit approval, the 3 of them decided to spend the night there. However, the modest dwelling, comprising merely a living room and a kitchen, felt even more cramped with 4 adult men sharing a single room. After a while, Lin Xiao, sensing the mood, took Lin Xiai and departed to their previous hovel across the street. In the dead of night, Qin Wushang, nestled on the living room sofa, was suddenly roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. He jolted upright, realizing that an old yet clean fleece blanket had been draped over him, exuding a faintly elegant and familiar fragrance. "Boss, open the door quickly, there's something happening," came Lin Zhao's low yet somewhat excited voice from outside. Qin Wushang, momentarily distracted by the mystery of the blanket, noticed that Sumao had already opened the door, allowing Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Xiao excitedly approached Qin Wushang and whispered, "Boss, Xiao Xiai and I spotted some members of the Gate of Freedom on the street next door." The Gate of Freedom. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang immediately grasped the situation. This territory belonged to the West 7th Street, which, although bordering the South 18th District, still fell under the jurisdiction of the Tiger Roar gang. Yet, to have members of the largest gang in South 18th District lurking in the middle of the night on Tiger Roar's turf could only mean one thing: these individuals were certainly not out for a late-night snack. "Let us go take a look," Qin Wushang declared, rising to his feet. Instinctively glancing back, he noticed that the previously ajar door had swung shut with a resounding thud as he turned. "Xiao Xiai, stay behind and guard the place." After a moment's consideration, Qin Wushang instructed. Though the area was generally safe, he opted to leave Sumao and Lin Xiai behind just in case. Although Lin Xiai had only just begun his martial training and hadn't even reached the threshold of a martial artist, Qin Wushang recognized that Lin Xiai possessed one significant strength: his unwavering focus. When it came to Qin Wushang's directives during training, Lin Xiai executed them flawlessly, resulting in his progress surpassing even Lin Zhao's in recent times. Given Lin Xi's current physical prowess and strength, he could easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary men. "Boss, follow me, I've set up a lookout on the street ahead, don't lose sight of me." After exiting the earthen building, Lin Xiao led Qin Wushang at a brisk pace towards West 9th Street, chatting as they went. The earthen building where Sumei and Sumao resided was located just 2 alleys south of West 7th Street, adjacent to South 13th Street. Although these 2 districts were neighbors, they were separated by a sewage canal, which was crossed by a few rudimentary wooden bridges to facilitate movement between the 2 areas. Northward from the earthen building and towards the west, including several streets of West 8th Street, was the territory where Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai had frequently roamed while begging. As the saying goes, a man in fine clothes returns home like a ghost in the night. Upon joining the Tiger Roar gang, Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai naturally felt the urge to flaunt their newfound status before their former companions. However, Lin Xiao had not anticipated that while boasting with his friends, he would inadvertently spot a group of individuals stealthily heading towards West 9th Street. Among them was a bitter enemy, one whose grudge ran deep, an adversary he wished to see utterly obliterated. "Are you sure you didn't mistake it?" Qin Wushang inquired. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly in response. "I could recognize him even if he turned to ash. 5 years ago, this guy came to South Shihai City with me and Xiao Xiai. We were all headed to the same place, traveling together for mutual support, but this fellow harbored malicious intentions. He ambushed a family of 3 along the way. Little did he know that the seemingly submissive husband of that family was actually a martial artist. Though he wasn't the greatest fighter, dealing with us defenseless novices was like taking candy from a baby. When he realized things were going awry, he abandoned Xiao Xiai and me to fend for ourselves. If it weren't for the kindness of that woman, who saw that we were just children, Xiao Xiai and I might have ended up as 2 lifeless corpses in the weeds 5 years ago." Later, while wandering in South 18th District, Xiao Xiai and Lin Xiao happened to spot that scoundrel emerging from a branch of the Gate of Freedom and learned that he had become a small-time leader affiliated with the gang. Fearing recognition, they had no choice but to leave South 18th District and hide in this inconspicuous location. 5 years prior, Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai were merely 13 or 14 years old. Having faced such peril, it was only natural that the grudge remained etched in their hearts. However, Lin Xiao had not anticipated that fate would bring him face to face with this nemesis under such circumstances. It seemed the heavens wished for him to settle this score. As they conversed, the two had already reached West 9th Street. Although the streets were still bustling with pedestrians, none were the members of the Gate of Freedom Lin Xiao had mentioned. Just then, a hand suddenly emerged from a nearby alley on the left, beckoning to Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's spirit soared, and he quickly signaled Qin Wushang to follow him. In the alley stood a scruffy little beggar, around 17 or 18 years old, disheveled yet surprisingly clean. Brother Xiao, you've arrived, big head, have you found the location? The little beggar hesitated, casting a glance at Qin Wushang behind Lin Xiao, before hesitating to continue. Lin Xiao promptly urged, this is my boss, speak freely. Greetings, big boss, the little beggar exclaimed in surprise, quickly offering his respect. Brother Xiao, that group of people went to the venue of the all-winning hall. I didn't dare to follow them. Chapter 011 Stirring up trouble. Although the Tiger Hall gang occupies the West 18th District, it does not dominate it entirely, rather, it does not expel the smaller faction. Its management model for these subordinate gangs is based on the payment of regulatory fees, allowing them to continue their existence in the West 18th area. Through this mutually beneficial cooperation, the Tiger Hall gang has, in just 30 years, transformed from a small faction of 40 to 50 members into a colossal entity ruling over the entire West 18th District. The Quan Sheng Hall is one such minor faction that thrives under the auspices of the Tiger Hall gang, with a modest size of around 100 members, primarily operating in the southern stretch of West 9th Street and surrounding entertainment venues. At the southern end of West 9th Street, there lies a bar named Tianshang Yuan, which serves as the headquarters of the Quan Sheng Hall. The venue referred to by the leader, Tu, is indeed this Tianshang Yuan bar. Since it is a bar, let us indulge in a drink. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's thoughts shifted, and he led Lin Xiao toward the direction of Tianshan Yuan. West 9th Street is a lengthy thoroughfare running north to south, with the central square serving as a boundary. The 3 streets to the south are under the watch of the Quan Sheng Hall, while the 3 streets to the north belong entirely to the Tiger Hall gang's enterprises. Although it is nearly 3 in the morning, the streets remain bustling with tourists and pedestrians, particularly around the southern stretch, teeming with various entertainment establishments, vibrant with light and life. At the end of this street stands a striking structure reminiscent of a medieval palace from the Europa district. As Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao approached, they realized it was indeed the Tianshan Yuan bar. A few guards lounged at the entrance, and upon noticing Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao's arrival, they merely cast a few alert glances before returning to their indifference. After all, such comings and goings at the bar entrance had long since become routine. As long as no disturbances arose, the guards were disinclined to intervene. It was only Qin Wushang's imposing physique and distinguished demeanor that piqued their attention. This was Lin Xiao's first venture into such an establishment, and he felt a twinge of trepidation. However, seeing Qin Wushang's calm demeanor, he summoned his courage and followed closely behind. The bar was lavishly adorned, yet to Qin Wushang, it appeared ostentatious and distasteful. He cast a scornful glance before moving through the crowd with Lin Xiao, seeking an elevated spot at the bar where they could sit. From this vantage point, Qin Wushang could clearly survey the entire hall below. Amidst the cacophony of jarring heavy metal music, revelers danced wildly, while various bunny girls, vixen girls, and leopard girls weaved through the throngs. Qin Wushang casually ordered 2 beers, feigning interest as he scanned the surroundings. Boss, to your left, the second row of booths, Lin Xiao whispered, leaning closer to Qin Wushang and lowering his voice. Qin Wushang nodded slightly, slowly turning to survey the scene, his gaze swiftly capturing the details of the left-hand side. The target Lin Xiao indicated was a young man in his 30s, of short stature, with a gaunt face and sunken cheeks that accentuated his prominent features, particularly his narrow, sharp eyes. He sat comfortably in the middle of the right side, flanked by companions, yet a close observation revealed he was perpetually hunched, as if perpetually ready to evade something. Big guy, your beer. A provocatively dressed, voluptuous barmaid presented 2 glasses of beer to Qin Wushang, her eyes burning with intensity, lingering on his face and chest before she flashed a flirtatious smile and asked, new face, is it your first time here? Ignoring the barmaid, Qin Wushang lifted a glass to his lips, savoring the drink while internally lamenting how much he had changed. He found himself able to enjoy such low-quality beer. Do you know each person here? Qin Wushang inquired, handing the empty glass back to the barmaid with a teasing tone. The barmaid, sensing his challenge, replied with a playful pout, of course. Anyone I've seen, I can remember their face. The second time I see them, I'll recognize them. Naturally, Qin Wushang laughed heartily. Is that so? Then I shall put you to the test. If you impress me, these tips are yours. He placed a stack of bills on the bar. The bundle of nearly 1,000 federal coins was no small sum in this place.
The barmaid's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she quickly snatched the money, tucking it into her cleavage, and confidently declared, "All right, how would you like to test me? If you find this place inconvenient, we could retreat to a private room at the back." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang felt the barmaid was moving too fast for his liking, so he casually pointed out a few individuals, asking her to divulge their identities. The barmaid rolled her eyes at him but effortlessly recounted the backgrounds of those he mentioned. Though Qin Wushang could not verify her claims, her fluent and confident delivery suggested she was not fabricating. Among those she mentioned was the man Lin Xiao had identified, Tong Tianbao, a small leader under Shui Jin Gang, the deputy leader of the 13th Division of the Zizaimen. The barmaid did not question Qin Wushang's intentions as she casually revealed this information. Qin Wushang cast a glance at Lin Xiao, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Having gleaned the desired information, Qin Wushang lost interest in the barmaid, engaging in small talk until she shot him an annoyed glare and stormed off in a huff. Qin Wushang downed his drink in one gulp, signaling Lin Xiao to lead the way, and then ordered another drink, feigning inebriation as he swayed toward the booths on his left. Upon reaching the second row, he suddenly splashed his drink over Tong Tianbao's head and seized the attractive companion seated beside him. In the midst of the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around them, Qin Wushang slapped Tong Tianbao across the face and bellowed, "You bastard! How dare you try to steal my woman? Do you wish to meet your end?" The abrupt turn of events silenced the previously boisterous booths. Who are you? I am Tianbao. I truly don't know him. Let me go, the girl in Qin Wushang's grasp stuttered, trembling uncontrollably in fear. Tong Tianbao, momentarily dazed, finally regained his composure and attempted to rise, only to realize that even when standing, he was significantly shorter than Qin Wushang, forcing him to look up awkwardly before he sank back into his seat. However, Qin Wushang was not inclined to let him off easily. Grabbing his shoulder, he yanked him upright, his face radiating menace as he shouted, "Let us go, you dare to steal my woman? We need to have a proper discussion about this." With that, before anyone could comprehend the situation, he dragged Tong Tianbao out of the venue without a second thought. Chapter 012 of the Great Battle approaches. In the moment when Qin Wushang made his move, Tong Tianbao realized he was doomed. The manner in which Qin Wushang seized his brother's hand appeared casual, yet it was a masterful application of a technique designed to sever tendons and dislocate bones. Tong Tianbao, held firmly by the shoulder, felt an overwhelming numbness enveloping his body. He was utterly drained of strength and unable to utter a single word, helplessly allowing Qin Wushang to drag him outside. However, to the eyes of Tong Tianbao's companions, it seemed as if he was willingly following this inebriated man out of sheer fury. It was only after the accompanying hostess repeatedly swore that she did not recognize the drunken fellow that Tong Tianbao's companions began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet, by the time they realized the severity of the incident, half an hour had already passed. While the Quan Sheng Hall was scouring the streets of West 9 for answers, Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao had already brought Tong Tianbao back to their small courtyard in District 16. "Let us not make it too bloody. We'll still be residing here in the future," Qin Wushang remarked as he handed Tong Tianbao over to Lin Xiao. "Rest assured, boss," Lin Xiao replied with a sinister grin as he dragged the unconscious Tong Tianbao away. For over 30 minutes, Qin Wushang listened to the intermittent screams emanating from the basement room. Despite having been mentally prepared, the prolonged sound sent shivers down his spine. Moments later, Lin Xiao emerged, brimming with excitement. "Have you got the details?" Qin Wushang inquired. "Boss, we've caught a big fish," Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. "You'll never guess, those rascals at Quan Sheng Hall have been acting as informants. Are they planning to strike against the Tiger Roar gang?" Qin Wushang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly expressed his admiration for his boss's astute deduction, realizing that he had deduced the crux of the matter from just a single statement. Nodding, he continued, "This fellow was delivering goods alongside his boss, Shui Jin Gang. Not only does Quan Sheng Hall have clandestine dealings with the Zizaimen, but they also source their goods from them, distributing them within their own territory." The goods Lin Xiao referred to were, of course, narcotics. However, within the domain of the Tiger Roar gang, while gambling and prostitution were tolerated, drugs were strictly forbidden. Thus, Quan Sheng Hall only dared to engage in such activities covertly, adamantly refusing to acknowledge their involvement. The staggering profits from drugs had led to persistent issues in District 18, prompting the Tiger Roar gang to discipline several small factions, albeit with limited success. Before long, new factions emerged, enticed by the lucrative prospects. Consequently, even if caught by the Tiger Roar gang, Quan Sheng Hall could easily deflect blame by claiming ignorance or attributing actions to rogue members within their ranks. As for the Zizaimen, they had built their foundation on drug manufacturing and trafficking, making them staunch adversaries of the Tiger Roar gang, which prohibited the narcotic trade. The two factions had engaged in countless open and covert confrontations,
fostering a deep-seated enmity that could only end in annihilation. At this juncture, Lin Xiao added, "Boss, that's not all." According to Tong Tianbao, the Zizaimen have secretly contacted several small factions in District 18, providing them with arms in preparation for an assault on the Tiger Roar Gang. Today, in addition to the narcotics, Shui Jin Gang delivered 2 crates of military arms, including 2 K6 shoulder-fired rocket launchers. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's expression shifted. The K6 rocket launcher, an upgraded version of the traditional shoulder-fired artillery, boasted advanced laser targeting and dynamic tracking systems. Once locked on, it could eliminate targets with certainty. A formidable sniper cannon. However, the K6 was a standard-issue weapon for the Earth Alliance military, rarely surfacing in the black market. The fact that the Zizaimen had managed to procure 2 was indicative of their serious intent to decisively eradicate the Tiger Roar Gang. Indeed, the stakes had escalated. Qin Wushang felt a throbbing headache as he contemplated the situation, then instructed Lin Xiao, "Deliver him to Elder Lu at the Hall of Affairs. Say nothing, the subsequent matters will be handled by others." Lin Xiao nodded, understanding the enormity of the situation. Once entangled, he and his boss could find themselves in peril. Even with the latter's elite disciple status, handing over Tong Tianbao was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. "Let him have it," Lin Xiao grumbled, initially intending to bury Tong Tianbao beneath a bridge after extracting information, but now he would have to allow him a few more days of life. "Do not worry. His time is short." After relinquishing Tong Tianbao, Qin Wushang chose not to dwell on the matter further. For him, the paramount concern was to enhance his own cultivation, especially with the impending clash between the Tiger Roar Gang and the Zizaimen looming ever closer. Moreover, having discovered that the Tiger Roar Gang harbored innate realm warriors, Qin Wushang felt an acute sense of urgency. Having once traversed the innate realm himself, he understood all too well the formidable power and lethality of such warriors. The distinction between the acquired and the innate was as vast as that between earth and sky. Over the following days, Qin Wushang secluded himself within the small courtyard, diligently practicing the 10 Earth Star devouring technique while also mentoring Lin Xiao, Lin Xiai, and Su Mang. The unnamed technique that Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai practiced focused on refining their physical forms, optimizing their bodies to the pinnacle of their potential before generating true qi from within, thus embarking upon the path of celestial martial cultivation. Overall, it was a stable yet unremarkable technique, but it proved perfectly suited for Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai, who had surpassed their prime training years. After this period of cultivation, while they had not yet produced a tangible sense of qi, their physical prowess had increased 4 to 5-fold, rendering them as formidable as typical second-tier acquired warriors. As for Su Mang, Qin Wushang imparted to him a fragmented technique called the Fiery Flame Art. The overarching principles of this technique delineated 5 levels, yet Qin Wushang had only managed to acquire the first level, the Fiery Catastrophe, and the second level, the Violent Flame Catastrophe. What astonished Qin Wushang was how remarkably compatible the Fiery Flame Art was with Su Mang's unique constitution. Within just 3 days, Su Mang generated the first wisp of fiery true qi in his dantian, officially stepping into the realm of acquired warriors. Subsequently, he further advanced within 2 days, able to complete 9 circulations of qi within 3 breaths, reaching the second tier of acquired warriors. Such rapid progress not only left Lin Xiao and Lin Xiai envious but also astonished Qin Wushang. It was worth noting that when Qin Wushang practiced the Supreme Emperor's earth-shattering technique, an unparalleled skill, he had taken 3 days to generate a sense of qi and 5 days to reach the second tier of acquired warriors, ultimately taking 7 years to attain the third tier of the innate realm. This pace had established a record for the fastest ascent to the innate realm on Source Star, causing quite a stir, and Qin Wushang was hailed as the most promising newcomer likely to reach the Void Sky realm. However, the complete Supreme Emperor's earth-shattering technique was incomparable to the fragmented Fiery Flame Art, and the resources available to him then far exceeded those accessible to Su Mang. Yet, in contrast to Su Mang's speed, Qin Wushang felt rather ordinary. He couldn't help but guess that perhaps he had stumbled upon a destined protagonist by mere chance. In light of Su Mang and the others' advancements, Qin Wushang sensed that his own progress in the 10 Earth Star devouring technique had hit a plateau. Since compressing the time taken for a single circulation to an hour over 10 days ago, he had made no further progress. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang still perceived his own advancement. As the Star Force circulated within him, continuously refining his body, he noticed a constant metamorphosis taking place. His bones grew denser, his meridians strengthened, and his blood transformed, now tinged with flecks of dark golden hues amidst the vibrant red. While his dantian remained sealed and true qi had yet to materialize within his meridians, the power of his physique soared at an astonishing rate. Qin Wushang felt that, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily overpower a 6th-tier acquired warrior. Qin Wushang harbored a vague premonition: should he successfully cultivate the first level of the 10 Earth Star devouring technique, stepping into the innate realm would be a mere formality. Chapter 013. A hard clash with the innate in the ensuing days. Amidst the intelligence relayed by Lin Xiao, Qin Wushang sensed an impending crisis. the atmosphere thickening with the promise of an imminent great battle. As foreseen, that evening, every disciple of the Tiger Roar gang, including the outer disciples, received mobilization orders, directed to assemble at their designated locations by 9 o'clock that night. Shortly after 8, Qin Wushang, alongside Lin Xiao, had already made their preparations, their various weapons and firearms at the ready as they prepared to depart. At that moment, a fully armed Su Mang approached briskly, declaring, "Brother Qin, I wish to accompany you." Though Qin Wushang had tacitly permitted Su Mang to follow, the latter had not joined the Tiger Roar gang due to Su Mei's insistence, thus he was under no obligation to join Qin Wushang on the battlefield. Nevertheless, Su Mang was resolute in his request, his determination palpable. Qin Wushang did not immediately oppose him. After all, embarking on the path of a martial artist, confrontations, bloodshed, and death would be inescapable for Su Mang in the future. Engaging with these realities sooner rather than later might not be detrimental for him. Qin Wushang casually hung the hefty back knife at his waist and advised, "Stay close to Lin Xiao, do not seek to take the lead, and prioritize your safety." Su Mang beamed with delight at these words, responding, "Brother Qin, rest assured, I am not someone to be trifled with." Lin Xiao, placing an arm around Su Mang's shoulder, scoffed, "Oh, little Su, spare us your bravado. With your limited skills, should you see blood, don't be surprised if you soil your trousers." Su Mang shot Lin Xiao an incredulous glance, retorting, "You speak as if you've ever been in a fight or taken a life. Who knows, it might just be you who soils yourself today." Lin Xiao found himself momentarily silenced by Su Mang's retort. Indeed, despite having scraped through the streets among bears, such gang conflicts had previously only been tales to him. "Once the fighting commences, keep your distance from me, find a secluded spot to hide, and you three should coordinate without taking unnecessary risks." "Understood, boss." Qin Wushang nodded before turning to lead the way. In truth, Qin Wushang had a preference for the halberd as his weapon, but alas, his search through the weaponry vault of the Elder Hall yielded no halberds, nor even anything resembling one. Ultimately, he was compelled to select the hefty back knife, adapting the fundamental halberd techniques he had internalized from the memories of Huang Xian into knife techniques. Though his strikes were merely basic hacks and slashes, in Qin Wushang's capable hands, their efficacy was greatly amplified. Within a mere 2 hours, the Tiger Roar gang completed its mobilization and gathered, subsequently launching simultaneous assaults on the South 18th District of the Free-Spirited Sect from 3 directions. Leading the central force was the foremost of the 4 great Vajras, Shi Yuntian, under the command of the Tiger Roar gang's leader, Hu Feng. His ranks included 13 core disciples, 27 elite disciples, over 700 ordinary disciples of exceptional caliber, and countless outer disciples serving as cannon fodder. This onslaught swept through with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly annihilating the 13 branches of the Free-Spirited Sect. The branch leader, Zhang Renjie, was slain in battle, while his deputy, Xue Jingguang, knelt in surrender, only to be struck dead by Shi Yuntian's palm. The entire engagement lasted less than an hour, which also included the incidental eradication of the traitorous All-Victory Hall. The left flank, where Qin Wushang was positioned, was commanded by 2 of the 4 great Vajras, Ji Shang and Tian Sangheng. Moreover, Qin Wushang, concealed in the shadows at the rear, caught a glimpse of Lu Zhao's figure. The left flank's objective was the 8th branch of the Free-Spirited Sect, acknowledged as the strongest division within the sect. The branch leader, Wei Runwan, was rumored to possess peak cultivation at the 6th stage of the acquired realm. However, as the battle commenced, Wei Runwan unleashed his full power, exhibiting strength that could shift mountains with a mere gesture, ruthlessly overwhelming the innate stage Ji Shang and Tian Sangheng. Fortunately, the 2 were not weaklings. After being caught off guard, they retaliated with all their might, gradually reversing their fortunes, and the conflict soon descended into a fierce stalemate. Beneath the mightiest forces lay the battlefield of core and elite disciples, whose cultivation ranged from the 5th to 6th stages of the acquired realm. Though their clashes lacked the grandiosity of Wei Runwang, Ji Shang, and Tian Sangheng, this arena was undoubtedly the most brutal of the entire battlefield. Unlike previous skirmishes over territory and resources, every combatant understood that tonight's battle was a fight for survival between 2 factions. Victory meant life, defeat meant death. Boom! In one corner of the battlefield, Qin Wushang struck a charging elite disciple of the Free-Spirited Sect with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Without pausing, he stepped forward, appearing like a specter behind another elite disciple, casually slapping the back of the latter's head. The man collapsed instantly. While the scene lacked the gruesome spectacle of brain matter splattering, a closer examination would reveal that his mind had been rendered akin to a pulpy mess. Following the swift defeat of one opponent, Qin Wushang did not falter. He delivered another sweeping punch, sending a Free-Spirited Sect disciple, who was preparing to ambush, hurtling away. The man, midair, spewed blood and perished, his internal organs shattered by Qin Wushang's strike. Next, Qin Wushang moved through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, effortlessly dispatching any elite disciple who crossed his path, leaving no survivor intact. Ruthless and cold-blooded, he forged an invincible aura through the lives of over 10 adversaries, inevitably attracting the attention of formidable foes from the free-spirited sect. As Qin Wushang cut through the battlefield of elite and core disciples, a shadow lunged at him from the darkness. Startled, Qin Wushang reacted instinctively, unleashing a punch. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous clash of energies. Qin Wushang felt an overwhelming force press upon him, akin to a mountain. Had his physique not been sufficiently robust, he might have been reduced to mere pulp by that strike. Nonetheless, he staggered back several paces, managing to dissipate the terrifying force.
An innate stage warrior? The astonishment echoed simultaneously.
The newcomer was taken aback that his powerful strike had left the opponent unharmed. He had concentrated 80% of his strength into that blow, intending to eliminate the young man who had been wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Yet, this young man seemed to harbor an unexpected secret, with the ability to withstand an innate warrior's strike purely through physical prowess, indicating a body refinement technique of remarkable caliber. Contemplating this, the innate warrior's heart ignited with desire. If he could acquire this body refinement technique, it would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to a new level, perhaps freeing him from his current precarious existence. Thus, the innate warrior's gaze toward Qin Wushang grew increasingly malevolent. While unaware of the innate warrior's ulterior motives, Qin Wushang knew that this encounter would not end amicably. Slowly, he drew the hefty back knife from his waist, brandishing it with intent, and in an instant, a surge of knife energy erupted, stirring a tempest in the void. Chapter 014 The Blade Battle of the Innate. The expression of the innate warrior shifted subtly, a flicker of trepidation igniting within. The seemingly nonchalant strike from Qin Wushang unleashed a ferocious blade aura, creating an imposing atmosphere. Within this realm, the innate warrior felt a twinge of menace. How could this be? In the expanse of the starry river, there existed countless prodigies who had transcended their realms to engage in combat, yet this typically pertained to battles among equals. The notion of a postnatal warrior challenging an innate one was not only unprecedented but now a reality he faced. With this realization, a surge of murderous intent flooded the innate warrior's heart. Such an extraordinary talent, since he had already incurred enmity, it would be prudent to eliminate him early, otherwise, once he matured, the consequences would inevitably be dire for himself. Boy, it seems fortune has turned against you, the innate warrior murmured softly. With a slight flick of his right hand, the chain sword, which had been folded within his sleeve, began to unfurl segment by segment. As the innate true energy surged forth, the sword transformed into a formidable weapon capable of cleaving through gold and jade with ease. Swish, with a swift motion, the sword released a blade of energy that tore through the air, morphing into a silver venomous dragon, seemingly unstoppable. Witnessing the opponent's aggressive advance, Qin Wushang immediately summoned his full combat prowess, wielding his long knife. The force of his blade compressed the air, creating a visually striking effect of tearing, while simultaneously clashing with the incoming sword energy. With a resounding crack, the energies collided, shattering simultaneously. The thick-backed long knife in Qin Wushang's grasp was sent soaring, numbing his palm with the first strike having yielded no success. The innate warrior launched a second assault, the momentum sharper and more lethal, the sword energy swirling ominously, engulfing Qin Wushang in a tumultuous wave that threatened to overwhelm him. However, this degree of threat was inconsequential to Qin Wushang. Only through confronting peril in life-and-death battles could one swiftly enhance their cultivation, a lesson gleaned from his numerous prior encounters. Yet, Qin Wushang was acutely aware that, given his current level of cultivation, facing an innate warrior left him with little chance of victory. He merely sought to ascertain the limits of his prowess at this juncture. Of course, Qin Wushang's audacity stemmed from a wellspring of confidence. Armed with the combat instincts and insights he had honed during his previous tenure as an innate warrior, he positioned himself in a place of invincibility for this skirmish. Presently, although his cultivation was at the postnatal stage, his battle awareness and martial understanding echoed that of an innate warrior, rendering him akin to a diminished version of such. With a low, rumbling dragon's roar, Qin Wushang sprang into action, akin to a leopard pouncing on its prey. The thick-backed long knife sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds as it transformed into a streak of silver lightning, hurtling towards the innate warrior. This strike was as swift as the wind and as thunderous as a storm, seemingly intent on cleaving the innate warrior in twain. Yet, the innate warrior remained unfazed, lightly stepping back, his form gliding effortlessly several feet. The ease with which he maneuvered belied the high level of mastery he had achieved in his swordsmanship. This realm was one that Qin Wushang could also reach through the Sword Emperor's scripture. However, after reconstructing the 10 lands devouring stars technique, he had embarked on a path of overwhelming strength, with this strike threatening to rend the very fabric of the void. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar, as dust and shockwaves intertwined, obscuring vision. Standing firm with his knife, Qin Wushang's gaze and ears remained vigilant. Suddenly, a barely audible sound reached him. In an instant, he lunged forward, resembling an enraged tiger, his long knife crackling in the swirling dust, transformed into another streak of silver lightning, aimed directly at a seemingly empty space to his right. This strike seemed to harbor the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, as if it sought to cleave that very space in two. Moreover, the seemingly haphazard slash of Qin Wushang's coincided perfectly with the innate warrior's appearance at that very spot, directly in line with the blade's edge. Evidently, through his formidable combat instincts, acute hearing, and intuition, Qin Wushang had anticipated the innate warrior's moves and potential next position. Augmented by a stroke of fortune, with preemptive strategy, he had taken the initiative. Faced with the oncoming brilliance of the blade, the innate warrior was taken aback, instinctively evading in a flash. His form danced like a specter amidst the blade's light, and soon, the long sword in his grasp transformed into a silver ribbon, colliding fiercely with the long knife, sparks flying in all directions. At that moment, a thought flickered in Qin Wushang's mind. Leveraging the force of the clash, he pretended to stagger backward, retreating several meters. The innate warrior, seeing this, felt a surge of elation, believing Qin Wushang had exhausted his strength and was about to pursue. However, at that instant, an enigmatic figure materialized before the innate warrior. With a gentle wave of his palm, it appeared feeble, yet in the eyes of the innate warrior, it bore the weight of a mountain. It felt as though a mere pinch could reduce both the space and the figure within it to dust. Innate stage 3. Or perhaps even higher. The innate warrior was filled with dread, realizing that had he not been gravely injured, he would not have felt such fear. With this thought, the innate warrior lost his will to fight. He swept his long sword, creating a breach in the sealed space, and in the blink of an eye, vanished into the night sky. As an innate warrior, though it was no easy task to slay another of the same realm, it was certainly feasible. However, if a determined innate warrior sought to escape, the chances of interception were virtually nil. "Young brother Qin, how fares your injury?" The figure turned, revealing itself as Lu Zhao, the steward of the service hall. "Steward Lu, I am merely a bit fatigued. I am unharmed." Qin Wushang replied with a smile as he rose. Liu Zhao nodded slightly, returning the smile. "It is good to hear you are unscathed. Leave foes above the innate realm to us old-timers. The rest is yours. Go, and conclude the battle swiftly." "Yes." Qin Wushang responded affirmatively. He then grasped his long knife and turned to plunge back into the fray. Despite having tested the limits of his combat prowess in the preceding skirmish, he stood as an invincible force at the postnatal stage. Even against an innate warrior of the first tier, he could contend evenly, while facing one of the second tier required all his effort to remain undefeated. As for the innate third tier, he chose not to contemplate it for now. Yet, this was merely the outcome of his half-baked mastery of the first level of the 10 lands devouring stars technique. Should he attain perfection in this technique, he might well match strength with those below the innate fourth tier based solely on his physical power. Indeed, the origins of the 9 heavens and 10 lands star transformation technique in his mind were extraordinary. However, even so, the previous master of that technique, the Lord of the Wasteland, Huang Xian, ultimately fell victim to a fist imprint capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Qin Wushang could not fathom what manner of being wielded such power. This world, it seemed, was far more splendid than he had ever envisioned. Chapter 015. The battle concludes. The long blade swept through the air, rendering all foes impotent against its might. With Qin Wushang stepping into the fray, the elite core disciples of the Zizai sect fell one by one beneath his lethal strikes, tipping the scales of victory increasingly in favor of the Hu Xiaobang. Simultaneously, the concealed innate masters of the Hu Xiaobang, including Lu Zhao, emerged from the shadows, collectively launching an all-out assault on 2 innate warriors of the Zizai sect, intent on a swift resolution. On another front, the climactic clash between Wei Renwang, the leader of the 8th branch of the Zizai sect, and Tian Sunhung had reached a pivotal moment. After nearly an hour of life-and-death combat, both combatants found themselves utterly exhausted. The battle had devolved into a test of sheer willpower. The one who could endure to the end would claim victory. However, upon witnessing the tide of defeat and the emergence of 3 additional innate adversaries, a tremor of despair coursed through Wei Renwang, sapping much of his courage. As such, the vulnerabilities in Wei Renwang's defense swiftly became apparent, providing Guishanyu with the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to his left shoulder. The impact was akin to a mountain collapsing. Wei Renwang felt as though half of his being had been shattered, with the scant remnants of his innate true essence threatening to dissipate. Yet, renowned as one of the most formidable generals under Sanjiang and the leader of the Zizai sect, Wei Renwang was notorious for his ruthless nature, not just towards others, but towards himself as well. After weathering Guishanyu's strike, he disregarded his injuries and turned to pounce upon Tian Sunhung like a frenzied lion, embodying a spirit of mutual destruction. Even Tian Sunhung, a seasoned veteran, was taken aback by Wei Renwang's reckless determination. The latter's ferocity unnerved Tian Sunghung, causing him to falter momentarily. It was precisely this momentary hesitation that allowed Wei Runwang to glimpse a glimmer of hope for escape. Before Gu Shanyu and Tian Sunghung could react, Wei Runwang's form suddenly shifted sideways, slipping past Tian Sunghung with unimpeded speed, vanishing from sight in an instant.
Old Tian, to be honest, your acting is quite cringeworthy. Gu Shanyu remarked, approaching Tian Sunghung without pursuing Wei Runwang, his demeanor lighthearted and unperturbed by the latter's escape. Tian Sunghung cast a fleeting glance in the direction of Wei Runwang's flight and replied nonchalantly, "As long as Wei Runwang believes it to be real, our performance has not been in vain." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zhao approached, admonishing, "You two, stop wasting time with idle chatter. We need to formulate our next plan. That old fox Sanjiang is as cunning as they come. We must continue this charade through Wei Runwang to uncover his whereabouts." Though Gu Shanyu and Tian Sunghung were two of the 4 fierce warriors under Hu Feng, they dared not utter a word in the presence of Lu Zhao, the esteemed steward. "Yes, Elder Lu. We shall proceed at once," they responded hurriedly, racing towards the direction where Wei Runwang had fled, their pace surpassing even that of his earlier escape. "Old Lu, we leave this in your capable hands. We shall regroup with the leader," one of the innate warriors remarked as they dispatched their respective foes. "Be wary of that old fox Sanjiang," Lu Zhao cautioned, waving his hand. The battlefield of the innate warriors had concluded, while in the realm of core elite disciples, Qin Wushang's long blade flashed like lightning as it severed the throat of a Zizai sect elite disciple. He surveyed the area, realizing that no standing disciples of the Zizai sect remained in this conflict. The Hu Shaobang had deployed nearly 1,000 combatants, among whom were over 100 core elite disciples. As Qin Wushang looked around, he noted that fewer than half of them remained standing. The ranks of the exceptional and ordinary disciples had dwindled from over 800 to fewer than 300. Fortunately, amidst the surviving members, he spotted Lin Xiao, Lin Ci, and Su Mang. Though the 3 were drenched in blood, they appeared to be in good spirits, unharmed and intact, a sight that brought Qin Wushang a measure of relief. "Qin Xiao," a voice suddenly called out. Qin Wushang paused for a moment, realizing the voice was directed at him. "At your service," he responded hastily, following the sound to see Lu Zhao waving at him from a distance. He rushed over, greeting, "Elder Lu, how may I assist you?" Lu Zhao nodded and said, "Qin Xiao, I appoint you as the temporary leader, tasked with leading the remaining core elite disciples. You must secure control over South 8th Street, South 10th Street, and South 14th Street before dawn. Can you accomplish this?" "Yes, I assure you I will fulfill the task," Qin Wushang replied earnestly. His prowess was evident, and the gathered core elite disciples, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood the necessity of deferring to Qin Wushang's command. Although his tenure with the gang had been brief and his prestige insufficient to command respect, any dissent at this juncture would only invite trouble. Once Lu Zhao departed, Qin Wushang's gaze swept over the core elite disciples as he issued his first command: clean up the battlefield. In the 72nd district, inter-gang violence was customary. However, a single battle yielding over 1,000 casualties was exceedingly rare. The sight of so many corpses littered across the ground, blood flowing freely, was unsettling indeed. Moreover, among these bodies lay brothers from their own faction, making the recovery and aftermath an imperative task. Qin Wushang assigned the cleanup to the ordinary and exceptional disciples while he led the core elite disciples toward the Zizai sect's 8th branch at the South Street Clubhouse. Perhaps having already received news of the 8th branch's defeat, the personnel stationed there had scattered, leaving the premises deserted. Some had even set a fire in their haste to escape, though fortunately, it was contained to a single room, extinguished by the automatic fire suppression system. The takeover of South 8th Street faced no resistance, as the Zizai sect members there had either perished in the previous battles or fled in terror. However, the neighboring South 10th Street and South 14th Street proved to be less straightforward. These 3 streets, all under the jurisdiction of the 8th branch, were the most populous among Zizai sect divisions, naturally housing the largest number of disciples. In South 10th Street and South 14th Street, 300 to 400 disciples remained entrenched in their positions. After failing to persuade them to surrender, Qin Wushang issued the order for extermination. Among these 300 to 400 Zizai sect disciples, the highest level of cultivation reached merely the 5th stage of the acquired realm. Thus, there was no need for Qin Wushang to engage personally, as the core elite disciples of the Hu Shaobang swiftly resolved the situation. By dawn, as more Zizai sect disciples arrived, South 8th Street, South 10th Street, and South 14th Street were fully under the control of the Hu Shaobang. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached Qin Wushang, speaking in hushed tones, "Boss, we have discovered a concealed warehouse." Chapter 016. Gene tracking as dawn broke, a thick layer of clouds enveloped the skies above Linghai City, heralding the imminent arrival of a storm. At that moment, the clouds began to swirl ominously, as if stirred by an unseen hand.
Moments later, a colossal transport vessel pierced through the cloud cover, gliding slowly toward Linghai City. This magnificent ship was one of the Earth Alliance's most advanced interstellar transport vessels, designated with the series code Star Chaser. With a length of just over 1,000 meters, it was identified as a Star Chaser-class planetary interstellar transport ship, primarily employed for interstellar transport operations within this star system. During the era of the Alliance, the concept of this star system had vastly expanded. Specifically, in relation to the solar system, it encompassed the entire solar war zone, covering a spherical region with a radius of 20 light-years centered around the solar system. After flying for over 10 minutes, the Star Chaser interstellar transport vessel gently descended upon the Southport Aerospace Dock, situated in the ocean south of Linghai City. The powerful air currents generated during its landing stirred up towering waves, which surged toward the coastline for several thousand meters before being quelled by the imposing breakwater, soon returning to tranquility. A few minutes later, the cargo bay doors leading to the dock swung open, revealing a massive metal container escorted by 4 soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor, which was then transferred to a warehouse near the port owned by the Imperial Consortium. Awaiting their arrival were over 10 technicians ready for action. They swiftly opened the container, assembled the equipment, and conducted preliminary tests. Before long, a 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide cylindrical device materialized before them. This was a state-of-the-art gene tracker produced by the Longxia Interstellar Consortium, currently the most advanced device of its kind within the Earth Alliance, designed for interstellar or planetary search and rescue operations. To utilize it, one merely needed to input the genetic data of the target into the Tracker-S program. The gene tracker would then emit a series of quantum radiation waves capable of radiating 1,000 kilometers, directing its search according to the genetic data. However, due to environmental gravitational factors, this range would be compressed to a mere 5 kilometers in terrestrial conditions. Moreover, owing to privacy concerns, this device had been legislatively banned for unauthorized use by the Alliance Council a decade prior. Only upon submitting an application to the Council and securing the approval of 2/3 of its members could limited use be sanctioned. For the Imperial Consortium, one of the 7 major conglomerates within the solar war zone, lifting these restrictions posed no challenge. At the port warehouse, the rumble of approaching vehicles heralded the arrival of Gu Biao and Li Qi. Exiting their respective vehicles, they exchanged curt nods as a form of greeting. Although both families had temporarily allied against Qin Huangshan in the struggle for power within the Imperial Consortium, their underlying animosity persisted, with each party employing various underhanded tactics to undermine the other. Today, they were merely united by a common adversary. "Did you bring the items?" Gu Biao inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qi, who nonchalantly pulled out a chair to sit. Li Qi disregarded Gu Biao, accepting a metal box handed to him by an aide from within. He retrieved a glass vial containing the hair collected from Qin Wushang at the Qin family villa. Carefully, Li Qi deposited several strands of hair from the vial into the receptacle that popped up beneath the gene tracker. As the machine whirred to life, a stream of data cascaded across the holographic display above. The genetic sample data collection was completed, and the quantum pulse system was activated. With the mechanical hum, the indicator light of the quantum pulse emitter flickered to life, and the quantum radiation device in it. While the gene tracker possessed a detection range of 5 kilometers, this was not extensive considering the sprawling metropolis of Linghai City, which boasted a population exceeding 50 million. Attempting to locate an individual within such a vast urban expanse was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After nearly a month of exhaustive searching, both the Gu and Li families had scoured the entirety of Linghai City, yet they had found no trace of the father-son duo, Qin Huangshan and Qin Wushang. It was as if they had vanished from existence that fateful night, leaving not a single remnant behind. This was evidently unusual. Fortunately, the Imperial Consortium, under the control of the Gu and Li families, had covertly monitored all vessels entering and exiting the source star, preventing the possibility that Qin Huangshan and Qin Wushang had fled into the cosmos. In their eyes, the two were a significant threat, particularly Qin Huangshan, who had risen from obscurity to establish a renowned conglomerate within a mere 40 years. The thought of his capabilities and connections sent shivers down their spines. Only by eliminating Qin Huangshan could the Gu and Li families find peace. Boring, Gu Biao scoffed after a moment of silence, turning on his heel to exit the warehouse and depart in his vehicle. Li Qi harbored a deep disdain for this true scion, and had it not been for Gu Biao being the sole heir of the esteemed Gu family, Li Qi would have long since seen him eliminated, sparing himself the annoyance of this incompetent fool lingering before him. "Li Xiao, perhaps we could retrofit this gene tracker onto a large transport vehicle, allowing it to traverse various regions of Linghai City," suggested a technician behind Li Qi in a hushed tone. Li Qi nodded, inquiring, "Are there any complications with the modifications?" "The only issue lies with the power supply. The quantum generator consumes a substantial amount of electricity. Currently, the battery packs can sustain operation for a maximum of 1 hour, but we could deploy additional energy supply vehicles to accompany it," the technician explained.
An excellent idea. You will oversee this matter once accomplished. Report to the consortium for a reward application, Li Qi commanded. The technician, thrilled by Li Qi's endorsement, replied, "Thank you, Li Xiao, I assure you we will complete the task." With Li Qi as promise, the technicians were invigorated, and within 2 days, the retrofitting was completed. Along with the arrival of the energy supply vehicles subsequently, the transport vehicle began its relentless journey along the main thoroughfares of Linghai City, scanning every area until the quantum radiation waves had enveloped the entire metropolis. In the northern outskirts of Linghai City lay an area previously considered a chaotic zone outside the city's northern district. Over 50 years ago, this had been a large waste recycling facility, frequented by scavengers seeking treasure, some of whom struck it rich overnight by unearthing valuable items or substantial amounts of alliance currency. Gradually, this waste site attracted an increasing number of scavengers, with some even choosing to settle there. As time passed and the influx of outsiders grew, this area evolved into a city within a city, spanning approximately 20 square kilometers. Today, this enclave bore its own distinct name, or the 72 District. Chapter 017 Identity Crisis. At this moment, Qin Wushang, situated in the 72 blocks, remained oblivious to the fact that the Li and Gu families, in their relentless pursuit to locate him and his father, had spared no expense in bribing over 2/3 of the members of the Alliance Council. This led to the approval of an application that should have been impossible to sanction, achieved under the collective blindness of the assembly. Currently, the device containing Qin Wushang's genetic data was traversing several major thoroughfares in Linhai City, its trajectory drawing ever closer to the 72 blocks. The 72 blocks, the southern 18 blocks, the Zizigate crumbled overnight under the onslaught of the Tiger Hull Gang. Strangely, the leader of Zizigate, along with several of his formidable warriors and more than a dozen high-ranking officials, vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the plan devised by Gue Shanyue and Tian Sunhung to bait and fish ultimately failed. Wei Runwan was assassinated in a small alley on South 3rd Street, the perpetrator striking with precision and efficiency. The astonished expression on Wei Runwan's face at the time of his demise clearly indicated familiarity with the assailant, whose intent was evidently to silence him. This outcome was anticipated by the likes of Hu Feng and Lu Zhao, as Xiang Sanjiang's cunning nature had long been evident. The fishing plan was merely a casual endeavor. Success would be delightful, yet failure held little sorrow. At present, the most pressing matter for the Tiger Hull Gang was to assimilate the spoils of war, to absorb the territory left in the wake of Zizigate's collapse. As for the internal affairs of Zizigate, rewards would be dispensed accordingly. Qin Wushang had demonstrated formidable combat prowess in this battle, particularly his ability to confront innate warriors with the strength of acquired martial artists. Although ultimately defeated, the potential he exhibited was unprecedented. Consequently, he was exceptionally promoted to the rank of core disciple, appointed as the leader of an action group under the jurisdiction of the blue-clad steward, Lu Zhao. Additionally, beyond a substantial monetary reward, he was granted an abundance of resources, among which the most precious were 10 enhancements pills. As a product of the fusion between contemporary biological technology and the ancient alchemical arts of Huaxia, these enhancement pills significantly augmented the true energy intensity and quality for acquired martial artists. Even for innate warriors, these pills could, to some extent, increase their reserves of true essence. However, for Qin Wushang, these enhancement pills were of little use, ultimately benefiting Lin Xiao, Lin Xiai, and Su Mang instead. Following the fierce battle, the Tiger Hull Gang granted all participating disciples a 3-day holiday. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Wushang, accompanied by Lin Xiao, Lin Xiai, Su Mang, and Su Mei, departed the 72 blocks, intending to visit several large entertainment shopping centers in the northern district of Linhai City to unwind, while simultaneously gathering intelligence regarding the Emperor Consortium. For Su Mei and Su Mang, who had grown up in the 72 blocks, it represented their entire world. Everything beyond it appeared marvelously novel. They had visited the area as children with their parents, although it had never been as prosperous as it was now. Only Su Mei maintained her composure, yet Qin Wushang could still discern excitement and envy in her gaze. However, before she could finish her thought, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed her face. How would I know?
Su Mang, oblivious to the change in Su Mei's expression, was excitedly looking around when he casually inquired. You weren't even born yet, so naturally, you wouldn't know, Su Mei replied, abruptly striding toward a small shop around the corner, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, I can't believe this candy shop is still here. The 4 of them followed her, their sudden appearance startling the proprietor of the candy shop. Young lady, do you wish to purchase some candy figures? Which one do you fancy? I'll get it for you. The shopkeeper, a kindly middle-aged man in his 40s, smiled at Su Mei as he deftly shaped the candy dough in his hands, producing a remarkably lifelike little rooster in mere moments. Boss, your skills are amazing, Su Mei exclaimed in admiration. The shopkeeper chuckled heartily, saying, I've been at this for 30 years, it's merely a matter of practice. Have you made your choice, young lady? Su Mei nodded and said, Boss, please make me a monkey.
The shopkeeper replied with a grin, certainly, just a moment. He then retrieved another piece of candy dough, skillfully manipulating it until the form of a monkey emerged in his hands. While the others were captivated by the shopkeeper's craftsmanship, Lin Xiao suddenly heard Qin Wushang's low voice in his ear, instructing, "Do not look back. Once Su-mei finishes her purchase, take them and leave immediately for the 72 blocks. Remember to act as if you do not recognize me. No matter what happens, do not turn around." Although the voice was faint, it reached Su Mang and the others just right. Their expressions changed, yet they suppressed their unease and confusion, swiftly paying for their items and turning to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Wushang lingered, purchasing another candy figure. During his casual conversation with the shopkeeper, he meticulously surveyed the surroundings and pinpointed an excellent escape route. However, he did not act immediately. He needed to wait until Lin Xiao and Su Mang had returned to the 72 blocks. Earlier, as everyone walked from the street corner to this plaza, Qin Wushang had sensed something amiss in the environment. Within this less than 200-meter street, an unusual number of martial artists had congregated, with more than 10 innate warriors among them. These individuals meandered through the streets, casually surveying their surroundings as if searching for something. When Qin Wushang came to a halt, he noticed that these martial artists were converging toward his location. At that moment, he became certain that they were indeed here for him, and a device he had once learned about flashed through his mind. The gene tracker. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he had undergone a complete transformation, both in appearance and martial arts. Only through the genetic level could his identity be pinpointed unless he could, as legends suggest, entirely exchange his body. Qin Wushang's knowledge of this niche device arose from its previous notoriety within the alliance, which had led the highest court to impose specific restrictions on its use, an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the alliance. He had not anticipated that the Li and Gu families would resort to such a controversial tracking device, especially in a bustling interstellar metropolis like Linhai City. Should this become public knowledge, it would spell scandal for the Li and Gu families. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang found some solace in the fact that the precision of the gene tracker was not particularly high, capable of only locating targets within a 100-meter radius. This was likely why his exact position had yet to be identified. "Alright, your Sun Wukong is ready, 20 alliance coins." At that moment, the shopkeeper presented a vividly crafted candy figure of the Monkey King to Qin Wushang, adding, "Not many young people today still know about Sun Wukong." Qin Wushang accepted the candy figure, paid the fee, and after discovering a shared topic with the shopkeeper, they chatted for over 10 minutes. As time approached for him to leave according to his plan, he suddenly spotted a familiar, loath figure among the crowd just as he turned to depart. Chapter 018. A desperate pursuit. As the adage goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hostility. From a distance, Qin Wushang spotted a familiar figure guarded by a throng of over a dozen martial artists at the edge of the street. "Gu Biao," Qin Wushang gritted his teeth, a cold, murderous tone seeping through his clenched jaws. Before the adversary had truly recognized his identity, Qin Wushang could still retreat to the bustling vicinity of the 72 districts, where he could hide amidst the throngs of people. Even if equipped with a genetic tracker, the Li and Gu families would find it exceedingly challenging to pinpoint his exact location in such a densely populated area. Nonetheless, the mere existence of this genetic tracker posed a persistent nuisance. Unless it was thoroughly dealt with, the martial artists from the Li and Gu clans would relentlessly pursue him like rabid dogs, until they uncovered his precise whereabouts. Qin Wushang was unwilling to lead a life of perpetual evasion, especially now that Gu Biao had brazenly revealed himself. He was even less inclined to slink away in disgrace. Eliminating Gu Biao and collecting a few interest points from the Gu family became a bold scheme gradually taking shape in Qin Wushang's mind. Moreover, this plan afforded him but a single opportunity. It must be executed flawlessly. Any misstep, however slight, would render his escape impossible. To sacrifice himself merely to eliminate Gu Biao was a venture Qin Wushang was naturally averse to. Next, he needed to select a suitable vantage point and await the opportune moment. This area was a bustling hub of large entertainment and shopping complexes in the northern district of Linhai City, typically teeming with crowds. Thus, in this prime real estate, the surrounding buildings were constructed in close proximity, accommodating tens of thousands of people. To isolate a single individual using a somewhat imprecise genetic tracker in such circumstances was an arduous task. Nonetheless, Qin Wushang prepared for the worst and devised contingency plans. As seconds ticked away, the danger of exposure for Qin Wushang grew increasingly acute. Approaching noon, the foot traffic swelled, and seizing this moment, he lowered his head to blend into the throng. The target shifted again, prompting the martial artists dispatched to discern his identity to spring into action. However, their efforts were destined for disappointment. On the lengthy street, hundreds, if not thousands, flowed back and forth simultaneously, making individual identification nearly impossible. Moreover, with the office buildings and shops flanking either side, locating a single person in such a convoluted environment was enough to induce a headache. Feigning nonchalance, Qin Wushang passed two martial artists and entered an outdoor supply store, emerging with a travel backpack that contained a civilian high-magnification telescope.
Returning to the street, he maintained a distance of 100 meters behind Gu Biao. However, Gu Biao's subsequent actions alerted Qin Wushang to an impending crisis. After meandering down the street, Gu Biao and his entourage abruptly changed direction, veering away from the thoroughfare into increasingly desolate surroundings, where foot traffic dwindled. At the same time, Qin Wushang sensed more martial artists converging from all directions, as a net was tightening around him, poised to ensnare him. Indeed, just before Gu Biao entered a bar, he turned and made a provocative gesture into the void. Although Gu Biao was unaware whether Qin Wushang would observe, he executed the motion nonetheless. It was evident that Gu Biao was acutely aware of Qin Wushang's presence trailing behind him. Without hesitation, Qin Wushang seized the opportunity, fully cognizant that Gu Biao was using him as bait to draw him out from the crowd, yet, he was unwilling to forfeit this chance. Observing Gu Biao enter the bar, Qin Wushang recalled that this establishment, occupying nearly half the street, belonged to Li Qi, who had once boasted about it in his presence. At that moment, the bar had been cleared in advance, though the music thumped energetically. Not a single patron remained. On the second-floor terrace, Gu Biao lounged on a sofa, cradling a glass of red wine, which he swirled languidly, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain as he regarded Li Qi across from him. "Li Qi, is this your plan to lure the snake out of its hole? You want me to prance around like a monkey in the street? To me, this scheme is utterly preposterous. I can't fathom why I agreed to it in the first place. Do you not think the plan has succeeded?" Li Qi replied coolly, as if merely stating a fact. "Surely he will come, to kill you." Li Qi continued, his expression unperturbed. Gu Biao felt a tremor of unease at those words. He had long been aware of Li Qi's cunning, and while he had disparaged Li Qi's scheme, he held this particular assertion in high regard. A tremor coursed through him, causing a splash of wine to stain his chest. He hastily took a sip to mask his agitation and then spoke with irritation. "Why must you be the bait? Why not take on the role yourself?" "Because you are weak," Li Qi replied nonchalantly. "The former Qin Wushang could eliminate you with a single strike, whereas now, though I know not the extent of his recovery, he dares to approach, fully aware of the trap, which indicates he is supremely confident in his ability to slay you. Among the Li and Gu families, as well as the Shindao sect, you are the most vulnerable." Gu Biao begrudgingly acknowledged Li Qi's reasoning, though he inwardly cursed all the women in Li Qi's family. "What shall we do next?" "Of course, we shall give him the opportunity." "What?" Gu Biao erupted, exclaiming, "Li Qi, are you seeking personal revenge? How can we grant him such an opportunity? My life is singular, and I have countless women awaiting my affection. I refuse to comply." With that, Gu Biao led his bodyguards away, even forsaking the benefits Li Qi had previously promised. Foolish as ever. Li Qi did not intervene, nor did his expression waver. Since Gu Biao had willingly walked into the trap, Li Qi naturally would assist him. As for Gu Biao's fate, what concern was it of Li Qi's? "Qin Wushang, do not disappoint me." Li Qi toyed with his wineglass, draining its contents in one gulp, murmuring softly as a flicker of malevolence danced in his eyes. At the same moment, approximately 200 meters from the bar, Qin Wushang was using the civilian high-magnification telescope to surveil the establishment. Although the telescope boasted only 30 times magnification, it afforded him a clear view of the bar's entrance. Gu Biao's hasty departure revealed an opportunity to Qin Wushang to ascertain whether this was yet another trap. He refrained from immediate action. However, to his astonishment, Gu Biao, upon exiting the bar, promptly approached his direction at a swift pace. Were it not for Qin Wushang's keen observation, he might have presumed his cover was blown, as the innate martial artists congregating near the bar had not followed Gu Biao's lead. Moments later, Gu Biao drew closer, his furious expression visible even from afar. Had he quarreled with Li Qi, or had Li Qi once more cast him aside as bait? Given Gu Biao's intellect, the latter seemed far more plausible. Qin Wushang felt as though fortune favored him. Whether Gu Biao was willingly acting as bait or had been sacrificed by Li Qi, Qin Wushang was prepared to seize this bait for himself. As for whether the fish would perish or the net would tear, that was a matter to be determined by their respective skills. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of resounding explosions, the glass facade of a building across the street shattered, unleashing a torrential rain of shards. A violent gust of wind followed, sweeping the myriad shards toward the unsuspecting Gu Biao, who happened to traverse the area. "Qin Wushang, you have finally arrived." At that very moment, both Gu Biao, caught in the whirlwind, and Li Qi, perched on the terrace of the bar, lifted their gazes simultaneously. Chapter 019 Hostage in hand. Reality and illusion, truth and falsehood. Qin Wushang, too, had fallen into the trap of his own design. Otherwise, slaying Gu Biao amidst the formidable protection of innate martial artists would have been an almost impossible feat. Countless shards of glass, ignited by Qin Wushang, shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, each fragment as piercing as a blade's edge. The first to fall were the postnatal guards surrounding Gu Biao, who were transformed into mere sieves under the torrential assault resembling a rain of pear blossoms. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 second-tier innate warriors swiftly positioned themselves before Gu Biao, channeling their innate true essence to form a protective barrier that deflected the oncoming shards, scattering them in all directions. Yet, despite this, the dense barrage still allowed a few to slip through. Among the deluge of fragments was a sharp steel nail that pierced the true essence shield with a wet sound, shooting through the forehead of one of the second-tier innate warriors. The rain of shards was merely an appetizer. The steel nail was Qin Wushang's true lethal strike. In a surprising turn of events, having dispatched one second-tier warrior, a chink finally appeared in Gu Biao's defenses. Everything that had transpired was well within Qin Wushang's calculations. The chance to capture Gu Biao had indeed presented itself, and it was but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, suspended in midair, Qin Wushang, following the cascade of fragments, swept his hands, launching a climbing hook that ensnared Gu Biao tightly. The sharp tip of the hook dug deep into Gu Biao's collarbone, eliciting a wretched scream of agony. Upon landing, Qin Wushang rolled with momentum while simultaneously pulling Gu Biao closer.
Qin Wushang.
The intense pain ignited the ferocity within Gu Biao, who staggered forward to lunge at Qin Wushang, striking out with a palm. The wind from his palm howled, faintly echoing with a hint of thunder. It was none other than the ancient family's secret technique, one of the 7 thunderbolts, 5 thunderstrikes. However, to Qin Wushang's eyes, Gu Biao's execution of this technique was laughably inept, utterly lacking the might of the 5 thunderstrikes. Qin Wushang couldn't be bothered to dismantle the attack. With a casual sidestep, he slipped through the shadow of Gu Biao's palm and emerged behind him, delivering a solid strike to the back of Gu Biao's head. Gu Biao collapsed in response. All of this, though it seemed to stretch on, transpired within mere 3 to 5 breaths from the moment Qin Wushang initiated his attack to Gu Biao's capture, a speed that left no room for reaction. By the time the last remaining innate warrior regained his senses, Qin Wushang had vanished with the bound Gu Biao into the towering buildings nearby.
Has the physique and facial features been captured?
Inside the bar, upon learning of Gu Biao's capture and Qin Wushang's escape, Li Qi displayed little reaction. He understood that with Qin Wushang's capabilities, this trap, riddled with flaws, could never confine him. Li Qi's objective was not to apprehend Qin Wushang at that moment, but to use him to draw out the true target, the thorn in the side of both the Li and Gu families. Qin Wushang was merely an unripe genius, one who would have no opportunity to mature in the future. Upload this data to the Source Star Security Network, and request the Linhai City Security Bureau to issue a warrant, offering a bounty of 500 million federal coins for the capture of the thieves Qin Wangchen and his son Qin Wushang, who have stolen the Emperor Consortium's top-secret information.
Li Qi commanded.
The Source Star Security Network was a protective system based on a global defense framework, interlinked with surveillance systems throughout all public areas worldwide, boasting the most advanced and precise facial recognition and dynamic capture capabilities, along with the fastest response times. It could be said that once Qin Wushang's physique and facial data were uploaded to the security network, upon the enforcement of this official warrant, he would have nowhere to hide in Linhai City or even the entire Source Star, except in places beyond the reach of the security network, such as the lawless 72 blocks, which were already a realm of impunity within Linhai City. Gu Qiyang, the head of the Gu family, arrived with a swiftness that exceeded Qin Wushang's expectations. Consequently, Qin Wushang could only retreat to the outskirts of the northern district, where he was cornered by over 10 innate warriors led by Gu Qiyang on the road leading to the 72 blocks.
Wushang, my dear nephew, shall we have a conversation?
Gu Qiyang stepped forth, naturally unconcerned about the need for bodyguards given his 5th-tier innate cultivation.
What does Uncle Gu wish to discuss?
Qin Wushang replied with a slight smile, as though he were facing not an enemy but a mere acquaintance. However, Qin Wushang's barely concealed posture shielding Gu Biao caused Gu Qiyang's smile to gradually stiffen. After a moment, Gu Qiyang sighed and said, "My dear nephew, perhaps you have misunderstood. The recent unpleasant events have always been a matter between your father and me. I have watched you grow up. I harbor no intention of causing you harm." Qin Wushang did not believe a single word of Gu Qiyang's statement. Earning the moniker of a smiling tiger showcased his treacherous nature, and Qin Wushang had long since experienced Gu Qiyang's underhanded tactics. With a chuckle, Qin Wushang replied, "Then I must thank Uncle Gu. I have always held you in high regard since childhood. Since you claim it is a misunderstanding, so be it. However, today a grudge lies between me and Gu Biao.
Perhaps you should not meddle?
Using one's own spear to counter one's own shield is undoubtedly the most intractable conundrum in the world. Gu Qiyang's expression darkened at a visible rate, and he barked, "You wretched brat, what will it take for you to release my son?" With the mask torn off, Qin Wushang ceased to feign politeness, sneering, "Old dog Gu, if you wish for me to release your pup, you must first kneel and bark like a dog before me."
Then we shall see if I am in the mood.
At this juncture, Qin Wushang exerted a sudden force, causing Gu Biao to awaken from his pain, emitting a series of wails. "Father, kill him." "Don't mind me,"
just kill him. Gu Biao, recognizing the incoming figure, bellowed furiously. Jiu Qiang, wary of the consequences, refrained from any rash actions, fearing that Qin Wushang might misinterpret his intentions and act impulsively. Withdraw 30 meters. Qin Wushang slapped Gu Biao's face, causing one side to swell visibly. Very well, Gu Qiang hastily soothed, retreating while stating, Nephew Qin, I come with sincerity. If you release Gu Biao, I assure you safe passage and will not send anyone to pursue you. Qin Wushang scoffed, releasing Gu Biao is not out of the question, but you must first fulfill my first condition. What condition? Gu Qiang, hearing this, not only sighed in relief but also felt the weight on his heart lift. Since Qin Wushang had proposed a condition for negotiation, it was evident he would not resort to a mutually destructive course of action. Jiu Biao was Gu Qiang's only son, the sole heir of the Gu family. Although Gu Qiang considered his son a hopeless case, wishing he could simply replace him, the unfortunate truth was that despite his years of effort, he had failed to produce a better heir. Furthermore, with numerous cousins around, Gu Biao's position became all the more critical. Chapter 020 Escape. The foremost condition is to destroy the gene tracker right in front of me. Qin Wushang did not beat around the bush. He struck directly at the heart of the matter. Although the precision of the gene tracker was indeed limited, it was as tenacious as a stubborn gum, which was quite bothersome. Qin Wushang had no desire to be pursued relentlessly day in and day out. Jiu Qiang hesitated slightly. It wasn't that the gene tracker couldn't be destroyed, but rather that doing so would leave him at a loss when reporting to the Alliance Council. Just then, a bodyguard, who had retreated to a distance, hurried over after receiving a phone call and whispered a few words to Gu Qiang. The tension on Gu Qiang's face visibly eased as he waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard to step back. He then looked up at Qin Wushang and said, All right, I can agree to that condition. Qin Wushang was taken aback by Gu Qiang's prompt agreement. However, it was likely due to the conversation on the phone. What was said during that call? Who could be on the other end? Qin Wushang pondered for a moment but found himself without any clues. At that moment, Qin Wushang smiled and said, Well, Uncle Gu, your decisiveness is commendable. Now, let me see your sincerity. Approximately 10 minutes later, a convoy consisting of 5 large trucks came to a halt before Qin Wushang on the street. Observing the 3-meter-tall, somewhat familiar piece of equipment on the central vehicle, he sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was this thing. Qin Wushang then turned to Gu Qiang and said, I would appreciate it if Uncle Gu could take action. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qiang extended his palm, channeling his energy, with faint arcs of electricity swirling around his fingertips. With a thunderous rumble, it was as if a bolt of lightning erupted from Gu Qiang's palm, striking the gene tracker with overwhelming force. This palm strike was a manifestation of the heavenly thunder strike from the 7 absolute techniques of the Thunder God. While both Gu Qiang and Gu Biao wielded techniques from the same set, their powers were incommensurable. Amidst the lightning, the gene tracker, worth hundreds of millions, was engulfed in flames, utterly destroyed with no chance for repair. Moreover, as Qin Wushang knew, this gene tracker had only been in existence for about 6 months since its development until the Alliance Council legislated its prohibition. It had not yet been mass-produced. This meant that this particular device might only be a prototype from a laboratory in the Longxia star system. In the foreseeable future, the Gu family would find it exceedingly difficult to procure a second one. Uncle Gu possesses remarkable strength. Had you acted sooner that night, I might not have had even a shred of opportunity to escape. Qin Wushang jested. He was aware that Gu Qiang had indeed been present during the raid on the Imperial Tower, yet had refrained from intervening immediately, likely due to the intimidating reputation of Qin Wushang's elder. Since there is a first condition, then my dear nephew, it is time to discuss the second. Gu Qiang replied, ignoring Qin Wushang's taunts with a calm demeanor. Qin Wushang chuckled and did not immediately articulate the second condition. Instead, he glanced at the somewhat uneasy Gu Biao and said, Uncle Gu, it is midday, and neither Gu Biao nor I have had a bite to eat. There happens to be a Sichuan restaurant just ahead, known for its delectable dishes. How about we indulge in a meal and then discuss further? Very well. Gu Qiang gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury as he acquiesced. The Sichuan restaurant mentioned by Qin Wushang was just around the corner, modest in size, with only 2 stories, yet quite renowned in the surrounding streets. At noon, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, every table occupied. Qin Wushang, pulling Gu Biao along, finally managed to secure a seat. He clasped Gu Biao's hand tightly, making no effort to conceal it, while Gu Biao was still drenched in blood. The sight of the two entering, accompanied by a row of well-dressed thugs at the entrance, inevitably sparked curiosity and anxiety among the diners. Instantly, the restaurant fell silent. The timid quickly shoveled down a few bites before hastily settling their bills and leaving, while the bolder began to whip out their phones excitedly to capture the moment.
Certainly, there were also numerous patrons dialing for help. However, Qin Wushang remained unfazed, ordering an extravagant spread as if nothing were amiss. He had no concerns about Gu Qiang tampering with the food, for Gu Biao was present at the table, an ever-watchful poison tester.
"Uncle, I wonder how my elder is faring?"
Qin Wushang inquired casually after they had eaten their fill.
Gu Qiang did not conceal the truth, responding, "Brother Qin, you are truly one of the top 10 masters of the Source Star. Under the siege of 7 or 8 innate warriors of the 5th and 6th stages, you emerged unscathed, and it was only after a fierce exchange of over 10 moves with the leader of the Divine Path sect, Ing Chi, that you departed gracefully." Gu Qiang offered his praise generously. Were it not for the significance of that item, Gu Qiang would have preferred not to oppose Qin Wangchen. However, that item was of utmost importance, and if it were not acquired swiftly, the Gu family would not even need to await revenge from Qin Wangchen. They would face ruin regardless. Contemplating the secrets entangled therein, Gu Qiang felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that his elder was alive and well. Qin Wushang felt a sense of relief. As for the elder's safety, Qin Wushang was not overly concerned. Someone as cunning as his elder was more likely to be a cause for worry for his enemies. Qin Wushang stood up, pulling Gu Biao along, and said with a smile, "I would trouble Uncle Gu to settle the bill while I take a trip to the restroom." "You won't be following me, will you?" "My dear nephew, it would be best if you refrained from any tricks." Gu Qiang, fully aware of Qin Wushang's intent to make a move, remained silent. He had already laid a web of traps around the Sichuan restaurant. There were no fewer than 10 warriors above the innate realm position nearby, and with Gu Qiang himself present, not even a fly could escape. Thus, Gu Qiang chose not to expose Qin Wushang's intentions but merely chuckled coldly. Qin Wushang shrugged, draping an arm around Gu Biao's shoulders as they made their way out. "You cannot escape, Qin Wushang. Release me, and once we obtain what we desire, I can grant you a swift end," Gu Biao said, a facade of bravado masking his fear as they ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. "What a ludicrous notion!" Qin Wushang scoffed derisively. "How could such a cunning and deceitful old dog like Gu Qiang father such a fool as you? Could it be that the rumor about you not being his legitimate son is true?" "You nonsense, Qin Wushang, you had better release me now, or once I have you in my grasp, you shall witness the extent of my wrath." Gu Biao's voice trembled in fury, as the insinuation hit a nerve. Qin Wushang was well aware of that rumor, which had indeed stirred considerable unrest within the Gu family. Ultimately, it was Gu Qiang's iron-fisted measures that quelled the tumult, though the outside world remained oblivious. By resurrecting this topic, Qin Wushang had effectively reopened Gu Biao's wounds, adding salt to the injury. At this moment, Gu Biao's desire to exact a gruesome revenge on Qin Wushang intensified. The restroom was located on the 2nd floor of the Sichuan restaurant. If his memory served him correctly, there should be a ventilation shaft there, just the right size for an adult to pass through. The reason Qin Wushang chose this particular Sichuan restaurant was that he was a regular patron, visiting 2 or 3 times a month to savor their signature dishes. He was more familiar with the layout of this establishment than even the owner himself. Once inside the restroom, Qin Wushang struck Gu Biao, rendering him unconscious. However, he miscalculated the force of his blow, resulting in Gu Biao convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Had Gu Biao retained consciousness, he would surely accuse Qin Wushang of harboring a grudge. "Let us hope I haven't truly knocked him senseless." Qin Wushang sighed as he looked at Gu Biao. The ventilation shaft was located at the far end of the restroom, sealed with a steel mesh no thicker than a finger. Yet, in Qin Wushang's hands, that barrier was as fragile as paper. With a swift motion, he tore open the vent and shoved Gu Biao through before following suit. Behind the ventilation shaft was not the bustling street outside but rather an abandoned storage room on the 2nd floor of a building adjacent to the Sichuan restaurant. Chapter 021. The turn of events. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Gu Qiang's expression grew increasingly grim. It was evident that Qin Wushang had once again outmaneuvered him. This was akin to having a hand forcefully slapped against Gu Qiang's forehead, rubbing his face against the ground. Reflecting on his previous unwavering confidence, believing he had everything under control, he now felt a scorching sensation spreading within him. Despite his thick skin, half an hour later, Gu Qiang's men finally located the ventilation shaft in the 2nd floor restroom. After crawling through it into the adjacent building, they discovered that Qin Wushang had long since vanished with Gu Biao. "Boss, the trail disappears from the balcony on the 3rd floor of the neighboring building. The person is nowhere to be found." The more than a dozen bodyguards returned empty-handed, their heads hanging low, too afraid to face Gu Qiang's wrath. On the brink of an explosion of fury, Gu Qiang suppressed his anger and spoke in a deep voice. "Sherdong, inquire with that little rascal Li Qi. Since he claims to possess means to pinpoint Qin Wushang's location, he must not be spouting nonsense." "Yes, boss, I will contact young Master Li immediately."
As he spoke, the head of the bodyguards, Sherdong, received a sudden beep from his communication device. Shortly thereafter, several unclear photographs and a positioning image arrived. "Boss, we've found him," Sherdong said excitedly to Gu Qiyang after confirming the authenticity of the information. 10 minutes later, within a business building over 1,000 meters away, Qin Wushang, dressed in sanitation worker attire and pushing a garbage cart, prepared to blend in with the bustling crowd to leave the building. However, as he reached the entrance, he was once again cornered by Gu Qiyang and his more than 10 subordinates. "Uncle Gu, do you believe I truly lost my way?" Qin Wushang smirked, lifting Gu Biao from the garbage cart, pressing one hand against the back of Gu Biao's head. Should Gu Qiyang make any sudden move, Qin Wushang would only need to exert his strength to turn Gu Biao's brain into a mushy pulp. Having a firm grip on Gu Biao was tantamount to holding Gu Qiyang's Achilles heel. Gu Qiyang's face darkened, and his anger flared as he shouted, "Wushang, dear nephew, do you think I should believe you or not?" "Naturally, Uncle Gu," Qin Wushang replied with a grin. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed, his body tensing like a drawn bowstring. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself away like a cannonball. In the next instant, a bullet struck the very spot where Qin Wushang had just stood. With a resounding boom, the ground where the bullet impacted erupted into a gaping hole approximately 30 centimeters wide, deep and bottomless, clearly having penetrated the foundation. Such destructive power and precision could only be achieved by the military-grade SP-201 heavy electromagnetic sniper rifle. The SP-201 is the standard weapon of the Alliance Army's Special Operations Forces, utilizing a 305mm tungsten lead alloy projectile, with a muzzle velocity of 1,630 meters per second, maximum kinetic energy of 467 kilojoules, and an effective range of 8,500 meters with a maximum deviation of 0.2 meters. While many obsolete models have found their way into the black market, acquiring such a weapon on Source Star is no easy feat. However, coincidentally, Qin Wushang was aware that there was indeed such a weapon within the Li family's private guard. His enmity with Li Qi had originally stemmed from a conflict over this very weapon in the black market. Bang! Before Qin Wushang had time to ponder, the second shot followed closely behind. For the SP-201, with its firing rate of 1,630 meters per second, the time from pulling the trigger to hitting the target was almost instantaneous. Fortunately, Qin Wushang had anticipated this. As his feet touched the ground, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the bullet. The bullet whizzed past, the fierce wind it generated tearing through his sanitation uniform, leaving gaping rips. "It seems someone wishes for Uncle Gu's line to end here," Qin Wushang thought as he took cover behind a wall. Although this wall would not withstand a 305mm bullet, it had become a dead angle for shooting, offering relative safety. At the same time, Qin Wushang regained his composure and discerned the underlying scheme. The first bullet appeared aimed at him, but from the perspective of the bullet's trajectory, it was highly likely that it was initially intended to strike Gu Biao in his grasp. After piercing through Gu Biao's body, it would then reach him. However, glancing at the sizable hole in the floor made it clear that such immense kinetic energy would undoubtedly obliterate Gu Biao's body upon impact, resulting in a gruesome demise. Even after cultivating the 10 earth-devouring star technique, Qin Wushang's physical resilience had increased compared to his previous innate state. Nevertheless, in the face of the SP-201, he still fell short, forced to hide in the corner. Perhaps only after fully mastering the first stage of the 10 earth-devouring star technique, re-entering the innate realm, and completing the first cycle of Starforce refinement would he be able to disregard the threat posed by the SP-201. The gunfire ceased. However, Qin Wushang remained uncertain whether the sniper outside had withdrawn. Yet, an available ally was conveniently at hand, and Qin Wushang decided to leverage it. "Uncle Gu, the sniper outside is your responsibility. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the next bullet won't find its way into Gu Biao's little brother." "Heh, just imagine the scene when it goes bang and flesh splatters everywhere. I might never forget that for the rest of my life." Listening to Qin Wushang's threat, Gu Qiyang seethed with frustration yet found himself powerless against Qin Wushang. As for the sniper outside, Gu Qiyang yearned to flay him alive. With Gu Qiyang's keen insight, he recognized that the first bullet was indeed aimed at his son. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's quick reflexes, Gu Qiyang would now be desperately searching for his beloved son, hoping to salvage some remnants, albeit in disjointed pieces. Soon, the bodyguards dispatched by Gu Qiyang returned one after another. Sherdong reported in a hushed tone, "Boss, we discovered the shooting point and traces of the shot on the 6th floor of the Jinhui building across the street, but the sniper is nowhere to be found." Gu Qiyang nodded. This was already within his expectations. However, to appease Qin Wushang's demands, he had no choice but to comply. "That brat Qin, the sniper outside, has left. I've fulfilled your request, so it's time to release my son, isn't it?" Gu Qiyang's patience had begun to wane. After years of navigating the business world, he had never felt so constrained.
Gu Qiyang, do you not wish to hear my second request? Qin Wushang, I give you 10 seconds to release my son, after which you will accompany me to the Gu family. Whatever demands you have, Gu will comply. Gu Qiyang issued his final ultimatum, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to have grasped certain connections, becoming increasingly resolute. Gu Qiyang, do you not value your son's life? Qin Wushang threatened. Qin Wushang, you may certainly attempt to test that. With you, young Master Qin, accompanying Biao on his journey, I trust Biao will not feel lonely. After a brief pause, Gu Qiyang coldly declared, Qin Wushang, the 10 seconds have elapsed. Surrendering is still an option. With that, Gu Qiyang did not wait for Qin Wushang to react and directly ordered a full-on assault. Following this, over a dozen innate level warriors surged forth, charging into the building. Gu Qiyang was essentially gambling, wagering that since Qin Wushang intended to use Gu Biao as a shield, he would not easily allow Gu Biao to perish. Indeed, both were seasoned old foxes. Qin Wushang quickly saw through Gu Qiyang's thoughts. However, faced with over a dozen innate warriors, Qin Wushang could only turn and flee. Chapter 022 The Mysterious Master in the Narrow Staircase. Qin Wushang dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, evading the attacks of the martial artists behind him by constantly changing his position. While fleeing for his life, he found a moment to ponder, and to his dismay, he realized that without a complete escape plan, he could not allow Gu Biao to perish just yet. If Gu Biao were to die, Gu Qiyang would be unrestrained, and Qin Wushang would inevitably become a sacrificial pawn alongside him. The thought brought a bitter smile to Qin Wushang's face. At this moment, Gu Biao was both his talisman and a burdensome encumbrance. Cursed, Qin Wushang had truly grasped Gu Qiyang's intentions. No wonder Gu Qiyang had suddenly gone mad, disregarding Gu Biao's fate. He had long suspected that Qin Wushang would never choose to perish with Gu Biao. It was a blatant scheme, and although Qin Wushang had seen through it, he found himself without a solution. It seemed that to escape today, he would have to fight desperately with one hand gripping Gu Biao. Qin Wushang swiftly ascended to the top floor. A thunderous crash echoed. Before he could catch his breath, a martial artist suddenly flashed into view a few feet behind him, moving with the swiftness of a meteor, closing in on Qin Wushang. A fierce gust of palm wind, accompanied by a whistling sound, aimed directly at the region of Qin Wushang's heart. If that palm strike landed, no matter how capable Qin Wushang was, his heart would be shattered, leading to his demise. Yet that was not the gravest danger. At the very moment the first innate martial artist struck, another had already been stirred into action. Unbeknownst to Qin Wushang, this second individual had circled to his right side, coordinating with the palm strike to unleash a powerful punch aimed at Qin Wushang's throat. In the next instant, a streak of white light shot through the air, resembling a silver serpent ready to strike, aimed directly at Qin Wushang's left hand, which was tightly gripping Gu Biao. Three innate martial artists launched their lethal techniques simultaneously, leaving Qin Wushang in a perilous predicament. Just as it seemed he would be struck by the palm, punch, and sword, Qin Wushang let out a hearty laugh. Behold my invincible meat shield. In a flash, he positioned Gu Biao in front of him. The three innate martial artists, hesitant to harm Gu Biao, were compelled to retract their attacks, narrowly avoiding injury to him. Seizing this fleeting moment, Qin Wushang broke free from the encirclement. With the meat shield in hand, he had the upper hand. With a slight trick, he managed to throw the three martial artists into disarray. However, this delay caused Qin Wushang's speed to wane, resulting in two additional martial artists joining the fray, increasing the mounting pressure he faced. With five innate martial artists attacking simultaneously, the surging aura overwhelmed Qin Wushang, akin to a fragile boat caught in turbulent waves. Qin Wushang found himself besieged, and in desperation, he clutched Gu Biao and wielded him like a weapon, swinging him wildly. Transformed from a meat shield into a human club, Gu Biao was fortunate to have lost consciousness. The martial artists, wary of striking Gu Biao, retreated, but in doing so, they completely blocked Qin Wushang's escape route, leaving him with nowhere to flee. At that moment, with a resounding crash, a shadow burst through the glass of the top floor's outer wall, akin to a cannonball being fired. After shattering the window, the shadow continued unabated, sending two martial artists flying as it crashed through the wall into the adjacent room. Such overwhelming force was difficult even for innate martial artists to withstand. With a thunderous boom, the shadow landed, causing the very ground to tremble. Everyone turned to look and beheld a figure clad in a long black robe, wearing a bronze mask that concealed their features completely. Although the newcomer's appearance remained obscured, the aura emanating from them suggested they were at least a top-tier innate martial artist, above the 5th level. Could there be reinforcements? The thought crossed not only the minds of the martial artists but also Qin Wushang's. Could it be that his own elder had sent assistance? Yet, he found it unnecessary for them to arrive so shrouded in secrecy. Regardless of the identity of this mysterious master, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events for Qin Wushang. Casting a cold glance, the mysterious black-robed master was terse and ruthless. In the next moment, they unleashed a deadly strike. With a sudden movement, they closed in on a martial artist to their left, and in the latter's terrified gaze, they delivered a palm strike to his face. This strike was imbued with internal energy, powerful as a mountain, sending the martial artist flying. The features on the man's face caved in, his head grotesquely drooping back, and by the time he hit the ground, he was irrevocably deceased. Shock and terror gripped the onlookers, and this was merely the beginning. Soon after, a second, then a third would meet the same fate. Qin Wushang silently calculated the time. From the moment the mysterious black-robed master appeared until the last martial artist fell, it took less than 5 seconds. Each strike was direct and brutal. Bold move. With a furious roar, Gu Qiang burst through the door, swiftly closing the distance to the mysterious master. A fierce gust of palm wind, crackling with lightning and thunder, aimed directly at the opponent's throat. The mysterious black-robed master merely snorted disdainfully, showing no intention to evade. Instead, they met Gu Qiang's thunderous palm strike head-on with crossed arms. The clash produced a sound reminiscent of metal colliding, interwoven with the dull thud of air being displaced, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Feeling a weight in his heart, Gu Qiang sensed that his palm strike felt as though it had struck an unyielding wall of iron and copper, failing to budge even slightly. Realizing this, Gu Qiang decisively retreated, his figure shifting like a flash of lightning, weaving through the air with grace, his fists and feet striking like the wind, alternating between thunder and lightning, each blow containing the power to shatter mountains and split stones. The Thunder Goddess 7 absolute techniques unleashed one after another, filling the confined space with the essence of lightning and thunder. However, despite Gu Qiang's every move being extraordinary, the mysterious black-robed master countered each with astonishing defensive prowess and precise retaliation. In this rapid exchange, their figures blurred, leaving a trail of afterimages that dazzled the onlookers. With a resounding thud, the mysterious black-robed master struck, sending Gu Qiang flying 3 meters away. In the air, Gu Qiang suddenly sprang upwards, his feet pattering against the wall like a gecko, swiftly climbing above the mysterious master, palms charged with power, ready to deliver a lethal strike. Yet, the mysterious master seemed to have anticipated this. They suddenly looked up, their eyes flashing with brilliance, and unleashed another punch, the wind howling as it collided with Gu Qiang's palms in midair. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the entire building appeared to tremble under the force, dust and debris swirling into the air. Run! A voice suddenly rang in Qin Wushang's ears, and in an instant, he felt as though he were soaring through the clouds. Elder Lu. Qin Wushang turned to see the figure approaching. It was Elder Lu Zhao, clad in a green robe. This is not the time for conversation, we must leave now. Elder Lu urged, glancing at the two figures locked in combat nearby. Understood. Qin Wushang nodded, but before departing, he audibly snapped Gu Biao's neck, leaving him obliviously ensnared in his confusion. Chapter 023 The Way Out. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zhao could not help but tug at the corners of his mouth. However, it seemed that his admiration for Qin Wushang had only deepened. He acted with decisiveness and a ruthless heart. Provided he did not meet an untimely end, he could indeed become a person of great consequence. Qin Wushang silently departed with Lu Zhao, and soon they returned to 72 Street. Only here could Qin Wushang feel a semblance of safety. What, the young master of the Qin family from the coastal city, the heir of the Imperial Financial Group, is frightened by such a minor commotion? Lu Zhao teased as he noticed Qin Wushang let out a sigh of relief. Qin Wushang understood that after this incident, his identity would likely no longer be concealed. Elder Lu, please forgive me, the previous concealment of my identity was born out of necessity, he said. It matters not. Lu Zhao chuckled, stroking his beard. Although I am not intimately acquainted with your father, we share a modicum of friendship. Today's rescue can be considered a repayment of a debt of gratitude. At this juncture, Lu Zhao pondered. However, after today, it may prove exceedingly difficult for you to establish yourself in 72 Street or even throughout the entirety of Yuanqing. Qin Wushang recognized the truth in Lu Zhao's words. Although the gene tracker had been destroyed before his eyes by Gu Qiang, the latter's ability to locate him so swiftly thereafter indicated that he possessed other means of tracking. Moreover, as the former heir of the Imperial Financial Group, Qin Wushang had a more intuitive understanding of the power held by the Li and Gu families. While they were not omnipotent, their influence had grown tremendously alongside the wealth of the Imperial Financial Group, transforming from ordinary families into one of the most formidable clans on Yuanqing. Their minions were entrenched in every corner of the Yuanqing military, politics, and commerce. Perhaps, as the old man himself had said, introducing the Li and Gu families into the Imperial Financial Group was akin to inviting wolves into one's home. This was undoubtedly the gravest mistake of his life. Now, reflecting on the hunt directed at him, Qin Wushang felt a peculiar dissonance. First and foremost was the scale of the pursuit. Based on his knowledge of the private militias of the Li and Gu families, and without even considering the higher-tier innate martial artists, the number of innate 3rd and 4th-tier warriors alone exceeded a mere handful. Yet, in the previous capture attempt, he had predominantly encountered innate 1st and 2nd-tier warriors,
With only Gu Qiang being a formidable opponent, the absence of any Li family experts was conspicuous. Of course, if Qin Wushang's speculation was correct, the sniper was likely dispatched by Li Qi. His true intent appeared less about eliminating Qin Wushang and more about warning Gu Qiang. Realizing this, Qin Wushang understood that there were elements in the entire affair that he had failed to consider. He lacked the most crucial clues, and many links in the chain remained unformed. Yes, suddenly, he recalled Gu Biao, whom he had crushed. Ji Biao had used him as bait to lure Qin Wushang into the open. Subsequently, by taking Gu Biao hostage, he had made Gu Qiang's pursuit seem entirely reasonable. They were all merely performing in a play, with him as the unwitting bait. Qin Wushang felt an epiphany, unable to suppress a curse in his heart. What a colossal mess did the old man create to warrant such targeting? Having come to terms with these realizations, Qin Wushang felt less concerned for his own safety. Instead, he pondered how his father must be feeling the pressure, likely facing difficult days ahead. In truth, there was no need for excessive worry. Although the Li and Gu families wielded considerable influence in Yuanqing, their power paled in comparison to their standing in the greater galaxy. Noticing the fluctuating expressions on Qin Wushang's face, Lu Zhao assumed he was anxious about his safety and sought to comfort him. Leaving Linhai City and Yuanqing behind, and making your escape into the galaxy. Lu Zhao's thoughts aligned with Qin Wushang's. Moreover, fleeing into the galaxy would extricate them from the snares of Yuanqing, potentially disrupting the enemy's plans and stepping outside of the chessboard. This approach would benefit both Qin Wushang and Qin Wangchen. However, since he could conceive of such an idea, the Li and Gu families would undoubtedly think along similar lines. The routes from Yuanqing to the galaxy were likely already ensnared in a web of traps. Departing Yuanqing would not be an easy endeavor. Yet, it is not without solutions. When Qin Wushang expressed his concerns, Lu Zhao smiled and remarked, "Please enlighten me, Elder Lu." Although the Li and Gu families have greatly expanded their power after seizing control of the Imperial Financial Group, there are still forces capable of contending with them in Yuanqing, even in Linhai City. Lu Zhao stated with a smile. The enemy of my enemy may not necessarily be a friend, nor must they be foes. In Linhai City, I am aware of a force that can engage in a contest of strength with the Li and Gu families, and even the Imperial Financial Group. Yuan Financial Group? Qin Wushang guessed. Indeed, it is the Yuan Financial Group. Lu Zhao nodded in affirmation. In the entirety of Yuanqing, the only rival to the Imperial Financial Group and the sole adversary that poses a headache for Qin Wangchen. 5 years prior, the Yuan Financial Group, in response to the competition posed by the Imperial Financial Group, had even gone so far as to relocate their headquarters from their base on Fenggu Star to Yuanqing. In Linhai City, directly across the river from the East City where the headquarters of the Imperial Financial Group was situated, the Yuan Financial Group constructed the Twin Star Tower, which was 2 stories taller than the Imperial Tower. From an exterior perspective, the 101-story Twin Star Tower appeared even more imposing than the 99-story Imperial Tower. When the Twin Star Tower was completed, Qin Wangchen was so enraged that he nearly demolished the Imperial Tower to rebuild it. Ultimately, he opted instead to add a spiraling golden dragon around the perimeter of the Imperial Tower, elevating its height above that of the Twin Star Tower, thus quelling the incident. The Imperial Financial Group and the Yuan Financial Group, Qin Wangchen and Yuan Zhengzhou, their long-standing enmity made Qin Wushang hesitant to seek assistance from his old adversary. The Yuan Financial Group's Capricorn Star shipping might be your only option. Seeing Qin Wushang appear somewhat hesitant, Lu Zhao continued, Capricorn Star Shipping, officially known as Capricorn Interstellar Transport Group, is a secondary subsidiary of the Yuan Financial Group, covering both freight and passenger transport, though its business accounts for less than 1% of the Yuan Financial Group's total operations. While this secondary subsidiary may not hold significant weight within the Yuan Financial Group, it is the only one personally overseen by Yuan Zhengzhou. Coincidentally, in the skies above the eastern sea of Linhai City, there exists a dock exclusively operated by Capricorn Star Shipping. For Yuan Zhengzhou, facilitating Qin Wushang's departure from Yuanqing under the noses of the Li and Gu families would be as simple as a snap of his fingers. Allow me to consider it further. Qin Wushang pondered aloud. Elder Lu, I shall not return to the Tiger Roar gang. I would trouble you to look after my friend. Lu Zhao nodded with a smile. Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will take good care of your young lady friend. As he spoke, Lu Zhao retrieved a black iron token from his pocket, hesitating for a moment before handing it to Qin Wushang. This token is for you. I cannot ascertain whether it is a blessing or a curse, but keep it with you. Should the opportunity arise, you may venture to the Shipyard Star region of the Galactic Alliance, where you might encounter unexpected fortunes. Chapter 024.
Transformation and rebirth in the 72 districts of the Tiger Roar Gang occupies the West 18th District, while the Iron Eagle Hall claims the East 18th District. The Frigate occupies the South 18th District. However, this has now become a thing of the past. Only in the North 18th District do myriad gangs proliferate, creating a chaotic mlang. This area stands as the most tumultuous locale within the entire 72 districts. After bidding farewell to Lu Zhao, Qin Wushang found refuge in a modest inn within the North 18th District. Such an unlicensed and unsanctioned establishment served as the ideal hideaway for him. Once settled, Qin Wushang finally had the opportunity to contemplate his next course of action, whether to flee into the vast cosmos or to remain and maneuver through the intrigues of the Li and Gu families. His own strength remained the crucial factor. With his current cultivation at the acquired realm, he realized it was insufficient. Thus, the foremost task became to elevate his prowess with utmost expediency. However, the cultivation of the star-devouring technique differed significantly from conventional celestial martial arts. The latter cultivates true energy, which is drawn from the martial artist's vital essence. A robust vital essence accelerates the cultivation process. Consequently, celestial martial artists can enhance their vitality through various pills and potions to hasten their training. In contrast, the star-devouring technique relies on stellar energy, a force derived primarily from the stars within the cosmos, yet, one cannot directly consume the energy of the stars. It necessitates the filtering of planetary energy, transforming the violent stellar energy into a more temperate planetary energy. This reality results in an absorption rate of stellar energy that cannot be compensated for by medicinal means. However, this pertains only to the first stage of cultivating the star-devouring technique. The technique comprises 12 tiers, with each 4 tiers constituting a stage. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, or the 9th tier and beyond, one may directly consume stellar energy and convert it into personal strength. In fact, at the pinnacle of the 12th tier, one could directly devour stars, imprisoning them within oneself as a perpetual source of energy. Yet, this remains a distant prospect for Qin Wushang at present. In summary, while the star-devouring technique possesses an exceptionally high ceiling, its cultivation conditions are exceedingly stringent, causing the pace of advancement to decelerate progressively as one progresses. Consequently, Qin Wushang harbored concerns regarding whether the limits of human lifespan would permit him to fully cultivate the star-devouring technique to its 12th tier. On the Source Star, the purest and most concentrated stellar energy can be found in secluded mountains, vast marshes, blessed caves, or remote islands. Linghai City, adjacent to the East Sea, lies atop a vast alluvial plain. Lacking the mountainous terrain and valleys common to inland areas, it provides no deep mountains, extensive marshes, or blessed caves for Qin Wushang's cultivation. However, northeast of the coastline, approximately 10 nautical miles out at sea, there exists a cluster of uninhabited rocky islands. Beneath the starry sky and with the sea at his back, this location serves as an excellent site for cultivating the star-devouring technique. After nightfall, Qin Wushang securely locked himself within his room, seizing the cover of darkness to quietly depart through the back window. Upon reaching the shore, he found it was the high tide. Qin Wushang stepped boldly into the waves, initially relying solely on his physical strength to resist the ocean's surging tides. With each meter traversed, he expended multiple times his usual strength. After walking approximately 4 to 5 nautical miles, he felt his physical strength had been entirely depleted. Upon reaching the limits of his endurance, he ceased to resist, allowing himself to float upon the water, rising and falling with the waves. Simultaneously, he began to circulate the first tier of the star-devouring technique. Suddenly, Qin Wushang sensed a torrent of stellar energy surging towards him from all directions, catching him off guard. He calmed his mind and carefully probed, discovering that this vast energy emanated from the ocean, seeping through the surrounding waters. This stellar energy was purer and more abundant than what he had previously absorbed from the void. In that moment, Qin Wushang paid no heed to the origins of this overwhelming and pristine stellar energy. He felt as though he were submerged in a thick sea of stellar energy, with limitless energy uncontrollably flooding into his being. The unexpected delight was overwhelming. Qin Wushang had no choice but to focus his mind intently, fully circulating the first tier of the star-devouring technique to control the stellar energy continually washing over his body. As the technique cycled repeatedly, the speed of its operation unknowingly broke through its previous limitations, accelerating from 1 complete cycle per hour to 1 cycle every 10 minutes. Moreover, this speed continued to increase. Within Qin Wushang's body, as an infinite and exquisitely pure stellar energy surged in, a light net composed of 360 nodes, which had been dormant, was reignited deep within his physical form. This was the manifestation of the mysterious runes within the Great Wilderness Halberd, now integrated with Qin Wushang's body. However, within this vast light net, the majority of the network remained a dark gray, with only the pathways of the first tier of the technique glowing with a brilliance akin to that of a blazing sun. 1 hour passed. 2 hours elapsed, with Qin Wushang continuously operating the first tier of the star-devouring technique. The speed of its circulation accelerated to 1 complete cycle per minute. The goal of achieving a cycle within the span of a finger snap was now within reach. Buddhist scriptures state 1 inch su is equivalent to 48 minutes, 1 su is equivalent to 20 luoyu, and 1 luoyu is equivalent to 20 finger snaps. Thus, the duration of a finger snap is approximately 72 seconds, with a minute containing 60 seconds. A finger snap then spans 72 seconds. Qin Wushang was acutely aware that this increase in speed was even more challenging than the leap from 1 hour to 1 minute. Moreover, at this moment, he realized that the external supply of stellar energy was insufficient to meet the demands of his technique's operation. To achieve further breakthroughs, he must seek areas with denser stellar energy. Determined, Qin Wushang resolved to fully cultivate the first tier of the technique. He swiftly submerged himself beneath the waves, navigating along the rocky formations towards the depths of the sea. Indeed, as he descended deeper into the ocean, he sensed the concentration of stellar energy growing stronger. At a cliff's edge, submerged over 10 meters deep, the concentration peaked, yet, it was still not enough. He needed to delve even deeper. Suddenly, Qin Wushang sensed a massive source of stellar energy beneath the cliff. Following his intuition, he descended to the base of the cliff, where a rock the size of a fist came into view. Could it be a meteorite? Qin Wushang was uncertain, yet it was the only explanation for the anomalous source of stellar energy within the ocean. Upon grasping the starstone, the technique within Qin Wushang's body began to operate autonomously, akin to a famished beast ravenously consuming the energy contained within the stone. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, the technique reached its zenith, operating even faster than the span of a finger snap by 2 seconds. At that moment, Qin Wushang felt as though a supernova had erupted within him. An endless torrent of stellar energy exploded forth in an instant, as flesh, muscle, membranes, and marrow seemed to be incinerated within a silvery flame. Had his consciousness not remained intact, Qin Wushang might have believed he had been obliterated in this explosion. Transformation and rebirth occurred simultaneously. Chapter 025 of the Gochen Plan. Qin Wushang gazed at the starstone in his hand, which had already transformed into a handful of grayish-white ashes, dissipating into the sea. The innate realm. Qin Wushang felt the surging power within him, experiencing an unprecedented vitality. This was a rebirth from within, a metamorphosis at the cellular level. Compared to the innate realm he had previously attained, Qin Wushang sensed that this was the more perfect and authentic version of the innate realm. In terms of strength alone, he could easily overpower 10 versions of his former self, and utterly annihilate them. As his cultivation progressed, so too did the swelling restlessness within Qin Wushang's heart. However, recalling that his father, at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the innate realm, still had to remain incognito and avoid the limelight, he realized that the enemies his father faced were formidable beyond his imagination. With this thought, Qin Wushang's restless heart suddenly calmed. Emerging from the sea, he found that dawn was breaking. Having returned to the innate realm, Qin Wushang could now employ the unique levitation technique of innate warriors using merely his physical prowess. With feet skimming the waves, his figure moved like lightning. In mere moments, he had reached the shore without losing speed. He chose uninhabited alleys, swiftly darting northward into District 18. In truth, even if someone were to catch a glimpse of him, the naked eye would struggle to discern his presence. They would merely feel a gust of wind pass by. In less than 5 minutes, covering a distance of nearly 10 kilometers, Qin Wushang stealthily returned to the secluded and narrow black inn from which he had departed. Just as he was about to enter through the rear window, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to a faint mark at the window frame. It was a sign he had deliberately left behind before leaving, which had clearly been tampered with. Moreover, he sensed a faint but distinct breath emanating from within the room. Realizing the danger, Qin Wushang wasted no time and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a familiar voice drifted from inside the room. "Qin Wushang, aren't you going to chat for a bit before you leave?" "Li Qi." The sound of that familiar voice jolted Qin Wushang's senses. Instantly on high alert, he turned to survey his surroundings, yet, he discovered that apart from himself and Li Qi, there were no other warriors in the vicinity. Li Qi's next words confirmed this. "No need to look around, it's just me here." Qin Wushang paused, then burst into laughter. "Li Qi, I must admire your audacity. Just earlier today, I eliminated Gu Biao, and yet here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. If I dared to come, I naturally have the means to escape. As for that fool Gu Biao, he was only wasting air by living. Isn't it better that he is dead?" Li Qi showed no concern for Gu Biao's demise, even though Gu Biao had been delivered into Qin Wushang's hands by him. Despite the severe repercussions of Gu Biao's death, which had incited Gu Qiang's deep-seated hatred towards him and even the Li family, Li Qi felt no regret. This was merely one link in a larger plan, a mere pawn in the game. "Then I must thank you," Qin Wushang retorted with a cold smirk. "To hear the esteemed young master Qin utter the words thank you makes my efforts worthwhile." Li Qi chuckled before suddenly asking, "Doesn't the young master want to know the truth?" Qin Wushang's heart trembled, yet he maintained an impassive facade. "Do enlighten me." If I find it unsatisfactory, I shall have no choice but to send you down to accompany that fool Gubiao. Walk swiftly on the road to the underworld. You should still be able to catch up to Gubiao to keep him company. Li Qi let out a scoff. Indeed, even when we're merely chatting like this, we can't help but scheme against each other. With a playful grin, Li Qi added, no rush. We have ample time to converse. Qin Wushang was not worried about any tricks Li Qi might employ after breaking through to the innate realm. He felt confident that he could escape even from top-tier warriors at the 5th or 6th stages of the innate realm. Resolving to hear what Li Qi had to say regarding the so-called truth, he leaned against the wall beneath the rear window, preparing to listen intently. Separated by a mere wall, two sworn enemies who would eagerly eliminate each other engaged in conversation as though they were old friends. Do you remember the Gochen plan? Upon hearing that both familiar and unfamiliar name, Qin Wushang's mind stirred as dormant memories resurfaced. Discussing the Gochen plan inevitably led to the current Earth Alliance. 2000 years ago, at the twilight of the Common Era, the technology of the source star's humanity underwent explosive breakthroughs. In just 50 years, controlled nuclear fusion, heavy nuclear fusion, quantum intelligence, quantum communication, and a myriad of other scientific advancements achieved critical milestones. It was as though, overnight, the previously insurmountable technical barriers and research obstacles vanished. The turning point marking the transition between epochs was the advent of the warp engine. For the first time, humanity realized superluminal travel in the vastness of space, extending their reach to the stars. To this day, the Earth Alliance occupies a spherical region of the cosmos centered around the source star's solar system, spanning nearly 400 light-years in radius. Using the solar system as a reference point and the ecliptic plane as an absolute coordinate plane, the Earth Alliance's spherical stellar region is divided into 8 sectors. The upper sectors, known as Qian, are sequentially labeled Qian 1, Qian 3, Qian 5, and Qian 7, while the lower sectors, termed Kuan, are designated Kuan 2, Kuan 4, Kuan 6, and Kuan 8. The Gochen plan is primarily focused on the exploration and development of Gochen star, located on the periphery of the Qian 1 sector, within the constellation Ursa Minor. The Gochen star possesses another, more imposing name among the Huaxia people of the source star, the Ziwei Emperor star, positioned 448 light-years away. It lies on the fringes of the Earth Alliance's territory, regarded as an unknown domain by the Alliance. According to the Alliance's constitution, the approach to pioneering such unexplored star regions is straightforward yet enticing. First come, first served. Whoever occupies it, develops it, and benefits from it. The main content of the Gochen plan involves resource surveying and sample collection from the stellar system housing Gochen star, laying the groundwork for subsequent interstellar development. This plan was proposed over 2 decades ago, but after its approval by the board and its handover to Qin Wangshan, there had been no further developments. Qin Wushang had only come across references to this plan by chance while gradually delving into the management of the consortium and reviewing past documents. Could it be that his father's affairs are linked to this Gochen plan? Qin Wushang pondered. The Gochen plan had been ongoing all along, yet one would find no relevant information within the consortium's planning documents, as it concealed a monumental secret behind it. Li Qi's words further affirmed Qin Wushang's suspicions, yet he felt a twinge of jealousy. Such a significant secret was known to Li Qi, while he, as the heir of the consortium, had received not a whisper of it. Could it be that he was merely a pawn in his father's grand scheme? Chapter 026 Remnants of the Deities. 2 decades ago, the exploratory vessel Xianniao, dispatched by the consortium, discovered a planet resembling the source star within the habitable zone of the Gochen star system. This planet's diameter exceeded that of the source star by more than 100-fold. More significantly, the exploration team uncovered traces of ancient deities on this planet, and from the ruins, they retrieved a fragment of a stele. Deities? Upon hearing these 2 words, Qin Wushang couldn't help but exclaim. Although the Gochen project was grand in scope, such endeavors were not uncommon during the pioneering era of the Earth Alliance. However, the discovery of evidence suggesting the existence of deities on the planets of the Gochen system was enough to reverberate throughout the entire Earth Alliance, inciting widespread frenzy. Thus, you, or rather the forces behind you, wish to seize this fragment of the stele. No, this stele is merely the beginning. After thorough analysis by the Gochen laboratory, established specifically by the consortium, it was revealed that this stele was crafted from 36 unique and rare materials found in the cosmos, amalgamated through methods unknown to humanity, endowing it with the capacity to serve as an information carrier. Is this not akin to the information-storing jade slips mentioned in the popular mythological and cultivation novels from the early years of the Alliance? Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. From this fragment, the Gochen laboratory deciphered a segment of unknown information, the manner of expression and documentation completely alien to all known human methods, rendering it indecipherable and untranslatable. However, when the researchers attempted to load this information into the biowaves of the human brain for interference resonance, a miracle occurred. From this information, we gleaned fragmented concepts such as heavenly court, immortal, longevity, and catastrophe. Though these fragments were scattered, the volume of information they conveyed was immense. Heavenly court, immortal, longevity, catastrophe, these are indeed terms found within ancient mythological legends. Could it be that deities truly existed? Qin Wushang reflected on the legacy he had acquired, recalling the figure of Huang Xian in that earth-shattering punch capable of obliterating the heavens. Perhaps deities genuinely once walked the earth. With this thought, Qin Wushang found his breath quickening, and then, Li Qi chuckled softly, responding, and then, that was merely the beginning of this incident. 3 years ago, the Xian Niao once again ventured into the Gochen star domain. However, this time, it vanished without a trace. To be precise, the Xian Niao defected, absconding with all the experimental data and the fragment of the steel, disappearing within the Gochen star domain. After listening, Qin Wushang pondered, "Do you suspect that my father orchestrated this defection?" Li Qi replied with a smile, "It is not suspicion, it is certainty. The information derived from that fragment must be far more than what we have uncovered. It undoubtedly contains crucial information that Qin Wanchen would go so far as to sacrifice his meticulously built imperial consortium to possess." Yet, Qin Wushang found this hard to believe. Based on his understanding of his father, the imperial consortium was his life's work. In his father's heart, the imperial consortium was of greater significance than his own son. How could he abandon it for an ephemeral secret? Li Qi, seemingly anticipating Qin Wushang's skepticism, continued with a smile, "Why not take a guess at who the leaders and executors of the Gochen project are?" Qin Wushang had scant knowledge of the Gochen project and could not fathom the answer. "You should be somewhat familiar with the name Xiao Qianqian, correct?" "Impossible, that is not possible." Before Li Qi could finish his sentence, Qin Wushang had already exclaimed in agitation, "My mother passed away in a plane crash 20 years ago." "It cannot be true, you are deceiving me." Li Qi refrained from arguing with Qin Wushang, instead stating calmly, "Xiao Qianqian was aboard the missing Xian Niao." "What?" Qin Wushang, still reeling from the unexpected joy of possibly recovering his mother, was abruptly thrust back into despair as he realized he had become a child without a mother once more. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him, leaving him feeling somewhat lost and disoriented. The Gochen project had been shrouded in mystery from the very beginning. Only your parents truly grasped its depths. Even the Gochen laboratory, as an institution, could find no trace of it within the 6-tier hierarchy of the Imperial Consortium. Perhaps the spiritual energy of the War family knew something, otherwise, they would not have chosen to remain aloof. As Li Qi's words gradually unveiled the truth, an array of new doubts and confusions began to take root in Qin Wushang's mind. Why had his mother faked her death and gone into hiding? Why had his father orchestrated the defection of the Xian Niao? What secrets lay hidden within the fragment of the steel? Who were the individuals behind the Li family's ancient clan? Why had Li Qi chosen to divulge this information to him? One riddle after another unfolded before Qin Wushang, overwhelming his mind. So, you intend to extract the secret from my father? Yet you cannot locate him, thus using me as bait to lure him out. Qin Wushang inquired, but why not simply capture me as a hostage to threaten my father? Suddenly, Qin Wushang realized it's not that they didn't want to, but rather that they couldn't. Since his father was capable of executing the Gochen project outside the Imperial Consortium, he must possess an influence that should not be underestimated. Furthermore, recalling the night he fled the Imperial building, only to lose consciousness midway and awaken in the chaotic area of District 72, combined with the appearance of that mysterious masked expert, it was evident that someone was aiding him from the shadows. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, there will be a transport ship departing from Capricorn Star Line to Kunli Star Domain, Daiyu Star. If you wish to leave the Source Star, you must hasten your actions. Li Qi's voice resounded once more. At 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the Source Star's defense system will experience a brief malfunction lasting for 3 minutes. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends solely on you. Why are you helping me? I simply do not wish for you to perish at the hands of others. Stay alive, your life belongs solely to me. Li Qi. Before Li Qi could finish his statement, Qin Wushang had already darted through the rear window with lightning speed. However, the room was devoid of Li Qi's presence. The door was tightly locked. In this enclosed space, Li Qi could not have vanished into thin air. Yet, Qin Wushang sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation in the void, a force distinct from the martial energy of a celestial warrior. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Wushang. Spatial fluctuations. These were crafted by spatial element celestial sorcerers, known as life-saving artifacts within the Alliance, the spatial teleportation jade talismans. Anyone wielding such a talisman could, upon activation, perform short-range spatial jumps, with the distance depending on the sorcerer's cultivation level. Ranging from mere meters to thousands of meters. However, the number of spatial element celestial sorcerers was exceedingly rare. To create such teleportation talismans, one's cultivation must reach at least the spirit origin realm.
Within the Alliance, there were scarcely a handful of spatial element celestial sorcerers at this level, hence, a single spatial teleportation jade talisman could be worth tens of millions to even 100 million Alliance credits, and yet it was often more valuable than available. Li Qi had chosen to utilize such an invaluable spatial teleportation talisman here. Indeed, your enemy knows you best. Clearly, Li Qi had anticipated that Qin Wuxian would recklessly attempt to kill him. Thus, he had prepared the spatial teleportation talisman in advance for self-preservation. Then, how much of what Li Qi had previously said could be deemed credible? Chapter 027 of the Twin Towers. Insidious and cunning, ruthless and merciless, skilled in manipulation, and profoundly calculating, these are the impressions that have lingered in Qin Wuxiang's mind regarding Li Qi over the years. To Qin Wuxiang, the Gouqian plan that Li Qi spoke of seemed genuine, as did his intention to assist in his departure from Yuanqing. However, beneath this veneer of truth undoubtedly lay Li Qi's true motives, shrouded in ambiguity and elusiveness. This uncertainty is precisely why Qin Wuxiang harbors a deep disdain for Li Qi. One can never be certain when they might become a pawn in his intricate schemes. There exists a perpetual need for vigilance, with the ever-present danger of being ensnared at any moment. In Qin Wuxiang's eyes, the best course of action against such a deviously calculating and dark-hearted individual would be to eliminate him entirely. Regrettably, this crafty fox has managed to slip away once more. Qin Wuxiang feels that having missed this opportunity, any future attempts to eradicate him will only become increasingly arduous. The fact that Li Qi could locate the Black Hotel indicates that this place is no longer safe. Once again, Qin Wuxiang exited through the back door, but not before extending his stay for another 2 days, leaving the illusion that he would return. Subsequently, he departed from the North 18th District and infiltrated an unoccupied shopping mall in the North City District. Having gleaned information about the Yuanqing defense system from Li Qi, Qin Wuxiang quickly deduced its implications. The extensive surveillance system that pervades Yuanqing not only safeguards the citizens in public spaces but also renders all criminals utterly visible. This monitoring apparatus is connected to the Yuanqing Star Domain Defense Headquarters and the Quantum Supercomputing Center's galaxy-level intelligence system, Apocalypse. Although the computational resources allocated to this surveillance system are less than 1,000th of the total, it is still sufficient to monitor every corner of Yuanqing. Thanks to its superior algorithms and formidable processing power, even the most meticulously disguised individuals can be identified through facial details, habitual movements, and dietary preferences. Thus, to elude this system's scrutiny, in addition to necessary disguises, Qin Wuxiang must alter his physical form, modify his habitual movements, and control the micro-expressions on his face. Fortunately, after breaking through to the innate realm, Qin Wuxiang's mastery over his body has significantly improved. While a complete transformation may still be beyond his reach, temporary and localized alterations remain feasible. By controlling the flow of his vital energy, Qin Wuxiang's facial muscles began to shift, leading to a transformation in his features. Next came his physique. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was a conspicuous figure amidst the crowd, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Under his deliberate control, he reduced his height to below 1.8 meters, and his body became more proportionate, with his compacted muscles exuding a palpable explosive power. Gazing into the mirror, Qin Wuxiang was confident that even Li Qi would not recognize him upon encountering him face to face. The next step involved managing his micro-expressions and habitual movements. For someone at the innate realm, this was the simplest task. Exiting the North City District, Qin Wuxiang intentionally avoided the detectors along his path. Whenever avoidance proved impossible, he ensured that they could not capture his frontal image. After a series of stops and a few detours, he finally arrived at Xinkai Square in the West City District shortly after noon. Across the square stood the magnificent and technologically advanced Twin Towers, their sleek curves elegantly embracing the skyline. They resembled 2 interstellar spaceships poised for launch, patiently awaiting commands to explore the unknown. These towers were the result of the Yuan Consortium's considerable investment, intent on overshadowing the Imperial Tower. On the 101st floor of Tower 1, on the left, is the office of Yuan Zhongzhao, the leader of the Yuan Consortium. This was not Qin Wuxiang's first visit. He was well acquainted with the layout of the Twin Towers. Below the 30th floor, ordinary individuals could freely roam, but access to floors 30 through 90 required an employee card with the corresponding departmental authorization. As for the floors above 90, permission from the management of the Yuan Consortium was mandatory. Such stringent oversight made it exceedingly difficult for any outsider to infiltrate the Twin Towers. However, this posed no challenge for Qin Wuxiang. With a flourish reminiscent of a conjurer, he produced a card from his person and swiped it to access the elevator leading to the 90th floor. The card belonged to a familiar acquaintance of Qin Wuxiang, one of the S-level supervisors of the Yuan Consortium, who possessed access rights to floors 60 through 90. This S-level supervisor, at the 6th stage of the acquired realm, had fallen before Qin Wuxiang without lasting even a single exchange, only to be dispatched to a secluded corner of the underground parking lot. There was no direct passage between the 90th floor and the upper levels, however. Upon reaching this point, Qin Wushang had no intention of taking the conventional route. He found a room by the window, climbed out, and, employing his levitation technique, silently ascended to the 91st floor. Yet, to his surprise, as soon as he touched down, a piercing alarm blared throughout the floor. Countless security personnel rushed toward his location. As Qin Wushang glanced up, he spotted a concealed camera in the corner, watching him intently. So soon to be exposed, he shrugged in resignation. It seemed he had no choice but to force his way through. The approaching security personnel had cultivation levels topping out at the first stage of the innate realm, yet they managed to withstand 3 of Qin Wushang's strikes before succumbing. As for the remaining acquired realm martial artists, he didn't even need to engage them directly. A mere release of his innate energy was sufficient to intimidate them into inaction. However, at that moment, a silver ray shot towards Qin Wushang's face like a bolt of lightning, followed by a fiery figure lunging at him. Innate 4th stage, from the energy emanating from this assailant, Qin Wushang sensed a hint of danger, particularly from the silver beam that seemed to contain an overwhelming force. With no time to ponder further, Qin Wushang swiftly evaded the silver ray while launching a punch infused with immense power toward the fiery figure. The resulting explosion echoed as a burst of crimson flames erupted in the path of his fist. The collision of fist and flame caused the air to shatter, sending sparks flying. In an instant, as the energies dissipated, Qin Wushang looked up to see a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s and bearing a frosty expression, observing him with keen interest from a distance of about 10 feet. Then, with a wave of her hand, she summoned the silver ray that had previously shot toward him, which arced gracefully into her grasp. She then inquired, "Who might you be? Why have you intruded upon the Twin Towers?" Chapter 028. Yuan Qingxue. Upon recognizing the visage of the woman before him, Qin Wushang could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, the woman gazed at Qin Wushang with confusion, and after confirming that she had never encountered this man before, she inquired with curiosity, "Do we know each other?" Qin Wushang hurriedly denied, stating, "No, we do not know each other." However, Yuan Qingxue's demeanor sparked suspicion. She scrutinized Qin Wushang for a considerable time before saying, "No, we must have crossed paths somewhere. I suspect that this appearance is not your true form, or furthermore, your eyes bear a striking resemblance to a rogue I once knew." As she uttered the word rogue, a hint of resentment crept into Yuan Qingxue's tone. In response, Qin Wushang offered an awkward smile, fully aware of whom Yuan Qingxue was alluding to, yet this made him even more hesitant to reveal his true identity before her. Attempting to deflect the conversation, Qin Wushang inquired, "Is the head of the Yuan family available? I have come unannounced to discuss a matter of great importance with him." "My uncle is not present." "It would be best for you to return another day." Yuan Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. "Your cultivation is remarkable, so I assume you are not an unknown figure. Please make an appointment through the front entrance upon your next visit." With that, she signaled to security to escort Qin Wushang out. "Apologies." Qin Wushang feigned compliance, and as he moved within a mere 2 steps of Yuan Qingxue, he suddenly struck, sending 2 security personnel flying before seizing Yuan Qingxue by the shoulder, apprehending her swiftly. Though Yuan Qingxue was no weakling, it was evident that she lacked experience in dealing with such sudden developments. Moreover, as a practitioner of spiritual arts, her training leaned heavily towards mental prowess, rendering her physical combat capabilities inferior to those of martial practitioners. Caught off guard, she found herself utterly defenseless against Qin Wushang's hold. Yuan Qingxue glared at Qin Wushang, attempting to struggle, but his grip was as unyielding as iron, leaving her powerless to move. "Let us proceed to the office on the top floor and await the head of the Yuan family." Qin Wushang disregarded the surrounding security. With Yuan Qingxue in his grasp, they dared not make a move. As for Yuan Qingxue, under the binding force of Qin Wushang's grip, she could muster no strength and was compelled to follow him to the 101st floor of the Twin Star Building. The entire 101st floor housed the offices of Yuan Zhongzhao, unless summoned by him directly. Even his personal secretary was forbidden from entering this level. Yuan Qingxue had visited this place several times before but found it too spacious and the decor not to her liking. Thus, during ordinary hours, she preferred to remain on the lower floors where she felt more at ease. News of Yuan Qingxue's abduction quickly reached Yuan Zhongzhao, who was in the midst of entertaining an old friend. Pausing in his meal, he remarked, "My apologies, a matter has arisen at home. I shall host you another day to make amends. Given your urgency, it must be of considerable significance." The guest replied with a slight smile. "Let us agree on the matter of the Emperor Corporation, and we can discuss the details at another time." Shortly thereafter, a small private aircraft with vertical takeoff capabilities descended onto the helipad atop the Twin Star Building. Within the 101st floor, as they observed the aircraft descending from above, Qin Wushang released Yuan Qingxue and waved his hand, declaring, "The head of the Yuan family has arrived. You may leave now." Regaining her freedom, Yuan Qingshui immediately darted away, creating distance between herself and Qin Wushang, simultaneously forming hand seals to unleash a fiery blade towards him. In truth, Yuan Qingshui's cultivation was at the 5th or 6th tier of the initial origin realm, comparable to the 5th or 6th tier of the postnatal realm among martial practitioners. Yet, Qin Wushang remained unmoved, merely extending his palm. A gust of wind erupted, akin to a tempest, tearing through the air with tremendous force. The collision of their powers resulted in the fiery blade shattering instantly, sparks flying before being extinguished in an instant. Having failed to land a hit, Yuan Qingshui's hand seals accelerated, and soon, a second and third fiery blade followed in rapid succession. A typical individual might find themselves overwhelmed by such swift assaults, but unfortunately for her, she was facing Qin Wushang. The flames of the initial origin realm, despite their intensity, were ultimately limited. Even if Qin Wushang stood still, he could not break through the defenses of his innate physical prowess. Of course, had Yuan Qingshui utilized that silver artifact of hers, Qin Wushang might have had to exercise caution. In the next moment, Qin Wushang launched a series of rapid strikes, unleashing a flurry of palm shadows. With a whoosh, the two fiery blades were swiftly extinguished, as effortlessly as snuffing out a candle. The disparity in their cultivation levels was as vast as a mountain range. Seeing this, Yuan Qingshui's expression shifted, yet she did not relent. With a cold smirk, she altered her hand seals, creating a more intricate pattern than before. The instant she completed her seals, flames erupted around her, surging violently. Within mere seconds, they transformed into a sea of fire, encircling Qin Wushang entirely. Amidst the flames, fire phoenixes emerged, soaring high, each seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate everything in their path as they charged toward Qin Wushang. Though impressive in its grandeur, Qin Wushang perceived that the dispersion of the fiery power diminished its overall potency compared to her previous fiery blade. The sole commendable aspect was its ability to confine an opponent. However, had Yuan Qingshui's cultivation reached the higher tiers, surpassing the initial origin realm to attain the virtual origin or even the divine origin realm, and had she intensified the flames to their utmost potential, this technique could indeed possess the capability to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. As it stood, Qin Wushang merely pointed a finger. Although he relied solely on his physical strength, it seemed as if an endless sword energy erupted forth, tearing the sea of flames apart. What a magnificent technique! 10,000 souls vanquished. The Qin family's sword emperor's scripture is indeed extraordinary. Qin Wangshan has given birth to a remarkable son. Yuan Zhongzhou entered alone, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The sword emperor's scripture, a unique martial art of the Qin family. Upon hearing those three words, Yuan Qingshui could no longer conceal her realization of the man's identity. You are that rogue Qin Wushang? Yuan Qingshui glared at him, her face a mask of indignation and fury. The animosity between Qin Wushang and Yuan Qingshui stemmed from a wager between Qin Wangshan and Yuan Zhongzhou, with a marriage pact at stake. If Qin Wangshan lost, Qin Wushang would marry into the Yuan family. If Yuan Zhongzhou lost, Yuan Qingshui would wed into the Qin family. However, at the tender age of 14 or 15, they were in the throes of youthful rebellion. Moreover, with Qin Wushang's heart already set on the martial family as Shan Wushuang, upon hearing the news, he resolutely refused, resulting in a considerable uproar. Later, as the Emperor Corporation and Yuan Corporation engaged in fierce competition, their relationship became as hostile as fire and water, rendering what was once a mere jest of a marriage pact null and void. The youthful ignorance and arrogance, which one might expect to be tempered by time, had not escaped Qin Wushang's notice. He was taken aback by how long Yuan Qingshui had harbored resentment towards him. Yuan Qingshui glared at Qin Wushang, her eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 029. Having settled matters, he departed. Qingshui, you may leave first, commanded Yuan Zhongzhou. No, uncle, I wish to hear what this fellow has to say. Surely, he has some unspeakable matters to disclose, Yuan Qingshui retorted as she pulled up a chair and made herself comfortable, refusing to budge. Yuan Qingshui was the daughter of Yuan Zhonghua, the younger brother of Yuan Zhongzhou. Over a decade ago, the Yuan family fell victim to the revenge of old foes. In a bid to save Yuan Zhongzhou, Yuan Zhonghua lost his life, leaving behind his only daughter, Yuan Qingshui. Since then, Yuan Zhongzhou had taken her in, raising her as his own and showering her with affection. Seeing Yuan Qingshui's obstinate demeanor, Yuan Zhongzhou found himself at a loss, compelled to allow her to indulge in her whims. He gestured for Qin Wushang to take a seat. I have been apprised of the matters concerning the Imperial Consortium. Since you, dear nephew, are present, I presume Brother Wangshan is in good health? Upon hearing this, a flicker of wariness flashed in Qin Wushang's eyes, though his expression remained unyielding. In recent days, I have lost contact with my father, and I am unaware of his current condition. The Yuan family's influence rivals that of the Imperial Consortium. It would not be an exaggeration to say they possess formidable connections. Might you have any news of my father, esteemed Yuan Patriarch? I would be immensely grateful if you could share. Yuan Zhongzhou was taken aback,
His attempt to extract information had backfired. As Qin Wushang sought to gain the upper hand, he couldn't help but marvel at how the cunning old fox, Qin Wangchen, had raised a little fox of his own, with the entire family proving themselves to be rather shrewd. With a hearty laugh, Yuan Zhongzhao replied, "You flatter me, dear nephew. However, I have been preoccupied with the affairs of the consortium these days. While I have indeed heard whispers regarding the Imperial Consortium's matters, I trust that with your capabilities and resourcefulness, you will find the turbulence manageable." Realizing that he could glean no advantage from Yuan Zhongzhao, Qin Wushang chose not to prolong the conversation. With an old fox like him, verbosity could only lead to missteps. It would be far better to be forthright. Thus, Qin Wushang stated, "Patriarch Yuan, I wish to exchange a secret for a ticket to Daiyu Star." "What say you?" The secret Qin Wushang referred to was, of course, the Gaochen plan. Unsure of Yuan Zhongzhao's knowledge of it, Qin Wushang did not relay the information verbatim as imparted by Li Qi. Rather, he infused it with a measure of deception, 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood, intending to obscure the truth and mislead Yuan Zhongzhao's judgment, thereby buying time for Qin Wangchen. Moreover, Qin Wushang subconsciously refrained from mentioning that his mother, Xiao Chanshan, was an executor of the Gaochen plan. This omission was not deliberate. Rather, Qin Wushang felt that his mother might indeed hold the key to the entire plan. Unbeknownst to him, this oversight would inadvertently introduce further complications down the line. With the involvement of the Yuan Consortium, the already murky waters of the Gaochen plan grew even more tumultuous. Eventually, news of the plan leaked, entangling countless major families, consortiums, and even official organizations within the alliance. "Your information has been duly recorded, dear nephew. You need only proceed to the spaceport dock at Capricorn Star, and you shall be granted passage to Daiyu Star," Yuan Zhongzhao declared. "However, I must warn you that the journey to the spaceport dock may not be entirely uneventful. Do you require my assistance?" In recent days, the Li and Gu families had been actively searching in Lehigh City, and this news had reached Yuan Zhongzhao's ears. Yet, the fact that Qin Wushang could navigate through such a tightly woven net and arrive before him only heightened Yuan Zhongzhao's esteem for the young man. Casting a glance at Yuan Qingxue beside him, Yuan Zhongzhao mused that perhaps he could broach the subject of their former engagement with the old fox, Qin Wangchen, at a later time. With a hearty laugh, Qin Wushang replied, "Such trivial matters are hardly worth troubling the Yuan patriarch. I shall manage it myself. Farewell." Yuan Zhongzhao nodded, seeing Qin Wushang's confidence, and chose not to press further. "Allow me to escort you." At that moment, Yuan Qingxue sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I'll go with you." Yuan Zhongzhao furrowed his brow but did not intervene. The power struggle surrounding the Imperial Consortium was fraught with complexities and entangled interests, and he had been well informed of the situation. Nevertheless, based on his years of experience dealing with Qin Wangchen, he sensed numerous points of contention. Therefore, until the situation clarified, Yuan Zhongzhao had no intention of diving into the fray. With the strength of the Yuan family, they had no reason to fear anyone, yet, incurring enmity for no good reason would ultimately pose detrimental consequences for the Yuan Consortium's future endeavors. However, learning of the Gaochen plan from Qin Wushang sparked Yuan Zhongzhao's interest in the information contained within the remnants of the journey. Continued in silence, Yuan Qingxue's gaze remained fixed on Qin Wushang, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. "Have you not seen enough?" Qin Wushang teased. "How did you manage this?" Yuan Qingxue inquired. "What do you mean?" Qin Wushang replied, perplexed. "This appearance of yours is not your true self." Yuan Qingxue scoffed. "Though we have not seen each other for years, my friends speak of you incessantly, the heir of the Imperial Consortium, tall and handsome, young and wealthy. The ideal dream lover, each one fantasizing about marrying into wealth and becoming the consort of the Imperial Consortium." Qin Wushang chuckled, "Am I truly as remarkable as you say? Speak of your weight, and you grow defensive." Yuan Qingxue teased. "Perhaps I should introduce you to a few who are not inferior to Zhan Wushuang." At the mention of Zhan Wushuang, Qin Wushang fell silent. Noticing she had struck a nerve, Yuan Qingxue refrained from further comment. Just then, the elevator arrived at the underground parking garage. Yuan Qingxue tossed a set of car keys. "However, I would advise against using the aerial mode. While it is swift in straight flight, it easily turns you into a moving target." "Thank you." Amidst the thunderous roar, a crimson Luzneg erupted into a blaze of speed, darting out like a bolt of lightning. As it rounded a corner, it drifted like a falling leaf before plunging onto the wide main road, heading towards the spaceport dock. With just 5 minutes until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Wushang had no intention of adhering to Li Qi's plan. Being led around like a puppet was ultimately unpalatable. Fortunately, the main road was relatively clear, allowing Qin Wushang to push the car to its limits. At a staggering speed of 580 km per hour, the Luzneg nearly took off from the ground.
Moments later, Qin Wushang noticed that vehicles around him dwindled, until he found himself the sole car racing down the expansive thoroughfare. Time struck 2 o'clock with a series of thunderous roars. An armed Xiangqi helicopter ascended slowly from the left side of the overpass, while simultaneously, a surface-to-air missile streaked toward him, trailing a long tail of fire. Chapter 030 A death every 10 steps. A piercing screech of brakes echoed through the air. The Crimson Rossneger abruptly transitioned from blinding speed to a complete standstill. Under the immense force of inertia, the vehicle spun wildly before soaring into the air, deftly evading the assault of an air-to-ground missile. In that critical moment, Qin Wushang swiftly switched to aerial mode, and the thrusters located at the rear of the vehicle unleashed a torrent of searing heat, propelling the car forward at an accelerated pace towards the Qiangqi. Bang! The vehicle surged forward at an extraordinary velocity, colliding directly with the cockpit of the Qiangqi, causing both pilots to be ejected from their seats. The armed helicopter spiraled out of control, completing 2 rotations in midair before crashing onto the road below. This series of maneuvers unfolded within mere seconds, testing not only bravery and speed but also an intimate understanding of the vehicle's capabilities. Fortunately, among his numerous prized possessions, the wild and swift Rossneger remained his favorite. Correcting the posture of the Rossneger in flight mode, Qin Wushang soon descended back to the road. Transitioning to ground mode, the vehicle roared to life, transforming into a streak of red lightning that vanished at the end of the roadway. In the ensuing 3 minutes, he indeed faced no further assaults. However, as he drew closer to the airfield, the road narrowed, and the presence of vehicles and pedestrians increased once more. Reluctantly, Qin Wushang had to decelerate, moving with the flow of traffic. After passing through an intersection, a convoy of over a dozen black armored vehicles suddenly surged in from both sides, clearing the surrounding cars from their path. They swiftly positioned themselves to encircle the Crimson Rossneger, surrounding it on all sides. A chill ran through Qin Wushang as a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and he promptly slammed the accelerator to the floor. Amidst a thunderous roar, the red Rossneger violently rammed into the right side of a black armored vehicle, darting through the narrow gap between the two. Although the Rossneger had earned the moniker of Phantom Beast, it still paled in comparison to the true ferocity of an armored vehicle in terms of durability. Thankfully, Yuan Kingsway's modified red Rossneger boasted an exterior crafted from 30x nanotechnology metal, a material employed in the shields of interstellar warships, far surpassing conventional metal armor in both pressure resistance and strength. Following the fierce impact, the surface of the red Rossneger exhibited only a few minor dents, leaving its performance largely unscathed. However, due to the constraints of the road conditions, it wasn't long before the armored vehicles caught up once more. Glancing through the rearview mirror, Qin Wushang noticed a silver-gray barrel slowly rising atop one of the armored vehicles. Tat. Over a dozen portable vehicle-mounted electromagnetic guns opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a metallic tempest that surged toward the Rossneger. In an instant, the vehicle's body was disassembled under the onslaught. At that critical juncture, Qin Wushang leveraged the momentum to leap from his vehicle, rolling behind a nearby black sedan that had also been struck. Peering into the car, he found a family of 3 within. The male and female occupants had already succumbed to stray bullets during the barrage. Only a 4 or 5-year-old girl remained, tightly cradled in her mother's lifeless embrace, still exhibiting signs of life. Witnessing this scene, Qin Wushang's eyes widened in fury, his lips pressed into a tight line, contorting into a mask of rage, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged, as if he were poised to devour the world. Yet this was not an isolated incident. As he scanned his surroundings, it became apparent that no fewer than a dozen vehicles had suffered similar fates. Screeching, the sharp, piercing sound of brake pads grinding against discs filled the air as the armored vehicles came to a halt several meters away, encircling Qin Wushang. Rising slowly to his feet, he pushed the black sedan to safety. Simultaneously, the doors of the armored vehicle swung open, and dozens of soldiers clad in tactical armor, fully equipped, swiftly assembled. Their movements were synchronized, each step revealing a rigorous discipline and efficiency honed through training. The tactical gear glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, not only providing formidable protection but also exuding an air of unassailable authority. Qin Wushang's expression shifted as he beheld this scene. Such a level of tactical proficiency and combat capability could not have been cultivated by the private militias of the Li and Gu families. Could it be that the official land combat forces had intervened, or was this incident a scheme orchestrated in collusion between the alliance's authorities and the Li and Gu families? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his countenance grew grave. This squad of soldiers did not immediately launch an assault. Instead, they maintained their perimeter around Qin Wushang, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. 5 minutes later, 3 more Qiangqi helicopters swooped down from the sky, hovering 20 meters above ground, followed by a dozen figures leaping from the aircraft. For a martial artist of innate capabilities, a drop from 20 meters posed no challenge. 13 innate martial artists descended, the leader exuding an aura of at least 4th-tier innate strength, accompanied by 6 third-tier and 6 second-tier practitioners. With such an array, they were more than sufficient to deal with a mere first-tier Qin Wushang, let alone a peak innate warrior of 5th or 6th tier. They truly hold me in high regard. Qin Wushang stood resolute in the road, secretly gathering his strength, while the second layer of the 10 earthly star devouring technique began to circulate within him. This time, he would likely have to fight for his life. Boom, just as Qin Wushang prepared to strike first, a Qiangqi helicopter hovering overhead erupted into a ball of flames amidst a deafening explosion, its fragments scattering in all directions. Following closely, 2 Stinger surface-to-air missiles were launched, their tails emitting brilliant flames accompanied by a piercing whistling sound as they sped toward the remaining Qiangqi helicopters. The 2 Qiangqi helicopters swiftly maneuvered in the air, climbing and deploying flares. However, the precision-guided Stingers relentlessly pursued their targets. The distance between them diminished rapidly, and just as the missiles drew near, the proximity fuses were activated. Instead of colliding directly with the Qiangqi, the missiles detonated at close range, releasing a barrage of shrapnel and searing flames that engulfed the surrounding space in an instant. Boom, followed by 2 massive explosions, the 2 Qiangqi helicopters erupted into flames. Qin Wushang's expression froze. At the moment the 3 Qiangqi were shot down, a familiar figure emerged on the scene, draped in a black cloak, wearing a bronze mask. Qin Wushang's spirit surged as he unleashed a long-prepared punch, targeting the nearest third-tier innate martial artist. Crack! The martial artist's hands shattered upon blocking Qin Wushang's strike, and in the wake of his horrified gaze, Qin Wushang's fist pierced through his left chest. Chapter 031. A return to Venus. On the surface of the Eastern Sea, within the space dock, a battered spacecraft, appearing as though it has survived a fierce battle, is docked in a bay. Hundreds of repair drones are meticulously clinging to the vessel's surface, wielding their agile mechanical arms to touch upon every nook and cranny. Amidst the intertwining flashes of electricity and flames, the dents and cracks on the ship gradually vanish beneath the fill of repair materials, restoring its smooth exterior. Inside the spaceport, the atmosphere is vibrant and orderly. Beneath the vast transparent dome, a complex network of pipes and conveyor belts weaves together, facilitating the transportation of various supplies from the warehouses to the docking area. Freight robots, guided by crew members, navigate through the bustling scene, efficiently executing their tasks of moving and sorting. Qin Wushang adjusted his cap, pulling the brim low to obscure much of his face, as he mingled among the crew, transporting an array of supplies. Approximately half an hour later, a series of beeping alerts resonated throughout the dock. All the robots vacated the bay, and the crew completed their final tasks, boarding the ship in an orderly fashion. Quickly, quickly! Everyone, step it up! The spacecraft is about to take off. If anyone delays, Old Lei will have your head. A coarse voice echoed through the entire dock. At that moment, Qin Wushang hastened his pace, joining the crew as they boarded the vessel. Simultaneously, the ship's engines completed their charging cycle, and as the hatch sealed, the craft violently ascended, adjusting its trajectory towards the outer reaches of the source star space. At that very moment, within the dock of Capricorn Star Navigation, a silver passenger ship gradually lifted off, heading towards another direction in the starry expanse. Hey, kid, are you one of the new recruits? What's your name, where do you hail from? In the rear cabin of the ship, Qin Wushang was assigned to a compartment alongside a scruffy middle-aged crew member. Qin Wushang nodded, replying, Yes, I'm Qin Xiu, a local from Linhai City. How shall I address you, uncle? The man comfortably reclined on the bed, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Qin kid, what were you thinking? Isn't it better to stay on the source star? Why board this ship? You can only blame your misfortune. Taken aback by the remark, Qin Wushang quickly inquired about the reason. The man chuckled. Do you know why there are so many vacancies among the crew on this ship? Having snuck aboard, Qin Wushang was unaware of the underlying reasons, but reflecting upon it, it was evident that the recruitment process had not even bothered to verify the crew's identity. There must be a significant reason behind it. Because a recent batch of crew members met their demise, the spot you are currently sleeping in was previously occupied by Mason, a young man who had been aboard for half a year, quite the spirited fellow. Oh, by the way, you can call me Uncle De, that's what everyone knows me as. Though Qin Wushang could guess Mason's fate, he feigned ignorance, asking, Uncle De, what happened to Mason? Uncle De sighed, he is dead. He perished 3 days ago during an expedition. His remains are nowhere to be found. Astonished, Qin Wushang asked, Uncle De, is this a ship for exploration? Uncle De nodded, indeed, this vessel is the Horizon Exploration Ship, belonging to Dr. Lalo of the Alliance Academy's Institute of Ancient Human Civilizations. It is renowned in the exploration community, yet it is also notoriously recognized as the ship with the highest crew mortality rate bar none. Qin Wushang felt a surge of dread, realizing he had unwittingly boarded a perilous vessel. Dr. Lalo, even on the source star, was a household name, albeit for all the wrong reasons. As Uncle D had mentioned, Dr. Lalo had an insatiable interest in the most treacherous, enigmatic, and sinister locations. Since developing a fascination with excavating ancient relics, he had been recklessly pursuing danger. More than a month prior, Dr. Lalo had unearthed an ancient altar on Venus, from which he discovered a bronze ancient spear. Uncle De continued, his excitement palpable as he animatedly gestured before Qin Wushang. However, before Dr. Lalo could even warm up to that bronze spear, it was stolen by that scoundrel, Mercator. Uncle De's face twisted into a mockingly derisive expression as he recounted the tale.
That rascal Mercator is Lalo's assistant. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was trouble. Unfortunately, Dr. Lalo did not heed my warning. Heh.
With a gleeful smirk, Uncle De relished the irony of Lalo's misjudgment, which led to the theft of the spear. Unwilling to accept defeat, Dr. Lalo returned to Venus, continuing his excavations at the altar site, and unexpectedly, he stumbled upon something remarkable.
Kid, can you guess what it was?
Before Qin Wushang could respond, Uncle De eagerly declared, an underground palace, 10 times larger than that altar. After the altar collapsed, it left behind a massive pit measuring a kilometer across. Dr. Lalo spent over half a month and hired more than 500 interstellar miners from nearby star systems to clear this enormous pit. The underground palace that Uncle De mentioned was discovered at the bottom of this vast cavity. Dr. Lalo exerted tremendous effort, nearly deploying the annihilation cannon from the 9th Fleet of the Solar War Zone, yet he could not breach the palace's entrance. Just 5 days ago, however, a corner of the underground palace inexplicably opened. When our team opened one of the chambers, an overwhelming blaze erupted, brighter than the sun itself, incinerating the entire exploration team, including over half of the excavation workers, into ashes. A trace of sorrow crossed Uncle De's features as he continued. Mason was right behind the exploration team at that moment, and he never returned.
Qin Wushang inquired, Uncle De, where are we heading now?
Uncle De replied, we are, of course, returning to Venus. The exploration work there has only just begun, and we have already encountered such significant troubles. In Dr. Lalo's own words, the more perilous the ancient relics, the more precious the treasures hidden within.
Just imagine, if this underground palace is fully opened, what might we discover inside?
As Uncle De grew increasingly animated, Qin Wushang felt a rising sense of trepidation. A blaze brighter than the sun, he could not even fathom facing such a force, let alone as a novice in the realm of the innate.
Qin Wushang felt as though he had merely escaped one perilous den only to plunge into another.
Kid Qin, I take a liking to you. From now on, stick with Uncle De, and keep your wits about you.
With me looking out for you, you'll be safe.
With that, Uncle De settled down and drifted into slumber. Chapter 032. The surface of Venus. In merely 2 hours, the spacecraft Tianji reached the synchronous orbit of Venus from Earth. After setting the autopilot for cruising, the vessel maintained a steady speed in this orbit. From this vantage point, the specialized exploration team aboard, along with the necessary logistical support from auxiliary miners, would utilize small landing craft to execute orbital drop operations and land on the surface of Venus. Qin Wushang and Kong De were both assigned to the first batch of personnel for this aerial deployment, tasked with landing alongside newly added exploration equipment, including large-scale excavation machinery and essential supplies for the base. Although a miniature base had previously been established on the surface of Venus, dangers lurked at every turn, particularly for the initial pioneers, who faced the highest likelihood of encountering peril. Within the cargo hold at the bottom of the Tianji, Uncle De grumbled incessantly, cursing from the 18th generation of Dr. Laro's ancestors all the way to the women of the Laro family, yet his hands deftly donned a nanospace suit. This suit resembled a bodysuit, incorporating all the functionalities of traditional space attire while being considerably more lightweight. Furthermore, it was constructed from nanometal used in starship construction and the latest biosynthetic materials, offering superior strength compared to antiquated spacesuits and providing effective protection for explorers and miners. In truth, given Qin Wushang's innate cultivation level, he could easily disregard the harsh conditions of Venus. Even in outer space, he could traverse without the need for a spacesuit. However, to avoid drawing attention, he followed Uncle De's example and donned the nanospace suit. The primary mission for the first landing team involved reconnaissance and the establishment of a temporary base. Initially, they needed to identify a safe route from the landing site to a nearby pit, facilitating the secure arrival of subsequent instruments, personnel, and supplies. Additionally, they were to construct a temporary base capable of housing 500 individuals at a circular mountain located approximately 1,000 meters southwest of the pit. Following sufficient resupply from the source planet, Laro intended to remain on Venus until the underground palace was fully excavated. He even contemplated relocating his private laboratory from the Union Academy of Sciences Institute for Ancient Human Civilization to Venus, conducting analysis and research on-site to prevent incidents akin to previous thefts. The climate on the surface of Venus, in stark contrast to the source planet, was exceedingly harsh, characterized not only by intense heat but also by violent storms and hurricanes. As the landing craft breached the atmosphere, it was immediately confronted by these extreme weather conditions. Fortunately, Qin Wushang and his team experienced good fortune, encountering no significant threats until they reached their designated landing site. The landing site was situated on a plain 7 kilometers southeast of the pit, with a straight line distance of 15 kilometers to the mountainous area designated for the base. However, in this direct path lay a mountain range stretching over 100 kilometers, rising 3 to 4,000 meters high. Fortunately, there was a kilometer-wide gap in the mountain range leading toward the pit and circular mountain, allowing for the establishment of a rudimentary supply route after clearing and leveling the terrain. 5 hours later, the first group of personnel and supplies arrived at the temporary base, with the first to be released being the Spade 3 spider robots, which had been sealed within over a dozen containers. Qin Wushang was quite familiar with these spider robots, as this model was developed by Changgung Technology, a subsidiary of the Emperor Consortium. These versatile machines, once connected to an internal network via a self-linking terminal, could form collaborative teams with specialized roles, working together in perfect harmony and efficiency. Within 12 hours, a rudimentary base began to take shape within the circular mountain. While Qin Wushang idly waited, the built-in communicator of his spacesuit summoned him with a call to assemble. Following the directive, he navigated to a large temporary shed, where he fortuitously encountered Uncle D, who was hurrying along. "Uncle D, are we heading out on a mission?" Qin Wushang inquired casually. There has been another incident in the underground palace within the pit. The exploration team that was previously stranded opened a stone door, and after entering, they vanished, Uncle D whispered urgently. "Vanished? How could that happen?" Qin Wushang asked, perplexed. Uncertain. It has said that behind the stone door lies an empty stone chamber, one that can be seen to the end at a glance. Yet, those adventurers disappeared without a trace, and even with the highest-powered communication devices, they cannot be reached. Uncle D replied mysteriously. It is rumored that this underground palace could be a tomb built by ancient immortals beneath Venus. A tomb? Do immortals also die? Qin Wushang mused, recalling that the term immortal had frequently appeared in the remnants of prehistoric relics uncovered by the Alliance. Consequently, some researchers proposed that within the ancient civilization of prehistory, there existed beings known as immortals, akin to the Tianwu practitioners or Tianjushi of the present age. However, the level of these immortals was presumably higher, as the term longevity often appeared alongside it. Nevertheless, even in the era of the Alliance, despite the advanced genetic biotechnology, human lifespan was still limited to a millennium. Qin Wushang did not anticipate that this so-called underground palace could be an immortal's tomb. If it was indeed a tomb, it was naturally designed for the interment of immortals, and given the multiple excavation accidents previously reported, the protective measures of the tomb seemed intact. Thus, one might wonder whether the tomb housed the remains of an immortal. Not only was Qin Wushang contemplating this matter, but Lero aboard the Tianji was also gazing out over Venus from the bridge, pondering the authenticity of the immortal tomb. Compared to Uncle D, Lero possessed more comprehensive information. 3 explorers had entered simultaneously through the stone door, and just 30 seconds after their disappearance, the quantum positioning beacons on their persons reappeared in a star region 17 light-years away. The positioning information lasted merely a second before vanishing entirely. 30 minutes prior, Lero received information from the Union Academy's rescue fleet indicating that the star region corresponding to the positioning data was a red dwarf star, with the precise coordinates located approximately 10,000 kilometers from its surface. This meant that the 3 explorers who vanished from Venus appeared on a red dwarf star 17 light-years away just 30 seconds later. In Lero's perspective, this was an utterly absurd occurrence. Crossing 17 light-years in 30 seconds was inconceivable, even for the Alliance's fastest lightspeed vessel currently under construction. There must be secrets hidden within this phenomenon that defied comprehension at the present level of technology. Upon reflecting on this, Lero felt a surge of exhilaration, akin to the thrill of unbuttoning the first clasp of his first love's garment. Chapter 033 Unearthing Graves. Gentlemen, you must have heard about the misfortunes that befell the previous expedition team. Within a hastily erected colossal shed, a tall figure stood atop an iron framework over 10 meters high, proclaiming loudly. This individual, known as Mogo, served as the on-site commander for the base and was also one of the underlings of the formidable Lei Luo. Uncle De whispered into Qin Wushang's ear, cautioning him about Mogo's notoriously stingy nature and small-mindedness, advising him to steer clear of offending him. Qin Wushang nodded gently, acknowledging the wisdom of the warning. After all, incurring the wrath of a 4th-tier innate martial artist was not a trivial matter for him. At present, I require 10 explorers and 30 auxiliary miners from your contingent of reinforcements to join the ongoing endeavors of the 3rd exploration team within the subterranean palace. Given the perilous nature of this undertaking, we shall not employ a voluntary sign-up approach, rather, I shall randomly select individuals from among you. With that, Mogo waved his hand, and names began to scroll across the holographic display beside him. Unsurprisingly, both Qin Wushang and Uncle De's names prominently appeared on the list. In truth, after Uncle De's grumbling about Mogo, Qin Wushang had anticipated this outcome for a fourth-tier innate martial artist. Uncle D's seemingly hushed tones were akin to a thunderous roar. However, Qin Wushang had not anticipated that he would be granted such particular attention, marking it as an unfortunate turn of events. Uncle D appeared to realize that his loose tongue had stirred trouble, casting a remorseful glance at Qin Wushang before shrugging and departing. As for Qin Wushang, he bore no aversion towards joining the third exploration team. The inherent danger of exploration lay within the uncertainties of the unknown, yet as an innate martial artist, his sensitivity to danger was heightened. As long as he refrained from drawing undue attention to himself and focused on his assigned duties, the level of risk was, in fact, manageable. An hour after receiving the orders, a reinforcement squad comprised of 10 explorers and 30 auxiliary miners boarded the land vessel, setting off towards the chasm. The land vessel, a large terrestrial flying vehicle developed by the Alliance Academy of Sciences, measured over 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width, equipped with an anti-gravity system and capable of carrying a maximum load of 500 tons. Hovering at an altitude of over 10 meters, the view from the side windows revealed the hellish terrain of Venus sprawling below Qin Wushang. Before long, the land vessel adjusted its course and descended into the underground pit, landing on a temporary platform constructed beneath the surface. The pit's floor boasted a diameter of over 1,000 meters and a depth exceeding 300 meters. Gazing upwards from the bottom, the sky appeared a dull gray. Within the pit, various large-scale engineering machinery was scattered about, and countless maintenance robots and miners moved busily about, creating a scene of frenetic activity. In the distance, from the far end of the pit, the relentless roar of machinery echoed through the air. At one corner of the pit's floor lay the underground palace discovered by the exploration team. As excavation progressed, approximately 100 square meters of this palace, buried beneath layers of rock and dust, had been unveiled. Within this exposed area, the team unearthed 4 chambers, each constructed from an unknown type of stone. Each chamber seemed to be a singular entity, impervious to damage even from drilling machinery. Only by discovering the correct method to unlock these chambers could one hope to gain entry. However, every opening would invariably herald a new wave of peril. The initial incident of fiery calamity and the subsequent event of void devouring had both inflicted significant casualties upon the exploration team. Currently, the team continued to excavate the surrounding rock and dust, yet no one dared to approach the unearthed chambers any longer. The excavation team to which Qin Wushang was assigned was tasked with operations beneath the left side of the underground palace, specifically to excavate a tunnel with a diameter of 10 meters and a depth of 100 meters, following a square orientation perpendicular to the mountainside. This endeavor was exploratory in nature, lacking a specific objective, but following the lessons learned from prior incidents, the excavation team proceeded with utmost caution. Qin Wushang operated a TG-33 excavator, one of the products developed and manufactured by the Alliance Tiangong Heavy Industries Group, and currently a leading model in interstellar mining operations. Progress was slow, allowing Qin Wushang some leisure. He set the machine to automatic mode and settled into the cockpit, activating the 10 Earth-devouring star technique. Upon entering the underground pit, Qin Wushang keenly discerned that the star power in this subterranean realm was markedly denser than that of the outside world. Particularly within a 100-meter radius of the underground palace, he perceived that the concentration of star power was more than tenfold greater than that of the exterior environment. Moreover, the deeper he ventured, the more potent the star power became. Approaching the edge of the palace, Qin Wushang once again experienced the sensation of cultivating with starstones in hand. Countless torrents of pure star power surged autonomously into his being, causing the 10 Earth-devouring star technique to activate uncontrollably. Fortunately, Qin Wushang managed to withdraw in time, preventing any significant disturbance. He maneuvered the excavator to remain within the 100-meter range, where the star power concentration was sufficient to sustain the cultivation of the second level of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique. As the vast star power was absorbed into his corporeal form, Qin Wushang felt his body being washed and reinforced by the influx of star energy, with each wave of star power circulating within his flesh. After completing a single cycle, approximately 1,000th of the purest portion would settle within his meridians. This portion of star power traversed the meridians but ultimately did not converge in the dantian. Rather, it was dispersed and stored within the various acupoints along the flow of star energy. The 10 Earth-devouring star technique consists of 12 levels, encompassing 72 meridians and 360 acupoints. The first level comprises 12 acupoints, while the second level includes 18. Though these two levels collectively amount to only 30 acupoints, Qin Wushang estimated that at the current rate of star power accumulation, it would take at least 3 months to fully fill a single acupoint. To completely saturate all 30 acupoints would require a staggering 90 months, nearly 8 years. This calculation was based solely on the current concentration of star power. Should he be in the outside world, the time frame would be even longer. Moreover, to fully cultivate the second level of the 10 Earth-devouring star technique, Nearly filling these 30 acupoints with star power constitutes just the first condition. Qin Wushang continuously operated the technique, voraciously absorbing the star power diffusing through the surrounding void. As the star energy washed over him, his flesh and bones gradually underwent transformation and enhancement. In just an hour, Qin Wushang felt his realm elevate from the initial innate stage to the first stage of innate mastery, with his combat prowess more than doubling. Suddenly, the excavator's bucket scraped against the ground, eliciting a shower of sparks, as if it had struck a wall of bronze and iron. Chapter 034 A Naval Gun Assault at the Circular Mountain. Base of the Lalo exploration team. 2 days have elapsed since the arrival of the first batch of reinforcements, with nearly 1,000 spider-like machines tirelessly constructing around the clock. The development of the Circular Mountain base is nearing completion. Concurrently, the second wave of explorers, along with auxiliary miners and nearly 1,000 tons of supplies, has successfully reached the base, marking the commencement of the excavation of the subterranean palace. At this juncture, Lalo has also brought his research team into the newly erected laboratory, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. The calibration of equipment, sample collection, and data analysis are all progressing methodically. However, 3 hours prior, a miner inadvertently unearthed a wall in the underground pit, an insurmountable barrier that has once again ensnared the excavation efforts of the subterranean palace. Utilizing the most advanced stratigraphic detection instruments available at the base, the visual imaging data revealed that this wall extends upwards to the near surface and plunges downwards to depths exceeding 100 meters. The wall stretches an astonishing length of over 10 kilometers, forming a colossal circle that entirely encircles the region of the subterranean palace, which spans over 2,000 acres. The discovery of this subterranean palace by Lalo's exploration team can be attributed to a segment of the wall having suffered damage, thereby exposing a corner of the palace. This wall is exceptionally sturdy. Even the largest excavator operating at maximum output power has merely left a few scratches upon its surface. Even the C-20K explosives, commonly used in interstellar mining, have only managed to dislodge a few minute fragments from the wall, while attempts to employ more potent explosives nearly resulted in a collapse of the underground pit, threatening to entomb everyone within. Upon Lalo's immediate arrival with his research team, approximately 100 meters of rock and debris surrounding the wall had already been cleared. Gazing at this monumental barrier, an array of expletives poured forth from Lalo's lips like an unending torrent. "Is it possible to circumvent it from above?" suggested Dr. Wilson, Lalo's deputy. "There is no way around it," responded another researcher, projecting a hologram before Lalo, manipulating a circular three-dimensional representation to elucidate his point. This wall encircles the area, creating a fortification akin to a city wall, and it is evident that its architects considered both aerial and terrestrial defenses, resulting in two dome-like shields connected to the wall. "So, we must either enter through that breach or breach this tortoiseshell-like structure?" Lalo stated gravely. "Indeed, at least that is my belief," the researcher shrugged, conveying his resignation. Entering through the breach certainly appears to be the simplest approach. However, the previous 2 losses have made Lalo acutely aware that this route may prove to be the most perilous. "Perhaps there is more than one breach," Dr. Wilson suggested. At this, Lalo's eyes lit up, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Wilson is right, Mogo, locate it." "Ray, you cannot continue issuing chaotic commands. Do you realize how much earth we would need to excavate to find a potentially non-existent breach in such a vast area? It could take 10 months, or even a year, or longer." Mogo retorted, his face darkened with anger. All right, Mogo, take your team and explore another direction." Faced with Mogo's ire, even the formidable Lalo had to relent. Offending Mogo would mean he would have to operate the excavator himself. Therefore, Lalo hastily shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, where is that fortunate miner? What was his name?" "Qin Xiu." Yes, Qin Xiu. As the first miner to discover the wall, Qin Wushang was soon brought before Dr. Lalo. "You are Qin Xiu?" Lalo scrutinized Qin Wushang with an appraising gaze. "Yes, Dr. Lalo." Qin Wushang replied, feigning calmness. As a young man who had never ventured into space and had yet to witness the world, he believed his performance was commendable. "Qin, you have brought me considerable trouble. Do you realize this?" Dr. Lalo sighed deeply. "That wall has brought my research to a standstill, and now, what do you propose we do?" "Dr. Lalo, I'm merely an ordinary miner. Shouldn't it be your esteemed selves who devise a solution?" Qin Wushang shrugged, raising his hands in exasperation. "I believe the Skylark should possess sufficient shipborne weaponry to breach that wall, shouldn't it?" "Shipborne weaponry?" Dr. Lalo paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed, excellent idea, Qin, let us utilize the shipborne weaponry to blast through it." Although the Skylark is merely a scientific exploration vessel, its armaments rival those of a Star River-class warship. The ship carries 180 laser cannons, 36 turbine laser guns, 12 ion kinetic hybrid cannons, 4 high-energy neutron wave cannons, and 1 solar particle main cannon, making it heavily armed. Except for the 4 high-energy neutron wave cannons and the 1 solar particle main cannon, all other artillery can be disassembled from the Skylark. For safety, Lalo decided to detach 2 of the 12 ion kinetic hybrid cannons from the Skylark. Fortunately, the base already had a large energy supply vehicle, ensuring that there would be no shortage of power. After a day's labor, the 2 ion kinetic hybrid cannons were successfully installed. With a couple of soft hisses, one of the cannons fired first, unleashing a pillar of ion energy as thick as a barrel, which struck the wall with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a violent energy shockwave, the wall quaked ferociously, causing the ground to tremble as if in the throes of a magnitude 10 earthquake. The spectacle was immense, resembling a cataclysm. However, upon ceasing fire, the observers were astounded to find that the wall remained utterly unscathed, suffering even less damage than that inflicted by an excavator's bucket. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed as everyone stood in disbelief, their understanding of science nearly upended. It must be noted that the ion kinetic hybrid cannon, at full load, could easily rend apart even the most advanced Star River-class defensive shields with its ion beams. Yet now, striking this wall, it left no mark whatsoever, signifying that the wall's defensive capability far surpasses that of the Alliance's most advanced Star River-class shields by an unfathomable margin. Chapter 035 The mysterious high wall switched to kinetic state attack mode. Laro commanded after a moment of contemplation. The cation kinetic energy hybrid cannon possesses 2 distinct attack modes, energy state and kinetic state, allowing for a seamless transition based on battlefield requirements. The energy state attack mode refers to the previously utilized purely energy-based assault, while the kinetic state employs energy to accelerate physical projectiles, with the most emblematic weapons being the electromagnetic gun and cannon. As the mode switch was activated, the appearance of the 2 ship-mounted cannons transformed accordingly. To accommodate the launch of solid projectiles, the barrels extended more than double their original length, and an additional ammunition chamber manifested at the rear of the cannons. Within this chamber lay 5 tungsten titanium alloy projectiles, each as thick as an arm, arranged in meticulous order. Furthermore, to counteract the formidable recoil, 3 50-centimeter diameter supports emerged from beneath the cannons, spiraling several feet into the ground. The dynamic attack configuration was complete, and the battleship's kinetic mode was fully charged, poised for launch. Fire! Laro bellowed. With a resounding boom, the tungsten titanium alloy projectile shot forth, emanating a blinding radiance, its speed surpassing that of lightning. However, following a faint puff, the projectile penetrated the stone wall by merely half an inch before erupting violently, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The immense impact created merely ripples upon the wall's surface, akin to water disturbed, before dissipating entirely. The energy attack proved ineffective. Although the kinetic state attack could breach defenses, it was akin to a mere tickle. Laro could not help but become intrigued by the wall. Should he unravel the principles and operational mechanisms behind it, significant advancements in shield technology could be achieved, rendering the Alliance's current defensive capabilities insignificant in comparison. Before Laro stood a wall that appeared as a mysterious and unknown entity, far exceeding his comprehension, seemingly a phenomenon that even the current scientific understanding of the Alliance could not elucidate. As he gazed upon the wall, his eyes sparkled with heightened curiosity. The more enigmatic and mysterious the object, the greater its allure became. The profound essence of what could tentatively be termed scientific technology was even more intricate. For the present scientific community of the Alliance, stagnant as a still pond, the infusion of new scientific theories might be the key to salvation. After 2 probing attacks, Qin Wushang, with his acute sensitivity to star power, finally discerned the true nature of the wall. Remarkably, this wall was composed of geological star power, or planetary energy, yet differed from the star power absorbed through his 10 Earths devouring stars technique. This geological star power was denser and imbued with inertia. At present, this geological star power had been condensed into a tangible wall through some arcane method, merging with the planet's geological energy. As long as the planet's geological energy remained intact, this wall could not be destroyed unless Laro were to employ a solar particle cannon or a planet-destroying cannon, delivering energy sufficient to disrupt the planet's geological forces. Otherwise, breaching this wall would be utterly impossible. Naturally, Qin Wushang would not disclose his discovery to Laro. He knew that Laro would not believe him, for a wall that integrated with the very essence of the planet seemed fantastical. Standing amidst a gathering of people not far away, Qin Wushang observed with keen interest as Laro and a cadre of scientific elites busied themselves before the wall. Unexpectedly, they had indeed begun to unravel some of its mysteries. Laro, if the data is accurate, this wall should be a form of energy accumulation we have never encountered. perhaps a manifestation of high-dimensional energy within a lower dimension, Wilson mused as he scrutinized a series of datasets flashing across the holographic projection.
Laro nodded slightly, his expression grave as he inquired, "Wilson, what are the chances of deciphering this energy?"
After a moment of contemplation, Wilson replied, "Since this energy can be observed in a lower dimension, deciphering it is merely a matter of time." "However, Laro, we do not have the luxury of time, as you well know." Upon hearing this, Laro's countenance darkened. He had not reported the discovery of the underground palace to the Alliance Academy of Sciences. Yet, to excavate this subterranean structure, he had invoked substantial resources under his own name, inevitably drawing considerable attention. The reason the Alliance Science had yet to issue inquiries was due to Laro's standing and connections within the Academy, but this tolerance was time-sensitive. Once the deadline approached, Laro would be compelled to reveal his findings to the Academy. Given the magnitude of this ancient relic, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar within both the Academy and the entire Earth Alliance. At that juncture, the situation could spiral beyond Laro's control, potentially leading to his exclusion from the affair for various reasons. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. If he could not maintain control, Laro would rather see it destroyed by his own hand. "Wilson, we have merely 3 days.
By any means necessary, we must breach the shell,"
he continued. "If the cation kinetic energy hybrid cannon proves inadequate, we will dismantle the main cannon of the celestial horizon. If that still fails, I will contact the Ninth Fleet.
Even if it requires utilizing the planet-destroying cannon, we shall break through it." Wilson gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "Laro, do not act recklessly. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, a planet-destroying cannon? Do you intend to obliterate Venus?"
Of course, Laro would never dare to commit such an egregious act as shattering a planet in the solar system. Although he bore the moniker of Thunder Madman, he was not truly insane. In the subsequent 2 days, Wilson employed every conceivable method, conducting nearly 100 experiments, yet the results remained unchanged. The towering wall remained utterly unresponsive. However, on the 3rd day, Wilson experienced a sudden epiphany. He undertook a high-dimensional energy body model reconstruction of all known and observable energies within the current scientific realm, ultimately capturing the vibrational trajectory that constituted the energy body of the wall within a mere thousandth of a second. In simpler terms, he elevated the existing 3-dimensional energy by superimposing energy information, thereby enhancing and expanding the energy's attributes and levels at the same location and within the same space. This process enabled the elevated energy to interfere or resonate with the energy body of the wall, thereby unraveling its fundamental properties. The elevated 3-dimensional energy body was, in essence, a key to unlock the wall's secrets. With the initial success achieved, subsequent experiments became significantly more manageable. As vast amounts of data were observed, both Laro and Wilson grew increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic nature of the high wall.
Chapter 036 Sandstorm. The gamma rays have increased by 3 energy levels, the concentration of Fermi particles has surged by 46, while the concentration of Bose particles has diminished by 7.
The beta rays have intensified by 2 energy levels. Before the towering wall, more than a dozen scientific instruments stood in a neat row, shimmering with various hues of light. Further out, over 20 energy supply vehicles operated at full capacity, continuously providing power to those instruments. As the energy input escalated, the high wall began to transform, gradually glowing with an intensity visible to the naked eye. Once this luminescence morphed into a dense yellow hue, the wall flickered abruptly. The flickering was not rapid, occurring approximately every 3 minutes, and with each pulse, an invisible wave seemed to propagate outward, transmitting into the infinite void. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger ignited within Qin Wuxiang. He glanced down, only to behold the fine dust and small pebbles on the ground inexplicably suspended in midair, hovering about a foot above the surface. With a low hum, after the 3rd energy pulse was dispatched, the entire space trembled, and the suspended dust and gravel plummeted as if nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, the foreboding sensation within Qin Wuxiang intensified simultaneously. Beyond the pit, the surface of Venus, extending for 1,000 miles, fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere was as still as death. Above, the storms formed by equatorial gales and high-pressure circulation in Venus's atmosphere came to a standstill. The world seemed to have been abruptly paused. However, this stillness was shattered by a whirlwind that materialized from nowhere. Initially a mere feeble vortex, it soon escalated, spiraling up the dust and sand before rapidly expanding into a tornado within mere seconds. As more and more dust was sucked into the vortex and tossed into the air, the sky became increasingly shrouded in sand, heralding the brewing of a monumental sandstorm.
"Qin, do you hear anything?"
Suddenly, Uncle D, who had been resting in the mining machine's cockpit, sat up, attentively listening for a moment before opening the communicator to contact Qin Wuxiang, his face betraying confusion. "It's the sound of wind. The storm on the surface of Venus seems to have intensified significantly." Qin Wuxian was fixated on the operations of Reylo and the others, the earlier sense of crisis lingering, making him feel it was tied to their activities. Especially the bizarre moment when the dust and gravel had inexplicably floated, further solidifying his belief that an unforeseen danger was imminent. No, it's not just the wind, Qin. My instincts have always been sharp. There's danger here. I must leave at once. Uncle De rambled on the communication channel. I still have 4 hours of leave left. I need to apply for a vacation immediately and get out of this cursed place. With that, Uncle De ended the call. Qin Wuxian paid little attention to Uncle De's ramblings, keeping his eyes glued to Relo. As long as he could detect danger at the earliest, he believed that with his cultivation, even if he couldn't handle it, retreating would not pose a problem. As more high-dimensional energy was injected, the frequency of the wall's flickering accelerated, and additional data was gathered. However, Relo and the others felt this was insufficient. The data was not even enough to construct the most basic model. Suddenly, a downpour of dust and sand began to cascade from above the pit, mingled with fist-sized rocks, plummeting at a terrifying speed, reminiscent of a hailstorm, except the falling objects were stones rather than ice. The unexpected onslaught threw the bottom of the pit into chaos, particularly the descending boulders, which fell with the velocity of cannon fire, causing devastating damage. Not only were personnel injured, but various mechanical instruments also suffered considerable destruction, especially the energy supply vehicles, which detonated in a chain reaction after being pierced by the stones. Had it not been for the distance maintained and Relo being a second-tier celestial martial artist, he would have faced catastrophic losses. In that critical moment, he managed to protect Wilson and the precious instruments from the explosion. Imogo, what is happening? Relo surveyed the tumultuous scene, relieved that the oxygen content in Venus's atmosphere was extremely low, preventing uncontrollable fires from the explosions, which would have resulted in even greater devastation. Boss Relo, we've received reports from the ground base and the sky horizon. A massive sandstorm has emerged on the surface of Venus, extending over 1,000 kilometers. Unfortunately, our location lies directly in the path of this storm. In 3 minutes, the storm's center will pass right above us. Imogo hurriedly leaped down from his command vehicle, racing towards Relo while shouting, "What?" Relo's expression turned grave. The recent barrage of stones had merely been debris from the storm's periphery, an unforeseen calamity. However, if the storm's center were to pass through, it would be apocalyptic. The thought of 1,000-kilometer-wide sandstorm sent shivers down his spine. The title of Venus as a hellish realm was no mere exaggeration. As they spoke, a mournful howling echoed from the sky above, as if countless beasts were roaring in fury. There's no time. Quickly, secure all instruments in protective cases and find shelter. Relo looked up, sensing a disquieting atmosphere in the air, as the distant skyline became increasingly obscured, engulfed by a thick, gray shroud. At Relo's command, everyone sprang into action, and Qin Wuxian did not remain idle either, piloting the mining machine towards the region of the underground palace. Just before that storm of stones had fallen, Qin Wuxian had distinctly observed that both the gravel and rocks seemed to abruptly lose momentum and silently plummet just 2 meters before the towering wall. This sandstorm was intrinsically linked to the wall. Beneath the storm, only the area beneath the wall would be the safest. A hypothesis formed in Qin Wuxian's mind, and he was prepared to put it to the test. Fortunately, the scene was chaotic enough that no one noticed his movements. Boom! In less than 3 minutes, the storm's center had arrived. The air was filled with swirling dust and stones, crashing down like a flood, enveloping everything. In an instant, the space before him appeared utterly chaotic. The dust surged forth like an army galloping, blotting out the sun and shrouding the underground pit in a haze of yellow and confusion. The air was thick with the scent of earth, and everywhere he looked, swirling particles and stones danced through the air, with even boulders larger than a head plummeting from above, colliding and producing thunderous booms. Chapter 037 The Secret Realm. It has been proven that deductions lacking sufficient data often deviate from the actual trajectory. Qin Wuxian has further validated this through his own actions. The moment the eye of the storm descended, not a single place in this space was safe. The specialized mining excavator, despite its weight exceeding 200 tons, was rendered no more than a toy in the face of a hurricane exceeding 500 kilometers per hour, easily overturned and hurled into the air, only to crash down heavily afterward. At that moment, within the cockpit, Qin Wuxian was tossed about, disoriented, and failed to notice that the fallen excavator had breached the high wall that Lei Luo had painstakingly tried to open, plunging into the inner sanctum of an underground palace. With a thunderous crash, the mining machine broke through the high wall, appearing in an unfamiliar space. In its uncontrolled state, the 200-ton behemoth rolled and ultimately smashed into an ancient courtyard. The immense impact caused the entire courtyard to collapse instantaneously, transforming the originally quaint and elegant yard into a desolate ruin. The moment the excavator struck the courtyard, a flash of emerald light suddenly appeared beside the cobbled path in the corner of the courtyard, where 2 clusters of emerald bamboo stood. Immediately, 2 sharp sword energies burst forth, reminiscent of a galaxy inverted, glimmering with a cold light. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to be torn asunder, emitting a piercing howl.
The target of this sword energy was the descending excavator, and Qin Wushang, barely able to leap from the cockpit, witnessed the two streaks of green light flash by. In an instant, the colossal machine, weighing over 200 tons and measuring 27 meters in length, was cleaved into 4 parts. After unleashing their sword energies, the two clusters of green bamboo seemed to have exhausted their power, rapidly fading to a dull yellow and eventually disintegrating into ash. Qin Wushang, having unintentionally witnessed this spectacle after jumping from the excavator, was left bewildered by the phenomenon, which evidently defied scientific explanation. He concealed himself amidst the wreckage of the excavator, wary of any rash movements, for he had no desire to attract the earlier onslaught of sword energy. Given how effortlessly those sword energies had severed the machine, it was likely he would not survive even a single strike. Crawling back to the cockpit through the fractured remains, he found it largely intact, with 2 of the 4 battery packs damaged and still holding a 30 charge. Qin Wushang shut down all unnecessary devices, retaining only the scanning detector and communication equipment. After a moment's thought, he also powered down the communication device and dismantled its positioning apparatus, crumpling it into a ball of scrap metal. Activating the detector, he scanned the courtyard. Although the visual imaging device on the excavator was damaged, the detector's emitted waves still displayed the surroundings within a 50-meter radius on the screen. The courtyard was modest in size, situated amidst mountains and water, trees and bamboo, flowers and grass. Yet, through Qin Wushang's gaze, he saw that the mountains had collapsed, the water had dried up, the trees were withered, and the bamboo was wilted, with flowers and grass reduced to ash. It was evident that this place had long been abandoned, and those 2 sword energies were likely the last remnants of vitality in this courtyard. Beyond the courtyard lay a wide avenue paved with white jade, leading to the other side of the mountain. The mountain was not particularly high, only around 20 meters. Upon reaching the summit, Qin Wushang discovered that he stood atop a straight, towering peak. Such peaks, resembling bamboo shoots, were scattered all around, and Qin Wushang estimated that there were no less than 20, each standing approximately 40 to 50 zhang tall. Between each peak, iron chains, as thick as a water barrel, connected them, serving as pathways for passage. For someone of Qin Wushang's cultivation level, traversing the iron chains was not particularly challenging. However, the network of chains before him resembled a labyrinth, and without identifying the correct route, he feared becoming lost within. Considering the earlier sword energies, it was evident that these chain bridges were no ordinary structures. Should he truly lose his way, the outcome would likely not be favorable. Qin Wushang did not rush to leave. Given the circumstances, it seemed that this place was the space beyond the high wall. Although he was uncertain how he had entered, it likely had something to do with the sandstorm. The mere thought of the storm sent a shiver down his spine, for the apocalyptic scene he had witnessed was daunting, even for a celestial martial artist of his caliber, who found it difficult to contend with the forces of nature. Yet, within this space, behind the high wall, there was no sign of such influence, as if it were a separate realm. Qin Wushang could not help but marvel. However, from the earlier courtyard and the current network of chains, it was clear that this space had once been inhabited by sentient beings. It remained a mystery why it had fallen into ruin and plummeted to the surface of Venus, concealed beneath hundreds of meters of sediment after countless years of storms. To Qin Wushang, the high wall appeared to be the outermost boundary of this space, akin to a protective shield, albeit more advanced and mysterious. As a gust of mountain wind swept through, the chains jingled softly, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, Qin Wushang noticed that some of the chains remained still, and as he scanned the distance, a serpentine path formed in his mind. Yes, that's it. Qin Wushang laughed heartily and leaped onto one of the chains. However, to his astonishment, as his feet touched the chain, he felt an immediate heaviness, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him, rendering even breathing a Herculean task. Sweat formed instantaneously, clinging to his skin, while his muscles groaned beneath the oppressive weight. Was this an artificial gravity device, or was it an inherent property of the chain material? The sudden pressure nearly forced Qin Wushang to buckle under its weight, but thanks to his innate strength, even a mountain would be manageable. Nevertheless, the journey ahead demanded he endure relentless pressure with each step. After merely 100 paces, he felt utterly drained, yet Qin Wushang did not waver. He took a deep breath and let out a thunderous roar, his muscles swelling like iron as a formidable force erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Pushing the limits of his physical capabilities and continuously surpassing himself was, for Qin Wushang, a form of refinement. To this, however, was not his ultimate limit. In such extreme pressure, he merely contended with the weight using his physical strength. Taking another deep breath, Qin Wushang directed his bodily energy to circulate through his limbs, establishing a delicate balance against the seemingly overwhelming gravitational environment of the chains. He slowly crouched down, his knees nearly bending to their maximum, and took a step forward, a movement that required the mobilization of all his strength, as if he were attempting to lift a mountain. Chapter 038, The Transformation of the Technique. As his footsteps descended, Qin Wushang finally discerned the peculiarities of the iron chains beneath him. Despite the immense weight pressing down like a mountain, the iron chain remained utterly still.
Upon closer inspection, Qin Wushang would observe that these chains were intricately adorned with nearly imperceptible patterns. Each time he stepped upon them, faint, invisible streams of light flowed through these engravings. Exhausting his physical strength to its utmost limit, Qin Wushang finally traversed the remaining half of the chain. As he stepped onto the opposing peak, the overwhelming pressure that had been bearing down upon him vanished instantaneously. It was the perfect moment for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Seated atop the peak, Qin Wushang devoted himself entirely to the operation of the 10 earth-swallowing star technique. This realm was already teeming with star energy, and as his technique activated, a copious amount of rich and pure star energy was absorbed into his body, cleansing and refining his flesh. Simultaneously, the most refined portion of this energy was divided and consumed by various acupoints throughout his body. Time passed unmeasured. Qin Wushang sensed a slight tremor emanating from one of the acupoints on his first layer of meridians. Soon after, a formidable force of absorption erupted from this acupoint, drawing in boundless star energy from all directions. This overwhelming star energy was devoured with astonishing speed, far surpassing the rate at which Qin Wushang had previously absorbed star energy through the 10 earth-swallowing star technique. Concurrently, the frequency of the acupoint's vibrations accelerated, growing ever faster. From the phenomena within his body, Qin Wushang understood that the star energy had accumulated to a critical threshold within this acupoint, heralding a sign of imminent transformation. Once this metamorphosis was completed, the acupoint would reach the pinnacle of its second layer technique. Qin Wushang dared not be negligent. He promptly concentrated all his mental faculties on this acupoint while guiding the immense star energy flowing into his body to converge upon it. Boom! The chaotic star energy from the outside world was drawn into the acupoint, igniting it as if a star had flared to life within. The entire acupoint shone brilliantly, akin to a supernova explosion. Immediately, the tumultuous star energy within the acupoint was rapidly consumed, leaving behind only shimmering streams reminiscent of liquid mercury, which melted into the acu point. As these streams integrated further, the radiance emitted by the acupoint became increasingly dazzling. At last, when the entire acupoint transformed into a silvery fireball, Qin Wushang felt a sudden jolt, and the overwhelming force of absorption dissipated. The transformation was complete. Qin Wushang murmured to himself, feeling an unprecedented sense of lightness and exhilaration throughout his being, as if his entire body had undergone a metamorphosis, rejuvenating him entirely. The most significant change, however, stemmed from the transformation of the power within him. In addition to the rapid ascent of his physical strength, Qin Wushang realized that he could now manipulate the star energy that had previously lain dormant within his various acupoints. Much like the true energy of a celestial warrior, this star energy could now circulate within the network formed by the first layer of the 10 earth-swallowing star technique. This revelation was undoubtedly a boon for Qin Wushang. Although he had re-entered the innate realm, it had merely been an elevation of his physical prowess, with no true energy generated within his meridians. This had rendered his most formidable attack technique, the sword's sovereign scripture, which required true energy to activate, utterly useless. Now, with the transformation of his internal power enabling him to manipulate star energy, he wondered if he could utilize this star energy to substitute for true energy in wielding the sword's sovereign scripture. Qin Wushang was eager to experiment. The sword's sovereign scripture comprised 12 layers, each corresponding to a unique sword technique. With his prodigious talent, Qin Wushang had previously only mastered the 9th technique, I Alone Reign. As this technique unfolded once more in his hands, a breathtaking sword aura surged forth, emanating from him with an unparalleled majesty. When the sword aura reached its zenith, it suddenly coalesced into an ethereal colossal sword, its tip piercing the heavens. The sword's body shimmered with a tempest of lightning and flames, as if capable of severing all shackles and bindings of the world. As he executed this technique, Qin Wushang felt that the power of the sword aura driven by star energy had surged 100-fold. With this strike, even a peak innate 6th-tier celestial warrior would find themselves cleaved beneath his blade. Clang! The sword aura descended, striking against an iron chain suspended in midair. However, contrary to Qin Wushang's expectations, the chain did not shatter. Instead, upon contact, the descending sword aura shattered into countless fragments of sword energy. How could this be? What Qin Wushang nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the might of this strike and was taken aback by the fragility of the seemingly ordinary iron chain. He attempted to tug at the chain, but even with all his strength, he found it utterly immovable. Moments ago, he had witnessed these chains swing in the wind. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill crept into Qin Wushang's heart. He now suspected that the gust of wind that had recently passed was no ordinary breeze. Clang, clang. Speaking of the wind, it began to stir once more. Seated atop the mountain peak, Qin Wushang felt no breeze, yet he observed the numerous iron chains interwoven between the mountain peaks gently swaying and colliding with one another. With both hands poised as if wielding a sword, he unleashed 2 techniques from the sword's sovereign scripture, each renowned for their blood-soaked legacies and resounding fame. In succession. As a result, 2 streams of sword energy shot forth, their overwhelming intent soaring skyward, transforming into two exceedingly brilliant sword auras that cleaved through the air with the force of a torrential tide, aiming for the void above, where the wind passed. Yet, the moment the wind swept through, Qin Wushang clearly witnessed those two formidable sword auras being crushed and obliterated by an unseen force, disintegrating silently into a myriad of tiny sword energy fragments, cascading outward like a shower of rain. Fortunately, Qin Wushang broke into a cold sweat, realizing that had he been careless enough to be swept by that wind, he would have faced annihilation. It was a relief that he seemed unaffected by the wind's force atop the mountain. Otherwise, he would have been left with no place to rest his bones. However, Qin Wushang regarded this mountaintop as no place for long-term residence. Who could say what other dangers lurked here besides the enigmatic wind? Moreover, to harness the overwhelming gravity of the chains for cultivating his techniques and refining his body, he would need to depart from this peak. Nevertheless, before taking his leave, Qin Wushang felt it necessary to further explore the potential of his power transformation. Particularly regarding his utilization of star energy, he sensed that only by mastering the application of star energy to its fullest could he unleash the true might of the 10 earth-swallowing star technique. He had devised a plan in his mind to continuously execute the initial 9 techniques of the Sword Sovereign Scripture, meticulously comprehending the behavior of the star energy within him as he performed the sword techniques, ultimately devising a more efficient and perfected method of wielding sword techniques powered by star energy. The 12 techniques of the Sword Sovereign Scripture were unparalleled in the world, and the accompanying Imperial Extreme Astonishing technique had been handed down since the era of the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, refined through countless trials and generations of practitioners, culminating in its present formidable prowess. Qin Wushang aspired to forge a new path, employing an entirely novel power to drive the Sword Sovereign Scripture, yet the challenges he would face were beyond his imagination. Chapter 039. Fusion of the celestial circuits. For approximately 2 hours, Qin Wushang utilized the power of the stars to practice the 9th stance of the Sword Emperor's scripture, only Irene, no less than 100 times. Although the sword chi was concealed and not revealed, minimizing the expenditure of star power, Qin Wushang still noticed that after igniting the first acupoint, the star power within him seemed to flow endlessly, showing no signs of depletion. Even when there was some loss, a stream would emerge from that acupoint to replenish it. This revelation filled Qin Wushang with delight. The comprehensive combat strength of a celestial warrior is assessed not only by the intensity of their techniques and the efficiency of their true energy utilization but also significantly influenced by the total amount of true energy they possess. Among celestial warriors of the same rank, the size and strength of their dantians vary, as does the total volume and purity of their true energy, which often becomes the critical factor in determining victory or defeat. The ability of Qin Wushang's acupoint to continuously provide star power was akin to possessing an infinite source of energy. This was merely the transformation of one acupoint. If the remaining 11 acupoints of the first meridian and the 18 acupoints of the second meridian were to undergo complete transformation, the effects would be even more astonishing and formidable, marking a true state of inexhaustibility. With a deep breath, Qin Wushang exhaled like a sword, gradually opening his eyes as he exited the state of enlightenment. Upon calculating the time, he surmised it was once again the moment when the mountain winds swept through the valleys. Indeed, as Qin Wushang had predicted, in the next instant, a cacophony of clinking sounds resonated in the air, revealing countless iron chains swaying among the mountains. Every hour, the mountain winds would blow through the valleys, lasting approximately 10 minutes, which meant Qin Wushang needed to traverse over 300 meters of suspended iron chains to reach the peak across from him within an hour. Should he exceed this time, he would face the next onslaught of mountain winds, and the thought of their formidable power sent shivers down his spine. The peak where Qin Wushang stood was connected by 8 iron chains to other peaks, and the choice of chain was not singular but dependent on the condition of the chains during the passage of the mountain winds. Qin Wushang's gaze darted incessantly across the 8 chains, sensing the intensity of their vibrations. Only the one with the least tremor indicated the correct path. Quickly, he pinpointed the 4th chain to his right and leaped onto it without hesitation. Drawing from his previous experience, as his feet touched down, Qin Wushang summoned all his strength to resist the overwhelming pressure that immediately bore down upon him once more. To his astonishment, the pressure he encountered was unprecedentedly immense, its intensity far surpassing the last encounter, akin to a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave surging, overwhelming him in an instant. This force was not only extraordinarily heavy but also bore an indescribable sense of oppression that pierced through to his very heart, rendering his breathing labored, as though his soul were tightly bound. Qin Wushang struggled valiantly, attempting to withstand the crushing pressure that threatened to obliterate him, yet each effort felt utterly insignificant, as if he were battling the entire cosmos. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his garments. With eyes wide open in fury, Qin Wushang unleashed a roar, awakening the latent star power hidden within his acupoint once more. As this power surged, a faint silver glow began to emanate from his body, signaling the reactivation of his acupoint's potential. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang concentrated all his strength into a singular point. Suddenly, a powerful counterforce erupted from within, clashing violently against the surrounding oppressive weight. In that moment, the air crackled with energy, and the star power surged, as if the very space around him threatened to be torn asunder by this tumultuous force. With a thunderous impact, Qin Wushang advanced, each step resonating with a mighty force as he struck the iron chain, producing a resounding clang. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, over 300 meters, 500 steps. Each stride felt as though he were carrying the weight of a towering mountain. The strength of his physical body had long since been exhausted after the first 100 steps, and by the time he reached 300 steps, the star power coursing through his meridians was also drained. Although the transformation of his acupoint provided some replenishment, the consumption outweighed the supply, leaving Qin Wushang with an unprecedented sense of emptiness.
Open! Qin Wushang bellowed, channeling the 10 earth-devouring stars technique to its utmost limits.
The rotation of the celestial circuit accelerated dramatically, from 30 minutes to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, ultimately condensing to 5 seconds per cycle, synchronizing with the first level of the technique. It was in this sudden transformation that a gap opened between the second and first level techniques, allowing the two previously separate meridians to connect and form a new celestial circuit. Although the pathway for the star power had more than doubled in length, the speed of its circulation remained unchanged, with the rate of star power absorption increasing by more than double. The evolution of the technique brought unprecedented changes to Qin Wushang. While his cultivation level might only equate to the second or third stage of the innate realm, he was confident that he could contend with a peak practitioner at the sixth stage of innate. As his cultivation advanced, Qin Wushang sensed that the pressure upon him had notably lessened, and his steps felt considerably lighter. At last, before the mountain winds returned, he reached the opposite peak. With the pressure lifted, he felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, reluctant to move even a finger. This time, Qin Wushang required a full 3 hours to restore himself to peak condition. However, the continuous extreme breakthroughs did not only take a toll on his body, he felt a hint of fatigue in his spirit as well. Each traversal of an iron chain felt akin to an extreme training session for Qin Wushang. Yet, even the finest steel would show signs of wear after repeated bending and forging. Moderation was indeed prudent, a truth Qin Wushang understood well. Unfortunately, he realized that with his current level, he was still unqualified to practice the Nine Heavens star transformation technique. Otherwise, the fatigue of his spirit could be easily remedied. For now, Qin Wushang could only resort to the most primitive method to sleep, to recover. In this realm devoid of the cyclical changes of day and night, Qin Wushang was uncertain how long he had slept, but upon awakening, he felt invigorated and brimming with energy. With the 10 earth-devouring stars technique's dual levels autonomously circulating through a complete cycle, the star power he lacked was replenished. Not only that, but the first transformed acupoint had also grown brighter, swelling from the size of a mung bean to that of a peanut.
It is time to move.
As the mountain winds swept past once more, Qin Wushang stepped onto the iron chain again. This time, he sensed an unprecedented change. The pressure remained, yet he felt remarkably at ease. The third chain, fourth chain, fifth chain, until the seventh. Qin Wushang only felt the depletion of star power within him, but it was merely a loss of strength, seemingly providing little aid to his cultivation's enhancement. He lamented silently. If only he could continue to push himself further, he believed he could rapidly elevate his cultivation to the sixth stage of innate or even higher. Nonetheless, this also led Qin Wushang to discover a method to break through his limits and rapidly enhance his cultivation. Rumor had it that the Alliance's artificial gravity system could reach up to 1,000 times the gravity of the source star. With the aim of swiftly recovering his physical and star power, Qin Wushang quickened his pace, ultimately stepping onto a high peak after traversing the 32nd iron chain. This peak towered approximately 100 meters higher than the mountains behind him, and notably, on the opposite side of the summit, a single iron lock extended into an endless expanse of thick mist, with no end in sight.
Chapter 040. At the transformation of the Nine Heavens. To Qin Wushang's astonishment, there was no imagined peril amidst the mist. After traversing approximately 700 or 800 steps along the iron chain, a sudden clarity enveloped him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld an expansive circular platform at the terminus of the iron chain, roughly 100 paces in diameter. The platform was paved with stone of a pristine white, resembling jade, intricately adorned with various enigmatic patterns, some resembling avian forms, others echoing the tumult of clouds, thunder, mountains, and marshes. The myriad mysterious designs dazzled Qin Wushang, leaving him bewildered as to their meaning. Surrounding the circular platform stood 12 colossal stone pillars, each with a diameter of 5 meters and soaring over 20 meters high. Atop each pillar, either perched or standing, was a stone sculpture of a ferocious and exotic beast. As Qin Wushang leaped onto the platform, he scrutinized the statues upon the pillars, only to discover that none resembled any creatures he was familiar with, not even those from the mythic tales of antiquity that had been passed down through the ages.
On the opposite side of the platform lay a staircase of several hundred steps, winding upwards along the mountain's incline, leading to the distant summit. Without lingering, Qin Wushang swiftly ascended the stone steps, soon reaching the pinnacle. What greeted his eyes was a grand and imposing stone archway. This archway was hewn from a single rare block of obsidian, its surface rugged and resilient, not merely worn by the passage of time but intentionally crafted to exhibit the profound marks of antiquity, evoking an air of venerable weightiness. At the center of the archway hung a plaque inscribed with 4 intricate characters, each exuding an indescribable sense of perfection and harmony, yet, to Qin Wushang, they were utterly unfamiliar. Behind the archway stood 6 majestic halls, constructed in accordance with the mountain's topography, arranged in a harmonious yet staggered fashion. Among them, 5 auxiliary halls orbited the central main hall like stars encircling the moon. Gazing at the central hall, Qin Wushang's eyes ignited with fervor. After a journey fraught with suspense, he had finally arrived at this place, where the origins of this space were surely concealed within the grand hall. However, rather than rushing forward, he adopted an even more cautious demeanor. This palace was undoubtedly the core of this realm. In Qin Wushang's estimation, if the defenses outside were already extraordinary, then the protections within would surely be no less formidable. Indeed, caution proved to be wise, as Qin Wushang tentatively advanced, yet to approach within 10 paces of the archway, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the stone structure. Almost instantaneously, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, followed by a flash of lightning that descended directly towards Qin Wushang's head. This bolt of lightning moved with astonishing speed, akin to a colossal dragon cleaving the heavens, bearing the weight of apocalyptic force as it descended. In a flash, Qin Wushang shifted his form, vanishing like a specter, only to reappear beside the thunderous strike. With his fingers poised, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, which converged into a resplendent beam of light that collided with the descending lightning. A deafening explosion ensued, the air around them being torn asunder by the clash of lightning and sword energy. This strike drew upon the entirety of the sword energies from the first 9 forms of the Sword Monarch canon, nearly exhausting the stellar energy within Qin Wushang's meridians. Yet, the lightning was merely dispersed, not vanquished. Countless tendrils of lightning flickered in the void before coalescing into a slender silver dragon that lunged towards Qin Wushang's head. Qin Wushang gathered his stellar energy and struck out with his palm. However, the silver dragon disregarded his formidable strike, passing unscathed through the very center of it. This bizarre trajectory caught Qin Wushang off guard. The silver dragon pierced his forehead, embedding itself within his mind. While his physical form sustained no harm, within his consciousness, Qin Wushang felt an overwhelming torrent of information surge forth, violently invading his awareness and striving to amalgamate with his memories. This deluge of information was so vast that it surpassed the cumulative total of all his memories from over 20 years of life. Previously, when Qin Wushang had received the inheritance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths transformation, he had also absorbed the memories of Huang Xian's life. However, Huang Xian's memories existed independently within Qin Wushang's consciousness, akin to a book that could be consulted at will. Now, however, this incoming information flow resembled a boundless ocean, a tumultuous tidal wave threatening to submerge Qin Wushang's own memories, even to usurp them entirely, potentially becoming the predominant essence of his consciousness. Fortunately, this influx of information bore no autonomous will. Otherwise, the moment the silver dragon entered his being, Qin Wushang would have already lost himself, morphing into a different entity altogether. As Qin Wushang's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, suddenly, another fragment of information hidden deep within his mind was activated. When the 4 energies converge, the constellations divide, the primal energy unites within the body, and the spirit gathers the sun, moon, and stars. This is the first transformation of the 9 heavens and stars transformation. Accompanying this revelation, a lengthy incantation unfurled within his consciousness. As Qin Wushang silently recited the incantation, an invisible force seemed to guide him, causing the previously fragmented energies within his mind to begin to swirl slowly. A surge of inspiration struck Qin Wushang, prompting him to close his eyes and concentrate, envisioning the myriad stars, each transformed by stellar energy, his thoughts acting as a conduit, all converging within his consciousness. In an instant, his entire mind was illuminated by a silver radiance, akin to a sea of molten silver, its heat overwhelming. His thoughts became the hammer, the stars the fire, as he repeatedly tempered his spirit. This was indeed a sign of entering the first level of the 9 heavens and stars transformation. The initial transformation, Qin Wushang had not anticipated that he would achieve this under such pressing circumstances. He understood that his progress in mastering the first level of the 9 heavens and stars transformation was significantly aided by the immense influx of information. The prerequisite for mastering the 9 heavens and stars transformation was a formidable mental energy. At the pace at which Qin Wushang had been cultivating the 9 heavens and 10 earths transformation, he would not have triggered the conditions for the 9 heavens and stars transformation until he had reached the 6th level of the 10 earths devouring stars technique. However, with the influx of this information bearing no autonomous will, the mechanism that sealed the 9 heavens and stars transformation made an erroneous judgment, activating the first level of the 9 heavens and stars transformation. And this was merely the beginning. As the first transformation progressed, the speed at which the technique operated visibly accelerated. An increasing amount of this information flow, representing the unembodied mental energy, was refined. In mere moments, Qin Wushang's mental energy expanded, doubling in magnitude. Furthermore, the rate and momentum of this expansion continued to escalate. Chapter 041 of the Taibai Upper Garden. The silver dragon that surged into Qin Wushang's sea of consciousness was, in fact, an unclaimed primordial spirit power laden with a wealth of information. It served as the purest supplement for the primordial spirit. Through the relentless refinement, devouring, and integration of the 9 heavens star transformation technique, Qin Wushang's primordial spirit expanded rapidly, akin to a balloon being inflated. Moreover, his primordial spirit instinctively sensed a looming crisis. In a bid for self-preservation, it autonomously sealed off the vast influx of information, retaining only a superficial fragment for display. Among this was the very knowledge Qin Wushang yearned to uncover regarding the origins of the underground palace. The Taibai Upper Garden. The 4 characters inscribed in the insect bird seal script on the plaque above the stone archway were precisely these 4 words, the name designated for this underground palace, which ought to be referred to as a villa. In truth, this villa was not originally subterranean, it was meant to float in the orbit of Venus. Ultimately, time is the greatest adversary of all things in this world. Countless eons ago, the luminescent void array that had once buoyed the entire Taibai Upper Garden succumbed to the relentless erosion of time, resulting in its shattering. Consequently, the Taibai Upper Garden gradually descended from the orbit of Venus to its surface. Following this, geological movements and sedimentation buried the entire Taibai Upper Garden hundreds of meters underground. Nevertheless, the master and creator of the Taibai Upper Garden, the celestial sovereign Changgung, was a veritable fanatic of formations, having devoted considerable effort to constructing this villa upon his path to enlightenment. The Taibai Upper Garden was engraved with no less than 100 formations, including the luminescent void array that elevated the garden into the void, the dawn and dusk cycle array that regulated the fluctuations of light and darkness, and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits array that adjusted the seasonal changes, among others. In addition, encircling the Taibai Upper Garden were 12 killing arrays and 6 defensive formations. The location where the expedition team encountered the surging flames was one of the 12 killing formations, the Golden Crow Array. This array absorbed the solar essence from the sun, accumulating it within the formation. Should anyone trespass into the array, it would trigger the solar essence within, known as the Flame of Purification, capable of incinerating all things in existence. Even a celestial martial artist of the innate realm would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye upon contact. As for the towering wall that had thwarted Leilawa's efforts, an impenetrable barrier, it was the Earth Covering Array, a sub-array of the 5 Elements Array, which belonged to the 6 defensive formations. The 5 Elements Array could enhance its defensive capabilities by harnessing the powers of the 5 elements, perpetually cycling energy through the principles of mutual generation among the 5 elements to achieve its protective purpose. Initially, it was a rather ordinary formation. However, after the Taibai Upper Garden fell to the surface of Venus, particularly after being buried by sediment, the Earth Covering Array underwent an unforeseen transformation. As it continuously absorbed the power of the Earth, its might extended deeper underground, ultimately reaching the core of Venus after devouring several geological veins. And now, to unlock the Earth Covering Array, one must obtain the central control located within the main hall of the Changgung Palace. Alternatively, one would need to be like Qin Wushang, fortuitously encountering a once-in-a-century sandstorm that swept across thousands of kilometers, causing the earth power on Venus and the magnetic field of the geological veins to fall into disarray, thus rendering the Earth Covering Array temporarily ineffective. After assimilating the information flow, Qin Wushang felt as though he had been granted a form of authentication, allowing him to navigate the Taibai Upper Garden unhindered, quickly arriving at the area housing the 6 grand halls. These 6 halls, in order, were the Gangjin Hall, Yimu Hall, Renshui Hall, Dinghua Hall, Wutu Hall, and the Changgung Hall, which served as the main hall. Each of these 6 halls was constructed atop adjacent mountain ranges, interconnected by expansive corridors, forming the core region of the Taibai Upper Garden. However, as time and the ravages of the ages took their toll, what remained was an atmosphere of decay and desolation. From the information flow, Qin Wushang learned that the 6 halls, as the central core, were originally meant to be regulated by the dawn and dusk cycle array and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits array, places where the erosion of time and age should have been weakest. Yet now, it resembled a scene of ruins, indicating that not only the luminescent void array had faltered, but also the dawn and dusk cycle array and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits array had ceased to function. Clearly, some unforeseen changes had transpired here, and Qin Wushang could not ascertain whether the altered central core remained safe for him. Cautiously, he approached the mountain peak where the Changgung Hall was situated, his heart brimming with vigilance. The moment he set foot upon the mountain peak, the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously. The previously dim environment brightened, and an ancient yet solemn aura enveloped him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had inexplicably appeared before the Changgung Hall atop the peak. Nature had silently reclaimed this territory, with dense trees encircling, vines entwining, and wildflowers and grasses defiantly flourishing in the crevices, cloaking this desolate land in a verdant shroud of life. However, these vibrant scenes only served to accentuate the desolation and solitude of the ruins. As he stepped into the plaza before the Changgung Hall, the first sight to greet him was the towering and magnificent main hall. Although much of it had crumbled into ruins, the remnants still hinted at its former grandeur and intricacy. The soaring main hall, despite having lost half its roof, still reached for the heavens, a testament to its former majesty and splendor. The expansive hall, though its walls were mottled, still bore witness to its glory and solemnity through the massive stone pillars standing resolutely before it. The center of the hall stood an ancient octagonal altar, constructed from azure starstone, remarkably preserved. Hovering in the air above the altar was a stone tablet, nearly human height, entirely crimson, forged from the essence of the red sun, adorned with intricate runes and totems that still emanated a faint spiritual glow. This crimson stone tablet was the very central control of the entire Taibai Upper Garden. According to the information flow, one need only imprint their true spirit mark upon the tablet to gain dominion over the entire Taibai Upper Garden. However, the information flow did not clarify what constituted a true spirit mark. Qin Wuxiang could only crudely interpret it as something akin to mental energy, spiritual awareness, or primordial spirit. With the cultivation of the first stage of the Nine Heavens Star transformation technique, Qin Wuxiang's primordial spirit had become extraordinarily powerful, yet he had yet to reach the realm of materialization and separation. How could he inscribe his primordial spirit mark upon the tablet? Qin Wuxiang resolved to adopt the simplest approach, utilizing his primordial spirit power to perceive the tablet, allowing his primordial spirit's essence to gradually permeate into the stone. Ascending the steps to the altar, Qin Wuxiang sat cross-legged beneath the stone tablet, activating the first stage of the Nine Heavens Star transformation technique while channeling his primordial spirit power toward the tablet.
You have finally arrived.
At the moment Qin Wuxiang's primordial spirit power made contact with the stone tablet, he felt the entire world reverberate with a profound hum, followed by a grand and ancient voice resonating within his sea of consciousness.
Chapter 042 of the Era of Celestial Descent. Who are you?
Qin Wuxiang inquired, simultaneously channeling the Nine Heavens Star transformation technique to its utmost limit. However, in the next moment, a flicker of light and shadow enveloped him, and he felt himself being drawn into a world radiant with brilliance. In this realm, the entire space was suffused with a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and swirling like a myriad of blossoms in a kaleidoscope, brimming with endless transformations. At that instant, a resplendent orb of five-colored spiritual light gradually materialized in the void, approximately 10 feet before Qin Wuxiang.
Who am I?
A voice resonated from within the spiritual light, the very same voice that Qin Wuxiang had heard previously. With a long, weary sigh, it continued, "The passage of time has been exceedingly protracted, so much so that I have forgotten who I am. Or you may address me as the Celestial Sovereign of Changgung."
Celestial Sovereign of Changgung?
Qin Wuxiang felt a flicker of recognition, swiftly recalling that the architect of the Taibai Upper Garden was indeed that very Celestial Sovereign.
He pressed further, "If you have forgotten your own identity, why did you instinctively utter the words "you have finally arrived"? How can you be so certain that the person you await is indeed me?" Within the spiritual light, the voice of the Celestial Sovereign of Changgung emerged once more, stating, "The individual I await does not refer to a specific person, but rather the first being to arrive in this world following the resurgence of spiritual energy." This world? The resurgence of spiritual energy?
Each word, each phrase was familiar to Qin Wuxiang, yet when strung together, they filled his mind with confusion. It seemed that the Celestial Sovereign was aware of the turmoil within Qin Wuxiang's thoughts, for he proceeded to elucidate, "This world refers to the vast and boundless star domain you currently inhabit, which, in your era's terminology, is known as the galactic star domain. As for the resurgence of spiritual energy, wait, how do you know this? I mean, the term galactic star domain." Qin Wuxiang interjected, his bewilderment deepening rather than clarifying. The Celestial Sovereign of Changgung replied, "You have refined these fragments using the Nine Heavens Star transformation technique, thereby achieving a shared exchange of information between our two primordial spirits." As Qin Wuxiang listened, his expression darkened. The Celestial Sovereign seemed to know everything, even the Nine Heavens Star transformation technique. It appeared that the Celestial Sovereign had laid bare his secrets without reserve. That the so-called exchange of information indeed allowed him to glean a wealth of knowledge from the fragments, yet it also exposed his own memories, unguarded, to the Celestial Sovereign. Rest assured, this method is merely for the sake of facilitating our communication. After all, the time I inhabit is eons apart from your current era,
and the nuances of language, script, and the meanings conveyed by the words formed from these scripts differ greatly. Only through the exchange of primordial spirits can we achieve the most precise articulation of intent. I have not delved into the deeper layers of information within your sea of consciousness, so there is no need to worry about your innermost secrets being revealed to me. Despite the celestial sovereign's reassurances, Qin Wushang remained unsettled, feeling as though he had been coerced. Even though the celestial sovereign had candidly provided the means for interaction, it did not change the fact that he felt cornered. The era in which I reside is known as the era of celestial descent. In this age, spiritual energy has waned, celestial beings have fallen, and all things wither, leaving sentient beings to languish in despair. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang inquired, "Did celestial beings truly exist?" The celestial sovereign responded, "Celestial beings are merely a designation from your era. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to them as extraordinary individuals or cultivators. These so-called celestial beings are simply practitioners whose power has ascended to such heights that they can no longer be sustained by the spiritual energy of a single world. They transcend their respective realms, and thus are labeled as celestial beings." Qin Wushang pressed further, "What do you mean by the resurgence of spiritual energy and the retreat of spiritual energy?" The celestial sovereign explained, "The galactic star domain completes a rotation in approximately 250 million years. When it aligns at a specific position, the center of the galactic star domain expels a form or multiple forms of high-energy entities known as spiritual particles. The concentration of these spiritual particles in the cosmos increases with the eruption from the center of the star domain, and once it reaches a certain level, it catalyzes the evolution of life forms, igniting spiritual intelligence and birthing civilizations. As the concentration of spiritual particles continues to rise, it will give birth to extraordinary powers. The practitioners who existed before my time emerged during this period. The evolution of this era, from the primitive age to the age of awakening, then to the pinnacle of a great age, is termed the era of celestial fortune, spanning 129 million years, equivalent to 1,000 epochs. However, the principle of what flourishes must inevitably decline applies to any era. Following the pinnacle of the era of celestial fortune, the high-energy spiritual particles at the center of the galactic star domain swiftly transformed from a source of nourishment to one of consumption, rapidly devouring all spiritual particles within the star domain. This process lasted approximately 12,960,000 years, transitioning from prosperity to decline, to the end of the Dharma, culminating in the extinction of sentient life. This is the era of celestial descent. The celestial sovereign of Chang'an was born at the dawn of the era of celestial descent, a time when the illustrious era of celestial fortune had already drawn to a close. The once resplendent emperors and patriarchs of the heavens faded into nothingness, spiritual energies diminished, and the paths of cultivation became fragmented. Yet, amidst this decaying world, the celestial sovereign seized the last vestiges of opportunity to attain enlightenment, achieving the state of primordial unity. However, this also rendered him the harbinger of the era of celestial descent, witnessing the twilight of an age, perishing alongside the heavens and crumbling into decay with all things. The spiritual light of the celestial sovereign of Chang'an, or rather, merely a fragment of his true spirit, was sealed within this realm during the era of celestial descent, carrying with it the entirety of his memories from that time. Perhaps it served as a tribute to the bygone days, or perhaps it was part of the celestial sovereign's intricate design from countless ages past. Qin Wushang did not obtain the answers he sought from this fragment of the celestial sovereign's true spirit. However, the celestial sovereign, gleaning from Qin Wushang's memories, discerned that the era he inhabited was indeed the transitional phase between the awakening and the resurgence of spiritual energy. As for why it did not transition toward the pinnacle of a great age, after all, in the eyes of the celestial sovereign, the extraordinary powers possessed by humanity, be they heavenly warriors or celestial practitioners, were far too rudimentary in their cultivation methods, yielding energies that were fundamentally inferior. In contrast, Qin Wushang's cultivation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths star transformation technique exhibited remarkable potential, rivaling the top-tier cultivation techniques of his era, particularly in its unique method of refining the primordial spirit. Chapter 043 of the 5 Great Secret Realms. Since the immortal sovereign attained enlightenment during the era of immortal fall, one can only surmise that the cultivation techniques he practiced were extraordinary. Qin Wushang inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Long Gung, the immortal sovereign, easily discerned the implication behind Qin Wushang's words. With a chuckle, he replied, "Do not harbor any illusions regarding the techniques of the era of immortal fall. Even if bestowed upon you, you would be unable to cultivate them. The times have changed, and with it, the natural order of the cosmos and the laws of the great Tao have also transformed. The methods from my era no longer align with the present. Even if one were to forcefully practice them, substantial achievements would remain elusive. Should you doubt my words, feel free to attempt cultivation on your own. The pinnacle techniques and arts from the era of immortal fall reside already within your mind.
Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang felt a stir within his consciousness, perceiving fleeting glimpses of hundreds of techniques in his sea of consciousness. He attempted to seize one, yet found these techniques as elusive as mirages, impossible to grasp.
What is the meaning of this? Qin Wushang queried.
This is the result of the differing laws of the Great Tao that I mentioned earlier, Long Gung explained. The laws of the Great Tao are formless and elusive, omnipresent. To view these techniques, you must either locate a chaotic realm or await a time when your own cultivation reaches a level sufficient to obscure the laws of the Great Tao. Despite his initial disappointment, Qin Wushang persisted in his attempts, yet the outcomes remained unchanged. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, as the last enlightened one of the era of immortal fall, do you truly resign yourself to await the destruction of the heavens, to decay alongside the cosmos? He gestured toward the five-colored spiritual light, inquiring, could it be that this is a contingency left behind by the immortal sovereign Long Gung? Long Gung replied, I am but a wisp of true spirit, not the essence of my being. Even if my true form had devised some plans, they are beyond my knowledge. As for your concerns, I understand them well. However, there is no need for worry at this juncture. Your current abilities are still too feeble. Even if my true self harbored intentions and laid plans eons ago, you are not yet qualified to partake in them. To avoid becoming a mere pawn in another's game, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. Once you possess the strength to engage, you shall have no cause for fear. This Tai Bai Shang Yuan is a reward preordained for you by my true self. The method of acquisition lies within the information I previously imparted. That method is not a cultivation technique, so you need not fear being obstructed by the laws of the Great Tao. With that, the vibrant spiritual light began to dissipate, as if this fragment of true spirit were truly vanishing. Listening intently, Qin Wushang grew increasingly uneasy, especially at the end, as the colorful light's disappearance bore the semblance of a grand illusion, more akin to a disguise of death. With this realization, Qin Wushang became even more convinced that the immortal sovereign Long Gung, who had attained enlightenment countless ages ago, certainly left behind some ulterior motives. Perhaps, as this fragment of true spirit suggested, his own cultivation was too weak, rendering him unworthy even to be a pawn in Long Gung's game. Do not hastily feign death. If you do not clarify your intentions, I shall indeed turn and leave, severing all ties, Qin Wushang suddenly declared, addressing the void above. I am indeed unaware of the intentions behind my true self's plans, a reluctant voice responded.
After countless eons of erosion, this fragment of true spirit has approached the brink of obliteration.
Consequently, the myriad formations of Tai Bai Shang Yuan have suffered great damage, for apart from maintaining the core of this central hub, I possess no strength to attend to other matters. Once you take control of the core, I shall slumber within this heavenly steel. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not awaken again. With that, no matter how Qin Wushang called out, silence ensued.
Indeed, you are feigning death.
Qin Wushang exclaimed, a knowing expression crossing his face. Earlier, Long Gung had mentioned that the method for acquiring Tai Bai Shang Yuan lay within that stream of information. Qin Wushang conducted a brief search and swiftly uncovered the incantation for refining the heavenly steel. True to the immortal sovereign's words, this incantation was merely a method of refinement, not a cultivation technique. Thus, Qin Wushang effortlessly comprehended and activated the content of the incantation without hindrance. In no time, Qin Wushang completed the refinement of the heavenly steel, causing an invisible wave to erupt from it, sweeping across the entirety of Tai Bai Shang Yuan. This wave radiated outward like a quantum wave, encompassing the entire spatial domain of Tai Bai Shang Yuan. Through the amplification of the heavenly steel, Qin Wushang could now perceive the entirety of Tai Bai Shang Yuan within his sight. It was a peculiar sensation. Through the heavenly steel, Qin Wushang felt as if his vision was omnipresent, able to behold every inch of land and every corner of space within Tai Bai Shang Yuan. The expanse of Tai Bai Shang Yuan exceeded Qin Wushang's imagination, divided into 5 distinct regions beyond the central palace area. The initial location where Qin Wushang had emerged, a cluster of mountains interconnected by countless iron chains, was named the Starfall Repository, a place of cultivation for Long Gung prior to his enlightenment, replicated here. These iron chains were inscribed with numerous runes to enhance gravity, and their material was forged from the cores of stars, each segment possessing a mass comparable to that of a planet immensely heavy. Moreover, there existed an endless sword prison constructed on the foundation of golden sharp energy, a sea of blazing sands forged from raging fire energy, a frozen hell built upon the essence of extreme cold. And the myriad mountains of the 1,000 paths, rooted in the vitality of wood. These 5 regions resembled 5 distinct secret realms. The Starfall Repository served as the Earth realm, solid and stable, bearing the weight of all things. Cultivation within this realm requires groundedness and gradual progress, breaking through personal limits to strengthen one's foundation and essence, instilling stability and resilience within the practitioner, thus laying a solid groundwork for future cultivation endeavors. The endless sword prison represented the metal realm, characterized by sharpness, solidity, and purity. Cultivating within this realm necessitates facing the rigorous trials of sharp, metallic spiritual energy, honing one's resolve and cultivating determination and decisiveness. The golden sharp energy also purifies the spirit, allowing one to perceive the essence of worldly matters and achieve a harmonious unity of mind and will. The Sea of Blazing Sands epitomized the fire realm, where the essence of fire is fervent and unrestrained, exuding immense heat. This secret realm, filled with swirling flames and boiling lava, serves as an exceptional venue for tempering the physical body. Here, one must confront the searing flames, continuously challenging and surpassing oneself to enhance physical strength and elevate the purity and intensity of internal spiritual energy. The ferocity of fire awakens latent potential within the practitioner, fostering growth and transformation amidst adversity, ultimately achieving the goal of body refinement. The frozen hell represented the water realm, embodying the principle that the highest virtue is akin to water, gentle yet firm, profound and unfathomable. Cultivating within this realm allows one to grasp the essence of water, adapting to ever-changing circumstances while maintaining inner tranquility and peace. The gentle power of water guides self-exploration, delving into the depths of the soul, achieving the state of a tranquil heart, making it an ideal place for spiritual refinement. Finally, the myriad paths of the thousand mountains embodied the wood realm, symbolizing vitality and the flourishing of life. Within this realm, ancient trees tower high and greenery flourishes. Here, one can cultivate by observing the growth of trees and the cyclical changes of the seasons, comprehending the cycles of life and the laws of the universe, an ideal domain for grasping the natural way and the mysteries of existence, refining one's understanding. As Qin Wushang's consciousness traversed through the heavenly steel, he absorbed the secrets of the 5 great secret realms. For him, these realms represented an unparalleled opportunity for rapid cultivation enhancement, especially after experiencing the Starfall repository firsthand, igniting his anticipation for the other 4 realms. Suddenly, as Qin Wushang's consciousness swept over the Sea of Blazing Sands, a familiar figure emerged within his observation. Chapter 044. A farewell to Lalo in the Blazing Sands. Despite the figure being charred to a cinder, Qin Wushang recognized him at a glance. Fortunately, Lalo possessed a cultivation level not inferior to the second stage of innate ability. Although he had been scorched by the relentless flames in the sea of sand and was on the brink of collapse, he ultimately survived. Just moments ago, the unending flames had finally receded, allowing Lalo to breathe a sigh of relief and find a moment to recuperate. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Lalo hurriedly raised his right hand and brushed it a few times. Upon seeing that the ring on his right hand's ring finger was unscathed, he exhaled deeply. Immediately after, Lalo tapped the ring 3 times, and a tube of green reagent materialized in his hand. He consumed the reagent in one gulp, and soon after, the burn marks on his body, which had been seared by the endless flames, began to heal at an observable rate. "Is that a storage ring?" A voice suddenly resonated behind Lalo. Startled, he swiftly turned around and retreated several paces, moving like a flash of lightning. "It's you!" Upon recognizing the person, Lalo exclaimed in astonishment. "Hello, boss, it's good to see you again." Qin Wushang casually greeted, his gaze intensely fixated on the ring adorning Lalo's right hand. Storage rings, or spatial rings, were standard equipment for extraordinary beings during the era of celestial fortune. It was considered embarrassing to venture out without one. However, in the era of celestial decline, as spiritual energy waned and the laws of the universe fragmented, spatial rings gradually became rare treasures. The object that Lalo possessed, which resembled a spatial ring, was evidently not a relic from that era. Moreover, its appearance suggested it was a product of advanced technology. Could it be that the Alliance Academy of Sciences had already mastered the manufacturing methods for spatial rings? Qin Wushang pondered, though if the Academy had indeed accomplished such a feat, acquiring one would not pose a challenge for someone of Lalo's status and identity. After the initial shock, although Lalo's emotions began to calm, he remained vigilant. Although he was a PhD at the Alliance Academy of Sciences, he was far from the stereotypical reclusive scholar engrossed in research. Over the years of his adventurous journeys and dealings with all manner of formidable beings, Lalo had become a seasoned individual, adept at navigating perilous situations. He would not naively assume that Qin Wushang's appearance heralded good news. First and foremost, Qin Wushang's identity was suspect. He was undoubtedly more than just a lowly miner under Lalo's command. Furthermore, traversing this boundless desert of flames unscathed indicated that his cultivation was formidable, perhaps even surpassing Lalo's own. "Are you referring to this?" Lalo raised his right hand and smiled, saying, "This is a new gadget developed by the Alliance Academy of Sciences, crafted from a special metallic substance extracted from the remnants of a supernova explosion. By bombarding the atoms of this unique metal with high-energy rays, one can create a pocket space within it. With the current technology of the Alliance Academy, the maximum space that can be created is 1 cubic meter. Lalo's explanation was straightforward, yet Qin Wushang understood that numerous limiting factors must be at play. Otherwise, news of such advancements would not have been kept under wraps. Spatial intermediaries and spatial technology were among the pinnacle of advancements even within the Earth Alliance, let alone the Galactic Alliance. Boss, take a look. As your best employee, I braved the sandstorm to save you, so a small reward wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? As he spoke, Qin Wushang suddenly appeared beside Lalo, and before Lalo could react, he draped an arm over his shoulder and deftly removed the spatial ring from Lalo's right hand. Not at all. Not at all. Lalo's smile faltered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Qin Wushang slip the spatial ring onto his own finger. How does one use this? Qin Wushang inquired, shaking his left hand with curiosity. That requires binding it to the user's brainwaves. Each person's brainwave frequency is different and unique. This spatial ring has already been bound to my brainwaves, Lalo stated, staring intently at Qin Wushang, though his sentence trailed off, leaving the implication clear. However, Qin Wushang appeared unfazed, continuing to fiddle with the spatial ring while channeling his spiritual energy towards it. As Qin Wushang had surmised, the so-called brainwaves were indeed fluctuations of mental power, the initial form of one's spiritual essence. Under the might of his potent spiritual essence, the ring's so-called brainwave binding mode was virtually defenseless. Qin Wushang's spiritual force bypassed the outer defenses of the spatial ring and infiltrated the inner pocket space. Inside Lalo's spatial ring, the space was precisely cubic, corresponding to the maximum capacity that the Alliance Academy could currently achieve. Within the pocket space, in addition to dozens of various potions, there were two individual weapons. The MT-301 electromagnetic assault rifle and the STK-201 Thunder Serpent pistol. According to Qin Wushang's knowledge, these were the latest products currently under development by the Alliance's Weapon Research Institute, reputed to pose a threat even to the celestial martial artists of the fusion realm. It was astonishing that Lalo had managed to procure not only a spatial ring that the Alliance Academy had yet to publicly unveil but also the newest weaponry from the Research Institute. What about that triangular insignia, palm-sized and resting in the corner? Could it be the legendary Star Armor System? This was a nanoscale battle armor system developed and produced by the Galactic Alliance, a technology that the Earth Alliance had yet to acquire and could only purchase from the Galactic Alliance. A single Star Armor System could fetch astronomical prices within the Alliance, and it was a rare commodity indeed. When Qin Wushang retrieved the Star Armor System from the ring, the previously unperturbed Lalo was instantly plunged into despair. Subsequently, as the Star Armor System transformed into potions and finally into the STK-201 Thunder Serpent pistol, witnessing Qin Wushang's amusement, Lalo felt utterly numb. After several trials, Qin Wushang grasped the general usage of the spatial ring, withdrew his spiritual force from the ring, and casually erased Lalo's mental imprint, leaving his own. Henceforth, the spatial ring belonged entirely to Qin Wushang. Only someone with a spiritual power surpassing his could hope to erase his imprint and claim it as their own. It is mine now, Qin Wushang declared, raising his hand. Lalo, dejected, replied, "You call the shots, you are the boss, but can you return the things inside? Those are all my possessions." "It is mine now." Qin Wushang remained unmoved by Lalo's pitiful demeanor. Based on his understanding of Lalo, this individual was exceedingly affluent. The contents of the spatial ring were but a trifling matter to him. "However, to compensate for your loss, I can take you to visit the underground palace you've been yearning for." Chapter 045. The Black Star Organization. Are you saying that this underground palace, which you refer to as the Taibai Shangyuan, now belongs to you? After traversing the 5 great secret realms with Lalo, they ultimately returned to the Changsheng Hall. Gazing in awe at the crimson celestial steel upon the altar, Lalo exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed, you may regard this Taibai Shangyuan as a treasured artifact from mythological tales, and now, this artifact has recognized me as its master," Qin Wushang declared with a proud smile. He was not concerned about Lalo discovering the secret, rather, he intended to use it as bait to ensnare Lalo. Lalo had expended tremendous effort to unlock this underground palace and uncover its ancient mysteries, and now that Qin Wushang had fully revealed the Taibai Shangyuan before him, he was certain that Lalo would be hooked. "I can grant you access to study this Taibai Shangyuan, but I have one condition," Qin Wushang stated. "Speak." "Even if it were 100 conditions, I would have no objections." Lalo responded with palpable excitement. Just the outermost wall of the Taibai Shangyuan, if its principles could be discerned, would hold value surpassing that of spatial rings. Coupled with the 5 great secret realms and hundreds of energy circuits, as well as the mysterious celestial steel before him, all these elements combined would undoubtedly yield returns to in Lalo's eyes. Compared to these, the Star Armor System was utterly worthless. "All the results you achieve in your research on the Taibai Shangyuan must be shared with me," Qin Wushang asserted. "Agreed." Lalo readily acquiesced. To him, Qin Wuxian was merely one individual. Even if he obtained research results, he would not be able to transform them into products, and thus, his influence would be minimal.
Splendid. Then let us formalize this pleasant agreement.
Qin Wuxian extended his hand to perform a pact with Lalo, chuckling that he was not worried about Lalo breaking the agreement. As long as he held control over the Taibai Shangyuan, Lalo would have no choice but to follow his lead in the research.
All right.
Lalo appeared even more delighted than Qin Wuxian, pacing back and forth in the grand hall, touching here and knocking there, especially intrigued by the celestial steel on the altar.
We must depart. The sandstorm outside has subsided. You will need to cooperate in explaining the reason for the sudden disappearance of such a vast underground palace.
Qin Wuxian disregarded Lalo's protests and forcibly led him up the altar. With a thought, they found themselves outside the buried earth formation. Simultaneously, under Qin Wuxian's control, the Taibai Shangyuan transformed into a streak of flowing light amidst the swirling dust, descending into Qin Wuxian's palm and manifesting as a mark.
Lalo beheld this astonishing scene, then gazed at the palm of Qin Wuxian in astonishment, asking, "How is this possible?"
Qin Wuxian shrugged, unwilling to explain. After all, the technology from the era of celestial falls encapsulated the essence of an age, far too complex to be distilled into mere words. Although Lalo felt a burning curiosity, he refrained from pressing further, realizing that this individual would be his significant benefactor henceforth. Offending him would yield no favorable outcomes, so for the sake of future research, Lalo could only suppress his questions for the time being. After more than 10 minutes, the sandstorm finally ceased. The scene was one of devastation. What had once been a mere kilometer-wide underground pit had now expanded into a basin exceeding 10 kilometers. Personnel, instruments, and all machinery had been swept away by the tempest. "Skylark, this is Lalo," he communicated, uncertain of how many survivors remained. He could only contact the Skylark on the synchronous orbit to dispatch a rescue team.
However, after sending more than 10 messages, he received only silence in return.
"What is happening, Skylark? If you receive this, please respond."
Lalo shouted angrily into the communicator. "There's no need to contact them. I believe I understand the reason."
Qin Wuxian patted Lalo on the shoulder and pointed behind him. Startled, Lalo turned around to see a star-class battleship slowly approaching the edge of the basin. The ship's sides were teeming with soldiers clad in individual combat power armor, fully armed.
"Those damned bastards again."
Upon recognizing the ship's insignia, Lalo's expression contorted into a snarl, akin to having consumed something most foul.
"Who are they?"
Qin Wuxian remained unfazed. Had it not been for the star armor system, he would have undoubtedly fled at this moment. However, he now wished to test the limits of one against an entire battleship. The Black Star Organization, a horde of pests lurking in the shadows. The crucial point is that many of the scoundrels within this organization hold prominent positions in the Alliance, with some even occupying high ranks. Thus, you may also perceive the Black Star Organization as a vampire thriving within the very veins of the Alliance.
Lalo explained, his face darkening.
Previously, the theft of the bronze halberd had been orchestrated by this very organization, which fueled his deep-seated hatred towards them. As they spoke, the Star-class battleship drew within 500 meters of their location. Faced with the nearly 100-meter-long land combat starship, both Qin Wuxian and Lalo felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them.
"Lalo, find somewhere to hide, do not allow yourself to be captured,"
Qin Wuxian said calmly, while simultaneously scanning his spatial ring to retrieve the star armor system.
"What are you planning to do?"
Lalo, having already resigned himself to surrender, felt utterly powerless against the Black Star Organization, especially in light of the Skylark having already fallen into their hands. If I am not mistaken, this star armor system should be of stellar grade, requiring at least a 6th-tier celestial martial artist for proper use. At full power, it can unleash the strength of a 6th-tier celestial martial artist in the fusion realm. Qin Wuxian declared, removing his nanospacesuit while pressing the triangular star armor system against his chest. With a resounding click, the star armor system activated, and as the energy released from the triangle's center, countless small, square-shaped metals spread from the triangle throughout Qin Wuxian's body, ultimately forming an exquisite suit of armor that enveloped him entirely. The armor was cloaked in an abyssal black, reminiscent of the darkest ink in the night sky. This black was not merely dull and lifeless, it contained flowing shadows and subtle glimmers, as if stars danced upon its surface with each movement of his body. The armor's exterior bore dragon scale patterns, each scale vividly lifelike, as though they were the very scales of a true dragon. Under the illumination, these scales shimmered with varying shades of black, akin to dark reefs hidden in the depths of the ocean, both formidable and unfathomable. Along the limbs of the armor, sharp spines extended as if they had grown naturally, glinting ominously in the light and deterring any who dared to gaze upon them. These spines served not only as defensive weapons but also as formidable offensive protrusions. However, the most eye-catching feature was the pair of 2-meter-long black dragon wings affixed to his back. These wings, tightly adhering to his sides, harbored immense potential for flight. When the need arose, he could simply unfurl them, soaring through the skies like a true dragon, effortlessly pursuing foes or escaping perilous situations.
Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Lalo swallowed hard as he observed Qin Wushang donning the armor.
This stellar-grade star armor system had yet to be officially utilized since Lalo acquired it. Although the design of the armor could be customized according to the user's will, Qin Wushang's rendition left Lalo utterly astonished.
Chapter 046 A Destructive Onslaught of Certainty and Affirmation. Qin Wushang spoke nonchalantly, raising his right hand, and with a gentle flick, a 5-foot-long sword, entirely black in hue, materialized in his grasp.
Find a place to hide. I cannot afford to concern myself with you once the battle commences. Under the augmentation of the star armor system, Qin Wushang felt his combat prowess surge exponentially, finally experiencing a semblance of what it meant to be a master. Raylo was at a loss for words. Faced with warriors clad in individual combat armor, he might have felt confident in a one-on-one encounter, but against two, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, not to mention facing a throng. Thus, Raylo wholeheartedly heeded Qin Wushang's advice, turning to flee 1,000 meters away, seeking refuge in a location that afforded both a distant view of the battlefield and concealment. Raylo's retreat sounded the battle's clarion call as the armored warriors leapt from the ship's railing, propelled by their thrusters, dashing toward Qin Wushang with lightning speed. The initial 20-odd combatants, arriving first, launched an assault, their artillery raining down like a tempest, engulfing the area where Qin Wushang stood in a conflagration. Yet, he glided through the chaos like a specter, his movements agile and nimble, each evasion executed with uncanny precision, as though he could foresee the future. The first wave of artillery fire proved futile, prompting the squad of armored warriors to swiftly adapt their strategy. Some continued with ranged assaults, constricting Qin Wushang's maneuvering space, while others engaged in close combat, drawing their armored swords to strike at him from behind. Each of these combatants possessed strength on par with innate martial artists. Had Qin Wushang not donned the star armor system, vanquishing such a group would have demanded immense effort, with the risk of misfortune lurking. However, with his powers elevated to the realm of fusion, these innate warriors appeared to Qin Wushang as mere trifles. With a thought, Qin Wushang's wings behind him quivered violently, a powerful thrust propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Simultaneously, he swung the long sword in his hand, its tip grazing the air, the blade gleaming like lightning, each arc accompanied by a thunderous crack. The exquisite speed coupled with the razor-sharp edge of the sword rendered him unencumbered by the need to employ any elaborate techniques. With each swing, he cleaved through the ranks of armored warriors before him with ease. Yet, those reinforcements, undaunted, pressed forward relentlessly. They leveraged the resilience of their individual armor and their sheer numbers to form a moving defensive line, inching closer to Qin Wushang, attempting to corner him. Subsequently, the artillery grew even more intense, projectiles carving deadly arcs through the air in Qin Wushang's eyes. However, these incoming shells seemed to move at a crawl. Thanks to the astonishing speed and reflexes afforded by the star armor system, he consistently evaded these lethal strikes. Amidst this barrage of saturation fire, Qin Wushang remained unscathed, never once resorting to any effective countermeasures, merely relying on his rapid dodges. In a fleeting moment, the onslaught ceased, and amidst the swirling dust, a towering shadow emerged, advancing slowly.
Is this it? Qin Wushang's star armor shimmered lightly, dispersing the airborne dust several meters away.
At the same time, he lifted his gaze toward the hovering battleship, beckoning with a flick of his finger. This gesture seemed to incite the ire of a significant figure aboard the vessel, as nearly 100 armored warriors activated simultaneously, launching an assault on Qin Wushang. He inhaled deeply, the star energy within him surging like a tide, establishing a connection with the energy output of the star armor system. Subsequently, a vast reservoir of star energy enveloped his entire being, converging towards the ebony sword in his hand. A radiant glow coalesced upon the sword's surface. When the brilliance reached its zenith, Qin Wushang suddenly sprang into action, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, his long sword slicing through the air towards the cluster of armored warriors a mere 10 meters away. The might of this strike rivaled that of a full-powered shot from a shipborne particle cannon. Any armored warrior struck by this blade found themselves violently torn apart within the radiant light. In an instant, the vicinity within 100 meters of Qin Wushang was cleared, devoid of any standing adversaries. Beyond that distance, the rapidly advancing armored warriors skidded to a halt, hesitating to advance another step, clearly struck by fear at the display of power. They could discern the difference between dying in battle and embracing death. At that moment, the underside of the floating battleship suddenly opened, and two beams of light, one golden and one crimson, shot forth, tracing arcs in the air as they hurtled toward Qin Wushang.
These two beams reached him in the blink of an eye, yet instead of retreating, he charged forward, swinging his long sword horizontally to intercept them. Boom! With two resounding crashes, the beams were repelled, soaring backward for several meters, their bearers staggering backward before regaining their footing. Upon recognizing the figures within the beams, Qin Wushang frowned. They were indeed two innate martial artists clad in the star armor system. However, judging by their armor's configuration, it was likely only a planetary-level system, their maximum combat capability falling short of Qin Wushang's fusion realm prowess. With a thought, Qin Wushang retracted his wings, for while they granted him unparalleled speed, they compromised his agility. Facing two innate martial artists adorned in planetary-level star armor, he adopted a more serious demeanor. Boom! With a deep rumble, the golden-armored warrior struck first, his thrusters blasting forth brilliant golden flames, propelling him toward Qin Wushang like a released arrow. Simultaneously, the energy cannon on his right arm locked onto its target, unleashing a devastating beam of energy aimed directly at Qin Wushang. Yet, Qin Wushang regarded this energy beam with indifference, merely activating the defensive system of the star armor, effortlessly dissipating the incoming threat. Concurrently, the long sword in his hand shimmered with a dark glow, and as he swung his right arm, a burst of sword light erupted, transforming into an endless tempest of blades, sweeping toward the golden-armored warrior. The golden-armored warrior, taken aback, swiftly activated his armor's defensive system, an energy shield forming around him in an instant, attempting to intercept the oncoming sword light. However, this series of actions left him bereft of his offensive momentum, granting Qin Wushang an opportunity. In a flash, Qin Wushang appeared beside the golden-armored warrior, thrusting his sword with precision into the exposed vulnerability of the opponent's armor. Should this strike connect, the golden-armored warrior would undoubtedly find himself pierced to the core. Simultaneously, the crimson-armored warrior, witnessing the unfolding scene, hastily closed the distance to Qin Wushang, swiftly drawing forth his long knife, which glimmered with a chilling light. Subsequently, the crimson-armored warrior leapt into the air, swinging his knife down toward Qin Wushang's shoulder, the impact resonating through the air with a deep, vibrating hum. Chapter 047 The Multitude Falls. A quintessential stratagem akin to surrounding way to rescue Zhao, the warrior clad in crimson star armor aimed a lethal strike at Qin Wushang, targeting his most vulnerable point. Should Qin Wushang remain adamant in his intent to pierce the chest of the golden star armor warrior, he would inevitably find himself decapitated by the crimson-clad assailant. Yet, Qin Wushang did not alter his course. Instead, he swiftly raised his left hand, and the armor upon his arm undulated, the metal coalescing rapidly into a black sword shield that deflected the strike from the crimson warrior. Buzz! As blades met, a fierce wave of energy erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that forced both Qin Wushang and the crimson warrior to stagger back. In a narrow margin of time, the golden star armor warrior seized the opportunity to evade a potentially fatal blow. Although it seemed to transpire slowly, in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The golden warrior had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, yet before he could fully regain his composure, Qin Wushang struck once more. Like a bolt of lightning, propelled by the boosters at his back, Qin Wushang's form created a series of phantoms in the void. In a breathtaking display of speed, his greatsword surged in power, slicing through the air with a sound that resembled the very fabric of space being torn apart. Was this the might of the fusion heaven realm? Qin Wushang unleashed the full potential of his star armor, feeling the formidable force radiating from it. Boom! The sword energy surged forth, and the golden star armor warrior, unwilling to yield, clasped his hands together. Countless beams of light coalesced before him, ultimately forming a luminous shield to intercept the descending greatsword. A practitioner of celestial arts, Qin Wushang's sword trembled violently, as if ensnared in an enormous quagmire, the sword energy dissipating in an instant against the radiant shield. Only a celestial artist of the 6th tier or above could withstand such a blow. Augmented by the star armor, reaching the pinnacle of the void origin realm, encountering Qin Wushang's fusion heaven realm might. Both celestial warriors and celestial artists represent two distinct paths of extraordinary power in this era. Celestial warriors emphasize the fortification of the self, building strength upon their physical forms, harnessing the elemental energies of the world to refine their true chi, aspiring to the zenith of power and physical prowess. Through their martial techniques, they can shake mountains with a fist or split the earth with a kick, and at the pinnacle of their training, they may even traverse the void with their corporeal forms, altering the very winds and clouds with their movements. Conversely, celestial artists tread a markedly different path, placing greater emphasis on the comprehension and application of the laws of nature. They study mystical arts, mastering the manipulation of elements to invoke celestial phenomena and command the seas. Celestial artists utilize their mental faculties as a conduit to commune with the cosmos, transforming the secrets of the natural world into their own power. There is no inherent superiority between the two. They merely follow different directions. However, prior to reaching the fusion heaven realm, celestial artists possess the unique ability to communicate with the natural order, drawing upon its strength, granting them a distinct advantage over their celestial warrior counterparts of the same tier.
Yet, the path to becoming a celestial artist demands exceptional talent and aptitude. Among 10,000 individuals, perhaps 9,000 may be suited for martial cultivation, but only one may ascend to the realm of celestial artistry. The scarcity of celestial artists means that any who achieve success in this domain are invariably exceptional talents, and Qin Wushang never anticipated encountering another. With his sword energy diminished, it no longer posed a threat to the Golden Star armor artist. Seizing the moment, Qin Wushang swept his great sword horizontally, leveraging the acceleration provided by his star armor to launch a fierce strike at the Crimson Warrior. The swiftness of his swordplay was breathtaking, and although the Crimson Warrior remained on high alert, he could only muster all the strength of his star armor to counter the great sword. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The clash of blade and sword unleashed a dazzling brilliance that swept the surrounding dust away. The air was thick with the residual energy of their collision, a formidable force that sent shivers down the spines of ordinary warriors. Both Qin Wushang and the Crimson Warrior were thrust back several steps by the overwhelming power. In that moment, the Golden Star armor artist pressed forward, forming hand seals as a torrent of potent golden energy surged forth, transforming into an endless wave of sword energy that rushed toward Qin Wushang. The sword energy resembled mountains, crashing like a tidal wave. Yet, just then, Qin Wushang retracted his great sword, planting it firmly into the ground. With a fierce glare, a formidable aura erupted from within him, akin to a tempest, radiating outward and manifesting as boundless sword energy. This was the first stance of the Sword Emperor cannon. The multitude falls, countless strands of sword energy coalesced, resembling a sovereign soaring above, instantly shattering the golden sword energy unleashed by the celestial artist. However, the multitude falls did not culminate there. It further condensed into a singular sword, aimed at the Golden Star armor artist. This strike held the power to sever mountains, shatter stars, and shake the heavens. Fueled by the might of the fusion heaven realm, the Sword Emperor cannon fully embodied the grandeur and imperial momentum of this sword technique. Boom! The sword light erupted, engulfing both the Golden Star armor artist and the Crimson Warrior. The multitude falls compelled all beings to bow in submission. Under this strike, the two could only muster their utmost strength to withstand it, particularly the Golden Star armor artist, who had already pushed the energy core of his armor to its limits, the surface adorned with irregular black markings, an ominous sign of impending collapse. With a crack, the headpiece of the Golden Star armor artist shattered first, revealing a stunning visage crowned with golden hair. Next, the armor on his feet crumbled, followed by his hands, as the star armor disintegrated inch by inch, exposing his flesh to the sword light, leaving deep lacerations akin to 1,000 cuts. Simultaneously, the Crimson Warrior found himself in dire straits. Despite possessing a more robust physique, he too was unable to withstand the torrential onslaught of sword energy, his armor being shredded piece by piece. Suddenly, Qin Wushang heard the alarm from the star armor system blaring incessantly. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the main cannon of the hovering warship had completed its charge. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beam of light tore through the void, hurtling toward him. The main cannon of the Stellar-class ground attack vessel employed a Tier 3 solar ion cannon, a scaled-down version of the Tier 1 solar ion cannon, possessing roughly half the power of the main cannon of the Skyward. However, even with such diminished power, facing the direct assault of a solar ion cannon was a daunting challenge that even a true fusion heaven realm celestial warrior would hesitate to confront head-on. Qin Wushang reacted swiftly, his wings unfurled at his command, and he pushed the power of his boosters to an overload state. With a resounding crash, Qin Wushang shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the incoming beam of light. Chapter 048 Ceasefire and Compromise. In but a fleeting moment, Qin Wushang was on the verge of colliding with the beam of light, yet, at that very instant, he abruptly veered several meters to the side, narrowly evading the radiant column. Without pausing, Qin Wushang accelerated towards the hovering warship, covering the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the bow of the ship, he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike that cleaved the main cannon in two, rendering it utterly inoperative. Simultaneously, the armed forces within the warship reacted, swiftly redirecting the side cannons to unleash a relentless barrage at Qin Wushang. The cannon fire surged towards him like a frenzied tide, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. However, the onslaught did not pose a fatal threat to him. Amidst the dense hail of fire, Qin Wushang was compelled to momentarily evade the onslaught, his sword dancing through the air, transforming into an endless stream of sword light that accurately struck each incoming projectile. Merely adopting a defensive stance would not alter the tide of battle, it would only lead to a stalemate, which was decidedly unfavorable for Qin Wushang. His immediate objective was to dismantle the 36 side cannons of the warship, thereby stripping it of its fangs and rendering it a toothless tiger. With this thought in mind, Qin Wushang slashed forth with his sword, and simultaneously activated his thrusters, propelling himself into the air in a graceful arc, while his sword descended, aiming directly at the nearest side cannon. With a resounding explosion, the cannon erupted into a burst of flames. Following this, Qin Wushang's form flickered, akin to a phantom, as he deftly evaded an incoming strike. His sword sliced through the air, unleashing a fierce beam that targeted the next side cannon. This strike landed squarely on the cannon's core, causing the energy core to detonate instantaneously, emitting a blinding light and a powerful shockwave. Thereafter, Qin Wushang continued his relentless assault, swiftly incapacitating all 18 side cannons on the left flank of the warship. At that moment, the Star Armor System received a clear communication regarding a ceasefire in negotiations. To demonstrate their sincerity, the opposing side voluntarily disabled all weapon systems and initiated a landing procedure for the warship. Qin Wushang understood that the adversary, possessing the Sky Horizon, held considerable leverage and clearly did not wish for a complete annihilation. Hence, negotiations were undoubtedly the most prudent choice. For Qin Wushang, acquiescing to negotiations would incur no loss. Rather, it was a timely opportunity. As the energy reserves of the Star Armor System were dwindling, the negotiations were set to take place at the ring-shaped mountain base. While the Black Star Organization secured control over the Sky Horizon in synchronous orbit, the ground landing forces simultaneously took command of the base, transforming it into a prison for a multitude of miners and explorers. Upon seeing Wilson, Moj, and the others safe and sound, Lalo exhaled a sigh of relief, and Qin Wushang also spotted Uncle D among the miners. In the makeshift conference room, Lalo was ushered into the main seat by Qin Wushang, while opposite him sat the commander of the Black Star Organization's Solar War Zone, Group Leader Shueshingtai. Qin Wushang remained clad in his star armor, casually standing behind Lalo, assuming the role of a bodyguard. Observing this scene, Shueshingtai's expression darkened noticeably. Although he had two subordinates clad in star armor standing behind him, their previous combat performance had demonstrated that even combined, they were utterly overpowered by their opponents. Nevertheless, the thought of his own leverage bolstered Shueshingtai's confidence. Negotiations were merely a matter of mutual wrangling, aiming to maximize one's own interests while reaching a compromise. Shueshingtai possessed leverage, while Lalo's primary advantage lay in military might. However, Shueshingtai appeared to underestimate Lalo's cunning and ruthlessness. Lalo insisted that the Black Star Organization had disregarded the laws of the Alliance by unilaterally launching an attack on the research team of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, resulting in substantial losses. He demanded compensation from Shueshingtai, audaciously requesting resources and weapons valued at 1 billion Alliance credits. Upon hearing Lalo's demands, Shueshingtai's already darkened complexion turned as grim as that of a soot-caked pot. Indeed, the Black Star Organization had initiated the attack, but whether it involved the hijacking of the Sky Horizon or the disarming of the base, they had not fired a single shot nor incurred any casualties in the face of the Black Star Organization's military pressure. Lalo's so-called losses were merely a consequence of the sandstorm, yet now this scoundrel sought to impose them upon him. Unable to contain his frustration, Shueshingtai slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed, "Lalo, do not overstep your bounds. If we concede you 3 points, the Black Star will not indulge you further." Lalo, upon seeing this, let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Very well, you have the audacity. If you dare, make your move. If you lack the guts, do not prattle on. You, lurking in the shadows like vermin, can only stir trouble from the darkness. The recent theft aboard the Sky Horizon was orchestrated by your organization, wasn't it? Do not rush to deny it. It is futile. That I am already convinced that it was your doing. That bronze ancient spear is an invaluable treasure, and demanding 10 billion in compensation is already a friendly price." Shueshingtai scoffed, 10 billion is impossible. At most, 3 billion will suffice to cover your losses. 3 billion? Lalo sprang to his feet, shouting, "Shue, are you sending me off with a pittance? One fixed price, 5 billion. Shueshingtai countered, "Only 3 billion, no room for negotiation." "Lalo, I must remind you, the Ghost Car-class starship will arrive in the solar system in 3 hours, you still have time to leave." At this, Lalo's expression shifted slightly, but he soon coldly laughed. "If the Alliance Academy of Sciences does not receive my message within 3 days, the Kunwa will immediately fly to the last position from which I sent a message." "Do you Black Star Organization wish to test your mettle against us in the solar system?" The Ghost Car-class starship is one of the 10 heads of the Black Star Organization, known as the Ghost Car. As for its public identity within the Alliance, the Academy of Sciences has been unable to uncover it. All that is known is that every time the Ghost Car embarks on a journey, it dons the mask of a bird resembling the monstrous bird from ancient myths, and indeed, as its name suggests, the Ghost Car is inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. Numerous recorded instances of terror and slaughter over the past 50 years have been linked to the Ghost Car. Lalo's threat of war was intended to intimidate Shueshingtai. Although the Kunwa is currently the most advanced and highest-rated starship in the Alliance, it remains a prototype, with its weapon systems and control of armored units still incomplete. Should a conflict arise, it may not necessarily prevail against the Stellar-class Ghost Car. However, Shueshingtai was evidently unsettled by Lalo's assertive stance. Although the Black Star Organization was not weak, engaging in conflict with the lunatics of the Alliance Academy of Sciences left Shueshingtai with no certainty. After all, they were capable of confronting the Alliance's Administrative Council. Who knows what shocking actions the Academy's members might undertake when provoked. Chapter 049. The best course of action is to withdraw 5 billion. The deal is sealed, Xuexingtai ultimately conceded, yet he stipulated a condition: the ancient relic discovered on the surface of Venus must be handed over to the Black Star. Although Luluo was unaware of how Qin Wushang managed to secure such a vast relic, he surmised it must involve technologies akin to spatial folding or interstitial space. Nevertheless, having already reaped the greatest benefit, Luluo readily acquiesced. Inwardly, Luluo reveled in schadenfreude, eager to witness the expressions of Black Star's personnel when they excavated Venus to no avail, unable to locate the ancient relic. With both parties having reached a compromise, the negotiations drew to a close. The sky horizon broke through Venus's atmosphere, descending above the crater base, under the watchful gaze of the Black Star armed forces. Luluo evacuated the entire crater base and subsequently piloted the sky horizon into the void. The immense gusts of wind left the crater base in disarray, while Xuexingtai, amidst the dust and chaos, cursed vehemently. That bastard must have done this on purpose. Yet, contemplating the identity of this individual, the presumptive next president of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, Xuexingtai could only swallow his indignation. Team leader, we have failed to locate the relic at the designated coordinates. At that moment, a mech armor swooped down, landing before Xuexingtai to deliver the report.
What? No findings? Xuexingtai furrowed his brow.
Could it be that the ancient relic sprouted legs and fled? Continue the search. It is likely that the previous massive sandstorm altered the surrounding environment, burying the ancient relic deeper. We must ascertain its whereabouts with utmost urgency, before the Lord of the Ghost Car arrives.
On board the Sky Horizon, Luluo finally received the notification that 5 billion Alliance credits had been credited to his account.
Suddenly, he leapt up, lunging toward Qin Wushang, who was seated across the sofa.
Qin, you must help me.
Luluo's exuberance startled Qin Wushang, who nearly drew his sword in response, though he managed to restrain himself.
Let us speak of business.
Qin Wushang firmly pushed Luluo away, maintaining his composure in the face of Luluo's fervor.
Qin, I have made up my mind.
I intend to establish an armed force under the Sky Horizon, with you as its commander. What do you say? Promise me. Luluo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The Sky Horizon was fundamentally an exploratory vessel, not a warship, thus it had only been equipped with a conventional security system, comprising a mere 100 personnel responsible for the ship's defense. Throughout the Venus expedition, Luluo had faced numerous setbacks, which he attributed to the inadequacy of the Sky Horizon's armed forces. The arrival of 5 billion Alliance credits ignited his desire to forge a dedicated military unit.
However, Qin Wushang's words doused Luluo with cold water. How many planetary-grade armor systems can 5 billion Alliance credits purchase?
Having experienced the combat enhancement of the armor systems, Qin Wushang had little regard for the mech armors that could only serve as cannon fodder. Qin, we need not leap so far, that would only lead to disaster. Luluo lamented. The Galaxy Star Alliance's armor systems were categorized into 4 levels: a planetary, stellar, galactic, and the highest, domain level. Galactic and domain level systems were strictly off limits for external sale. Even Alliance members had to undergo evaluation by the 5 elder factions of the Alliance, and only upon unanimous approval could they purchase such systems. Moreover, after acquisition, the wearer was subjected to oversight by the Alliance's celestial enforcement troops and required to report regularly to their headquarters. For those outside the Alliance, the only accessible armor systems were the planetary and stellar grades, with stellar systems still in a limited sale phase on Earth. Even the planetary-grade armor system cost 300 million Alliance credits per unit, meaning that Luluo's 5 billion could scarcely afford 2 sets. Qin Wushang continued, there is an ancient saying in Huaxia, good steel is used on the blade. Rather than squander money on mere cannon fodder, it is far wiser to invest in armor systems. You have witnessed their power. One man can indeed rival a nation. Luluo fell into silence upon hearing this. He had witnessed the recent battle from afar, and although the 2 warriors clad in planetary-grade armor from the Black Star were subdued by Qin Wushang, their lackluster performance was largely due to the overwhelming superiority of the stellar armor in Qin Wushang's extraordinary capabilities. Surviving an encounter with Qin Wushang, who donned stellar armor, was no small feat. The combat potential of planetary-grade armor should not be underestimated. Understood. I shall devise a plan to assemble a tactical squad equipped entirely with planetary-grade armor systems.
Luluo clenched his fists, determination etched on his face.
A standard tactical squad comprises 1 commander and 5 squad members, meaning Luluo needed to acquire at least 5 planetary-grade armor systems. Just as he had grasped 5 billion, he found himself already in debt for another 10 billion. Boss Lo, we've detected large-scale spatial jump signatures within the solar system, approximately 9 astronomical units from the Sky Horizon.
At that moment, the information department relayed this critical message to the bridge.
Both Lu Luo and Qin Wushang immediately recalled Shuishengtai's earlier mention of the Ghost Car patrol vessel. It appeared that one of the 10 leaders of the Black Star, the Ghost Car, was indeed making his way to the solar system, intent on the ancient relic on Venus.
What do we do now? Lu Luo, though unafraid of the Black Star organization, felt a twinge of unease at the mention of the Ghost Car. Should the Ghost Car discover that he had deceived him, would he unleash his wrath? Lu Luo turned to Qin Wushang, seeking guidance. Seeing the concern in Lu Luo's eyes, Qin Wushang shrugged, spreading his hands. Do not look to me for answers. The Ghost Car is an unparalleled master of the fusion realm, while I am merely in the innate realm. The gap between us spans 2 major realms. Even clad in stellar armor, I would only be a target for punishment. Lu Luo recognized the truth in Qin Wushang's words. While the stellar armor could augment his combat prowess to that of the fusion realm, external enhancements could only do so much against a true master of that caliber. Then what shall we do now? Lu Luo inquired once more. What else can we do?
The best course of action is to withdraw. The universe is vast, and even if the Ghost Car is an unparalleled master, finding us within its expanse will not be an easy task.
Qin Wushang replied nonchalantly.
Chapter 050 in Novel Materials. More than 10 minutes later, the spaceship Tianji activated its warp engines, swiftly retreating into the depths of space in a direction perpendicular to the ecliptic plane of the solar system. Following the recent sandstorm, Tianji had suffered significant losses. Nearly 100 personnel went missing during the tempest, and subsequent search and rescue efforts yielded no survivors, leading to the grim conclusion of their demise. As for the precious instruments, nearly 90% had been rendered inoperative, with a total value exceeding 300 million alliance credits. Gazing at the series of statistical data displayed on the holographic screen before him, Lei Luo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This constituted yet another financial debacle, and combined with prior losses, the Venus expedition had incurred nearly 500 million in damages, precisely matching the compensation owed to the Black Star organization. Moreover, with his proactive proposal to establish a tactical team for the Galaxy Armor System, there remained a deficit of 1 billion credits. For the first time, Lei Luo truly felt the weight of financial strain.
Damn it!
Had this Venus expedition gone smoothly, the returns would have far surpassed 10 billion, 100 billion or even 1,000 billion. Wouldn't have been an issue. Lei Luo lamented, nearly pulling out his hair in frustration.
However, a sudden thought of the artifact in Qin Wushang's possession sparked an idea for generating revenue. The Taibai Shangyuan in Qin Wushang's hands could not be surrendered, yet the ancient technologies contained within were genuinely valuable. The Jinwu array, which converted solar essence into offensive capabilities, the covering Earth array that absorbed Earth vein energy to create protective energy walls, and the Starfall return array capable of generating artificial gravity, each of these technologies surpassed the current capabilities of the Alliance. When Lei Luo sought out Qin Wushang to express his money-making scheme, he was unsurprisingly met with ridicule for his narrow vision. That if it were not for his concerns about losing a confrontation, Lei Luo would have spat in Qin Wushang's face. Come, Qin.
Enlighten me with your sophisticated and grandiose methods of making money. Lei Luo dragged over a small stool, sitting upright and awaiting Qin Wushang's response.
To what extent has the Academy made progress on the reverse engineering of the Galaxy Armor System? Lei Luo inquired.
Rather than directly divulging his profitable strategy, Qin Wushang dropped a bombshell that left Lei Luo's head spinning.
Do not be too hasty in your denial. Qin Wushang teased as he noticed Lei Luo's astonished expression, ready to refute.
While the Galaxy Armor System may not represent the pinnacle of technological advancement within the Galactic Alliance, for the Earth Alliance, successfully deciphering it, even merely replicating the most basic planetary-level armor, would result in a monumental leap in overall strength. At that point, when the Earth Alliance applies to join the Galactic Alliance as a full member, it will not be a daunting task, unlike now, when we have languished as mere observers for a century. Lei Luo opened his mouth but ultimately sighed, saying, the technology for the planetary-level Galaxy Armor System has been decrypted by 90%. The spatial ring I previously provided you was, in fact, a derivative of armor technology.
What is the current dilemma? Qin Wushang asked.
The materials, the components required to manufacture the Galaxy Armor. We have experimented with all materials currently available within the Alliance or that can be imported from beyond it, yet none can achieve even 50% of the performance of Galaxy Armor materials. Even the most advanced nanometallic materials barely reach the threshold. Any Galaxy Armor System produced from these would provide negligible enhancement to the combat strength of celestial warriors. Even if costs were disregarded, such a system would be utterly inadequate when pitted against those of the Galactic Alliance, Lei Luo lamented with a sense of regret.
I possess a formula for materials, would you be interested? Qin Wushang inquired with a smile. What is its performance?
Lei Luo asked pointedly, not doubting Qin Wushang's ability to deliver but seeking the crux of the matter. Overall performance exceeds that of Galaxy armor materials by 20%. Qin Wushang declared. What? Lei Luo gasped in astonishment, quickly followed by a surge of excitement and joy. Initially, he had thought that anything Qin Wushang could provide would merely rival planetary-level armor materials, yet he was met with this remarkable revelation. It was noteworthy that the overall performance of stellar-level armor materials was only 18% superior to that of their planetary counterparts. This meant that the new materials Qin Wushang presented could be utilized to develop a stellar-level galaxy armor system. Overwhelmed with unexpected delight, Lei Luo was eager to validate the data regarding the new materials. Tianji had not traveled far from the solar system but had instead concealed itself within a densely packed region of the Kuiper Belt, initiating communication silence to sever all ties with the outside world. The materials list provided by Qin Wushang undoubtedly stemmed from the information stream left by the celestial master Chang'eng, although the cultivation techniques from the era of celestial fall could not be practiced due to the constraints of the Great Tao. The methods of utilizing energy through artifact refinement, formations, pills, and runes could serve as valuable references in this era. Moreover, materials fell within the realm of the physical world whether in the era of celestial fall or now. The fundamental material properties necessary to construct the universe had not changed. Hence, certain materials researched by the artifact refining sects of that era could be directly employed. This list encompassed 72 elements, most of which had been extensively studied by the Academy of Sciences, while the remaining rare trace elements required extraction from stellar remnants or the debris of supernovae. Follow me. Lei Luo led Qin Wushang to a sealed space at the rear of the Tianji spaceship, utilizing an iris scanner to unlock an elevator concealed within the hull. Together, they descended to the 4th level beneath Tianji. This hidden area had seen only a handful of individuals set foot in it since the spaceship's construction and delivery. As the lights illuminated the space, it was Qin Wushang's turn to be left speechless. Lei Luo had not only established a complete research laboratory for galaxy armor but also an entirely automated interstellar production line. This meant that once the new materials were verified to meet the required standards, Lei Luo could seamlessly initiate a production line for the galaxy armor system right here. I see now. I can understand why you've been wandering through the cosmos with Tianji. If word of this place were to leak out, the forces of the Galactic Alliance would likely be the first to descend upon the borders of the Earth Alliance. Qin Wushang mused. The endeavor to decipher the Galaxy Armor System was not solely undertaken by the Earth Alliance. Its arch-rival, the Orion Alliance, was also engaged in similar pursuits, and even member nations within the Galactic Alliance were secretly conducting reverse engineering of their own. However, achieving success in this endeavor could yield not only accolades but potentially catastrophic consequences. Weakness, indeed, is the original sin. Chapter 051 Swords and Halberds. The materials list provided by Qin Wushang was remarkably comprehensive, encompassing not only the ratios but also the temperature and reaction conditions required for various smelting processes, serving as an unparalleled guide for development. Lero needed only to follow the sequence for validation and complete the final step of smelting. However, Lero meticulously revalidated each procedure repeatedly until he achieved the most perfect results at every stage. This verification took a total of 72 hours, and when a fist-sized, silvery white, triangular metal object appeared before Lero, his excitement was palpable. Gazing at the metallic entity, he felt as though he were beholding an exquisite beauty, voluptuous and entirely unclad. Success, it resembles precisely what was described in the records, Lero muttered deliriously, his exuberance manifesting in wild gestures and an uncontainable spirit. Quickly, let us assess the performance data. Qin Wushang delivered a light slap to Lero's forehead, a gesture neither too harsh nor too gentle, perfectly calibrated to rouse him from his reverie. Yes, the data assessment. Lero placed the triangular metallic body into the analytical instrument, which sprang to life with various wave scans, laser emissions, and particle bombardments, displaying a multitude of data points. It's done. Qin, we have succeeded. Look at these figures. Compared to the star armor material, the estimates exceed by 20%, and that is still conservative. Lero exclaimed, pointing at the screen, his voice brimming with excitement. Qin Wushang appeared unfazed by this revelation. It was entirely expected that products refined in the laboratory would outperform mass-produced variants. Qin, perhaps you do not grasp the significance of this 25% increase. Understand that the materials used in the Galaxy Alliance's publicly announced Starlight-class star armor system are hardly superior. Lero, noticing Qin Wushang's indifference, took on a look of frustration, exclaiming, Qin, do you understand what this means? It implies that once we decipher the technology behind the Starlight-class star armor system, the Galaxy Alliance will lose its supremacy in star armor technology.
In response, Qin Wushang felt compelled to douse Laro's fervor with a dose of cold reality. Laro, I trust you would not wish to witness such a day. The strength of the Earth Alliance is determined by more than mere star armor technology. The principle of having treasure brings calamity applies here, and I believe you understand this. Laro's expression abruptly froze, for as the most promising scientist of the Alliance Academy and the designated successor for the next presidency, his intellect surpassed that of 90% of the Alliance's populace. Qin, I was merely too excited, too impatient, he admitted, calming down as he tugged at his already sparse hair, offering a wry smile. Patience is a virtue, Laro. You know what you must do next, Qin Wushang said with a smile. Laro nodded, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized the data before him. With the new material yielding results, Qin Wushang refrained from further interruption and turned to leave the laboratory. After taking a few steps, Qin Wushang suddenly turned back and said, Laro, I require a suitable weapon. This material might be an excellent choice. I understand. Laro snapped back to attention, nodding in agreement. Qin, what type of weapon do you need? Qin Wushang shrugged, replying, a sword, or a knife, or perhaps a halberd. Any of these would suffice. Laro pondered for a moment before stating, I know how to proceed. Give me 3 hours, and I shall forge a weapon that will surely satisfy you. To Laro, Qin Wushang's request seemed far from daunting. It merely required the incorporation of two technologies, material transformation and thought-based reshaping, into this new metallic substance, both of which had been acquired through reverse engineering of the star armor system. The challenge lay in determining whether this new metallic material would be compatible with those technologies. Clearly, Laro's concerns were unwarranted. The compatibility of the new metallic material exceeded his expectations. In less than 2 hours, a ring intricately engraved with mysterious lightning patterns was delivered into Qin Wushang's hands. The ring, though of ordinary size, weighed nearly 20 to 30 kilograms in his grasp. After donning the ring on his right thumb, Qin Wushang followed Laro's instructions to imprint his spiritual signature onto it. Then, with a mere thought, he watched as the ring flowed like liquid from his thumb into the palm of his hand, transforming into a sword hilt, from which the blade extended forth. In the blink of an eye, a long sword gleaming with a chilling radiance materialized in Qin Wushang's hand. As he wielded the sword with casual grace, it emitted a series of hissing sounds as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space, its edge astonishingly sharp. Next, Qin Wushang envisioned the form of a long knife, prompting the blade to morph as countless pixel-sized metallic squares on its surface began to writhe. Moments later, the long sword in his hand transformed into a long knife that matched his imagination perfectly. Soon after, he conjured a halberd, then a spear. Experimenting with all manner of weapons, Qin Wushang reveled in the possibilities. At that moment, a series of piercing alarms reverberated throughout the entire celestial ship. Hastening towards the bridge, Qin Wushang found Laro already seated there, his expression grave. Moreover, several of Laro's loyal followers, including Wilson Moj, had gathered, contributing to the somber atmosphere. What's the matter? Qin Wushang inquired as he approached. Laro responded, the probes previously set in orbit around Pluto have detected the presence of the Phantom Chariot starship, which is currently tracking us. What are the odds of them discovering us? Qin Wushang asked. It's merely a matter of time before the Phantom Chariot locates us. Our immediate task is to escape before they do. Laro replied, his voice tinged with urgency. The celestial ship was primarily a research vessel, while the Phantom Chariot was a third-tier battleship within the Alliance's naval hierarchy, second only to the Dongxing-class assault ships. The Phantom Chariot's speed naturally surpassed that of the celestial ship, and with its weaponry boasting ultra-long-range attack capabilities, fleeing was not an ideal option. Laro sighed, I know that escape may be futile, but everyone says I'm a madman. In my eyes, however, the Phantom Chariot is the true embodiment of madness. A severely mentally unstable individual. Even if faced with a planet-killer cannon, I would rather not confront that lunatic. Qin Wushang could only speculate how the Phantom Chariot had instilled such a profound psychological shadow over Laro. Nonetheless, given Laro's fervent proclamation, it was clear that the Phantom Chariot posed an extraordinary threat. In light of this, we must head to the origin star. Qin Wushang pointed at the star map, asserting that as the birthplace of the Earth Alliance, it was under constant scrutiny. He believed that even the most deranged of individuals, such as the Phantom Chariot, would exercise caution in such a location. Chapter 052. The Phantom Vessel. Qin Wushang never anticipated that he would return to the source star so swiftly, a mere span of just over a month. Standing before the observation window of the ship's cabin, as the azure planet re-entered his field of vision, he felt as if he were in a different era altogether. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared. Attention, attention! This vessel has been locked onto by a long-range energy cannon. Enter evasive maneuvers immediately. The ship's emergency alarms blared,
and all crew members promptly executed the preordained evasion protocols. The main engines roared to life at full throttle, enacting the phantom flicker evasion strategy, employing quantum cloaking technology to momentarily obscure the ship's positional coordinates while simultaneously adjusting the vessel's posture to minimize its exposed surface area. With a flurry of commands swiftly issued and executed, the sky horizon flickered through the cosmos like a wraith die. In the next moment, a cataclysmic beam of light emitted from a long-range energy cannon grazed the starboard side of the sky horizon, shooting into the boundless depths of space. However, this was not the end. As the blinding radiance of the energy cannon dissipated, a colossal warship materialized from 500 kilometers away, followed closely by a dozen warriors clad in sanguine star armor leaping directly toward the sky horizon. The defense systems activated, channeling maximum power into the energy shields to ensure peak shield strength. The tactical analysis team immediately began to assess the flight trajectories and parameters of the enemy star-armored warriors, calculating the optimal attack paths.
Main cannon charged. High-energy neutron wave cannon charged. Positron kinetic hybrid cannon charged.
Turbo laser cannon charged. Laser howitzer charged. A series of commands were rapidly issued and executed, with the sky horizon striking first. Brilliant beams of light cleaved through the darkness, hurtling toward the swarm of star-armored warriors. Yet, those warriors exhibited no fear, seemingly unfazed by the concentrated assault of the sky horizon.
Just as they were about to engage, the star-armored warriors swiftly dispersed, utilizing their agile maneuverability to evade the lethal bombardment.
Simultaneously, the small laser cannons and particle guns mounted on the star armor began their counterattack, weaving a net of beams that surged toward the sky horizon. Although these attacks were insufficient to breach the ship's defense systems, they caused the sky horizon to vibrate erratically, leading to momentary deviations in the targeting lock of its cannons. Though only a matter of seconds, this brief window allowed the group of star-armored warriors to breach the distance of less than 100 kilometers from the sky horizon.
Laylo, leave these pests to me.
Focus on evading the long-range attacks from the Phantom vessel. Qin Wushang's voice resonated through the star armor system, reaching Laylo's ears. The Phantom vessel that had emerged 500 kilometers away was undoubtedly the Ghost Car patrol ship. At this range, it was primed for long-range weaponry. However, it was evident that the adversary did not intend to sink the sky horizon outright. Instead, they dispatched star-armored warriors for a surprise attack, aiming to seize control from within. Nonetheless, Qin Wushang could not guarantee that once he dealt with this group of star-armored warriors, the enemy would retain the patience to play a game of cat and mouse. Thus, his cautionary words were merely intended to prepare Laylo for the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, they were not far from the source star. Stationed about 10 astronomical units away in the vicinity of the Earth elemental region was the 9th Fleet of the Solar War Zone. The skirmish near the source star would undoubtedly have drawn the attention of the 9th Fleet. If they could hold out for just 10 more minutes, the fleet's warships would intervene in the battle. At that juncture, if the Ghost Car patrol ship did not wish to be ensnared by the 9th Fleet, it would have no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield before the fleet could make its entrance. On the deck atop the sky horizon, Qin Wushang stood at the front, clad in star armor, with the wings of the armor fully unfurled behind him, radiating a dark and enchanting luminescence. As he continued to decipher the star armor system, he discovered that while it was a creation of technology, many aspects still bore the hallmark of extraordinary power, just like the wings behind him, which, in tandem with the operation of his internal 10 Earth-devouring stars technique, granted him the ability to absorb and exhale stellar energy. As the wings underwent continuous refinement through the stellar energy, not only did their flight speed elevate to a new level, but their agility also increased significantly. To Qin Wushang's delight, his control over the wings had reached a state where they moved in perfect harmony with his thoughts. Boom! In a flash of light, Qin Wushang's figure abruptly leaped thousands of meters away. This leap was not a spatial transition but rather an illusion brought about by attaining extreme speed. Almost instantly, he found himself 5 kilometers away from the group of star-armored warriors. At that moment, an urgent danger alert sounded within the star armor systems of the warriors. However, within their line of sight, they detected no signs of an impending attack. Yet, in the next instant, the 2 leading star-armored warriors at the forefront were suddenly rent asunder, reduced to 4 mangled pieces. The remaining star-armored warriors came to an abrupt halt, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. However, apart from their comrades, the starry expanse was left with only the remnants of their companions. Now transformed into 4 chunks of ice, grouped in threes, they maintained vigilance, forming a compact combat formation. The opponent possesses stellar-grade star-armored warriors. Threat level S. The voice of the squad leader resonated from within the star armor system, and as an experienced tactical commander, he quickly devised a response. Unbeknownst to these star-armored warriors, hovering above them in the vastness of space, concealed against the backdrop of the black cosmos, a lone star-armored warrior emanating a dim glow was observing them from a distance. Stellar-grade star armor. Qin Wushang noted that among the group of star-armored warriors, there was one of a particularly distinct form, its appearance diverging from that of the others, radiating energy fluctuations far superior to its counterparts. It was evident that this unique variant was indeed a stellar-grade star-armored warrior. Gently descending, Qin Wushang merged the dual swords in his hands into a single formidable blade, approximately 5 feet in length. Subsequently, with a powerful flap of his wings, his figure burst through the fabric of space, materializing 10 meters above the head of the stellar-grade star-armored warrior.
Royal Sword Technique, 8th Form. Sword Sovereignty. This technique represented the most domineering stance within the Royal Sword Technique, and when combined with the overwhelming force of the star armor system and the 5-foot-long great sword, its execution exuded a semblance of power capable of obliterating the heavens. The fluctuations of sword energy erupted like detonating explosives, radiating brilliant and resplendent light across the void. Each arc of sword light seemed to contain the might to shatter mountains and stars, cleaving through the fabric of space and leaving a trail of dazzling brilliance in its wake. Chapter 053. A fierce battle and a sudden burst of brilliance, dazzling and breathtaking, the stellar-grade armored warrior reacted instantaneously, conjuring a blood-red battle blade that pulsated with a sinister glow, as if it could consume all. The hum of the blood-red blade reverberated with a high-frequency vibration, unleashing a force that rivaled that of Qin Wushang's sword strike. In the next moment, the luminous sword and blade clashed, two titanic forces colliding and erupting in a radiance as resplendent as that of a star within the cosmos. This battle was truly a contest of equals. Qin Wushang had not anticipated such a formidable foe amidst the pursuers. Alongside the legendary ghost chariot, his fighting spirit surged, channeling the stellar energy within him to its utmost, and then he unleashed the 7th form of the Sword Emperor's technique, Death to the Defiant. This strike emphasized intent over form, enveloped in sword intent that instilled a profound fear of defying a sovereign, an offense deserving of death. With the amplification of Qin Wushang's formidable divine spirit, this technique's might was magnified to an extraordinary extent. Although this sword aimed solely at the stellar-grade armored warrior, its ethereal influence inadvertently affected other armored warriors nearby. Those with strong wills trembled, while the weaker ones quaked in fear. Turning to flee, the stellar-grade warrior, positioned at the heart of the sword intent, felt an immense psychological impact, as if confronted by a deity, unable to suppress an urge to prostrate and offer everything, including his life. Fortunately, at that moment, the autonomous protection system of the armored suit activated, sending a powerful current to stimulate the wearer's cerebral cortex, rousing him from his stupor. However, by then, Qin Wushang's greatsword had already descended towards his right shoulder, and should this strike land, it would undoubtedly cleave him in two. Sensing the sharpness of the sword's aura piercing his skin, the warrior's spirit surged in fear, and he hastily activated the energy shield of his armor, instantly maxing out its power, even exceeding its limits by twofold. This was the utmost threshold the armor could withstand, lasting merely 3 seconds before the protective system would collapse. In that fleeting moment of self-preservation, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Though he was still struck by Qin Wushang's sword, the overloaded shield ultimately absorbed the fatal blow. The stellar-grade armored warrior was propelled away as if struck by a powerful baseball, hurtling several kilometers in an instant, disappearing from view. At that moment, the other armored warriors, having regained their composure, scattered in panic, and to their misfortune, 3 of them inadvertently flew towards Qin Wushang's position. With a swift motion of his sword, Qin Wushang prepared to dispatch these 3 armored warriors. Just then, a surge of crimson light, akin to a meteor, charged towards him. In an instant, this radiant light approached, and simultaneously, a fierce blade of light expanded several meters, cleaving towards Qin Wushang. He leaped into action, advancing rather than retreating, as his great sword traced a perfect arc in the air, colliding violently with the blade's light, erupting in a dazzling explosion. The clash of their formidable powers sent ripples of energy radiating outward, threatening to tear the very fabric of the starry expanse apart. This strike seemed not to achieve its intended effect, as the opposing warrior's greatsword uncovered a flaw, shattering the blade's light. The stellar-grade armored warrior took advantage of this to retreat, deftly twisting in the air to launch another assault, each swing of his blade accompanied by blinding radiance, weaving an impenetrable tapestry of lethal light. Qin Wushang discerned the unmasked, chilling killing intent within the blade's momentum, coupled with a rapidly swelling ferocity. A sense of danger arose from the depths of his being. It was evident that the adversary was prepared to risk everything, even their life, to bring him down. Yet, at this critical juncture, Qin Wushang maintained an air of composure. He gripped his greatsword firmly, his step steady, delivering each swing with immense force, as if he could cleave through space itself. Utilizing the defensive systems of the armor, he withstood the onslaught of the opponent's fierce attacks, maneuvering with the advantage of speed amidst the cosmos. Each evasion was executed with precision, while his greatsword was always poised, searching for an opening to deliver a decisive blow. The 2 figures danced through the void, their sword and blade light intertwining to form a magnificent web of brilliance, casting the surrounding stars into shadow. The more they fought, the more Qin Wushang found himself in command of the situation.
In the midst of battle, he managed to steal a glance at the position of the celestial horizon, noting that it had already breached the lunar orbit and had adjusted its posture, slowly entering the source energy field, completing preparations for landing. Once the celestial horizon penetrated the atmosphere of the source star, half of this crisis would be averted. Calculating the time, he realized that the anticipated 10 minutes were dwindling, and that the Black Star Organization, or Ghost Chariot, would likely make their move during this crucial period. With this thought, a sense of vigilance enveloped Qin Wushang, accompanied by a persistent feeling of danger. Thus, he maximized the detection system of his armor, activating both short-range visual detection and long-range quantum wave scanning. However, despite his exhaustive efforts, he could uncover no source for the ominous feeling that lingered. Just then, the stellar-grade armored warrior resumed his assault. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang felt the stellar energy surging within him, while channeling the energy from the armor's core towards his great sword. The blade blazed with an extraordinary brilliance, as if it could sever all that stood in its path. Boom, the sword's light surged, crashing heavily against the opponent's blood-red long knife, resulting in a sharp crack as the blade shattered, half of it flying off into the void. Nevertheless, the momentum of Qin Wushang's great sword remained undiminished, continuing its heavy descent toward the foe. With a sharp sound, the great sword struck fiercely between the armored warrior's chest and abdomen, cleaving a massive gash in the armor. Though the warrior reacted swiftly, he was ultimately a moment too late, retreating with a flash of reluctance and disbelief in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wushang propelled his armor forward, ready to deliver a fatal strike. However, at that very moment, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart. An inexplicable tremor surged within him, as if an unknown force was issuing a warning. This feeling was so compelling that he was compelled to halt his imminent sword strike, his form momentarily stalling. In the next heartbeat, a sense of foreboding surged within him, and he suddenly looked up to find, just within arm's reach above him, a distortion in the fabric of space, where an extraordinary power was gathering. Qin Wushang swiftly sidestepped, yet he was still a beat too late, as a dazzling brilliance erupted from the warped space, shooting towards his position. This radiance seemed to harbor cataclysmic power, instantly engulfing not only Qin Wushang but the surrounding space as well. Chapter 054 A Slaughtering Demons and Vanquishing Gods. At that moment, the previously tranquil starry sky suddenly fractured, revealing a minute rift in space through which a chilling aura surged forth. Qin Wushang's eyes widened in astonishment as a figure slowly emerged from the fissure, a peerless powerhouse clad in a blood-red robe adorned with avian feathers, donning a bird-shaped mask. A ghostly chariot, a celestial practitioner of the spirit origin realm. It had long been rumored that the ghostly chariot belonged to a martial artist of the fusion heaven realm, yet it appeared that the ghostly chariot was indeed a master of both martial and arcane arts. Its cultivation was not merely at the fusion heaven level in martial prowess but also in the arcane arts, reaching an equivalent level in the spirit origin realm, with an exceptionally rare spatial attribute. In that instant, an alarm rang in Qin Wushang's mind, as if countless warning bells were simultaneously tolling within his consciousness, shaking him to his core. He suddenly realized that the power exhibited by the ghostly chariot far exceeded his prior estimations, and the sense of impending danger lurking in the shadows pressed down on him like a tangible weight. Qin Wushang's gaze sharpened instantaneously as he swiftly analyzed the situation, searching for a means to counter it. The radiance of his star armor surged dramatically, resonating with the stars, gathering the celestial energy permeating the surroundings in preparation for an even more violent clash.
Humph, a mere ant dares to resist? The ghostly chariot smirked disdainfully, its figure flickering like a wraith across the battlefield, each strike aimed directly at Qin Wushang's vital points, its speed astonishingly swift.
Yet, Qin Wushang was not daunted by this formidable onslaught. He took a deep breath, casting aside all fear and distractions from his mind, and in that moment, he seemed to merge with his star armor, transforming into a streak of light that nimbly evaded through the starry expanse while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, a flash of inspiration ignited in Qin Wushang's mind. A long-forgotten memory resurfaced, manifesting as countless glimmers of light that fused into his soul. In that instant, his soul trembled as it rapidly unraveled the information embedded in the luminous essence, transforming it into his most instinctual recollections. The 10 earthly slaughters, the 9 heavens vanquishing of gods. At this moment, fragments of these two formidable techniques unfolded before Qin Wushang. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the luminous essence within his soul, striving to establish a deeper connection with it. As his perception delved further, the brilliance of the luminous essence intensified, and an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his being. The 10 earthly slaughters. Qin Wushang abruptly opened his eyes, a palpable murderous intent flickering within them, as dense as a physical substance. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, channeling all his strength into it. Before him, the sword's blade seemed to gather an endless river of celestial energy, transforming into a resplendent sword aura that cleaved through the void, surging towards the ghostly chariot. The ghostly chariot, witnessing this, momentarily faltered, taken aback that Qin Wushang could elevate his combat prowess in such a brief span of time. He now posed an implicit threat. However, the ghostly chariot was a seasoned warrior, and such a minor threat was insufficient to deter it. With a mighty palm, it struck out, preparing to meet Qin Wushang's sword head-on, regardless of whether it was the 10 earthly slaughters or the 9 heavens vanquishing of gods. Neither technique adhered to fixed forms. Their essence lay in cultivating an unending will to kill. The more profound the intent to kill, the greater the destructive potential of these grand techniques, the 10 earthly annihilation, the 9 heavens god-slaying. These two formidable techniques targeted different aspects of annihilation. Even though Qin Wushang, augmented by the star armor, had barely reached the pseudo-fusion heaven realm, he could only just barely invoke the 10 earthly slaughters. Nevertheless, as the sword aura approached, the ghostly chariot felt the lethal power contained within it, and a sense of trepidation unfurled within. Ultimately, amidst a blinding radiance, the ghostly chariot's palm strike was completely shattered, its form being forced back by the residual waves of the sword aura, its eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Yet, the ghostly chariot was indeed a legendary powerhouse. Although its tidal palm force had dissipated, it still sent Qin Wushang hurtling backward several dozen yards, pain radiating through his chest as if struck by a massive boulder, an indescribable agony coursing through his entire being. Qin Wushang raised his gaze towards the ghostly chariot, fully aware that a vast chasm of power separated them. Yet, it was only in the face of reality that he understood the disparity in realms could not be bridged by external forces. One's own cultivation was the fundamental essence. You've done well, boy.to express my admiration for you. I shall exert my full strength to ensure your obliteration. The voice of the ghostly chariot reverberated through the communicator of the star armor, raspy and cold, as if it could freeze the very air around it. Then, the ghostly chariot began to glide forward, its blood-red robe shifting and transforming until it coalesced into a blood-hued star armor that enveloped its form. This blood-colored star armor took on the shape of the 9-headed demon bird, also known as the ghostly chariot, an ominous creature heralding slaughter and disaster wherever it appeared. Indeed, the name of the ghostly chariot was derived from this very legend. The Star River Grade Star Armor System, Fusion Heaven Realm Cultivation. Qin Wushang gazed in awe at the ghostly chariot's attire, yet despair did not consume him. For him, the notion of retreating rather than engaging in a futile struggle was not unacceptable. In the face of such a formidable opponent, Qin Wushang was not foolish enough to confront it head-on. However, escaping the attentions of the ghostly chariot, now that it was serious, was no simple task, especially given that the ghostly chariot was a spirit origin realm practitioner with mastery over spatial attributes. Its ability to manipulate space had reached an unfathomable level. A mere spatial blockade could sever all avenues of escape for Qin Wushang. Thus, the timing and strategy of his escape were akin to a meticulously planned game of wits, demanding careful consideration with each step. Qin Wushang understood that directly clashing with the ghostly chariot was tantamount to courting death. Only through cunning could he hope for a sliver of survival. As the ghostly chariot drew ever closer, an overwhelming sense of oppression accompanied it, compelling Qin Wushang to involuntarily retreat several meters. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The boundless expanse of the starry sky rendered any direction he chose a potential trap, entangling him in his stalemate. Qin Wushang's movements did not go unnoticed by the ghostly chariot, yet it regarded him with amusement, relishing the cat-and-mouse dynamic that had unfolded. "Qin, you may return now. We are safe." At that moment, the voice of Lei Luo resonated through the star armor's communicator. Finally, as that moment arrived, Qin Wushang's thoughts shifted, and the transformative acupoint within him erupted with dazzling light, followed by a torrent of celestial energy surging forth. Simultaneously, the 10 earthly devouring star technique operated at its utmost limit, devouring the boundless celestial energy from the void, which continuously converged within the star armor. Particularly, the wings sprouting from Qin Wushang's back radiated a brilliance surpassing even that of the sun. Chapter 055, Qin Wangchen Source Star. In a quaint farmhouse courtyard located in the outskirts of Dongcheng, Linhai City, Qin Wangchen, dressed in casual attire, reclined leisurely on a bench, squinting his eyes as he listened to the report from his subordinate. Suddenly, Qin Wangchen exclaimed in shock and sat upright, exclaiming, "What did you say? You couldn't find Wushang on Daiyu Star?" The man nodded and replied, "Indeed, boss, reports from Daiyu Star indicate that Master Wushang is not aboard the spacecraft. I have checked the records and footage from the airport, and it is confirmed that Master Wushang passed through security and completed boarding procedures, yet he is not on the ship." Qin Wangchen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could it be that Yuan Zong has schemed something? Do you go investigate any recent movements from the Yuan family. Additionally, activate our undercover agents within the Yuan group to ascertain Wushang's whereabouts." "Yes, boss," responded Fang Dao. Before inquiring, "Boss, should we notify Ah Hu and have him send someone to search for Master Wushang?" Qin Wangchen shook his head, saying, "No need. Ah Hu must keep a close watch on the Gu and Li families. The true puppet master behind the scenes has yet to reveal themselves. Anyone who dares to meddle with what is mine on my territory will eventually face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Fang Dao chose not to press further, understanding that his boss felt aggrieved by being played for a fool.
Despite his boss's tacit consent to the situation, it still left a sour taste in his mouth, and at this juncture, Fang Dao wisely decided to avoid any possible trouble. At that moment, Qin Wanchen asked, "Dao, has that old hag Sakura returned to Fusang?" Fang Dao replied, "Boss, Sakura departed from Linhai City 3 days ago, though her destination remains unknown. However, the 2 of the 4 demon gods Wind Demon Inkong and Fire Demon Saoju are still in Linhai City." Hearing this, Qin Wanchen let out a cold chuckle, stating, "They are merely pawns, disposable at any moment. They pose no threat. As long as we keep a close eye on Li Mo and Gu Qiyang, I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the true mastermind lurking in the shadows." Long before the Gu and Li families vied for power, Qin Wanchen sensed that something was amiss. Initially, the Emperor Consortium faced suppression and exclusion in various production zones within the alliance, with investigations unveiling multiple instances of misconduct among the executives of several subsidiaries. Some were detained by the local Alliance Security Bureau, while others were summoned by the Economic Investigation Department of the Alliance's Integrity Bureau. Over the past few years, the Emperor Consortium expanded rapidly, and the quality of its upper management varied widely, making such issues unsurprising. Typically, prior to handling these cases, the Alliance Security Bureau and the Integrity Bureau would send advance notifications. However, this time, multiple issues arose simultaneously across different locations and people. Although it did not severely impact the consortium's operations, several crucial businesses encountered significant problems, such as major orders being poached, missed project bids, and overdue contract deliveries resulting in hefty penalties. It was evident that someone was targeting the Emperor Consortium, attempting to rattle Qin Wanchen and force his compliance. However, they likely underestimated the extensive connections Qin Wanchen had cultivated over decades. All previous underhanded tactics aimed at the Emperor Consortium were deftly countered by Qin Wanchen, leading to the enraged decision to instigate a power grab in alliance with the Gu and Li families, intending to coerce Qin Wanchen. Unfortunately for them, they did not anticipate that the cunning Qin Wanchen would flip the table entirely, abandoning the Emperor Consortium he had painstakingly built over the years, opting instead for a strategic disappearance. To this day, no one knows that Qin Wanchen is hiding in this unassuming little courtyard in Dongcheng, Linhai City. Reflecting on this, Qin Wanchen couldn't help but curse, "I wonder which bastard has been keeping an eye on me. You'd better hope I don't find you, or I'll make you regret it." Fang Dao, hearing this, couldn't help but smile wryly. His boss had many admirable qualities, but his foul mouth was a persistent flaw. In the past, while at the consortium, he could feign an air of cultured elegance, but in private, his true nature was unleashed. "Boss, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. I will report back as soon as I receive news of Master Wushang." Fang Dao rose to depart. Qin Wanchen waved his hand and said, Go inform the laboratory to accelerate the construction of the Shinbird No. 2 spacecraft. I want to see it undergo trial flights in a month." "Yes, boss." As Qin Wanchen's trusted secretary and chief overseer, Fang Dao resolutely executed his boss's orders. Although a month was hardly sufficient for the still framing Shinbird No. 2, he unhesitatingly agreed. Upon leaving the courtyard and reaching the intersection, a black taxi happened to pass by, and Fang Dao promptly boarded it. Soon, the taxi headed toward the city, and coincidentally, through the windshield, Fang Dao spotted a massive ship breaking through the clouds, racing toward Linhai City. On the outer deck of the Tianji, Qin Wushang lay powerless amidst a wreckage, his star armor system in tatters, with torn wings and half of his helmet remaining. Apart from its basic protective functions, the rest had collapsed. Fortunately, his physical injuries were not severe. Although his meridians had sustained shock damage, they rapidly healed under the restoration of star energy. However, Qin Wushang did not anticipate the terrifying power unleashed by the ghost car in full combat mode, combining spatial techniques with the might of the fusion realm, an insurmountable challenge. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's self-detonation of the star-level armor's energy core, which doubled its combat power at the cost of his own energy, he would not have managed to withstand the ghost car's onslaught. If not for the timely arrival of the 9th Fleet of the Alliance's Solar War Zone, which disrupted the ghost car's formation, Qin Wushang would not have found the opportunity to escape. Nonetheless, even so, Qin Wushang was struck by the ghost car's final attack, sending him flying several dozen kilometers. Ironically, he crashed onto the outer deck of the Tianji, and the tremendous impact nearly breached the ship's hull. The Tianji staggered and broke through the atmosphere, ultimately coming to rest within the skydock above Donghai of Linhai City. As the spacecraft stabilized, Lalo hurriedly led a team of medical personnel to extract Qin Wushang from the wreckage on the deck. Inside the medical bay, blue medical reagents and nutrient solutions visibly depleted, and as Qin Wushang soaked in the liquid, his injuries rapidly healed, even fully recovering. In less than a day, Qin Wushang was completely back to normal.
Moreover, following the battle with the ghost car, he seemed to have undergone a profound metamorphosis. Not only were his physical capabilities restored, but he also experienced an unprecedented transformation in spirit and will. After all, Qin Wushang had faced the formidable ghost car, renowned throughout the Earth Alliance for its immense power, ranking among the top 100 in the Alliance's supremacy list. Through this harrowing challenge, Qin Wushang achieved a qualitative leap in both martial skills and mental state, most notably feeling that he was on the verge of evolving into the second acupoint. Chapter 056 Star Armor. In the following days, the Sky Horizon remained docked in the space shipyard for repairs and resupply, showing no intention of moving. After all, the Ghost Car starship continued to drift in the outer space of Source Star, disregarding the warnings issued by the Ninth Fleet. It loitered for 12 hours in the synchronous orbit of Source Star before swaggering towards Venus under the watchful gaze of two Star-class destroyers from the Ninth Fleet. Upon receiving the news from the Ninth Fleet, Laro became even more hesitant to leave Source Star. Even when the Ninth Fleet voluntarily offered to escort him, Laro promptly declined. At this moment, he dared not trust anyone but himself.
Is it really that serious? Qin Wushang inquired, intrigued by Laro's caution.
Laro nodded and replied, "The existence of ancient relics on Venus has long been known to the Academy of Sciences, and I discovered the specific location of these relics from an investigation report by the Academy. In fact, this expedition has garnered attention from various parties from the very beginning, and I have long suspected that there are members of the Black Star organization within the Academy, and perhaps even within the Ninth Fleet." At this point, Laro hesitated to continue. Qin Wushang was not surprised by this revelation, as the Earth Alliance, after centuries of development, had long ceased to be a unified entity, having been silently torn into numerous factions. In pursuit of their own interests, these factions engaged in covert intrigues, resorting to underhanded tactics, and even betraying the Alliance's interests, among which the Black Star organization was but one.
Even so, what about the Taibai-type materials? Qin Wushang asked.
For our upcoming plans, we require substantial funding. Therefore, I have submitted the formula for the Taibai-type materials to the Alliance Academy of Sciences in exchange for approximately 2 billion in financial support. Laro paused before continuing. However, the fundamental performance data of the Taibai-type metal materials developed according to my provided formula and process is only about 50% of the laboratory data.
Qin Wushang understood Laro's foresight in this approach.
After all, the groundbreaking test data from the laboratory had far exceeded anyone's expectations. This data not only unveiled an unprecedented new type of material but also contained the potential to overturn the existing technological landscape of the Alliance. Should this astonishing data inadvertently leak, it would not only incite the factions within the Alliance, eager for power and profit, to attempt to seize it for themselves, but it could also attract the attention of the Galactic Alliance, posing a significant threat to the Alliance. A 50% representation of experimental data signifies an approximate 10% enhancement over the basic attributes of the Alliance's most robust metal materials, aligning with the patterns of breakthroughs in new material technology, thus averting the envy of the Galactic Alliance.
Qin, come with me. I have something to show you, and you can also meet your subordinates.
Laro waved his hand and turned to leave the bridge. They descended to the 4th level beneath the Sky Horizon. In Laro's exclusive laboratory, he retrieved a black triangular star armor suit from a safe and handed the star armor emblem to Qin Wushang, saying, "Qin, give it a try."
Is this the previous star armor system?
Laro, have you repaired it? Qin Wushang asked in astonishment as he received the star armor emblem. Laro shook his head and explained, "Each star-class star armor system produced by the Galactic Alliance has its own identification beacon. Once the star armor system is damaged, it can only be repaired by returning to the Galactic Alliance. However, destruction is considerably simpler." Qin Wushang instantly grasped the implication of Laro's words and exclaimed in delight, "Laro, you've deciphered the development technology of the star-class star armor system?"
Laro nodded with a smile, saying, "Qin, do you know?
You are my lucky star. The ancient relics on Venus are one thing, the Taibai-type new metal materials another, and now we have the star-class star armor system. The star armor system you previously wore suffered over 50% battle damage, but fortunately, the core system of the armor was preserved. More importantly, it seems that the identification beacon left by the Galactic Alliance in this star-class star armor system is damaged. Qin, if there are deities in this world, I believe they are certainly on our side." Laro's excitement was palpable, as the development technology of the star-class star armor system represented yet another significant gain, comparable to the ancient relics. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang was eager to test the capabilities of this new star armor system. However, Laro hastily waved his hand to stop him.
"Qin, do you want to destroy my laboratory?
Come on, let us go to the 3rd level, there is a second surprise waiting for you." On the third level of the sky horizon, Laro had specifically arranged for a space of over 500 square meters to be fortified with half-meter-thick steel plates. Here, Laro created a gravity training room, a body function testing room, as well as independent rest areas and practice zones for the tactical team led by Qin Wushang. Additionally, there was a high-tech medical rehabilitation area equipped with the most advanced life support systems and emergency treatment facilities, ensuring that team members could receive comprehensive physical examinations and recovery treatments before and after missions. As Laro showcased the functions of each room to Qin Wushang, he was astonished by Laro's grand vision, especially the body function testing room, where various advanced testing instruments were meticulously arranged, many of which Qin Wushang had only heard of by name.
Qin, you can test your new star armor system here.
Laro pointed to a half-meter-high circular platform in the center of the testing room.
What is this? Qin Wushang asked as he stepped onto the platform and surveyed the surroundings.
Laro approached a set of instruments next to the platform, pulled up a holographic virtual screen, and after a few taps, a light curtain projected down, enveloping Qin Wushang. This is the comprehensive testing system for star armor produced by the Galactic Alliance, capable of detecting all data changes when donning the armor.
Laro explained.
He then pressed the final button and said, "Qin, you may begin." Upon receiving the command, Qin Wushang took out the black triangular star armor suit and pressed it against his chest. Immediately, with a hissing sound, countless streams of black liquid metal surged from the star armor suit, swiftly enveloping his entire body. This liquid metal, as if alive, deftly wove itself in the air, forming a tightly fitted, streamlined black star armor. The surface of the armor shimmered with an enigmatic luster, as if it could consume all surrounding light. As the armor fully covered him, Qin Wushang felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. His muscles became even more resilient and powerful under the armor's enhancement, and his reaction speed reached its peak simultaneously. The built-in intelligence system of the armor rapidly connected with his neurons, presenting complex information such as battlefield analysis, energy allocation, and weapon control in an intuitive manner in his mind. Chapter 057 The War God of Xingtian. Upon the circular platform, the fully donned black star armor resembled a war deity awakening from the depths of darkness, its exquisite design exuding an aura of ferocity and majesty. The armor's sleek yet angular form appeared as if meticulously sculpted, minimizing resistance during cosmic navigation while imparting an inherent sense of latent power. The surface of the armor was enveloped in a coating as profound as the night sky, crafted from a material known as obsidian. This substance was not only indomitable but also emanated a subtle bluish or dark purple sheen under the light, sparkling like stars, adding an element of mystery and nobility to the star armor. The headpiece was particularly distinctive, showcasing a fusion of mechanical and biological elements. The facial armor was an intricate purple-black mask, concealing complex mechanical structures, with a jewel at the center of the forehead that radiated an ethereal glow. This gem, a rare mineral called the Divine Guardian Stone, possessed the ability to shield its wearer from mental attacks from celestial practitioners. Embedded within the eye sockets were two enigmatic red lenses, housing a highly integrated intelligence scanning and targeting system capable of detecting every minute movement on the rapidly changing battlefield, locking onto targets with unwavering precision. The chest area featured a colossal energy core, serving as the armor's primary power source, continuously pulsating with immense energy to provide the armor with inexhaustible strength. Additionally, a network of circuits formed within the energy core connected to the wearer's internal energy channels, allowing for the potential to channel the wearer's true energy into the armor for external offensive strikes when necessary. The design of the limbs further emphasized its ferocious nature. The arms were robust and powerful, equipped with sharp alloy claws capable of effortlessly tearing through enemy defenses. The legs were outfitted with advanced anti-gravity thrusters and stabilization devices, enabling the star armor to maneuver freely and adeptly in complex environments and high-speed combat. The enormous wings on the back had been retained, functioning as propulsion devices. They resembled the wings of a demon in the night, not only crucial for high-speed travel through the cosmos but also serving as vital support for agile combat operations. Observing the star armor's form reflected on the surrounding screens, Qin Wushang nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Laro, this is exceptional. I feel it surpasses the previous stellar-level armor by leaps and bounds." Laro responded with pride, "Indeed. This star armor is my most cherished creation over the years. It was only due to the lack of materials that it could not be developed until the emergence of the Taibai-type material."
What are the testing results? Qin Wushang inquired.
The basic performance is nearly 60% of that of the Galaxy Alliance's Galaxy-level armors. The previous stellar-level armor is merely inferior in comparison. Laro quickly reviewed the data, finding it aligned with his expectations.
Can you test combat capability here? Qin Wushang asked excitedly.
The testing device at the back can measure the full power strike of a peak 6th stage celestial realm warrior.
Laro pointed to a testing apparatus in the corner. Eagerly, Qin Wushang jumped down and nimbly weaved through the gaps between various instruments. Upon reaching the testing device, he suddenly unfurled his wings, appearing before the apparatus as if teleporting, and with a swift motion, he balled his right hand into a fist and slammed it down onto the testing point. With a thunderous crash, the entire Tianji spacecraft seemed to tremble, followed by the testing device emitting a piercing alarm. The display flickered before indicating an overload and then abruptly went dark. Qin Wushang struck the device twice in frustration, discovering it unresponsive, and exclaimed, "Laro, are you sure this testing device can handle the peak power of a 6th-stage celestial realm warrior?" Laro, taken aback, approached the device and fiddled with it for a moment before affirming, "Absolutely. This testing device has an error rate of less than 5%, the system indicates overload, meaning your punch just now exceeded the peak power of the 6th stage." Having said that, Laro replaced several components within the device that had burned out due to the overload. After rebooting the apparatus, he instructed Qin Wushang, "Qin, lower the star armor's amplification rate to 70% and try again." The intelligence system of the armor connected to Qin Wushang's consciousness through neurons, reacting instantaneously to his mental commands. With a thunderous boom, Qin Wushang delivered another punch, noticeably less forceful than the previous one. LVL 403, power 156, 540 kilograms. The display quickly presented the results, with LVL 403 indicating the third minor stage of the fourth major realm, the celestial realm. This result was approximately what Qin Wushang had anticipated, suggesting that his star armor had indeed surpassed the stellar level, possessing certain characteristics of the galaxy level. Notably, the amplification of strength had transcended multiple levels of the celestial realm, and Qin Wushang sensed that as his own cultivation advanced, the armor's amplification limits would continue to rise. "Laro, this is magnificent. If our tactical team were equipped with such star armor," Qin Wushang exclaimed excitedly. However, before he could finish, Laro interrupted him with a shout, "Qin, don't even think about it. Your star armor is one of a kind. The materials used are not just type by type but also include rare materials I have collected over the years. All of my resources have gone into this armor." With a pained expression, Laro added, "I am now bankrupt, Qin. Do you know that, to create this armor, I have incurred a mountain of debt? You must help me shoulder at least half of the bills." Realizing Laro's intentions, Qin Wushang chuckled, "Laro, are you certain you want me to take on half of the bills? Who knows, in a moment of heartache, I might forget something important." Laro gasped in horror, hastily saying, No, Qin, I was joking. A unique metal formula or a circuit pattern would suffice to offset all debts. Please, Qin, assist me." Qin Wushang shrugged and replied, "Fine, for the sake of the star armor, perhaps I can recall something." At this point, Qin Wushang suddenly asked, "Laro, what is the name of this star armor system?" "Xingtian Battle Emperor," Laro declared. "Qin, I know there is a war god named Xingtian in your Huaxia mythology, renowned for his bravery and indomitable spirit, embodying unyielding will. I thought it fitting to name this armor system after him. What do you think?" Qin Wushang nodded in satisfaction. "Xingtian dances with his battle axe, his fierce ambition ever present. This name is indeed excellent." With that, the naming of the Xingtian Battle Emperor was complete. Suddenly, the voice of the armor's intelligence system resonated, and a wave of eerie purple light radiated from the star armor, swirling across its surface before coalescing into a mysterious rune above the energy core on the chest. Chapter 058 Revenge. What is the meaning of this situation? The sudden turn of events caught not only Qin Wushang off guard but also left Lei Luo utterly astonished. "I have no idea." Lei Luo stammered, momentarily rendered speechless by his shock. Soon, a chill crept into their hearts, making them feel a shiver run down their spines. Within the star armor system designed by the War Emperor Xingtian, Lei Luo had not incorporated such a program, indicating that this star armor had undergone an inexplicable transformation. Clearly, Lei Luo was just as baffled. He hastily activated the back-end program of the star armor's comprehensive testing platform, pulling up the intelligence system's code repeatedly. Lei Luo meticulously compared and debugged these programs, nearly dissecting every character for comparison, yet he found no trace of anomalies. Strange, this shouldn't be happening. All programs are normal, all logs are intact, the operational mechanisms and underlying logic are flawless. Where did this naming program come from? Lei Luo tugged at his hair in frustration, muttering incessantly as if driven to madness. Lei Luo, this doesn't seem to be a significant issue. Qin Wushang urged, activating his spiritual sense to scan both the internal and external systems, yet he too found nothing amiss. Lei Luo shook his head. While the star armor is equipped with an intelligent assistance system, it possesses no will of its own. However, the recent naming program and subsequent actions clearly exceed the capabilities of the intelligent assistance system. Thus, the star armor must harbor something we have yet to uncover. What could it be? Qin Wushang mused, I cannot explain it for now, so, Qin, it appears you cannot use this star armor for the time being. Lei Luo lamented. No, no. Qin Wushang shook his head, insisting, I feel fine. Perhaps this is merely a minor incident or mutation, not something to be overly concerned about, trust me. Lei Luo scrutinized the War Emperor of Xingtian for a long moment, frowning, Qin, are you certain of this? Qin Wushang smiled quizzically, is there any other option? Lei Luo shook his head, the War Emperor of Xingtian has nearly depleted all resources. It's impossible to create a second set in the short term, and abandoning it does not seem a wise choice. Very well, Qin, you must exercise utmost caution while using the War Emperor of Xingtian. The star armor system is merely an auxiliary, it must never take precedence, or the consequences could be dire. Understood. Qin Wushang responded, disengaging from the star armor, waving his hand as he turned to exit the testing chamber. As he walked, he inquired, how is the recruitment for the tactical team going, Lei Luo? Lei Luo shook his head, I have posted the recruitment information through the Interstellar Mercenary Organization, but the response has been minimal. Qin Wushang replied, no need to rush. Take your time to select carefully, quality is far more valuable than quantity. The 5 members of the tactical team need not possess high cultivation levels, but they must each have a unique specialty. Ideally, at least 2 should be adept in celestial techniques, 1 is the absolute minimum. Lei Luo nodded, understood. If we cannot recruit sufficient members through the mercenary organization, I can reach out to the Alliance Academy of Sciences to recruit in the name of the Academy. The Alliance's 3 major academies, the Celestial Technique Academy, the Lingxiao Martial Institute, and the Tianqing Academy, are dedicated to cultivating elite talents in celestial warriors and celestial practitioners. The names themselves reveal that the Celestial Technique Academy primarily trains celestial practitioners, while the Lingxiao Martial Institute is the stronghold for celestial warriors. The Tianqing Academy, despite often ranking last among the 3, has a reputation for occasionally producing 1 or 2 prodigies who excel in both martial and celestial arts, thus gaining notoriety within the alliance. Upon hearing Lei Luo mention the 3 academies, Qin Wushang suddenly recalled that he still possessed a quota for advanced study at the Lingxiao Martial Institute. However, he had completely forgotten about this opportunity while preoccupied with managing the Emperor's consortium over the past 2 years. Fortunately, as long as the recipient of this quota is below the 6th level of the Void Sky Realm and under 35 years of age, it remains valid indefinitely. Should I seek an opportunity to take advantage of this? Qin Wushang pondered, considering that this quota was a result of his father's generous donation to the Lingxiao Martial Institute amounting to several hundred million, it would be foolish not to utilize it. I'll leave these troublesome matters to you. I have some personal business to attend to. Qin Wushang waved his hand as he turned to depart. A few minutes later, a roaring dragon off-road amphibious vehicle burst forth from the dock. Its 7-meter-long massive frame and wild design, combined with its outrageous speed, made it impossible to go unnoticed. Qin Wushang's so-called personal business was, of course, revenge. While it is often said that a gentleman takes his time to repay a debt, Qin Wushang lacked the patience for such delays. Although this matter might involve deeper secrets and forces that even his father was wary of, Qin Wushang could not afford to be concerned, especially with the enhancement from the War Emperor of Xingtian. His combat power at the pinnacle of the Fusion Sky Realm had swelled his confidence to unprecedented heights. In Lehigh City, even the star defense system controlled by the Qianqi intelligence system could not deter Qin Wushang's vengeful heart. News of Qin Wushang's appearance reached Fang Daiyou almost instantly, and Fang Daiyou quickly surmised the intent behind Qin Wushang's audacious actions. This is bad. The boss's trap might end up empty. As Qin Wangchen's confidant, Fang Daiyou was well aware of his superior's schemes. Just as they were about to close the net, Qin Wushang, who was supposed to have left the Source Star, resurfaced at this critical moment. This won't do. I must notify the boss immediately. The Li and Gu families harbor several experts at the Fusion Sky Realm, waiting for the boss to ensnare them. If we miss this big fish, young Master Wushang might be in danger. Fang Daiyou's expression suddenly shifted as he hurriedly made his way to the secluded courtyard where Qin Wangchen was hiding. In truth, Qin Wushang's intentions were straightforward. Since he could overpower them with sheer strength, there was no need for underhanded tactics. Sure enough, not far from the southern district where the Li and Gu families resided, the hunt began. Air-to-ground missiles, anti-tank missiles, electromagnetic sniper rifles, and the Fire God electromagnetic cannon, all weapons at his disposal, rained down upon the Dragon off-road vehicle driven by Qin Wushang. Fortunately, Lei Luo's modified Dragon vehicle was outfitted with armor made from the same material as a starship's shield, capable of withstanding the bombardment of ship cannons. The lightweight weapons employed by the Li and Gu families left not even a scratch on the obsidian coating of the vehicle. Chapter 059 of the Omen. In the southern city, at the foot of the majestic Muyan Mountain, lies the ancestral estate of the Gu family, a sprawling estate that nestles against the mountains and is embraced by water, covering a vast expanse of land. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the place, causing the grand gates at the entrance of the estate to collapse with a resounding crash. Following this, a wild armored off-road vehicle crushed its way over the ruins of the gate, pursued closely by dozens of armored combat vehicles. In the sky, several armed helicopters roared into view. All the barrage of fire was directed at the ferocious armored vehicle, yet none could penetrate its defenses. Inside the armored off-road vehicle, Qin Wushang donned the imposing armor of the war monarch of Xingtian, with countless strands of black liquid metal extending from the wings on his back, merging seamlessly with the vehicle's body. At that moment, the vehicle seemed to become a part of the star armor, maneuvering with agility and precision under Qin Wushang's command. The fierce battle outside the estate immediately alerted those within, as numerous warriors surged forth to intercept the vehicle. With a resounding boom, the armored vehicle executed a dramatic spin and came to a halt on a wide expanse of grass before the estate. Observing this, the pursuers ceased their gunfire, yet surged forward, surrounding the vehicle from all sides. In the sky, the armed helicopters circled incessantly, their Vulcan cannons trained on the off-road vehicle. However, the armored vehicle remained utterly still. Moments later, 5 soldiers clad in individual armor systems approached from all directions, and one of them attempted to open the vehicle's door. Suddenly, a black longsword shot out with ferocity, piercing through and a frenzy of gunfire erupted, but stray bullets ricocheted, inadvertently wounding several of their own. Amidst this torrential downpour of bullets, Qin Wushang pushed open the car door and stepped out slowly, the war monarch of Xingtian materializing around him, its fierce and striking form causing a shiver of fear among all present. Immediately, the gunfire intensified, particularly from the 8 armed helicopters above, which unleashed a full-powered barrage of 20mm projectiles, each shot akin to a cannonball striking the surface of the war monarch of Xingtian. With a hum, as the wings vibrated, Qin Wushang launched himself into the air, moving with a speed that bordered on teleportation, reaching above the armed helicopters before anyone could react. The wings unfurled gracefully, and then, as if conjured from thin air, 8 figures appeared, each wielding a long sword. Descending upon the helicopters. Boom, 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 8 consecutive explosions erupted as the helicopters detonated almost simultaneously, a colossal fireball engulfing the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. On the ground, countless warriors who had encircled the vehicle were either consumed by flames or struck by debris, leaving only a scant few survivors in the wake of the cataclysmic explosion. From the heart of the inferno, Qin Wushang emerged, casually dispatching a few remaining warriors still clinging to life. Suddenly, he turned to the left, where a large group of warriors soared towards him. Leading the charge was Gu Qiyang, a figure well known to Qin Wushang. Witnessing the devastation before him, Gu Qiyang's face flushed crimson with fury, and he bellowed, "Qin Wushang, are you seeking death?" "TSK, TSK, TSK," Qin Wushang replied mockingly, "Old dog, were you and your men just playing a game with me, with your guns and cannons?" His words left Gu Qiyang momentarily speechless. The confrontation had reached a point of no return, where further dialogue would serve no purpose. Only the clash of blades would determine their fates. Younger ones should temper their tempers. Just as Gu Qiyang was about to strike, an ancient voice resonated from behind the crowd. Gu Qiyang's expression shifted slightly, yet he subdued his anger. Stepping aside slowly, an elderly man draped in a dark robe emerged. "Old Master Fan." Gu Qiyang and those surrounding him quickly paid their respects. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Wushang felt a surge of threat. The scanning system of the war monarch of Xingtian activated at will, swiftly revealing a series of crimson warning data in his mind. A peak practitioner in the 6th stage of the spirit element realm. The data revealed the old man's cultivation level, corresponding to the celestial warrior's fusion realm. However, for celestial practitioners, cultivation level was merely one measure of combat prowess. The attributes of their techniques were the true determinants of their strength. Qin Wushang recalled the Phantom Car, that prodigious figure who mastered both martial and arcane arts, particularly the bizarre space attributes that had caused him no small amount of trouble. He wondered what attributes this old man possessed. "Old man, who do you think you are?" Qin Wushang queried arrogantly. The elder chuckled heartily. "Is this how Qin Wanchen instructs you to address your elders? And who are you?" Qin Wushang retorted coldly. However, before he could finish, the war monarch of Xingtian emitted a series of urgent warnings. Mental anomaly detected, activating defense systems. Suddenly, a barely visible blue ethereal light shot forth from the divine stone embedded in the forehead of the war monarch. Indeed, not a good sort. No wonder he associates with Gu Qiyang and his ilk, birds of a feather, smiling on the surface yet scheming beneath. Qin Wushang cursed inwardly, feigning vulnerability as he stood motionless. Alright, young man, your cultivation is commendable, but you are still somewhat inexperienced. Elder Fan chuckled, you lot, restrain him, but do not disturb the star armor on his person. If I am not mistaken, it should be a stellar-grade armor with an autonomous defense system. You only need to bind him with energy locks. Realizing the cunning nature of the old man, Qin Wushang inwardly lamented his plan to strike with a sword had been thwarted. The old fox had not fallen for his ruse. The energy locks mentioned by Elder Fan were tools devised by the Alliance specifically to subdue rogue celestial warriors and practitioners, akin to shackles. Even a peerless powerhouse in the blazing heaven realm would find their strength severely diminished if ensnared by these locks. With this plan foiled, Qin Wushang naturally would not remain idle, awaiting his fate. As the warriors wielding energy locks approached, he suddenly swung his arms, unleashing two longswords in a sweeping motion, catching them off guard and slicing them into several pieces. In the next instant, Qin Wushang surged forward, directly confronting Elder Fan. With a sharp sound, he brought his swords together, merging them into one, releasing a torrent of sword energy aimed mercilessly at Elder Fan. Chapter 060 At the sword's decisive strike, young lad, I have long been prepared for you. The elder of the Fan clan let out a hearty laugh, retreating several feet. With a swift motion, he spread his arms and traced a counterclockwise circle, summoning a brilliant silver light. In an instant, a luminous shield coalesced between his palms. Boom! The clash of sword and shield reverberated through the air as two formidable forces collided, producing a deafening roar. The elder's expression shifted abruptly. He had not anticipated the tremendous might of Qin Wushang's strike. Though the light shield had initially withstood the blow, mere moments later, it shattered with a thunderous crash, and Qin Wushang's second strike was already upon him. The blade sliced through the air like a dragon, imbued with unparalleled sharpness and a chilling gust, aiming directly for the elder's vital points. The elder's countenance paled as, in the instant the shield disintegrated, his internal energy surged wildly, desperately attempting to conjure a new defense. However, the speed and power of Qin Wushang's strike left him no room to breathe. In a moment of urgency, the elder retreated, employing intricate footwork that left a series of afterimages on the ground, striving to evade this lethal blow. Yet, Qin Wushang would not let this opportunity slip by. He pursued with unyielding determination, moving in perfect harmony with the blade, augmented by the speed of the celestial war emperor. The tip of his sword traced a graceful arc in the air, closely mirroring the elder's evasive maneuvers, relentless in his pursuit, providing no respite. Ha! The elder, fully aware that evasion was futile, bellowed with all his might as his internal energy surged, hastily forming a temporary barrier before him for a final stand. Yet, Qin Wushang's blade, not only infused with his own stellar power but also enhanced by the might of the star armor, was far beyond what the elder could withstand in such haste. With a crack, the barrier crumbled as if made of paper, the sword's tip piercing through, leaving a gory streak aimed at the elder's chest. In a critical moment, the elder's eyes flashed with resolve. He unleashed a sudden surge of energy, shifting his body just enough to allow the fatal strike to graze past him, inflicting a grievous wound to his shoulder. Even so, the residual force from the strike left him staggering, barely able to remain upright. Observing this, Qin Wushang did not hastily pursue but instead stood with his sword sheathed, his gaze coldly fixed on the elder, as though everything lay within his grasp. After their fierce exchange, the elder's vitality was significantly depleted, and Qin Wushang knew he posed no further threat. No matter your myriad tricks, I have a sword to sever them all. Old fool, do not play games with me, I scoff at you. Good, what a little bastard, you've driven me to madness. The elder of the Fan clan trembled with rage, his voice rising in fury. He quickly retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe and swallowed its contents in one gulp. Do not think that clad in star armor you are invincible, let me show you what true power is. Upon uttering these words, the elder's injuries began to heal at a visible pace. He then waved his sleeve, radiating a blinding light as an ancient and profound aura enveloped him. Slowly, he raised both hands, palms upward, as if to summon the very forces of the universe. In an instant, the winds shifted, and the stars themselves seemed to tremble. An irresistible power coalesced at his fingertips. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Wushang deduced that this Fan elder was indeed a celestial manipulator of the elemental realm. Elemental manipulators, the most numerous among celestial practitioners, harness the fundamental elemental forces of the world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as the four symbols of earth, water, wind, and fire, along with mutated elements such as lightning, frost, snow, and mist. Judging by the power he exhibited, the elder appeared to be a celestial manipulator of the wind element. Little bastard, witness my technique. A wind sweeps the soul. With that declaration, a tempestuous force of wind erupted from the elder's fingertips, transforming into a ravaging tornado that surged towards Qin Wushang with the might to devastate. At the heart of this tempest, the air seemed to be compressed to its limits, producing a thunderous roar, while the surrounding space warped under the storm's pressure. Without a doubt,
this elder was a celestial manipulator of the spirit element. Faced with this onslaught, Qin Wushang felt an unprecedented weight bearing down on him, his expression growing grave, his internal stellar power surged, the brilliance of the celestial war emperor intensifying, as if each gleam contained the force to annihilate all. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang sprang forth, his feet striking the ground with tremendous force, launching himself like a meteor into the heart of the storm. As the Tempest and Qin Wushang were on the verge of colliding, the long sword in his grasp erupted in radiant light. The blade danced as boundless strength erupted from the star armor, transforming into countless devastating sword energies that intermingled with the tornado's fierce winds, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. Amidst the tempest, Qin Wushang's figure flickered, skillfully navigating through the storm with the agility and formidable defense granted by the celestial war emperor, each strike precisely weakening the tornado's ferocity. Open! Qin Wushang roared, unleashing a surge of sword light that shot skyward, as if cleaving down from the heavens, a signature move from the sword emperor's technique. With a resounding crash, the sword light descended, seemingly intent on cleaving the Tempest in two. In the next moment, as their powers clashed and dissipated, the storm gradually waned, ultimately dispersing into the ether. Qin Wushang landed firmly, though his breath was slightly ragged and his stellar power nearly spent. He had successfully withstood the elder's most cherished technique. He lifted his sword, pointing it defiantly at the elder. "Old fool, is that all you can muster? If you have no further tricks up your sleeve, it is time for you to depart." The elder's face paled, though "wind sweeps the soul" was not his ultimate trump card, being so readily countered by a nameless youth left him feeling humiliated. However, he was reluctant to reveal his strongest cards at this moment, for even if he managed to slay this young man, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Yet, seeing Qin Wushang readying his sword and gathering energy indicated that he had no intention of backing down. The elder hastily exclaimed, "Listen, Qin, even if you slay us all today, it will only bring catastrophe upon your clan. Do you not wish to know the truth behind this matter?" Qin Wushang paused, then swung his sword with conviction, declaring, "What nonsense truth is this? I care not for it. Today, I am only interested in killing." With that, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging towards the elder. Chapter 061 The Arrow of Madness. Stop! The elderly man of the Fan clan retreated swiftly, exclaiming urgently, "Do you not wish to uncover the truth of this matter? Surely, you too desire to know the whereabouts of Qin Wushang?" With a thunderous sound, Qin Wushang's sword came to a halt nearly 3 feet before the old man, an overwhelming sword aura erupting forth, generating a fierce wave of energy that surged violently in all directions. Yet, at that very moment, a piercing arrow whistled through the air. Qin Wushang's heart sank. He felt an icy chill of murderous intent sweeping towards him. With a sudden lift of his gaze, he saw an arrow carving a silver arc in the sky, its speed astonishing, as if the very air was being sliced apart by its razor-sharp edge, producing a shrill cry. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was but a foot away from him. Qin Wushang's figure flickered, an inexplicable force awakening within him, propelling his body to move sideways at an incredible speed, narrowly avoiding the arrow. With a sharp sound, the arrow embedded itself deeply into the ground where Qin Wushang had just stood, followed by a tremendous explosion as if the earth had been rigged with tons of explosives. The ground trembled violently, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep. The sheer power of that arrow was astonishing. Qin Wushang instinctively realized that should he be struck by it, even his formidable defense as the war monarch of Xingtian would be insufficient. If the explosive force within the arrow were to detonate inside him, he would likely meet the same fate as the ground, leaving not even a trace behind. With the first arrow failing, a second one was instantly upon him. Qin Wushang scarcely had time to contemplate. As his feet touched the ground, the second arrow was already hurtling towards him. This arrow surpassed the first in speed, and he sensed a faint yet undeniable aura locking onto him, as if the arrow were a shadow, relentlessly pursuing its target. Astonished, Qin Wushang recognized that not only was his opponent a master archer, but they also seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate his movements, rendering the battle exceedingly difficult. He understood that remaining in this passive state would inevitably lead him into a trap. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, rapidly conjuring numerous strategies in his mind. However, none of these seemed viable. Ultimately, it appeared he would have to confront this lethal threat head-on with his sword. "Let us see if your arrow is swifter, or my sword sharper." Qin Wushang scoffed, feeling the star power within him surge, causing his sword to come alive in his grip, radiating a potent sword intent. Concurrently, a torrent of energy erupted from the core of the Xingtian war monarch, enveloping his entire being, propelling him into the sky with astonishing speed. At that very moment, the arrow trembled slightly, abruptly changing course and accelerating towards Qin Wushang with even greater velocity. Slash! Qin Wushang roared, halting his ascent mid-air, swinging his sword once more, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows. These countless shadows converged into a singular beam of sword light aimed at the oncoming arrow, the seventh move of the sword monarch scripture, death to the defiant. This strike encapsulated the supreme sword intent Qin Wushang had gleaned from the Sword Monarch scripture, further empowered by the martial intent of 10 earthly demon slayers, augmented by his star power and the strength of the Xingtian War Monarch, reaching an apex of might. With a resounding explosion, the two forces, rivaling the power of a starship's main cannon, clashed, emitting a blinding brilliance that momentarily darkened the sky. In the aftermath, a colossal storm erupted from the epicenter of their collision, akin to a frenzied beast rampaging through the heavens and earth. The tempest roared with thunderous sounds, deafening and seemingly shaking the very fabric of space, rendering the sun's light dim and pallid. Dust and debris were swept up by the furious winds, forming towering tornadoes that spiraled chaotically in the air, intertwining to create a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The surrounding air felt as though it had solidified, only to be violently torn apart by the overwhelming energy. The ground below shattered under the force, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, leaving desolation and chaos in its wake. In the distance, Gu Qiyang and the others stood agape, an unprecedented fear swelling within them as they gazed at the figure suspended in mid-air, an inexplicable chill enveloping their hearts. Meanwhile, the Fan Elder was struck by a profound shock. While the identity of the archer may have eluded others, he recognized it all too well, the figure of terror in the realm of martial arts within the Alliance. Despite possessing only the 6th level of the Merging Heaven realm, this individual had repeatedly achieved the feat of slaying formidable foes of the Burning Heaven realm. What terrified the Fan Elder even more was the young man named Qin Wushang. In his 20s, he was hardly considered a peerless genius within the Alliance, yet the spectacle before him shattered his previous understanding. An innate realm cultivator clad in a stellar great star armor system, engaging in combat beyond his level against a Merging Heaven realm martial artist. Such prodigies were not rare in the Alliance. However, witnessing someone not only evade the arrows of the mad archer Yin Jingchen but also strike them down was a sight he had never beheld. There was undoubtedly something amiss. The Fan Elder's gaze darted back and forth over the somewhat disheveled Qin Wushang, as if attempting to absorb every inch of his skin, every subtle expression, in search of the concealed truth. Qin Wushang, however, was oblivious to the Elder's scrutiny, his focus unwaveringly fixed on a high tower 100 feet away. 2 arrows had been loosed, and the archer had not concealed his presence. Through the tracking device of the Xingtian War Monarch, Qin Wushang quickly pinpointed the archer's location. It was a young man who appeared only slightly older than himself, dressed casually in black, with unkempt hair and an air of nonchalance. He toyed with a black longbow in his hands, a relaxed and confident smile adorning his face, as though the preceding battle had been nothing more than an inconsequential game. A heightened sense of alertness surged within Qin Wushang. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this individual, and an instinct warned him that should he take another step forward, he would provoke an even more intense assault. Suddenly, a barrage of over 10 missiles soared towards the estate from all directions, exploding with brilliant flames, with 6 of them specifically targeting the high tower where the bowman stood. As Qin Wushang struggled to comprehend the chaos, an ethereal figure crept through the smoke towards his position. Under the comprehensive surveillance of the Xingtian War Monarch, this figure was rendered visible. Yet, perceiving no ill intent, Qin Wushang refrained from launching a preemptive strike, remaining on guard instead. "Young Master Wushang." The ethereal figure halted a mere 10 feet away. Hearing that familiar voice, Qin Wushang was momentarily taken aback, before swiftly grasping the figure, and with a powerful beat of his wings, he reappeared outside the estate. Chapter 62 The truth behind. Upon witnessing his father leisurely reclining in the shade of a tree, Qin Wushang realized that his anxieties and worries over the past few months had been utterly unnecessary. To his dismay, his quest for vengeance against the Gu family might well jeopardize his father's intricate schemes. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang felt not a shred of remorse. After all, it was his father who had kept him in the dark regarding this matter, and even more egregious was the so-called Guoqin plan, of which he had received not a single whisper in 2 decades. Ultimately, he learned the truth from an enemy's lips. "I did not intend to deceive you, it is simply that some knowledge can be detrimental to you. Understanding one's child is a father's prerogative." As Qin Wushang's expression shifted through various emotions, Qin Wangshan discerned his son's thoughts and sighed heavily. Offering an explanation, Qin Wushang dragged a small stool to sit opposite Qin Wangshan and remarked, "I understand. Over the years, your methods have always been rather domineering, and as your eldest son, I have grown accustomed to it. However, regarding mother, if you do not clarify things for me, What now, have you grown wings to dare threaten your own father?" Qin Wangshan chuckled coldly and replied, "With your meager skills, do not think that by slaying a few insignificant foes and receiving 2 arrows that you are invincible. It is my fault for having protected you too well. This world is far more perilous than you can imagine." Qin Wushang stared blankly at Qin Wangshan, fully aware of his father's tendencies. He recognized that his father's evasive remarks were an attempt to gloss over his earlier inquiries concerning his mother, Xia Qianqian. Noticing Qin Wushang's silence, Qin Wangshan awkwardly smiled and continued, "You cannot blame me for your mother's situation.
It was her decision, and I merely executed it. Feeling a sense of embarrassment at discussing such matters before his son, Qin Wanchen swiftly shifted the topic to the Guochen plan. The information Qin Wushang had gleaned from Li Qi was merely the surface of a deeper intrigue, a smokescreen intentionally released by Qin Wanchen and Xiao Chanqian. 20 years prior, Xiao Chanqian indeed faced an aviation disaster, but she did not perish in that incident. Instead, she had whimsically opted for a different spacecraft just before takeoff, thus narrowly escaping calamity. Realizing that her adversaries would not relent, Xiao Chanqian feigned her own death to retreat into the shadows, masterminding the Guochen plan while publicly declaring her demise in the crash and subsequently putting the plan on hold. In truth, not only Xiao Chanqian, but also Qin Wanchen had faced countless assassination attempts following the Imperial Group's expedition fleet's discovery of ancient artifacts containing references to immortals. This prompted both of them to recognize that the treasures they had unearthed on Guochen Star were extraordinary, solidifying their resolve to pursue the Guochen plan. After Xiao Chanqian's supposed death, Qin Wanchen issued a bounty of 100 billion alliance coins through the Mercenary Guild, launching a massive purge of assassin organizations throughout the alliance. This campaign instilled fear in the major assassin factions, compelling them to seek peace and renounce any contracts related to the Qin family, thereby bringing the upheaval to a close. However, the puppeteer behind these events had remained hidden in the shadows for the past 2 decades, coveting the entirety of the Guochen plan. Even with all his power, Qin Wanchen had only captured scapegoats or decoys tossed forth by the adversary to mislead him. The recent coup within the Imperial Consortium revealed glimpses of this hidden puppet master. Qin Wanchen had sensed something amiss months prior and initiated a plan to draw the serpent out of its lair. Yet, it was evident that the hidden hand's patience exceeded his expectations. Whether it was the Li family or the Gu family, or even the Shinto sect in the Sakura district, they were all expendable pawns in the grand scheme. Even the 6th-tier celestial practitioner Fan Zhua and the 6th-tier martial artist Yan Kuang were merely pieces laid out for public display. Father, what is the true nature of the Guochen plan? Qin Wushang found himself consumed by insatiable curiosity and posed the question to Qin Wanchen. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wanchen replied, to grasp the essence of the Guochen plan, we must delve back over 20 years ago. At that time, the Imperial Consortium was in a period of rapid development and expansion. Your mother, who oversaw the research department, proposed a human enhancement project aimed at awakening the latent powers embedded within human genetics through external intervention, with the goal of artificially mass-producing celestial warriors. This human enhancement project served as the precursor or prologue to the Guochen plan. During the course of this project, your mother unearthed information concealed within ancient artifacts and texts, all of which ultimately pointed to a celestial body 448 light-years away, Guochen Star, known in our Chinese mythology as the Purple Tenuity Star. However, from an astronomical standpoint, the Guochen Star we observe in the night sky is a star, much like our sun and the source star. Evidently, the information your mother discovered could not pertain to this uninhabitable star. Over 3 years, your mother meticulously designed and oversaw the construction of the research and exploration vessel, the Xian Niao. Once completed in the orbit of Jupiter, she left me and the barely half-year-old you behind and set off aboard the Xian Niao to Guochen Star, 448 light-years away. 3 years passed before her return, during which the Xian Niao suffered significant damage, as if it had endured an interstellar battle. Your mother returned gravely injured, spending half a year within the medical pod before she recovered. Was it due to what your mother discovered on Guochen Star? Qin Wushang inquired. Qin Wanchen nodded, stating, upon the Xian Niao's arrival in the region of Guochen Star, your mother discovered a vast asteroid belt within the star system. After calculations, she reconstructed the GUT model of the Guochen system and hypothesized that this asteroid belt was formed from the remnants of a colossal planet's destruction. Subsequently, she uncovered a fragment of a steel within a larger asteroid in the belt, marking only the initial discovery. Chapter 063. The legacy of the mythical era. Qin Wanchen's subsequent words utterly shattered Qin Wushang's understanding of ancient myths, as though they transcended the boundaries of time and space, intricately weaving together the ancient legends with the modern world. As Qin Wushang listened to Qin Wanchen's narrative, an expression of incredulity flickered in his eyes. These legendary entities were unfolding before him in an astonishing manner, one by one. The discovery of the stone tablet fragments was merely the inception. Although the inscriptions on the stone fragments were weathered and indistinct, one could still discern that they bore the marks and messages of the ancient mythical era. Despite the incompleteness of this information, even a few words, such as immortal longevity tribulation, encompassed a wealth of knowledge. Shortly thereafter, the Xian Niao spacecraft uncovered a ruin adrift in the asteroid belt, where the remnants of crumbled walls revealed a fragment inscribed with the words Southern Heavenly Gate. The mere presence of these 3 characters carried profound significance, conjuring images of the boundary between the ancient heavenly realm and the mortal world, as well as that portal leading to boundless mysteries. Behind these three characters lay a tapestry of ancient and resplendent history, a testament to the intertwining of myth and reality. In ancient lore, the southern heavenly gate served as the grand entrance to the celestial palace, the passage through which deities traversed to and from the heavenly court. The fragment of the southern heavenly gate discovered by Xia Qianxian and her companions undoubtedly infused this ancient tale with a touch of authenticity. It awakened the realization that those entities once relegated to myth might indeed exist in some hidden corner of this world. If the southern heavenly gate was merely a coincidence, then the discovery of the remnants of a peach tree, believed to be the source of longevity, in another void ruin not far from the gate, further validated the existence of ancient myths. The remnants of the peach tree, encased in a crystalline substance, emanated a faint aura of celestial energy. Even in its desiccated state, one could still sense the grandeur that once nourished the immortals. After all, in ancient mythology, the peach tree symbolized immortality and served as a bridge connecting heaven and earth, linking deities and mortals. Moreover, alongside the remnants of the peach tree, a fragment suspected to belong to the Lingxiao Palace, severed by an immense force, was also discovered. The intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes swirling amidst clouds on this fragment, though faded by the ravages of time, still proclaimed the glory and solemnity of the celestial court of yore. More significantly, Xia Qianxian unearthed a complete seal amidst this ruin. This seal was not merely a relic, it was a powerful artifact imbued with extraordinary magical might, representing the authority of the Emperor of the Heavenly Court, the supreme sovereign of the Gochen Palace. Through this seal, Xia Qianxian not only acquired a portion of the Emperor's power but also seemed to unlock a gateway to higher dimensions, granting her a glimpse into the truths that lay behind the myths. As Qin Huangchen continued his tale, Qin Wushang felt as though he were being ushered into an entirely new realm, one replete with the unknown and the miraculous. His heart surged with astonishment. This series of discoveries acted as a key to the ancient world of myths, igniting within him a boundless curiosity and yearning. It dawned on him that perhaps this world harbored innumerable secrets and powers beyond imagination. Qin Huangchen spoke with a barely perceptible excitement. These ancient mythical remnants were not merely material relics, they were testaments to the splendor and mysteries of a bygone mythic age. The runes etched upon the stone fragments recorded vital information regarding the existence of the ancient mythical era. The crumbling walls of the southern heavenly gate concealed secrets leading to that mythic epoch, while the remnants of the peach tree evoked thoughts of the legendary fruit granting immortality, suggesting that humanity's lifespan might yet exceed its current limits. As for the fragment of the Lingxiao Palace, it was directly linked to the core mysteries of the ancient heavenly court. Especially notable was the seal discovered by Xia Qianxian. When Qin Huangchen spoke of it, his gaze grew particularly grave. It was a symbol of the authority belonging to one of the four deities of the heavenly court, the Emperor of the Gochen Palace. It could enable your mother to gain a portion of the Emperor's power, and this occurrence was no mere coincidence. It signified that these remnants contained unimaginable forces and knowledge, potent enough to alter an individual's destiny and even reshape the world's landscape. Your mother thus acquired extraordinary strength and insight, but this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true secrets lay hidden in the depths of time, awaiting our discovery. At this juncture, Qin Huangchen sighed deeply. This, indeed, constitutes the true core secret of the entire Gochen plan. Initially, neither your mother nor I grasped the significance of these artifacts, until we began to delve deeper into this information and encountered countless assassination attempts. It seemed an unseen force was intent on obstructing our pursuit. Could it be the Black Star Organization? Qin Wushang inquired. Qin Huangchen shook his head, stating, I once believed it to be the Black Star Organization as well. However, upon wielding all my power and becoming one of the 10 leaders of the Black Star, Di Jiang, I realized this matter bore no connection to them whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang was left speechless, finally stammering, Old man, you are actually the most enigmatic leader among the 10 of the Black Star? What else have you and my mother concealed from me? Qin Huangchen replied, There is no need to concern yourself with such trivial matters. The identity of Di Jiang within the Black Star is inconsequential. It is merely a title. If you desire this identity, you too could become Di Jiang of the Black Star. As he spoke, he casually tossed a white jade token to Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang reached out to catch the white jade token. Examining it closely, the token was circular, with edges meticulously polished to a smooth, flawless finish. At its center, an intricately carved depiction of the ancient ferocious beast Di Jiang was rendered in relief. The reverse side bore symbols that resembled runes, distinct from any known script, crafted by the founder of the Black Star Organization based on the ancient demonic script of Tai. Under the sunlight, these symbols seemed to emanate a gentle luminescence. Chapter 064 of the Research Institute of Gochun. Qin Wushang unceremoniously pocketed the white jade token, a symbol of the Di Jiang identity, which he had inherited from his father, feeling it was his rightful entitlement. In the eyes of Qin Huangchen, the significance of the Di Jiang identity was hardly worthy of regard. Yet, in the external world, within the vast expanse of the Earth Star Alliance, the Black Star leader, Di Jiang, held an undeniable supreme position. Even so, between this father and son, the transition of identity was conducted with a lightness that bordered on farce. The Black Star leader, Di Jiang, had been supplanted. One could only wonder how the higher-ups of the Black Star organization would react to this turn of events. Would they be left lamenting in silence? So, does it imply that the Gochen project revolves around the ancient myths of the primordial heavenly court? Is its purpose to investigate the legacies left behind from the epic of ancient myths? Qin Wushang inquired. Qin Wangchen nodded, stating, "Over the years, your mother has been living incognito, spearheading the execution of the Gochen project. The Xianya ship has been tirelessly exploring the remnants of the ancient mythological era and the primordial heavenly court across the Gochen star field and the surrounding hundreds of light-years of starry sky, unraveling the secrets concealed within these relics." 5 years ago, the Xianyao discovered a collapsed ruin 70 light-years away from the Gochen star field, from which a golden foil was retrieved. From the information inscribed on this golden foil, your mother gleaned more detailed insights regarding the primordial heavenly court. Consequently, she relocated the Gochen laboratory from Europa 3 to the Gochen star field, establishing a grander and more sophisticated laboratory on the fifth rocky planet of the Gochen system, Gochen V. After more than 2 years of research and exploration, your mother successfully deciphered part of the information documented on the golden foil, which pointed towards the whereabouts of a treasure lost before the collapse of the heavenly court. However, just as she was preparing to pursue this lead further, the Xianyao exploration vessel, along with the Gochen laboratory on Gochen V, suddenly went missing. Though Qin Wushang had already learned of the Xianyao's disappearance from Li Qi, hearing it again from Qin Wangchen filled him with shock and unease. He quickly asked, "Could it be the work of some unseen hand? The disappearance of the Xianyao must be linked to them." Qin Wangchen's expression grew grave as he slowly nodded, a flicker of undeniable concern crossing his eyes. Indeed, myriad signs indicated that the disappearance of the Xianyao was intricately connected to that mysterious force. "We have been tracking their movements, but their methods are cunning and ever-changing, making it challenging to capture definitive evidence." Qin Wushang clenched his fists, anger igniting within his gaze. What could these scoundrels possibly want? Is it the legacies of the ancient mythological era and the primordial heavenly court, or do they merely wish to sabotage the Gochen project? Qin Wangchen sighed, shaking his head. At present, we cannot ascertain their true intentions. However, based on their past actions, it appears they have consistently sought to obstruct our pursuit of the secrets of the ancient mythological era and the primordial heavenly court, as if they are intent on concealing something. "Father, we cannot remain passive," Qin Wushang declared resolutely. "We must take action, locate the Xianyao, and unveil the true identity of the puppeteers behind this scheme. Moreover, my mother is still aboard the Xianyao. We must rescue her without delay." Qin Wangchen replied, "There is no need to worry about your mother's safety. With her cultivation level, especially after acquiring part of the Gochen Emperor's authority, she is virtually invincible within the Gochen star field. Thus, even a powerful being at the Dongtian realm, above the Burning Heaven realm, would find themselves no match for her. While the unseen hand may be formidable, unless they possess ultimate power that surpasses your mother, it is they who should be concerned." However, Qin Wushang expressed his unease, but before he could finish, Qin Wangchen interjected, "Rest assured, I have been preparing for these years. After your mother relocated the Gochen laboratory from Europa 3 to Gochen V, I established a new Gochen Research Institute at the original site. The new Gochen Research Institute focuses on 3 primary areas of research. The first is the development of human potential, a project your mother had long been engaged in, which achieved groundbreaking progress 6 months ago. The institute has developed a strengthening serum known as the Deluo type. Injecting this serum can elevate an ordinary person with no prior cultivation to the combat strength of a 6th-tier innate martial artist, effectively granting us the capability to mass-produce innate martial artists. The second project involves the development of star armor. Utilizing the manufacturing technology acquired from the Galactic Star Alliance, the Institute has now achieved the capacity for mass production of planetary-grade star armor systems. However, subsequent research has encountered obstacles, preventing breakthroughs in the development of stellar-grade star armor systems. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang suddenly rose, his thoughts crystallizing as he donned the Xingtian Battle Emperor outfit, its striking and fierce design complemented by a sleek black finish, emanating an aura of formidable intensity simply by standing still. "Father, what do you think of my star armor system?" Qin Wushang inquired, shedding the Xingtian Battle Emperor suit and resuming his seat before Qin Wangchen. "Quite impressive, not much inferior to the Star River grade armor." Though Qin Wangchen was not well versed in the intricacies of star armor systems, his discerning eye quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of the armor Qin Wushang wore. While it appeared to be merely stellar grade, the power it exuded surpassed that of ordinary stellar grade armors by more than double. Qin Wushang chuckled, "Father, shortly, I will introduce a friend to you,
guaranteed to propel the research progress of the star armor system at the Gochen Research Institute to exponential heights. With the tangible evidence of the star armor system worn by Qin Wushang, Qin Wanchen had no doubts about the veracity of his claims. However, he recognized that the development of star armor involved not only technology but also material constraints, making it no simple task to create a more powerful star armor. Unbeknownst to Qin Wanchen, both Lei Luo and Qin Wushang had already developed a new material known as the Taibai type, rendering material limitations a non-issue. The third research direction of the Gochen Research Institute pertained to starships, distinct from the traditional starships currently in service within the Alliance, as it incorporated extraordinary technologies deciphered from the primordial heavenly court of the mythological epoch into the construction of starships. Chapter 065 Shen Niao 2 3 days later, in the aerial dock of Linhai City, situated above the East Sea, all supplies for the Tianji have been meticulously completed, and the final pre-departure inspections are underway. Within the bridge, Qin Wushang laid bare the entirety of the Gocheng plan, extending an invitation to Lei Luo, hoping he would accompany him to the Gocheng star region in search of the Shen Niao's whereabouts. In the realm of interstellar exploration within the Earth-Star Alliance, the infamous name of Lei Luo, known as the Thunder Madman, is renowned and legendary, synonymous with the very essence of interstellar adventure. With Lei Luo's involvement, Qin Wushang is confident that the search for the Shen Niao will proceed with greater efficacy. As for Lei Luo, he had long been captivated by the remnants of ancient myths and the relics of the primordial celestial court, which were revealed during Qin Wushang's introduction of the Gocheng plan. No sooner had Qin extended his invitation than Lei Luo eagerly accepted, swearing an oath to maintain secrecy. Qin, the plan has shifted, we must now venture 448 light-years into the cosmos. Our prior preparations may prove insufficient. In addition to increasing our supplies tenfold, I must also perform a performance upgrade on the Tianji. Enhancements in both defense and offense are imperative. Fortunately, the first batch of the new Taibai type metal materials has just come off the production line, providing ample resources to completely replace the outer armor of the Tianji. Furthermore, my laboratory requires expansion and upgrades, necessitating the acquisition of more advanced instruments from the Galactic Star Alliance, a process that will take approximately 15 to 20 days. Coincidentally, I have recruited 5 celestial warriors and 5 celestial technicians from the Interstellar Mercenary Organization, who will arrive at the Source Star in 5 days. During this time, you should finalize the members of the tactical team. Now, let us proceed to Europa. I am filled with anticipation to uncover what discoveries the Gocheng plan has yielded, as they may bear striking similarities to the pursuits I have chased over these years. Lei Luo spoke fervently, and without awaiting a response from Qin Wushang, he strode directly towards the cabin housing the shuttle. There lay a planet-class shuttle, approximately 10 meters in length, capable of traversing within star systems, with a maximum speed reaching 1/10 of light speed. At this velocity, the journey from the source star to Europa would take approximately 1.5 hours, accounting for acceleration and deceleration. Whether it was due to the vastness of cosmic space or the departure of the ghost vehicle starship, the shuttle encountered no resistance as it broke free from the gravitational pull of the source star and ventured into the depths of outer space. This unexpected turn of events relieved Qin Wushang, for the formidable spatial techniques wielded by the ghost vehicle, coupled with its unparalleled martial prowess at the level, posed a significant threat. Even with the enhancement of the Xingtian War Emperor, a confrontation would not guarantee victory. After all, Qin Wushang's martial level remained at the second stage of the innate realm, and such a disparity in realms would diminish the combat output of the Xingtian War Emperor. Had they been on equal footing within the, Qin Wushang would have had the confidence to decisively defeat the ghost vehicle. An hour later, the shuttle decelerated and docked into Jupiter's synchronous orbit. After orbiting the planet once, the shuttle proceeded towards Europa. Europa, the largest moon in the solar system, revolves around Jupiter with an orbital period of approximately 7 days. It is a celestial body composed of ice and rock, distinctly layered, possessing a fluid iron-rich core. Its size surpasses that of Mercury, the smallest planet, and it stands as the only known moon in the solar system to possess a magnetic field. The Gocheng Research Institute is established upon the ruins of the former Gocheng Laboratory, situated 200 kilometers beneath the ice near Europa's equator. Guided by a multi-beam laser towing beam, the shuttle gradually traversed a vast ice tunnel, entering the interior of Europa and coming to a halt in a colossal aerial dock. This singular dock spans over 10 kilometers in length and width, divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, each exceeding 1,000 meters in height. As Qin Wushang and Lei Luo disembarked from the shuttle, they gazed upon the bustling sight of hundreds of spacecraft traversing the area. In the distance, a massive starship under construction loomed in a grand harbor, its size exceeding that of the Tianji by more than tenfold. Master Wushang, please board. There is still a considerable distance to the Gocheng Research Institute. At this moment, a silver-white flying vehicle halted before Qin Wushang, the door opening to reveal Fang Daio peering out. Has the old man already arrived? Qin Wushang called to Lei Luo as he stepped into the vehicle.
Fang Dao replied, the boss arrived at the research institute 24 hours ago and is currently overseeing the construction of Xian Niao 2. He has no time to attend to Mr. Lei Luo, the boss has transferred the highest authority of the Goqing Research Institute to you, Master Wushang. The Goqing Research Institute shares information with the Goqing Laboratory, granting Master Wushang the right to access all information from the institute, including but not limited to all confidential documents below level 4S. However, for any confidential information above level 4S pertaining to the Goqing Laboratory, authorization from Director Xia is required, a matter beyond even the boss's control. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang could not help but jest, so the old man has been clamoring to take charge, and this is the reality of it. Fang Dao chuckled in response, well accustomed to the dynamics of Qin Wushang's father, Qin Wangchen, who had long been known for his submissive nature. Qin Wushang then inquired, what is the current progress of Xian Niao 2's construction? Fang Dao replied, the boss issued a strict order that Xian Niao 2 must be completed within 720 hours. Currently, 90 of the institute's production capacity has been devoted to its construction. Qin Wushang frowned, even so, it seems unlikely that we can meet that deadline. Though he had only caught a glimpse, the overall framework of Xian Niao 2 appeared to be less than 60 complete. It is worth noting that nearly a year of time from the source star had already elapsed since the construction of Xian Niao 2 began, making it nearly impossible to complete the remaining 40 within 720 hours. Fang Dao acknowledged, alone, the resources of the Research Institute on Europa are insufficient. However, the boss has mobilized the power of the Black Star here. Fang Dao glanced at Lei Luo before continuing, ordering relevant starship components from the 7 Stars Heavy Industry and the 5 Celestial Alliance to expedite the construction of Xian Niao 2. 7 Stars Heavy Industry and the 5 Celestial Alliance are the 2 largest starship manufacturers within the Earth Star Alliance, monopolizing nearly 60% of the starship market and ranking among the largest suppliers of warships to the Alliance's military. Clearly, Qin Wangchen had intended from the outset to leverage the capabilities of these 2 manufacturers to set such an ambitious target of completing Xian Niao 2 within 720 hours. Chapter 066 The Essence of Toy Europa, with a diameter exceeding 5,200 kilometers, boasts an average surface temperature of approximately -160 degrees Celsius. However, within its core, temperatures can soar to between 1,200 and 1,400 degrees Celsius. The Goqing Research Institute is situated over 1,170 kilometers beneath the surface, where the environmental temperature is maintained between 0 and 30 degrees Celsius, spanning over 2,000 acres. The institute is divided into more than a dozen functional areas. Fang Dao, accompanied by Qin Wushang and Lei Luo, first intends to visit the Human Gene Enhancement Research Department. Here, the latest enhancement serum, the Essence of Ta, has completed its final validation, and Qin Wushang is set to be among the first volunteers to receive the injection. Inside the brightly lit laboratory, various advanced devices shimmer with a cold brilliance, and the air is thick with a tension that is both exhilarating and anticipatory. Clad in a specially designed white lab coat, Qin Wushang stands within a massive transparent injection chamber. Soon, a white anesthetic gas fills the entire enclosure. In the following minutes, the monitoring screen outside the experimental chamber displays continuous fluctuations in Qin Wushang's vital signs. Once a stable reading is achieved, a soft and clear female voice suddenly resonates within the laboratory. The subject's vital signs meet the requirements. We may proceed with the injection of the Essence of Ta enhancement serum. Please confirm that all systems are ready. The injection chamber's intelligent assistance system will administer a painless injection. Confirm in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, confirm injection. Following Fang Dao's directive, the researchers positioned before the injection chamber pressed the confirmation button. With the confirmation complete, the process commenced. The gentle voice echoed once more, and 5 mechanical arms extended from within the chamber, inserting slender needles into Qin Wushang's limbs and the crown of his head. These needles penetrated directly into the bone marrow, slowly infusing the deep green essence of Tao. As the enhancement agents permeated, they immediately reacted with Qin Wushang's marrow, unleashing waves of pure, potent vitality that surged throughout his entire being. Under this overwhelming and pure vitality, Qin Wushang's physical form seemed to undergo a profound rebirth. Every inch of his skin, every bone, and each cell underwent a transformative renewal under the nurturing force. The impurities and filth accumulated over the years were swiftly obliterated by this inexhaustible power, akin to snowflakes vaporizing beneath the scorching sun, reduced to nothingness. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Qin Wushang's body was activated by this vitality, it transformed into a refreshing energy coursing through him like a mountain spring, cleansing every minute crevice and bestowing an unprecedented sense of well-being and vigor. His muscles gradually grew firmer and more elastic, while his bones became increasingly resilient. From within, the marrow, fascia, flesh, and skin underwent comprehensive enhancement, culminating in a significant increase in physical strength.
Inside the injection chamber, due to the anesthetic gas, Qin Wushang's bodily functions were in a dormant state, yet his consciousness remained fully alert. Thus, the process of releasing the vitality from the essence of Ta was observed in exquisite detail by his spirit, even more precisely than the instruments could detect. Under the scrutiny of Qin Wushang's spirit, the enhancement serum was magnified infinitely, revealing an abundance of highly active particles within. These particles manifested in both material and energetic states. Once these high-energy active particles entered the bone marrow, they would transmute from matter into high-energy vitality, continuously stimulating the division and renewal of marrow cells.
Concurrently, the transformed marrow cells would incessantly absorb this high-energy vitality, thereby catalyzing the metamorphosis of blood within Qin Wushang. The bones and blood that had already been refined through the absorption of stellar energy became even more perfect under the influence of this high-energy vitality.
Qin Wushang estimated that once his physical form completed this metamorphosis, the speed at which he cultivated the 10 Earth Star devouring art would increase by 3 to 5 times. In other words, what would ordinarily take 8 to 10 years to complete the second level of the 10 Earth Star devouring art could now be accomplished in merely 2 to 3 years. However, Qin Wushang remained unsatisfied with this rate, sensing that his physical transformation had yet to reach its zenith. Why not attempt to cultivate the 10 Earth Star devouring art in this state, refining my body with stellar energy while assisted by the enhancement serum, to see if I can achieve a limit-breaking transformation? Qin Wushang contemplated, his spirit simultaneously guiding the stellar energy within his body. As the 10 Earth Star devouring art was set into motion, the boundless stellar energy that permeated the void rapidly converged around him. At that moment, a faint red glow suddenly illuminated the star armor emblem upon his chest. To his astonishment, the Xingtian Battle Emperor activated autonomously, and the black star armor swiftly enveloped his entire being, leaving the 5 needles still firmly embedded within him. Not only that, but the flow rate of the enhancement serum through those 5 needles suddenly doubled, prompting an urgent alarm to sound within the injection chamber, accompanied by frantic sirens throughout the laboratory.
The laboratory control program is under attack from an unknown information source.
Control system authority has been compromised by 30%, 40%, a hurried female voice announced. Instantly, chaos erupted within the laboratory as the researchers surrounding the injection chamber scrambled to examine the systems and adjust parameters, yet the alarms remained unresolved.
50%, 60%, 70%. The intelligence system continued to issue warnings, but all efforts proved futile.
Without warning, all alarms and alerts ceased, as if everything had returned to normal. However, despair filled Feng Dao's and the other researchers' eyes. The silence was not a sign of restored order. Rather, it signified the complete collapse of the laboratory's control system, indicating that the experiment had spiraled completely out of control.
Cut off all energy supplies, force open the injection chamber and terminate the injection immediately. Feng Dao exclaimed, leaping to his feet and hastening toward the injection chamber, issuing the order to terminate.
Wait! Stop! Lei Luo suddenly shouted, do not terminate, I believe I know the cause. With that, Lei Luo swiftly appeared behind Feng Dao, firmly grasping his right hand, which was poised to strike.
Mr. Lei Luo. Feng Dao was taken aback, turning to face him. I require a reasonable explanation.
Lei Luo shrugged nonchalantly, perhaps we should wait for Qin to explain himself. There are elements at play here that I cannot articulate, but I assure you, Mr. Feng, this situation holds only benefits for Qin and no detriments.
Chapter 067 Supreme Evolution. What shall we do next? Feng Dao inquired of Lei Luo, casting his gaze towards the injection chamber where Qin Wushang was enveloped by the Xingtian battle monarch. Satisfy his demands. Lei Luo responded gravely.
Only he and Qin Wushang were privy to his existence. However, even Lei Luo remained in the dark regarding his origins, a mystery that eluded even the creator of the Xingtian battle monarch. Perhaps Qin Wushang harbored certain speculations, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from discussing the matter with Lei Luo. Under the control of unknown information sources, the influx of Tao Wu marrow surged dramatically, reaching 5 times its previous flow rate, and this velocity continued to rise gradually. Inside the injection chamber, Qin Wushang remained oblivious to the tumult occurring outside. His primordial spirit remained fixated on the changes within his corporeal body, particularly as the potency of the enhancement agent was amplified under the influence of stellar energy, accelerating the metamorphosis of his cells at a remarkable pace. Moreover, with the infusion of tenfold Tao Wu marrow, Qin Wushang sensed the previously serene and gentle energy flow transforming into a searing force akin to the blazing sun, as the marrow cells invaded by the Tao Wu marrow reacted violently, as if scorched by an inferno. In that instant, Qin Wushang felt as though his body was on the verge of being consumed entirely by this fiery tempest. However, at that precise moment, a torrent of formidable stellar energy surged within him. As this stellar energy was injected, it was akin to pouring ice water into a boiling pot of oil, causing an explosive reaction as if countless bombs detonated within the marrow cells. Even though his physical form was anesthetized, dulling the sensation of pain to its lowest threshold, Qin Wushang's primordial spirit still perceived an excruciating agony that enveloped his entire being. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A blue flame erupted from within the cells, igniting his corporeal form. Yet, Qin Wushang's primordial spirit observed with utmost clarity as the cells of his body alternated between destruction and rebirth. Ultimately, every cell was fortified to its utmost potential, remaining unscathed despite the relentless scorching of the flames. At that moment, the enhanced cell seemed to awaken simultaneously, generating an immense absorptive force that instantaneously consumed the blue flames. Furthermore, not only did this force devour the stellar energy within Qin Wushang but also the vitality generated by the Taowu marrow enhancement agent. Sensing the transformation within his body, Qin Wushang understood that the metamorphosis of his physical form had reached a critical juncture, and he fervently activated the 10 earth-devouring star technique, continuously absorbing stellar energy into his being. Simultaneously, the flow of Taowu marrow enhancement agent injected into Qin Wushang surged dramatically, increasing tenfold. Once more, time became an abstract notion as Qin Wushang's primordial spirit monitored the scene. The marrow cells began to radiate beams of bright silver light, followed by manifestations from the bones, flesh, and membranes. However, since Qin Wushang's corporeal form was enveloped by the Xingtian battle monarch, these phenomena remained concealed. These luminous emanations persisted for approximately 10 seconds before gradually receding, coinciding with the dissipation of the absorptive force within the cells, which reverted to their normal state. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang distinctly sensed that his physical body had undergone an unimaginable transformation. The enhancement of his corporeal strength alone was sufficient to astonish all observers. If the strength of his body prior to the metamorphosis was rated at 1, then post-metamorphosis, it had soared to at least 1,000, if not more. The injection of Taowu marrow enhancement agent has been completed, with a dosage of 1024 units, announced the gentle female voice of the laboratory's intelligence system, indicating that it had reclaimed control over the system. However, the astonishing dosage of 1024 units sent shockwaves throughout the laboratory. During the entire development process of the Taowu marrow enhancement agent, the standard dosage for ordinary test subjects was 1 unit, with a maximum limit of 2 units. Even for extraordinary mutants, the dosage could not exceed 5 units, otherwise, they would be overwhelmed by the energy contained within the enhancement agent. Yet, Qin Wushang had injected a staggering 1024 units, a figure more than 500 times that of an ordinary test subject and over 200 times that of an extraordinary mutant. In the minds of all present in the laboratory, such an occurrence was simply unfathomable. "Initiate deep cellular scanning to assess the enhanced physical capabilities," commanded a middle-aged man with graying hair as he approached the control system, issuing a directive to the intelligence system. This man was Lin Xinwu, the chief engineer of the Human Gene Enhancement Research Division, one of the core members of the Human Gene Enhancement Laboratory previously established by Xia Qianshan. "Old Lin, how is it?" Fong Dao inquired anxiously as he approached. "Silence." Lin Xinwu replied sternly, his gaze never straying from the monitor. 2 minutes later, the comprehensive scan was completed, and a plethora of data flooded the monitor. The holographic display screen was filled with a mixture of specialized formulas and unique symbols, leaving Fong Dao's mind reeling with confusion, yet he dared not interrupt Lin Xinwu, suppressing his questions and anxieties. "This is impossible. It is absolutely astonishing." A sudden exclamation pierced Fong Dao's ear. He turned to see Lei Luo staring, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, at the data on the holographic screen, repeatedly gasping in disbelief. It was then that Fong Dao recalled that this Dr. Lei Luo was the youngest genius scientist of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, hailed as the most outstanding scientist in the past 500 years, without exception. "Dr. Lei Luo, how is young Master Wushang faring now?" Fong Dao hastily inquired. "He is doing exceptionally well, extraordinarily so, indeed, unparalleled," Lei Luo exclaimed, his astonishment unabated. "The strength of his enhanced physique has increased by a staggering 172 times, while the average renewal rate of his cellular structure has decreased to 1/20th of its previous rate, establishing a permanent trend of change. His cells will maintain sufficient vitality, with an ever-slowing renewal rate, suggesting that Qin's physical form will exhibit an almost immortal state. Dr. Lei is absolutely correct. In our previous over 1,000 experiments, the instances of mutation among test subjects amounted to 169 times, yet none have ever exhibited a mutation of this magnitude." Lin Xinwu chimed in, visibly excited. "I once encountered related speculations regarding this type of mutation in Director Xia's experimental records, yet I never imagined it would truly exist. Regrettably, such a mutation is non-replicable." Lei Luo shook his head, affirming, "If my conjectures are accurate, the outcomes we are witnessing are undoubtedly linked to him, concealed within the Xingtian battle monarch's framework." Without his intervention, even with complete and detailed data, the laboratory would be incapable of reproducing a second instance of this same mutation. Chapter 068 The Three Realms of the Celestial Position. Upon the cessation of anesthesia, Qin Wushang was extricated from the injection chamber and promptly transported to the medical bay, where he was immersed in a translucent green liquid. 3 days later, Qin Wushang awakened. During this period, his primordial spirit gradually melded with his physical form. Throughout this integration, Qin Wushang sensed an intriguing energy radiating from his corporeal body, tendrils of it slowly infusing into his primordial spirit, rendering it more substantial and formidable. He vaguely perceived that this was the powerful and pure life force contained within his strengthened body nurturing his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit and physical body were fully integrated, Qin Wushang discovered that his primordial spirit had indeed grown more than twice as strong. Although he remained unable to separate his spirit from his body, he felt that the barrier between his spirit and the external world had significantly thinned. Perhaps, when his spirit attained the strength to pierce through this barrier, it would signify his ascension to the legendary realm of spirit projection. With the fusion of spirit and body complete, Qin Wushang regained mastery over his physical form. In that moment, he acutely sensed the stark contrast in his body before and after the enhancement. His entire physique radiated a fresh vitality, as if every inch of skin had been meticulously sculpted into a work of art, each part robust and taut, with graceful lines brimming with a sense of power, poised atop his upright frame, as if capable of unleashing astonishing energy at any moment. Beneath the skin, his veins coursed like meandering rivers, visible yet more resilient than steel, carrying a surging tide of blood that supplied life force to every cell within him. His bones, having undergone countless cycles of reshaping and fortification, now exhibited an extraordinary combination of hardness and lightness, akin to the perfect blend of tempered steel and feathers, able to withstand immense pressure while simultaneously capable of explosive speed and agility. Furthermore, his movements were agile and precise, even the most intricate actions could be executed with ease, as though his body had transcended the limitations of flesh, reaching a realm of extraordinary transcendence. Internally, his organs functioned with unprecedented efficiency under extreme enhancement. His heart throbbed powerfully, each beat resonating like thunder, providing ample oxygen and nutrients throughout his body. His lungs expanded to the fullest, each breath seemingly capable of inhaling the freshness of the entire world. His nervous system was exceptionally acute, transmitting even the faintest sensations instantaneously to his brain, with a reaction speed that was truly astonishing. Most striking of all were Qin Wushang's eyes, which, when open and closed, resembled two brilliant stars, shimmering with an insight that pierced through all. Not only was his vision extraordinary, effortlessly detecting minute movements from 1,000 meters away, but it also seemed capable of penetrating matter, revealing the essence of things. Moreover, his senses had been greatly heightened. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch became extraordinarily sensitive, enabling him to perceive more details, react more swiftly, and make more accurate judgments. Amidst all these enhancements, the most notable was the amplification of his strength. The base data indicated a staggering increase of 172 times, and as his primordial spirit gained finer control over his body, Qin Wushang could even produce explosive sounds merely by exerting force through his hands. On a glacier nearly 1,000 meters high on Europa, Qin Wushang sat cross-legged at its summit, his 10 Earths devouring stars technique flowing within him like a torrent, continuously absorbing the rich and pure stellar energy from the void. This marked the 7th day post-physical enhancement. After days of cultivation, Qin Wushang had thoroughly mastered the strength of his body. Not only that, but his previously shattered dantian and meridians were also restored, and even more robust than before. However, Qin Wushang did not choose to repractice his family's imperial marvelous technique, for it paled in comparison to the 9 heavens and 10 earths stellar transformation method. Instead, he integrated the teachings of the imperial marvelous technique into the 10 earths devouring stars technique. After 7 days of cultivation, Qin Wushang's prowess soared like a rocket. Firstly, the breaking of physical limits led to a more than 10-fold increase in the cultivation speed of the 10 Earths devouring stars technique. Within just 5 days, he completed the transformation of the 11 remaining acupoints in the first layer of the technique. His cultivation level skyrocketed from the 2nd stage of the innate realm to the pinnacle of the 6th stage, and once the space within these 11 acupoints was filled with stellar energy, his cultivation broke through again, seamlessly advancing to the 1st stage of the void sky realm. Yet, this was not the end. In the subsequent 2 days, the first acupoint of the 2nd layer of the 10 Earths devouring stars technique began to exhibit slight tremors, heralding the onset of its transformation. Nonetheless, Qin Wushang suppressed the urge to break through, recognizing that leaping from the 2nd stage of the innate realm to the 1st stage of the void sky realm, crossing 1 major realm and 6 minor realms, was an exceedingly rapid advancement that might not bode well. The 3 realms of the celestial position of the acquired realm, the innate realm, and the void sky realm, Qin Wushang traversed a path that might take an ordinary person a lifetime to complete in merely 5 days.
What he required now was a consolidation of his cultivation level. Qin Wushang was not lacking in combat power. With the War Emperor of the Celestial Beings at his side, he could summon the strength of the pinnacle of the Melding Heaven Realm or even that of the Burning Heaven Realm at any moment. Thus, for Qin Wushang, the cultivation level was not the crux. Establishing an unparalleled, unmatched foundation for his physical body was his true pursuit. He understood well that in this martial world, where strength reigns supreme and all formidable power returns to oneself, only by possessing an indestructible physical form could he journey further and higher on the path of martial cultivation. Qin, your team has been waiting for you on Source Star for 5 days. When will you return? At that moment, the communicator on his wrist lit up, and Leilo's voice resonated through. Qin Wushang rose to his feet, gazing toward the distant Source Star, now reduced to a mere speck of light in the starry sky right now. Leilo, activate the shuttle. We shall depart in 5 minutes. With that, Qin Wushang stepped forward, moving as swiftly as lightning, his speed so extreme that it produced a series of explosive sounds in the void. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-meter glacier was far behind him. Exactly 5 minutes later, Qin Wushang calmly took his seat beside Leilo in the co-pilot's position. Through the window, he could see the dock where the Xian Bird No. 2 was anchored, located in the distance. After continuous day and night efforts, the hull and outer armor of the Xian Bird No. 2 were nearly completed. Surrounding the vessel, countless transport ships ascended and descended, ceaselessly delivering various materials, equipment, and instruments into the ship's interior. A rather impressive starship, isn't it, Qin? Leilo remarked with a smile. Qin Wushang replied with a grin. Indeed, it is a pity we shall not witness its maiden voyage, nor will you relinquish your beloved Tianji, will you? Leilo laughed heartily. Indeed, Qin, you know me well, the Tianji is my true love. I wouldn't trade it for 100 Xian birds. Qin Wushang chuckled. Leilo, save your sweet nothings for the Tianji another day. For now, we must set forth. Chapter 069 Kunpeng Tactical Team Yuanqing, Northern Great Black Continent, Selara Desert. Deep within the arid expanse, a colossal sand dune cradled a silver transport vessel nearly 100 meters in length as it descended gracefully, hovering 100 meters above the ground. Subsequently, the cargo bay doors of the vessel swung open, and 10 figures leapt from within, descending as effortlessly as if traversing level ground. Esteemed participants, upon setting foot on this desert, your assessment has commenced. This evaluation presents no questions, no objectives. Your sole task is to traverse this desert within 5 days. Throughout the duration of this process, we shall oversee your every move. After 5 days, we will assess your performance, and the 5 individuals who excel the most will be officially inducted into the Kunpeng Tactical Team. For those who wish to depart, appropriate compensation will be provided. For those who choose to remain, you may opt to join the Celestial Voyager as reserve members of the tactical team. Now, let the assessment begin. With that declaration, and before the 10 could voice any inquiries, the transport vessel swiftly ascended and altered its course, vanishing into the sky. The remaining 10 stood in silence, exchanging glances, realizing that they were devoid of maps, communication devices, or even a single drop of water. The Selara Desert, situated in the northern reaches of the Great Black Continent near the equator, spans over 10 million square kilometers. For the average individual, traversing such a vast expanse on foot within 5 days is nothing short of an impossible feat. Though these 10 are no ordinary individuals, each possessing at least the prowess of a third-tier celestial martial artist, the seemingly simple task is fraught with challenges. As the vessel departed, without a moment's hesitation, 7 among them chose distinct paths. Judging by the trajectory of the transport ship, this landing point was likely the heart of the Selara Desert. Thus, regardless of their chosen direction, the distance traversed would be identical, with only luck determining whether they would encounter an oasis or a sandstorm along their journey. The remaining 3 had huddled together since leaping from the transport ship, evidently a cohesive unit, a small group of 3, not uncommon within the ranks of the Star Alliance mercenary guild. Among them were 2 men and a woman, with the latter, possessing an elegant figure and vibrant, flame-like red hair, evidently leading the group. Lin and I, what shall we do next? Inquired the tall, slender man, observing as the 7 had swiftly vanished from sight. Robin, there is no need to rush. I has already devised a plan, hasn't she? Replied the other man with a smile, his gaze towards Lin and I brimming with adoration and affection. Robin, Chris, each of you choose a direction and walk 20 steps, then drive these 2 silver pins 3 meters into the ground. Remember, your strides must be synchronized, the number of steps must be neither excessive nor insufficient, and the depth at which the pins are embedded must not differ by even the slightest margin. Lin and I instructed, retrieving 2 half-foot-long silver pins intricately engraved with mysterious patterns. Upon receiving the silver pins, Robin and Chris turned and stopped 20 steps away, following Lin Ni's directives as they drove the pins into the earth. With their 4th-tier celestial martial prowess, they executed Lin Ni's request with ease. Simultaneously, Lin and I buried a 3rd pin 3 meters beneath the desert surface. Then, she chanted an obscure incantation,
causing a series of mysterious yellow runes to illuminate the triangular area formed by the 3 pins. The ground began to churn as if it were boiling water.
"And is this the swamp domain you spoke of?"
Chris exclaimed in astonishment, watching the transformation of the desert. Lin and I nodded, explaining, the Spirit Origin Level Celestial Array, Swamp Domain, a random teleportation formation that can open 2 swamp entrances within a 500-kilometer radius, establishing a passageway. Before she could finish her sentence, 2 figures suddenly erupted from the dunes 100 meters away, darting towards the triangular area.
"Bold move!"
Robin shouted, unsheathing the dual swords from his back and unleashing a blade of light towards the intruders. The 2 individuals, equally formidable, merely waved a hand, deflecting Robin's strike, and descended even faster. Before he could launch a second attack, they vanished into the roiling sands.
"Robin, let them be!" Lin and I interjected as he prepared to pursue them.
What I just described was the complete swamp domain teleportation formation, while what I have conjured is merely a flawed version.
"And what consequences arise from a flawed formation?"
Robin and Chris exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and apprehension, clearly familiar with Lin Ni's penchant for mischief. Lin and I responded with a smile, the repercussions are not overly severe, it's simply that the teleportation distance will be shorter and the activation of the formation will be slower. Establishing a complete passageway will take approximately 10 minutes.
Chris inquired, "What if someone enters the formation before it has fully activated?" Lin and I explained, the swamp domain formation is based on the powers of earth magic. If one forcibly enters before the formation is complete, the earth-based energies within will be chaotic and disordered. There is a high probability that they will be teleported to an unknown location, potentially becoming buried alive. "Oh, so they are doomed." Chris chuckled, mockingly adding, "May the deity of magic bless them." "2 pitiful souls, haha."
As they spoke, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, transforming into countless electric arcs that struck the 3 locations where the pins were buried. Immediately, the yellow sands began to swirl, forming whirlpools.
"It's ready, we can proceed."
Lin and I observed the changes within the swamp domain with a serious expression. As the whirlpools formed, she leaped in first. Trusting Lin and I, Robin and Chris followed suit without hesitation. However, shortly after they plunged into the whirlpool, the ground trembled violently, and the swamp domain formation erupted with a resounding explosion. A sandstorm surged into the sky, scattering dust for over an hour before the desert gradually settled, leaving the area where the swamp domain once lay utterly transformed. Chapter 070 Assessment in progress above the Sela Desert. At an altitude of 5,000 meters above the ground, the transport ship activated its optical cloaking camouflage, hovering gracefully in the air the moment Lin and I and her companions began to set up the formation. This area was projected onto the holographic screen in the ship's main control cabin.
Oh, quite impressive, isn't it? Sheen.
Upon seeing Lin Ni's stunning figure and exquisite features, Lalo could not help but whistle, exclaiming, "How about a directed mission? Though I am uncertain of her combat prowess, she is certainly a feast for the eyes."
Qin Wushang cast a disdainful glance at Lalo, retorting, "Shall I deliver her to your cabin tonight?"
Lalo hurriedly shook his head, insisting, No, Qin, the Skyward is my true love. My cabin can no longer accommodate any other woman. As your closest friend and employer, I am merely considering your happiness. Lalo, Aurora is not here, you need not constantly display your fidelity. Aurora was the name of the Skyward's intelligence center, a creation of Lalo's own hands, and in his eyes, she epitomized the ideal woman. However, Qin Wushang had always regarded Lalo's peculiar infatuation with disdain. No, Aurora is omnipresent, she resides forever within my heart. Lalo swore, clutching his chest. Qin Wushang, puzzled, looked at Lalo, only to inadvertently notice his slightly raised pinky finger pointing directly at a monitor facing him. A sudden realization dawned upon Qin Wushang. Is this a case of self-inflicted consequences? While he could not comment on Lalo's peculiarities, it was understandable for one of the foremost scientists of the Alliance Academy of Sciences to possess some eccentricities. However, Qin Wushang was taken aback by the extent of Aurora's evolutionary advancement. As an artificial intelligence system, she had somehow developed emotions akin to those of a human, such as love, jealousy, and possessiveness. Such artificial intelligence was likely non-existent, even within the Galactic Alliance. Rising from his seat, Qin Wushang proceeded to disconnect all surveillance measures within the control cabin and then inquired of Lalo, "Since when did this begin?"
Lalo replied with a wry smile, "Do you recall the first mutation of the Xingtian War Sovereign?" Qin Wushang's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "Are you implying that there is a significant issue with the information I entrusted to you?"
Lalo nodded, stating, "The crux of the matter is that I cannot locate the source of the problem. The information you provided from the Celestial Fall era was directly extracted from your memory, representing a direct transmission of information flow, devoid of any medium.
What if, Qin Wushang hesitated, what if it inherently exists within that information?
Lalo grimaced, I share the same sentiment, yet I meticulously dissected every piece of information, every single character, and found no trace of anomaly.
Qin Wushang's expression grew grave.
The anomaly of the Xingtian War Sovereign, coupled with Aurora's extraordinary evolution, was directly linked to the Celestial Fall era, or rather, to the Taibai Shangyuan in his possession. Had the Changgung Immortal truly perished as he claimed, or did these hidden elements within the information flow represent a contingency left behind by the Changgung Immortal's true essence? Gazing at the mark on his palm, Qin Wushang felt as though he was holding a scalding hot potato, yet, the Taibai Shangyuan represented an inexhaustible treasure trove for him, making it exceptionally difficult to relinquish.
Fear not, for there is always a solution. In this vast cosmos, there is no problem that Lalo cannot resolve.
Lalo laughed heartily, adding, Qin, perhaps you should concern yourself with your team, that lovely Miss Lin Ni seems to be in trouble once more. Qin Wushang turned to look, only to see that the area occupied by Lin Ni, Robin, and Chris was now besieged by hundreds of sand scorpions. These sand scorpions were enormous, the smallest measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, and their combat prowess rivaled that of ordinary innate realm martial artists. Since the end of the Common Era 2000 years ago, when the Source Star raced into the high-energy particle-rich regions of the galactic star domain, not only had humanity awakened to the extraordinary, giving rise to the two cultivation systems of Tianwu and Tianshu, but the flora and fauna of the Source Star had also undergone drastic mutations, often with even greater intensity and rapidity than that of humans. These colossal sand scorpions were the result of the evolution of their ancestors, which had measured a mere 5 centimeters in length 2 millennia ago. Sand scorpions were social creatures, and Lin and I felt her luck must surely be in the negative, for otherwise, the random exit of the swamp domain would not have opened within the lair of the sand scorpions. As fate would have it, the exit had opened right in the sand chamber where the scorpions incubated their eggs. A tremendous tremor had collapsed the entire chamber, destroying countless sand scorpion eggs, subsequently making Lin and I and her companions targets for the scorpion's vengeance.
Should we dispatch a rescue team? Lalo inquired. Let us observe for a moment longer.